I told you I only eat zhong shui gao. Forget it. You're just a pauper. Even if I explain it to you, you wouldn't understand. Dressed in a short white skirt and sheer, easily torn stockings that wrapped around her long legs, the girl swung her beautiful legs as she dodged away from the item in Zhou Feng's hand with open disgust. Zhou Feng had just regained consciousness and had yet to react when a familiar female voice entered his ears. Staring at the ice pop in his hand, his muddled mind slowly began to turn again. Wasn't I already dead? Ever since the apocalypse, he had never again tasted the simple delight of an old-style ice pop. Wait, an old-style ice pop? How could there be old-style ice pops in the apocalypse? Zhou Feng stared blankly at the girl before him. Perfect figure, delicate features. Isn't this the treacherous girlfriend who cheated on him in college and even pushed him into a horde of zombies? This place was the small grove on campus. He had been reborn. Zhou Feng hurriedly fumbled for his phone. It was 1100 m. On July 29th. There was still 1 hour before the zombie outbreak. Thinking of everything that had happened in his previous life, a shard of killing intent flashed through Zhou Feng's gaze as he looked at Lin Qianyao. In his previous life after the outbreak, he had protected Lin Qianyao without pause. He hovered on the edge of life and death every single day, venturing out again and again to search for supplies and battle zombies. He had even risked his life, braving almost certain death, to break into a pharmacy just to treat her illness. Because of this, he lost an arm. Yet after Lin Qianyao recovered, she despised him as a cripple and immediately latched onto his former rich second-generation roommate Gu Chenxiao. During one supply run, in order to lure away the zombies, Lin Qianyao actually joined hands with Gu Chenxiao to push him into the middle of the zombie horde. Zhou Feng, didn't you say you loved me? You're useless anyway. Just help me one last time. Only if you draw the zombies away can I survive. If you hadn't just gotten hurt saving Lin Qianyao, we might really have had trouble dealing with you. But who told you to be such a cheap fool? Gu Chenxiao wrapped an arm around Lin Qianyao's slender waist, twisting the knife even as he killed. Given how things are now, I'm not afraid to tell you. Actually, Lin Qianyao and I have been together since college. She never even let you touch her, did she? If I didn't enjoy a bit of danger, you would never in your life have gotten close to a woman like Lin Qianyao. Recalling the words Lin Qianyao and Gu Chenxiao had spat at him before his death, the killing intent in Zhou Feng's eyes surged even more fiercely. Ding dong. At that moment, a notification chime suddenly sounded from Lin Qianyao's phone. She glanced at the screen, then spoke perfunctorily to Zhou Feng. I've got things to do, so I'll head off first. The air conditioner in the infirmary broke. Come over and help me cool down. Zhou Feng's voice rang out at the exact same time. Lin Qianyao's eyes widened in disbelief, for every word Zhou Feng uttered was identical to the message Gu Chenxiao had just sent her. She lowered her voice, afraid of alerting the couples scattered nearby. How do you know that? Of course I know, he replied. Zhou Feng let out a cold laugh. I also know that the person you're going to meet is Gu Chenxiao. At his words, Lin Qianyao's expression instantly turned flustered. Zhou Feng, isn't there some kind of misunderstanding between us? She suddenly wrapped herself around his arm, rubbing her proudest curves against him again and again. Zhou Feng wished he could kill Lin Qianyao on the spot, but there were many people around, and if he really killed her, it would definitely cause unnecessary trouble. He had no desire to be taken away by the police over this. Besides, letting her die so easily would be far too merciful. Since he had been given a new life, he would make sure Lin Qianyao and Gu Chenxiao experienced a fate worse than death. With clear disgust, Zhou Feng shook off Lin Qianyao and barked, "Get lost." Lin Qianyao was instantly infuriated by his shout. Usually, he didn't even dare speak a harsh word to her. How dare he raise his voice at her today? Zhou Feng. She jabbed a finger at his nose and cursed. What are you to dare yell at me? Apologize to me right now. Zhou Feng's brows knit, his expression darkening, and he swung his hand back in a slap. Smack! The crisp sound rang throughout the small grove. Lin Qianyao clutched her face in disbelief, eyes slowly reddening. You dared to hit me. Zhou Feng could not be bothered to tangle with her any longer. He had to prepare supplies and weapons as quickly as possible and find a safe place to ride out the coming zombie outbreak. Covering her burning cheek, Lin Qianyao glared viciously at Zhou Feng's departing back, then ran off in tears under the stares of the onlookers. Leaving the small grove, Zhou Feng headed straight for the campus supermarket. The shop was right next to the cafeteria, only a few dozen meters from the male dormitory building. Zhou Feng swept his gaze around the supermarket. He grabbed the largest backpack and headed to the snack aisle. 6 packs of instant noodles, 30 packs of compressed biscuits, 2 bags of sausages, 4 cans of dried meat. Catching sight of the braised eggs beside them from the corner of his eye, he scooped a handful into the bag as well. After grabbing food, Zhou Feng went to the beverage section and took 12 bottles of mineral water. At the checkout, under the supermarket owner's teasing gaze, he slipped 2 small bottles of high-proof liquor into his bag. The liquor was disguised well. The supermarket had specially stocked it to secretly sell to students. He had tried it once before. The taste was beyond awful, but with the zombie outbreak imminent, those 2 bottles would prove extremely useful. Leaving the supermarket, Zhou Feng turned and headed for the cafeteria. At this hour, the dining hall wasn't very crowded, making it the safest place on campus aside from the teaching buildings. Most importantly, there was food here and potential weapons. Zhou Feng walked up to a food window and called inside. "Auntie, I'd like 1 order of hot pot chicken to go. Uncle, pack me 5 boxed meals as well, wrap them tight so they don't spill." "Got it." In the apocalypse, he had more than once longed for Aunt Zhou from the cafeteria's hot pot chicken, and now he could finally taste it again. The cafeteria food was all cooked in advance. In less than 20 minutes, the hot pot chicken Zhou Feng had been yearning for was finally packed. Gazing at the container in his hand, he couldn't help but swallow. But just as he turned around, 4 or 5 people suddenly blocked his path. Gu Chunxiao appeared before him, expression dark and sinister, a few fierce-looking lackeys at his back. He suddenly lashed out, knocking the packed food from Zhou Feng's hands. Bang! Crash! The hot pot chicken fell to the floor, soup splattering everywhere mixed with soaked bread and chunks of chicken. "Zhou Feng, you've grown bold, haven't you? Daring to lay hands on a woman now." Staring at the food scattered across the floor, Zhou Feng's face turned instantly grim as he locked his gaze on Gu Chunxiao. He stepped toward him 1 step at a time. Intimidated by the oppressive aura radiating from Zhou Feng, Gu Chunxiao instinctively retreated 2 steps, but quickly recovered and let out a cold laugh. "It's just a serving of hot pot chicken. I know you're poor, so how about this? Your big bro here introduces you to a job, huh?" Leaning in close to Zhou Feng's ear, he spoke softly. "I'll give you 10,000 yuan. You two can keep dating. Like, you know, I just love that feeling of stealing someone else's woman." Zhou Feng's expression turned frigid. At that moment, his gaze passed over Gu Chunxiao to a small commotion in the distance. Corpse transformation. Seeing this, Zhou Feng swiftly lifted a pot of hot soup from the cafeteria counter and flung it over Gu Chunxiao. Sizzle. Ah! The abrupt scene stunned everyone. Gu Chunxiao writhed in agony, his shrill screams instantly drawing the attention of certain people. Immediately after, Zhou Feng yanked an iron stool out from under a table and smashed it down on Gu Chunxiao again and again. Bang! 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 Each blow carried the hatred of the previous life when he'd been shoved into the zombie horde. Crack! Gu Chunxiao let out another miserable scream as his leg bones snapped instantly. He howled hoarsely at his lackeys. "What are you waiting for? Help me!" The people around them were all terrified by Zhou Feng's death-defying ferocity. The lackeys, despite their burly builds, didn't dare move a muscle when faced with someone who clearly no longer feared death, shrinking back in cowardice. "Damn, there's a fight over there. What's going on? Should we tell the counselor? Wait, what? Why is someone over there biting people?" Thud. One of the lackeys surrounding Zhou Feng suddenly collapsed, slamming heavily onto the floor. His once ruddy face turned ashen in an instant, his muscles twitching uncontrollably. "What the hell is that?" Even Gu Chunxiao, lying on the floor, sensed something was wrong. Staring at the zombies slowly converging on them, he struggled frantically to crawl backward. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught Zhou Feng's retreating figure and shouted, "Don't go! Save me!" Damn! Zhou Feng flung away the twisted iron stool in his hand and vaulted through the serving window into the back of the cafeteria, supporting himself with one hand. A cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Conditions detected. God-tier shelter system is initiating recognition of its master. Recognition successful. To create the safest base in the apocalypse and realize the great revival of humanity, the system grants the host a talent gift package for free. Please unlock it as soon as possible. System. Zhou Feng's heart raced with excitement. This was the kind of plot that only appeared in novels, but now was not the time to be thrilled. He had to find a safe place first. Just as he was about to leave, the terrified voice of Gu Chunxiao, who was lying on the ground, came over. "Zhou Feng, I'll give you money. 1 million. No, 10 million. Please save me." Zhou Feng stopped, turned his head sideways. Gu Chunxiao, who used to be so arrogant and dressed in designer clothes, was now crawling desperately like a stray dog. His pants were wet, and a winding trail of water marked the floor behind him. Seeing Zhou Feng look over, Gu Chunxiao's eyes lit up with hope. "Zhou Feng, we've been roommates for 3 years. I beg you, save me. I don't want to die. I promise I'll never see Lin Xiao again." Zhou Feng ignored him, looking at him as if he were already dead. Zhou Feng shifted his gaze to behind Gu Chunxiao. Several of his underlings had already turned into zombies. Roar! Roar! The stench of decay lunged from behind. Gu Chunxiao turned back in terror, only to be met with a gaping, bloody mouth. "Ah! No!" The shrill scream was cut short. A bloody hole was bitten into Gu Chunxiao's neck, and bright red blood spurted out. His eyes bulged wide, fear and despair overwhelming him. Countless cold, sharp fingernails left bloody scratches on his body. He could clearly feel his muscles being torn. The extreme pain prevented him from passing out, forcing him to endure the despair of being devoured piece by piece. Zhou Feng snorted coldly, quickly slipped into the kitchen, and closed the small iron door. Roar! Inside the kitchen, a zombie in an apron was attracted by the sound of the door closing. Seeing a living person, it suddenly dropped the half-eaten pork in its hand and roared as it lunged at Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng's heartbeat skyrocketed, and he quickly sidestepped. Looking at the boning knife on the butcher block, Zhou Feng spun around and kicked the zombie's knee. Thump! The zombie fell to its knees in confusion. In the early days of the apocalypse, zombies were not strong and moved slowly. As long as you were careful not to get caught, most people could survive. Roar! Zhou Feng seized the moment, grabbed the boning knife, and as the zombie charged again, he mustered all his strength and plunged the knife into its skull. 1 point. The system's voice sounded again. Seeing that the surrounding environment was relatively safe, Zhou Feng first locked the back door used for delivering vegetables, then had the energy to check the newly bound system. Host, do you want to unlock the talent? Unlock. Zhou Feng nodded, and the next second, a huge gift package appeared in his mind. Bang! A dazzling burst of colorful light exploded from the gift package. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the Supreme Talent Gold per Level affix. Gold per level affix. Every time the shelter is upgraded, you can choose one from 3 random gold affixes. Zhou Feng's eyes widened, his expression shifting from disbelief to ecstasy. I hit the jackpot. With this talent, who else will I fear in this apocalypse? Right points. Zhou Feng remembered the points he got from killing the zombie. What were they for? He opened the system's semi-transparent panel. Lv.2 Personal Shelter. Points 1 can be used for shelter upgrade, exchanging defense points and lottery draws. Talent Gold per level affix. Affixes none. Territory 1. Population 1. Lv.0 shelter can accommodate up to 1 person. Defense points 1010. When attacked, a defense shield will be triggered. Each shield costs 1 defense point. Lottery draws 0. 100 points exchange for 1 green affix. Lottery green 99. Blue 1. 1000 points exchange for 1 blue affix. Lottery blue 99. Purple 1. 10,000 points exchange for 1 purple affix. Lottery purple 99. Gold 1. Shelter upgrade conditions: 100 points except 1 female resident who meets system standards. Please find a suitable place to set up the shelter and upgrade soon. Zhou Feng was delighted. This meant he could be attacked hidden by zombies 10 times without getting hurt. There was also the affix lottery, which could tide him over before the shelter was set up. Just then, chaotic footsteps suddenly sounded outside, followed by frantic knocking on the door. Bang! Bang! Who's in there? Open up! Help! No time, break the door down. Urgent conversation sounded outside, the thin iron door rattling from the pounding. This sudden change made Zhou Feng frown. If they kept making noise outside, they would soon attract more zombies. This thin iron door couldn't withstand prolonged zombie attacks. He had just found a relatively safe place and didn't want to leave so soon. The first 3 hours after the apocalypse broke out were the most dangerous. He absolutely could not give up this safe house now. Ah! A high-pitched scream sounded outside. A girl wept as she pounded on the door. Help! Don't come any closer. Open the door. Obviously the zombies had followed. Damn! Zhou Feng cursed under his breath, quickly walked over and opened the iron door. The door was opened and 3 people rushed in frantically, then slammed the door shut. 5 hideous zombies crashed into the door, one after another. The 3 of them collapsed on the ground panting. The bespectacled boy's glasses were broken, and he was cradling his girlfriend, who was still screaming and crying, trying to comfort her. The last girl was stunningly beautiful with messy long hair. Because her shoulder strap was broken, she had to tightly cover her nearly exposed chest, her long white legs faintly visible under her skirt. Detected female resident meeting system standards, starting detailed scan. Name Yongninger, age 21. Appearance 90 points, figure 95 points. Inner full marks not refueled, total 95 points. Evaluation acceptable, resident upgrade shelter level. Zhou Feng simply glanced at the system panel quickly, went to lock the door, then turned to the girl in the boyfriend's arms, and said in a displeased low voice, "Shut up. If it weren't for her, there might not have been so many zombies outside. What's wrong with you?" The girl glared with red-rimmed eyes, her expression resentful. "Can't I cry when I'm scared? And why didn't you open the door for so long?" Zhou Feng ignored her accusation and turned to the boy with glasses. "The iron door won't hold the zombies for long. Come help me move shelves to block the door." The boy looked at the shaky kitchen door and nodded. "Okay." The shelf in the kitchen was very heavy. Zhou Feng couldn't move it alone. The 2 stood on either side of the shelf, feet apart, arms straining simultaneously as they leaned back. The shelf let out a creaking sound. Zhou Feng's arm muscles instantly tensed, his feet struggling to move backward. The shelf slowly left its original spot, leaving a faint mark on the floor. Thump! A dull sound rang out. Zhou Feng looked at the small iron door, now firmly blocked, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He turned and walked to the sink to pick up the whetstone. The knife had just been used and was dull. "Hey, you almost got us killed." Seeing the area was safe, the girl persisted. "Now you don't even have an apology." "Ha, apology?" Zhou Feng sneered, pausing his grinding. That's funny. I just saved your life. You don't even think to thank me and instead you blame me. If you hadn't closed the door, we wouldn't have needed you to save us. The girl pointed at Zhou Feng's nose, furious. If you don't apologize today, this isn't over. You have to apologize today or this won't end. Zhou Feng looked satisfied at the gleaming boning knife in his hand, lightly blew on it, then looked up, his sharp gaze clashing directly with the girl's stubborn eyes. Show me your right wrist. The girl's face instantly turned pale, and she instinctively hid her arm behind her back. She had seen people who turned into zombies after being bitten. If it were exposed, she would definitely be thrown out. The virus wasn't 100% infectious. What if she was fine? So she couldn't show him? What do you mean? The girl stubbornly held up her neck, pretending to be calm. I warn you, don't change the subject. You must apologize to us today. Such evasive movements and shifty eyes. Diagnosed. Early stage of bite. People like her, selfish and uncaring for others, he had seen countless in his past life. A hint of impatience flashed in Zhou Feng's eyes. He took the boning knife and walked toward the two. Ah! The girl shrank behind her boyfriend in fear, her voice trembling with tears. Chao Xian, you useless piece of trash. Are you just going to watch your girlfriend being bullied? Chao Xian quickly blocked Zhou Feng's way. Let's talk this out. Move aside. Zhou Feng's commanding tone made Chao Xian uncomfortable. He frowned with displeasure. I say, a grown man like you, is it fun to bully a little girl? And besides, this is all your fault. If you hadn't closed the door privately, we wouldn't have almost lost our lives. Just apologize and this matter is settled. Crackle. The girl, who was crying and looking down, showed a pained expression. The black tooth mark on her wrist quickly spread, and her fair skin gradually turned cyan and purple. Wait, you. Yang Ninger, who had been cowering in the corner, suddenly widened her eyes, panicked, and dodged aside, trembling as she pointed behind Chao Xian. Chao Xian looked puzzled at Yang Ninger, completely unaware of his girlfriend's movements behind him. Don't be scared. I won't let anyone bully you two girls. I won't let anyone bully you two girls. Crackle, roar. Hearing the abnormal sound behind him, Chao Xian's heart tightened nervously as he turned his head. When he saw his girlfriend's appearance, his expression twisted instantly. Eft! Suddenly his girlfriend opened her bloody mouth and bit down on the back of his neck. A roar echoed as teeth pierced through flesh, followed by the sound of voracious swallowing from behind. A chill ran down Chao Xian's nape, and a searing pain shot through his body like an electric current. His pupils contracted sharply from terror and agony. Ah! He opened his mouth wide, but only feeble, discordant groans of pain escaped. An overwhelming wave of regret engulfed him. Why hadn't he let the other check his girlfriend's wrist earlier? Help! Chao Xian reached out desperately toward Zhou Feng, blood streaming down his neck, quickly soaking his white shirt. Yang Ninger stepped back in fear, her voice trembling. She really turned into a zombie. What do we do? The iron door won't open now. Oh, are we going to die here? Zhou Feng's voice was surprisingly calm. If you want to survive, you have to kill it. Watching the zombie tear into its prey with frenzy, fresh shreds of flesh between its teeth, tears spilled from Yang Ninger's beautiful eyes as she shook her head in terror. No, it'll die. One couldn't survive long in the apocalypse without breaking through their psychological barriers. Zhou Feng didn't meddle. Even if she met the system's criteria, it didn't mean he had to be some white knight simp. Zhou Feng circled behind the zombie, while it feasted on Chao Xian, raising the sharp knife high. With a wet thud, the sharp, boning knife pierced through the zombie's occiput. One point on the brink of death, Chao Xian glimpsed Zhou Feng's tall silhouette through blurry vision, and a fierce will to live surged within him. Was he here to save me? Please save. Zhou Feng casually cupped his ear, bending down with a smirk. Beg me for a quick end. No problem. Zhou Feng crouched, looking at Chao Xian, who still had a faint breath, and drove the sharp tip of the knife into his temple. Chao Xian's eyes bulged, and he stopped breathing in an instant. Don't thank me. Call me Lei Feng. A loud clatter of scattered objects abruptly rang out. Yang Ninger stood frozen in disbelief, her gaze meeting Zhou Feng's icy stare as she looked up. She instinctively stepped back, tripping over scattered debris, and fell heavily with a shriek, landing right in front of a pair of gray-white eyes beneath the chopping board. A zombie? Ah! Startled repeatedly, Yang Ninger let out a piercing scream. That one's dead. Irritated by her continued noise, Zhou Feng pressed the boning knife against her delicate neck. Shut up. If you want to lure more zombies here to die, I can kill you right now. Yang Ninger's scream cut off abruptly, tears streaming like broken pearls. She dared not speak loudly, only whimpering softly. What were you, psycho? Murderer. If you dare kill me, the police won't let you off. Even with the world turned upside down, Yang Ninger instinctively tried to threaten Zhou Feng with the police. Zhou Feng cast a cold glance at Yang Ninger. Do you think the police still matter in this world now? You can't even kill a zombie. If you want to live, you'll obey. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind adding another corpse to my count. Yang Ninger was at a loss for words. After all, this man had just killed someone right before her eyes. Zhou Feng ignored her, found a spot by the wall, sat down, and summoned the system panel in his mind. A female resident meeting the system's criteria had delivered herself. Next he needed to kill 98 more zombies and find a suitable shelter location to upgrade it and obtain a golden affix. As for Yang Ninger's consent, she no longer had a choice. Zhou Feng took out his phone and downloaded an offline map. For a shelter to thrive, long-term location, resources, and population were all essential. He pinpointed a specific area and zoomed in on the Mabe district. Sparse population flanked by mountains on two sides and water on one, easy to defend and hard to attack. Abundant in oil, coal, minerals, electricity, and food resources. Having made his decision, Zhou Feng glanced at the time on his phone and breathed a sigh of relief. It's already 3 in the afternoon. No wonder it had quieted down outside. It seemed most people had already hidden away to protect themselves. With a series of clicks, he stood up, stretched, shouldered his backpack, and gripped the sharp, boning knife. Now it's my time to move. Seeing Zhou Feng approach, Yang Ninger quickly crossed her arms over her chest, her jade-like skin barely concealing her curves. Pervert, what are you doing? Don't come near. Zhou Feng reached out and pushed her head aside. You're in the way. Yang Ninger stumbled, fury rising within her. Wasn't she the campus belle of Hua University, adored wherever she went? When had she ever been treated like this? Pfft! Impotent freak. Sicko? Are you cursing me? Zhou Feng, heading toward the back door, suddenly stopped, his voice chilling. He heard that. Yang Ninger panicked, shaking her head repeatedly. No, you misheard. Eager to upgrade the shelter, Zhou Feng didn't want to bother with a brainless beauty. He approached the back door and carefully cracked it open. With a creak, the zombie, alerted by the sound, spun around and lunged at Zhou Feng with a roar. Bang! Zhou Feng's eyelids twitched as he quickly slammed the door shut. Damn, that many! The commotion from the kitchen earlier had drawn zombies around the entire restaurant, front and back. It seemed they were trapped for now. To get out, he'd have to clear the zombies. Why did you open the door? Yang Ninger struggled to push a chopping board against the door, her voice choked with tears. If the zombies break in, it'll haunt you even as a ghost. Staying here is just waiting to die. Zhou Feng pointed at the pork on the counter. Apart from the meat spoiled by the zombies and nundable supplies, there's no other food. Yang Ninger was jolted awake by his words, her face turning pale. She hadn't eaten anything since yesterday to lose weight, only a black coffee this morning. It was already 3 in the afternoon. She was starving. Zhou Feng raised an eyebrow, his tone slowing. Or do you plan to starve yourself to death here? Yang Ninger stiffened her neck, refusing to back down. Starve to death then? You'll die with me, won't you? I'm not like you. Zhou Feng pulled a tightly wrapped lunchbox from his backpack, grabbed a bottle of water and started eating. The rich aroma of food wafted over. Yang Ninger swallowed hard, her gaze involuntarily drifting. Her stomach rumbled. Flushing crimson, she clutched her hungry belly. Classmate, can you spare some? Zhou Feng savored the food in his mouth, lifting his eyes to glance at her. Hungry? Mum. Yang Ninger gave a shy smile, nodding eagerly. Just as she thought he might share, Zhou Feng refused mercilessly. There's plenty of clean food outside the cafeteria if you dare get it. I'll pay you. Yang Ninger said anxiously, pulling out her phone to transfer money. How about 1,000? No, I don't want money. After eating his fill, Zhou Feng packed up and stood. Money was valuable before the apocalypse. But after, it wasn't even good for wiping. Then what do you want? Gems? Gold? Yang Ninger's eyes flickered with disgust. As long as you don't ask for too much, I can give you those. He really was a psychopathic murderer. In the past, she wouldn't have had to pay for a meal. Her admirers would have offered villas and luxury cars. If she weren't so hungry, she'd never waste money on this unpalatable boxed lunch. Zhou Feng ignored her, scanned the kitchen, and finally fixed his gaze on the window at the top of the side wall. The window was small, barely enough for an adult to squeeze through. Trapped in the cafeteria by zombies, the supplies in his backpack were his last lifeline. He had to conserve. Seeing Zhou Feng ignore her, Yang Ninger stomped her foot in frustration. I'm talking to you. Can't you hear me? Zhou Feng glanced at her flatly. Other than your face and figure, you have no value to me. You pervert. Yang Ninger's face burned with anger and shame. 1,000 is already generous. Don't push it. A boxed lunch for her body? What a delusion. Zhou Feng shrugged innocently. Still have energy to curse. Guess you're not hungry enough. Tears welled in Yang Ninger's eyes. She wouldn't trade her body for a bite to eat, especially not to a psycho like Zhou Feng. She wiped her tears, glaring at him fiercely. Humph. She wouldn't eat. Yang Ninger curled up in a corner in silence. Zhou Feng stood on a table, busy dismantling the window, completely ignoring Yang Ninger's crushed expression. His phone buzzed softly in his pocket. A flicker of doubt crossed Zhou Feng's eyes. He had no family who would contact him at a time like this. As Zhou Feng opened his phone, he saw a pinned message from Xian Wei. Lin Qiyao, there are so many zombies banging at the door of the dormitory, I'm scared. I was wrong, I have always loved you. Lin Qiyao. I can barely hold on. TSK. Why didn't they bite her? A hint of regret flashed in Zhou Feng's eyes as he pressed the screen off after tapping a few times on his phone. On the other side, Lin Qiyao was hiding on the balcony, watching in terror as the dormitory door shook precariously. Woo-woo. Zhou Feng, hurry and come. She sobbed to herself. As long as you come to save me, I will forgive you for hitting me today. Zhou Feng still hadn't replied to her messages. Lin Qiyao had no choice but to continue sending distress messages, only for a glaring red exclamation mark to appear on the screen the next second. Zhou Feng, oi! How dare he delete her? Doesn't he fear that she might never forgive him again? Lin Qiyao's eyes turned red with anger, a hint of panic rising in her heart, as it seemed Zhou Feng truly no longer cared about her. Crack. The last iron window was removed. Huff. Zhou Feng let out a long breath. The iron window was not hard to take off, the challenge was how to do it without making a sound. I must tell you, there are more zombies outside than you can imagine. Yang Ninger looked at Zhou Feng, who was determined to go out, and curled her lips. Did he not know the situation outside? With the speed at which zombies spread, there might already be no survivors outside. Going out now would be tantamount to seeking death. Although Zhou Feng was abnormal and neurotic, he was the only human she could see in this apocalypse. I must go out. Zhou Feng used all his strength to climb up to the narrow window and locked eyes with the zombie below as soon as he peeked out. Roar! A putrid breath mixed with blood foam spewed from the zombie's mouth. Zhou Feng was disgusted. He thrust the iron window bar deep into the zombie's throat. Good thing the window is high enough or I'd be covered in its guts. Looking at the zombie's struggles, he twisted the iron bar forcefully in its throat. Roar! Roar! Ugh! Bang! Zhou Feng first threw out his backpack, then jumped down from the height. Seizing the moment while the zombie was weak, he mercilessly plunged the bone knife into the zombie's skull. 1 point, the sound of points being credited mixed with the low growls of zombies. Zhou Feng leaned over to take a look, and was instantly horrified as the narrow corridor was filled with wandering zombies. A rough estimate showed there were at least 50 or 60. It seemed this iron door wouldn't hold these zombies off for long. Bang! Bang! The massive banging on the door perfectly covered up the noise he had just made. However, because of this, it seemed impossible to lure the zombies away one by one. A frontal breakthrough. No, even with a shelter as backup, it was too risky. Zhou Feng immediately dismissed this idea and suddenly had a thought as he glanced at the next room. The storage room. The entrance was narrow and there was plenty of clutter inside to hide. Even if all the zombies in front of the iron door rushed in, as long as he blocked the entrance, he wouldn't have to worry about being overwhelmed. Zhou Feng gripped the bone knife tightly and walked boldly out of the corridor, turning into the neighboring storage room. The zombies still banging at the door were momentarily stunned. Roar! Zombie! Roar! The zombie, feeling provoked, opened its gaping mouth and rushed towards Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng swiftly entered the storage room and shut the door behind him. Bang! The bloated zombie at the front slammed into the wooden door, with one of its eyes hanging loosely, barely connected by a thin layer of skin. The wooden door creaked under the zombie's assault. As soon as Zhou Feng entered the darkness, he turned on his phone's flashlight and began searching among the clutter for something he could use. A wooden table. Too fragile. Bang! Bang! An iron rod. Not sharp enough. Bang! 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 An iron sheet table. This will do. Zhou Feng's eyes brightened as he hoisted the iron sheet table to block the door, then used the ends of the iron rod to brace it against the table and the corner of the wall. Just as he finished, the thin wooden door could no longer withstand the zombie's impact. Crack! A dark hand broke through the wooden board and a rotten odor rushed in. This hole served as a breach, and finally the first zombie appeared before Zhou Feng. Pucci Zhou Feng's bone knife suddenly pierced through the zombie's skull. The zombie didn't even struggle weakly and collapsed stiffly onto the ground. 1 point, new zombies stepped over their fallen comrades, their faces twisted as they tried to crawl inside. Pucci, Zhou Feng was quick and precise, killing 7 or 8 zombies in succession, completely blocking the entrance. The zombies, unable to find food, gradually dispersed. Looking at the large hole in the wooden door, Zhou Feng gritted his teeth and directly pulled in the 2 corpses at the front. Roar! As soon as a gap appeared, the zombies behind immediately squeezed in, without care, blocking the newly opened hole. Damn it! Are they starving to death? Zhou Feng cursed and resignedly continued to pull in the corpses. But just as he tugged on the next corpse, a zombie that had squeezed in seemed to sense someone there and clawed viciously at Zhou Feng's arm. Defense value 1. Zhou Feng's expression suddenly darkened as he pulled in the 3rd corpse with all his strength. Roar! A pale-faced zombie with colorless pupils suddenly thrust its head in, roaring at Zhou Feng with its stinking mouth wide open. Zhou Feng looked expressionlessly at the zombie, then picked up a wooden stick from the ground and struck its face hard, knocking out one of its molars. Was it you who scratched me just now? The zombie, stunned by the blow, pushed its hand inside. Roar, roar, roar. Zhou Feng struck its face again with the stick. So what if I hit wrong? Why are you yelling? Just as the zombie was about to go berserk, a dagger instantly pierced through its brow. 1 point time passed as Zhou Feng continued to kill and drag. By the time he killed the last zombie, the corpses in the storage room behind him had piled up to 2 meters high. Huff! Zhou Feng was panting heavily as he pushed aside the zombies blocking the door and crawled out. He clicked on the system's semi-transparent panel. Lv.0 to personal shelter points 71 can be used for shelter upgrades, redeeming defense value points, and lottery draws. Talent every level gold. Attribute none. Territory 1. Population 1. Lv.0 shelter can hold a maximum of 1 person defense value, 910 points. When attacked, a defensive shield will trigger, costing 1 point of defense value per shield. Lottery draw 0. There are still 9 points of defense value. It seems there's no need to increase it for now. Looking at the points, Zhou Feng smirked slightly. I only need less than 30 more zombies to draw a lottery. I wonder what good things there are among the green attributes. The cafeteria window connects to the kitchen. The zombies' uncles and aunts have all been dealt with, but cleaning up the entire cafeteria should be enough to gather enough points for a lottery draw. Zhou Feng moved toward the dining area, gradually spotting the figures of zombies around him. The arrival of humans was like a drop of water falling into a boiling pot of oil. Roar, roar, roar. The zombies instantly erupted, their previously scattered bodies suddenly pivoting toward Zhou Feng, their movements stiff, yet urgent low growls emanating from their throats filled with uncontrollable hunger and desire. Bang! The zombie at the forefront violently crashed into the food service window. The plastic barrier shattered in an instant. The low wall could not contain the zombie's craving for fresh meat. Zhou Feng cautiously watched the tall zombie rushing towards him at high speed. He sidestepped and swiftly thrust his knife towards the zombie's temple. A thud sounded. The sharp blade plunged into the temple and dark, filthy blood splattered. The zombie's movements abruptly halted. The strange murderous intent in its cloudy, protruding eyes quickly dimmed, and its body crashed heavily to the ground, never to move again. However, as one zombie fell, more swarmed in. Zhou Feng swung his bone knife amidst the relentless tide of zombies, the blade glimmering as zombies fell one after another at his feet. Suddenly a zombie launched a sneak attack from behind, its teeth, stained with fresh flesh, lunged at the back of Zhou Feng's neck. Roar! Zhou Feng instinctively swung the bone knife behind him to block, but he forgot it was not the tang knife he usually used. The zombie sank its teeth into Zhou Feng's neck and shoulder, its sharp claws raking across his waist, tearing open a gash in his clothes, and revealing his sturdily built honey-colored torso. Zhou Feng, don't you think we are being a bit ambiguous? Defense 1. A shiver of disgust coursed through Zhou Feng as he elbowed back, quickly bending his left knee, the muscles in his thigh tensing like a powerful spring ready to launch. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of wind, the massive body of the zombie flew backward like a kite with its string cut. Zhou Feng took a deep breath to calm himself, but suddenly caught a whiff of the foul stench of the zombie on his neck. Gag! The stench made his eyes redden, and gritting his teeth, he glared at the remaining zombies, the bone knife in his hand bursting forth with even greater speed and viciousness. Score 1. Score 1. Score 1. Peft. With the last zombie in the cafeteria falling to the ground, Zhou Feng sheathed his knife, his gaze burning, as he looked at the semi-transparent system panel. Finally, enough points accumulated. Score 109 can be used for shelter upgrades, exchanging for defense points and lottery chances. Does the host want to exchange for lottery chances? Exchange. Zhou Feng nodded, and the lottery chances on the panel instantly increased from 0 to 1, while a massive green roulette appeared in his mind. The roulette was densely filled with various green item names. Narrowing his eyes, he leaned closer to see, and finally spotted a pinhole-sized blue item in the most easily overlooked corner. The chance of drawing a blue item is 1. Isn't that more like 0? 1. Zhou Feng rubbed his eyes in disbelief, but he didn't dare hope to draw a blue item worth 1,000 points with just 100 points. So he merely complained a couple of times and skillfully clicked on the lottery. The next second, the roulette began spinning rapidly. At the moment the pointer stopped, a dazzling green light burst forth from the selected talent. Congratulations, the host has drawn the green item, attack range 3, attack range 3. This item can be attached to any object, extending the attack range based on the object's form. Changing the attached object requires an additional payment of 10 points. Zhou Feng, troubled by the short length of the bone knife that made it difficult to keep zombies at bay, was pleasantly surprised that his nap had come with a pillow. Attach attack range 3 to the bone knife. As soon as he spoke, a faint green light flashed across the bone knife. The surface of the knife did not change much except that a button appeared on the handle. Zhou Feng tentatively pressed the button. Click. The blade separated from the handle in an instant, connected only by a slender silver chain that sparkled ominously in the dim light. Almost in the same instant, Zhou Feng swung his hand, and the separate blade shot forward like a bolt of black lightning towards a table 3 meters away. Peft! The blade accurately embedded itself into the tabletop, the force causing the table to tremble slightly. At the moment the blade hit its target, the chain connecting the handle and blade tightened rapidly, as if it had a life of its own, retracting swiftly. The chain whizzed through the air producing a faint buzzing sound. Its speed was so fast that it was nearly impossible to see. A surge of shock rose within Zhou Feng as he fixated on the seemingly ordinary bone knife in his hand. It truly lived up to being drawn with 100 points, its power was indeed extraordinary. He cherished the bone knife, but his peripheral vision was suddenly attracted by a selling window. Zhou Feng's eyes brightened and he quickly walked to the window. Great. I thought I'd never get to eat this hot pot chicken again in this life. Looking at the still relatively intact hot pot chicken on the surface, he directly turned on the gas and placed the prepped hot pot chicken ingredients into the pot. Gurgle, gurgle. Before long, the fragrant and spicy broth in the copper pot began to bubble. Taking advantage of this time, Zhou Feng carefully searched the entire cafeteria for any surviving food, stuffing it all into the refrigerator. Fortunately, the cafeteria still had power, or otherwise these foods wouldn't last long. The air gradually filled with the enticing aroma of spicy hot pot. Zhou Feng swallowed hard. Although it wasn't as authentic as what Aunt Zhou made, he had been thinking about this taste for an entire year in his past life. He moved forward to turn off the heat and poured the steaming hot pot chicken into a takeout box. Afterward, he picked up his backpack and turned towards the back kitchen. Bang! Thud! Zhou Feng stood under the small window. He had crawled out from holding the hot pot chicken in one hand and dragging a corpse to the corner with the other. The cracking sounds outside made Yang Ninger a bit suspicious. Are the zombies coming? Zhou Feng still hadn't returned, and if the zombies crawled in through the window above, it would be truly hopeless. Yang Ninger, suppressing her fear, stepped on the table to try to climb up to the window. As she looked up, she suddenly saw a bloodied head stretching in from the window, causing her to stumble back and fall straight down. Ah! A zombie! Zhou Feng frowned and quickly crawled in from outside. Stop screaming. Even if there were no zombies, you'd attract them. Hearing that familiar voice, Yang Ninger widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at Zhou Feng. You're actually still alive. How could this be possible? She was well aware of how many zombies were outside. How could anyone survive from hundreds of zombies? Zhou Feng didn't respond to her nonsense and found a clean spot to sit down, opening the hot pot chicken. The packaging box instantly released a plume of steaming aroma. A hint of shock flashed in Yang Ninger's eyes. Hot pot chicken. Still warm. Pa! I don't know how I got so lucky. Yang Ninger mumbled quietly but couldn't help but swallow. Zhou Feng twisted open the remaining half bottle of water to wash his face and hands, not because he was being wasteful, but because he was too dirty. Eating it directly like this would lead to severe illness even if he didn't turn into a zombie. Yang Ninger was already starving, her stomach pressed against her back, her eyes dizzy. Just the aroma of the hot pot chicken in the air was overwhelming for her. Not to mention that Zhou Feng was using clean mineral water to wash his face. That was indeed too extravagant. Gurgle. Yang Ninger raised her hand to cover her stomach, her face pale as she approached Zhou Feng. Zhou, I'm so hungry that my legs are shaking. Please give me a bite to eat. I beg you. I can't hold on much longer. I promise I will return the favor later. Zhou Feng was not moved by her pitiful demeanor, but instead tossed the bone he had just chewed on away. Thud! A piece of chicken bone fell at Yang Ninger's feet. In disbelief, she glared at Zhou Feng, who smirked and said, You think you can get food without giving anything in return? Then just obediently act like a dog begging for food. You are too much. Yang Ninger felt humiliated. After all, she was the school beauty of Lin University, and she had never been insulted like this before. However, the aroma of the food in the air was torturous and unbearable. She gritted her teeth, tore open her skirt to reveal her long fair legs, and sat in Zhou Feng's lap, her pair of misty eyes glistening with desire as she looked at him. Is this good enough? Zhou Feng placed his hand on Yang Ninger's waist, his fingers stroking up and down. Is this all you've got? Yang Ninger's cheeks flushed, her heartbeat inexplicably quickening. She shot Zhou Feng a resentful glare before offering her crimson lips with a look of resigned determination. As her soft lips pressed against his, lust surged in Zhou Feng's eyes. He roughly grabbed the back of her neck while his other hand reached for her white dress. No! Yang Ninger gathered her clothes, her face flushed as she pulled away from his embrace. Pervert! You want food but won't let me touch. Zhou Feng crossed his arms and leaned against the wall. Do you take me for a fool? Zhou Feng! Don't push your luck. Yang Ninger pressed her slender fingers to her lips, fuming. That was my first kiss, and there's no way I'm giving my first time to a pervert like you. I did what you asked. Where's the food? Zhou Feng chuckled, pulling out a pack of sausages, instant noodles, jerky, and compressed biscuits from his backpack. Yang Ninger's eyes lit up as she reached for the jerky on the ground. Slap! Zhou Feng struck her wrist, leaving a red mark on her fair skin. Startled by the sudden slap, Yang Ninger's eyes reddened, tears welling up. Are you going back on your word? Liar! Zhou Feng packed the food away again, smirking cruelly. What you get depends on what you're willing to do. That little act won't even earn you a pack of biscuits. He tossed her a water bottle with only a few sips left, as if offering alms. I never force anyone. Think about what you really want and come back. Yang Ninger trembled with rage, her chest heaving. Humiliation and resentment filled her heart. She didn't catch the bottle, letting it fall to the ground. Watching the bottle at her feet, Yang Ninger felt a deep sorrow. Once five-star restaurants were ordinary to her, now she had to give her first kiss for a sip of water. Worst of all, she had to endure such humiliation. She wanted to storm out with dignity, but outside were zombies. Where could she hide? After a long pause, Yang Ninger unclenched her fists and slowly bent down to pick up the bottle. With a faint crack, her pride seemed to fracture. "Stop crying." Zhou Feng gently wiped away her tears, but his words were infuriating. "You're losing more water crying than drinking. If you die of thirst, I won't save you. I don't need your help. Hypocrite." Yang Ninger pushed his hand away, then opened the bottle and took a few desperate yet restrained sips. She thought it would quench her thirst, but her throat felt like sandpaper, and the craving only intensified. "Why am I still so thirsty?" Helplessly, she clenched the plastic bottle, despair flickering in her eyes. Zhou Feng placed an unopened bottle in front of her. "Now have you figured out what you want?" Yang Ninger froze, then a bitter smile curled at her lips. Intense thirst and hunger surged like waves. In this apocalypse, her pitiful pride meant nothing. Wasn't it just losing her virginity? She'd treat it like a dog bite. All she knew was that she didn't want to die. The rustle of fabric sounded. Yang Ninger's clothes slipped off her glowing skin, nearly blinding Zhou Feng. Later, aching all over and gasping, she lay on top of him. "Are you a dog?" She had almost died beneath him today. Zhou Feng, satiated, stroked her sweat-dampened hair as if petting a pet. "Still got the energy to complain?" "Not hungry." He placed instant noodles and water before her, patting her head. "Eat up. Tomorrow I'll bring you some hot pot chicken." Yang Ninger's eyes gleamed brightly. Ignoring her soreness, she gulped down water and devoured the noodles without chewing properly. As the food touched her lips, she nearly cried from both relief and satisfaction. A strange sense of gratitude and dependence on Zhou Feng even arose within her. Wait, she froze mid-swallow. Was she insane? Feeling attached to such a pervert? After finishing her last bite, she looked down and realized she was still naked. "Ah!" She blushed, letting out a short yelp. "Were you just watching me the whole time? And you didn't even remind me?" Zhou Feng raised an eyebrow. "I thought you were doing it on purpose." Yang Ninger shot him an indignant glare. Was she some kind of exhibitionist? Deliberately staying naked? Pervert! As soon as she spoke, the dim light above flickered twice without warning. A crackling sound followed. Zhou Feng's instincts screamed danger, and sure enough, with a pop, the surroundings plunged into darkness. Damn! The cafeteria had lost power. In the early days of the outbreak, blackouts weren't common. This had to be because the wires outside were damaged. Zhou Feng frowned. They couldn't stay here long. The food in the fridge would rot in the summer heat. They had to leave soon. Startled by the sudden blackout, Yang Ninger instinctively moved closer to Zhou Feng. What's happening?" "Nothing." Zhou Feng pulled out his phone to check the group chat. As soon as he opened it, he saw a photo posted by a familiar face from his past life. Chun-Lei. Chun-Lei image. JPG Chun-Lei. A bunch of cowards can't even kill a single zombie. The photo showed a dead zombie on the ground, limbs, twisted brains, splattered dark blood, exuding a nauseating stench. Two people in the picture were vomiting against the wall. Ha! A flicker of murderous intent crossed Zhou Feng's eyes. "I almost forgot about you." In his past life, Chun-Lei hoarded a massive supply of medicine, inflated prices, and after swindling dozens of people out of their supplies, he fled with the loot. Zhou Feng had to risk his life going to the pharmacy, losing an arm in the process. "Lu Hao, holy shit. Brother Chun, you're that badass." "Chun-Lei, athletes from the sports team gather at my dorm. Well, break out together." "Lu Hao, can you take me along?" "Lu Hao, I'll pay." "Advisor, everyone don't take risks. The school has called the police. Stay put and wait for rescue." "Suzy, teacher, I'm trapped in the infirmary. There's no food or water here. When will rescue arrive?" "Someone's still in the infirmary." Zhou Feng's interest was piqued. Could he get a head start on the medical supplies? Were the medicines still intact? "Advisor, at most a week." "Advisor, everyone hang in there." "Chun-Lei, I can come save you, but what can you offer in return?" A glimmer of hope sparked in Suzy's eyes. She quickly messaged the group. "Whatever you want, as long as you save me, I'll reward you handsomely." "Chun-Lei, I want you to be my girlfriend." "Lu Hao, brother Chun, that's the way." "Lu Hao, campus beauty queen Su being our sister-in-law won't be a loss. Brother Chun will take good care of you. Plump and full of charm." "Suzy, disgusting. I'd rather die than beg you for help. I'll come over tomorrow." Zhou Feng sent a message at that moment. "Suzy, how many zombies are in the infirmary?" "Damn it." Chun-Lei cursed in his dorm, typing furiously. "Are you trying to steal my girl? A toad lusting after swan meat." Lu Hao chimed in, hoping to escape with Chun-Lei. "Zhou Feng, with your build, stepping out of the dorm is just asking to be zombie chow. You think you can snatch our sister-in-law? Brother Chun just killed a zombie. Can you do that? Before Zhou Feng could respond, Lin Qianyao, who had just narrowly escaped danger, jumped out. Zhou Feng, how dare you block me? Seeing my boyfriend being attentive to another woman, Lin Qianyao exploded. I almost died just now, and you didn't save me, and now you want to help a stranger. What a pair of thieves. Su Zi's eyes flashed with disgust as she deleted the message she had intended to send. In the group chat, Lin Qianyao continued to condemn Zhou Feng. You tell me. Have you already cheated on me? Save you. Zhou Feng scoffed coldly, sarcastically replying, do you deserve it? The two had completely torn their faces apart, and it was unclear where Lin Qianyao found the face to ask him to continue selflessly giving. You. Lin Qianyao recalled what had happened during the day, a hint of guilt flashing in her eyes, but as she thought further, she regained her confidence. You are my boyfriend. I just made one mistake, and during such a life-and-death moment, shouldn't you put aside previous grievances to save me? Zhou Feng was almost amused by Lin Qianyao's words. He found a photo from his album taken at the cafeteria window showing Gu Chenxiao being torn apart by zombies and sent it directly to the group. If you don't want to end up like your mistress, just shut your mouth. Lin Qianyao instinctively clicked on the photo, and the bloody scene immediately filled her vision. The man in the photo was no longer recognizable, his once intact body torn apart by zombies. His head and body were nearly separated, connected only by a thin layer of skin at the neck. Countless bite marks and claw marks were left on the corpse, and the abdomen was a gruesome sight with internal organs scattered everywhere and intestines hanging out. Only the torn pieces of clothing and the watch on a severed wrist could prove the identity of the victim. Ugh, Lin Qianyao dry heaved a chilling horror surging from her feet to her scalp. It really is Gu Chenxiao. Zhou Feng killed Gu Chenxiao. The thought flashed through Lin Qianyao's mind, and she shivered instantly, wondering if Zhou Feng would also kill her. No, absolutely not. Zhou Feng killed Gu Chenxiao out of jealousy. He still loves me. Lin Qianyao mumbled to herself, seeming to find some psychological comfort in this thought when faced with the photo. The people in the group were momentarily horrified into silence by the gruesome and bloody photo. The next second, messages flooded into the class group. Lu Hao, Zhou Feng, you are indeed a genius. Lu Hao, the apocalypse is filled with corpses. Where did you get this random photo to scare everyone? Chunlei, if you want to learn from me, at least kill a zombie first. Instructor classmate Zhou Feng, don't send such terrifying photos in the group. No one in the group noticed that Lin Qianyao, who had just condemned Zhou Feng, fell silent after seeing the photo. Seeing that Su Zi wasn't going to tell him about the infirmary situation, Zhou Feng didn't pay much attention. He closed his phone and waved to Yang Ninger. Come over and sleep. Still. Want to? Yang Ninger widened her eyes, embarrassed and angry, burrowing into Zhou Feng's embrace and commanding, be gentle, I'm still in pain. Zhou Feng chuckled. Are you addicted to sleep? He hadn't intended to go another round anyway, as he was facing a tough battle tomorrow. The self-deluded Yang Ninger's expression stiffened, and she immediately turned to face away from Zhou Feng, her voice a mix of annoyed and embarrassed. Sleep? As night deepened, the external disturbances were isolated. In the morning, Zhou Feng opened his eyes and felt the fragrant softness in his arms, his large hand unconsciously resting on the round, delicate softness. He squeezed and twisted, causing Yang Ninger to wake with a startled cry. It was the first time someone had woken her like this, and Yang Ninger blushed, slapping Zhou Feng's hand away, rolling her eyes in annoyance. Pervert! What are you doing? I'm leaving to get something to eat and prepare to leave this place. No, it's too dangerous. Hearing Zhou Feng was leaving, Yang Ninger was taken aback and quickly grabbed Zhou Feng's hand. Didn't you go out to check yesterday? Outside are all zombies. I'm not discussing this with you. Zhou Feng handed a kitchen knife to Yang Ninger. The cafeteria lost power last night. If you don't want to starve to death here alone, come with me. Yang Ninger wanted to continue arguing, but suddenly saw Zhou Feng's impatient frown. All right, I understand. But you must find food for me every day and take good care of me from now on. Hey! Zhou Feng chuckled coldly, lightly tapping Yang Ninger's fair cheek with the cold blade. I said I would trade your body for food, but the initiative of the trade is in my hands. In front of me, you better behave yourself. The ambiguous atmosphere between them suddenly dissipated. Yang Ninger was startled, realizing that last night's intimacy had made her subconsciously think of Zhou Feng as a lovesick dog who admired her. She almost forgot how perverted this person was in front of her. Okay, I understand. She mumbled, not daring to act recklessly in front of Zhou Feng. Seeing Yang Ninger quiet down, Zhou Feng pulled her to stand on the table by the wall, his warm hand supporting her buttocks as he lifted her up. Climb out. Yang Ninger reached out and grabbed the narrow window to climb out. With her figure, it was effortless to get out, but how to get down? Just as she was worried about how to jump down, a terrifying zombie head suddenly came into view. Ah! Yang Ninger's snow-white legs suddenly went weak, her voice trembling with a cry. Zhou Feng, there's a zombie. These zombies have already been killed by me. Be careful not to scratch your skin when you go down. Zhou Feng explained casually. Yang Ninger stared in disbelief, realizing that the zombie in front of her was indeed dead. How could this be? Yang Ninger swallowed hard, feeling weak as she crawled out of the window, then carefully stepped on the soft corpses to descend from the high wall. As soon as she landed, the scene before her shocked Yang Ninger, causing her to open her red lips wide. The narrow passage, the dark storage room entrance. The entire back kitchen was piled high with corpses. No wonder Zhou Feng was not the least bit worried about the zombies outside. Pervert. Ah! Yang Ninger murmured, but this pervert was a rare compliment. She stared blankly at Zhou Feng as he fiddled at the cafeteria window, then followed him to the cafeteria door. Along the way, the corpses on the ground made her feel as though she was still dreaming. Zhou! Shu! Yang Ninger was about to speak when her red lips were pressed shut by Zhou Feng's finger. Zhou Feng's gaze was alert as he looked at the zombie face pressed against the cafeteria glass window, its gray, lifeless eyes following their movements. It seemed that as long as they made the slightest sound, it would bring in the hordes of zombies behind it. Yang Ninger looked at Zhou Feng in a panic. With so many zombies outside, how could the two of them possibly break through? She regretted believing Zhou Feng's words. This is it. Zhou Feng also felt a headache. The cafeteria had large windows for lighting, making it nearly impossible to escape unnoticed. If it were just himself, it wouldn't be a problem, but he had a burden beside him. Abandon Yang Ninger. That was out of the question. After all, she was a female resident who met the system's standards. If Yang Ninger died, where would he find another female resident for the shelter upgrade? Zhou Feng sighed and took out his phone. It seemed he had no choice. Roar. A decayed face pressed against the window, growling at Zhou Feng, black blood dripping from its cracked lips. Zhou Feng found a song with an extremely high decibel level. As the sound erupted, he forcefully threw his phone at the window where the decayed face was. Crash! The glass shattered and the phone continued its parabolic arc. Thud! The phone landed 10 meters away from the cafeteria, and a wave of high-tempo music blared. Time to listen to my confession in much less than I wanted to be. The densely packed zombies who had been swaying slowly suddenly froze and looked down at the ground in unison. Roar! 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 The zombies surrounding the cafeteria surged towards the source of the sound. Only the zombies that witnessed the entire process staggered away from the others, clumsily making their way over the windowsill, revealing their putrid yellow teeth as they rushed towards Zhou Feng. Puff! The blade of a bone knife shot forward and embedded itself in its skull. After accurately hitting the target, an extremely fine silver chain quickly retracted, creating a slight whooshing sound in the air. Yang Ninger looked at this scene in disbelief. How could this be? It was just an ordinary bone knife from the kitchen, yet how had it turned into something so high-tech in Zhou Feng's hands? Moreover, his appearance while killing zombies seemed a bit cool. Yang Ninger blushed and quickly suppressed the bizarre thought. What was she thinking? No matter how handsome Zhou Feng was, he was still a pervert. What are you spacing out for? Let's go. Taking advantage of the zombies gathering around the phone, Zhou Feng quickly led Yang Ninger to flee. As the two took a detour out of the cafeteria, a few zombies on the outer edge seemed to sense a hint of movement and stiffly turned their heads toward them. Puff! Before the zombies could turn around, the blade unhesitatingly shattered its skull. Zhou Feng's eyes brightened and a bold decision suddenly arose in his heart. With few opportunities to restrain the zombies, he thought, "What are you going crazy for?" Yang Ninger stared wide-eyed in astonishment, exhaling sharply. She tried to reach out to stop him, but was a moment too late. Zhou Feng moved lightly and agilely, slipping outside the zombie crowd, the cold light flickering in his hand, harvesting the lives of the zombies like the Grim Reaper. Yang Ninger, covering her mouth in despair, slowly moved outward, terrified of making even the slightest sound that would attract the zombies' attention. Only after they were far from the cafeteria did she feel her legs give way and fall to the ground. He really doesn't care about his life, she whispered, looking at Zhou Feng's back, her opinion of him seemingly shifting slightly. Puff! Zhou Feng gripped the knife handle and forcefully pressed down. The sound of shattering skulls echoed, the thick, foul-smelling black blood splattering onto the corners of his eyes. Without time to wipe the blood from his face, he turned and shot the bone knife at another zombie. Lock me in and hold. Sizzle. Sizzle. Crash. The stirring music suddenly stopped. Zhou Feng raised an eyebrow, quickly retreating, while pulling Yang Ninger towards the infirmary, his escape movements appearing as if he had practiced them countless times amidst the zombie horde. At the door of the infirmary, a chilling scream sounded. A boy desperately elbowed the zombie, biting his abdomen, crying out in terror for Chun Lei. Ah! Chun Gu, save me! Don't shout! Chun Lei raised his baseball bat and swung it at the zombie, his tone slightly impatient. If you attract the zombies from the dormitory building, I'll be the first to kill you. Roar. Gurgle. No, it's biting me. Ah, my stomach. The boy trembled, clutching his bloody abdomen, his intestines hanging on the ground, the intense pain driving him to scream madly. Ah! The bloody scene shocked everyone, and at the same time dozens of zombies nearby, alerted by the noise, began to rush over. This is bad. Chun Lei's face instantly paled. Hide! The zombie horde is coming. He disregarded everything and pushed through the crowd into the infirmary, the others soon realizing and hurriedly following him inside. Chun-gu, save me, save me. The boy struggled to plead with Chun-Lei, too pained to even push away the zombies on him. Though the others displayed expressions of reluctance, no one spoke up to ask for help. Chun-Lei, as if he hadn't seen, coldly closed the infirmary door with a click. Chun-Lei, you tricked me. The boy looked hopelessly at the closed door, his voice filled with despair. If he doesn't save me today, he won't save you in the future. Chun-gu. Lin Chinao, with tears in her eyes, nestled in Chun-Lei's embrace, relying solely on the strong in this apocalypse. You promised you would always protect me, right? Chun-Lei looked at the silent crowd, a hint of threat flashing in his eyes. Don't blame me for not reminding you being bitten by a zombie guarantees infection. What? Are you going to show some compassion and let him in? Lu Hao shook his head repeatedly upon hearing this. No, we can't save him. Exactly. If anyone is to blame, it's his own carelessness. Yes, he was meant to die, we can't be blamed for not saving him. As soon as Chun-Lei mentioned infection, the crowd's guilt instantly dissipated. What they failed to see was the crew-cut man at the back trembling, as he hid his already blackened and decayed hand behind his back. The curses from outside gradually diminished and the zombies became quiet. The zombies in the infirmary had been lured out by Chun-Lei and others, making the interior relatively safe. Chun-Lei excitedly knocked on the medicine room door. Daebody, have you thought it through? I lost a brother just to save you today. You can't let us leave empty-handed, right? Get out. Suji's voice trembled with regret for revealing that she was trapped in the infirmary. I would rather starve to death than need your help. She should have known in this apocalypse there is no morality or law. What difference was there between her situation and a sheep walking into a tiger's den? Chun-Lei frowned with displeasure. In his view, Suji's refusal was disrespectful. You few, pry the door open for me. Bang! Before he finished speaking, a thud sounded outside as a body fell to the ground. The previously quiet zombies erupted into excited roars, as if a drop of water had fallen into a hot pan. Damn it! The zombies outside were starting to riot. Lu Hao's body jolted violently, and with a panicked expression, he shoved aside the few people trying to pry open the pharmacy door. Let me do it. Any later and the zombies will break in. Chun-Lei, no longer in the mood to flirt with Suji, fearfully directed the crowd to move the consultation desk to block the door. Roar. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds outside grew more chaotic, gradually closing in on the infirmary. Lu Hao, drenched in sweat, fiddled with a wire in the lock, finally finding the trick through years of experience. He gently lifted the wire. Click, creak. As the lock was picked, the infirmary door was also twisted open from the outside. Everyone, staring at the two blood-soaked figures standing in the backlight at the doorway, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. No way. Could zombies open doors now? Just as they were wondering how to escape, Lin Zio's sharp voice suddenly rang out as she strode furiously out from behind Chun-Lei. Zhou Feng, you actually dared to come here? As she approached, Lin Xiao saw Yang Ninger beside Zhou Feng. A flash of white light struck her mind, her eyes blazed and her face flushed crimson. Is it because of this slut that you didn't come to save me? Zhou Feng waved his hand, signaling Yang Ninger behind him to close the infirmary door. Lin Xiao, what a coincidence. Zhou Feng chuckled lightly at the woman before him, a fierce hatred surging in his eyes. He had been worried about not finding Lin Xiao in this apocalypse. Unexpectedly, she had delivered herself to him. You really aren't afraid of death. Chun-Lei, as if claiming ownership, wrapped his arm around Lin Zio's slender waist and cast a contemptuous glance at Zhou Feng, daring to come out in such danger. You must be so blinded by lust that you've overestimated your own strength. Zhou Feng had closed the infirmary door upon entering, so Chun-Lei hadn't seen the pile of zombies behind him. But even if he had, he wouldn't have believed Zhou Feng could kill over a dozen zombies alone. Suzy, her eyes full of hope, clutched the doorframe and craned her neck to see through the crowd. Could she finally be saved? But when her gaze passed through Chun-Lei's group and landed on Zhou Feng, the faint smile on her face vanished, replaced by a flicker of disgust. Especially after hearing Chun-Lei's sarcastic words, Suzy clenched her teeth and cursed under her breath. Disgusting. She had thought the newcomer could save her, but they were all birds of a feather. Lin Xiao was now bitterly resentful toward Zhou Feng. He had ignored her plea for help, yet now he risked danger to save another woman. She had merely made a mistake that all women in the world might make, yet Zhou Feng was so heartless. Then don't blame her. A cold glint flashed in Lin Zio's eyes. Brother Chan, you said you'd protect me. Today you must help me get my revenge. In the apocalypse, only someone as formidable as Chun-Lei was worth relying on. Brother Chan, why not teach this ungrateful brat a lesson? Kid, these two women are my brother Chen's picks. You'd better not get any ideas. Someone like him. Several tall athletic students slowly encircled him, flexing their fists, ready to give Zhou Feng a harsh lesson. Though they were timid in the face of zombie monsters, they were more than a match for Zhou Feng. Lin Xiao lifted her chin and looked at Zhou Feng arrogantly. If you admit your mistake, kneel and kowtow a few times and find me a few caddies of food and water, I might consider letting you off. But getting back together is out of the question since my current boyfriend is Chen Lei. Where do you get off? Zhou Feng laughed angrily at her absurd demands. Forget food and water. I'd rather feed my things to a dog than give them to you. And kowtow. Even daydreams have their limits. Lin Zio's eyes reddened with rage as she pointed at the half bottle of mineral water hanging from Yang Ninger's backpack. You'd give it to that slut but not me. No. Are you saying I'm worse than a dog? Isn't having me enough to satisfy you? Chun Lei looked displeased at the Lin Xiao in his arms and pinched the soft flesh of her waist hard. Was she so excited just because she was facing her ex-boyfriend? As for food, since you want it, well, just take it all. I was just worried our supplies were running low. He had always liked Lin Xiao, but after 3 months of chasing her, she became someone else's girlfriend, which had fueled his long-standing hostility toward Zhou Feng. The apocalypse had arrived, order had crumbled. The goddess he had longed for but couldn't have was now his to possess. A malicious grin spread across Chun Lei's face, his greedy gaze fixed on Yang Ninger. As long as he was strong enough, he could have even more beautiful women. Beautiful with a face like yours, a weakling like Zhou Feng can't protect you. Why not come with me? I guarantee you'll eat well, stay warm, and be too comfortable to even leave the bed. Yang Ninger frowned in disgust and instinctively shrank behind Zhou Feng. Though she despised the pervert Zhou Feng, Chun Lei couldn't even hold a candle to a fraction of him. Was that half-step back serious? Chun Lei's mouth twitched as he continued to threaten Yang Ninger to abandon the dark side. Zhou Feng couldn't even protect Yao Yao. Do you really think he'll protect you? He's a limp noodle. Can't even take one punch from me. A limp noodle. Yang Ninger's thoughts wandered somewhere else and a blush crept onto her cheeks. Her waist was still sore after all. Where was it soft? You and Lin Xiao are a perfect match. Zhou Feng sneered at Chun Lei. A cracked pot with a broken lid. Only someone like you would want a worn-out shoe that rich playboys have already used. Lin Xiao tensed up at this, afraid Zhou Feng would expose her affair with Gu Chenxiao. I didn't. She threw herself into Chun Lei's arms with tearful eyes. She had kept this secret well. Even now Chun Lei believed her first time had been with Zhou Feng. Chun Lei remained silent, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. Could a few months of dating really cause that much wear and tear? Humph. Zhou Feng snorted, dismissively pushed Chun Lei aside and led Yang Ninger into the pharmacy. Pack the common medicines and fill the backpack I gave you to the brim. As his words fell, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Detected a female resident meeting system standards. Starting detailed scan. Name Su Zi, age 22, appearance 94, figure 96, inner quality, full marks, unfueled, total score 95, evaluation, adoptable resident, upgrade shelter level. Zhou Feng followed the system's prompt and looked over. The girl, dressed in a sleeveless top and shorts, was so curvaceous it seemed barely contained. Under Zhou Feng's gaze, she nervously smoothed her hair, her eyes wary as she watched him. Su Zi's melodious voice carried a chill. What do you want? Zhou Feng's gaze fell upon Su Zi's face. From what he understood, Su Zi was stubborn and hard to compromise with. Treating her like he did Yang Ninger was evidently inappropriate. Over time, perhaps he could train her to be obedient, but with time pressing, he needed to consider other methods. Su Zi felt uneasy under Zhou Feng's intense gaze. What was he staring at? She took a step back, feeling frightened and helpless, and pretended to glare fiercely at Zhou Feng. What are you looking at? Zhou Feng, you really have some guts. Chun Lei pushed away Lin Xiao, who was clinging to him, his expression dark, as he stood behind Zhou Feng, not only sowing discord, but also setting his sights on the woman he coveted. Get him. He glared at Zhou Feng with a sinister expression and ordered in a low voice, let him truly experience the consequences of provoking me. Brothers, let's go beat him until his parents can't recognize him. I've been displeased with him for a long time. With that physique, you still want to compete with our Chungu for women. It's simply overestimating oneself. Several burly men rolled up their sleeves and surrounded Zhou Feng, their faces adorned with cruel smiles. Just as they were about to strike, a buzzcut man at the back suddenly opened his mouth wide, lunging at the nearest companion. Ah! A piercing scream echoed in the infirmary. Is there a zombie? There's a zombie. Chungu, save me. Run, why are there zombies here? Suddenly the infirmary erupted like oil boiling in a pan, and 2 people were swiftly bitten and infected by the zombies, caught completely unprepared. Quick, close the door. Su Zi's beautiful face was filled with panic. She wanted to go forward to close the door, but found that the zombies had already reached the door to the dispensary. Yang Ninger was also startled by the sudden appearance of zombies, instinctively seeking Zhou Feng's protection, only to see Zhou Feng at the doorway kick out a survivor trying to come in. Ugh! She twitched her lips and hastened her pace in packing medicine. Hurry up and gather the supplies. What if this weirdo cuts her resources because she didn't complete her task? Zhou Feng coldly observed the struggling survivor amidst the horde of zombies, his tone icy. Becoming a zombie is your only value. Meanwhile Lu Hao, who had already come in, immediately presented the lock he had pried open with both hands. Hee. Lu Hao smiled obsequiously. Brother Zhou quickly locked the door. You kicked him, but you can't kick me anymore. Zhou Feng was momentarily controlled by Lu Hao's lack of dignity. He silently accepted the lock from Lu Hao's hands and under Lu Hao's incredulous gaze through the person outside. No, brother, don't close the door. Watching the door about to close, Chen Lei pleaded with Lin Qianyao as they rushed toward the dispensary. As long as he could live, what did it matter if he had to kneel and beg Zhou Feng? Zhou Feng halted his action of closing the door, estimating their speed. 4, 3, 2. He raised the bone knife in hand and suddenly slashed it at Chen Lei's thigh, yanking it outward, blood gushing out like a stream. Ah! Chen Lei cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground with his injured leg. Lin Qianyao was also knocked down by the inertia. She hurriedly got up, ignoring Chen Lei on the ground, and rushed toward the dispensary. No, don't close the door. Her previously sticky voice turned hoarse. Seeing Zhou Feng showing no sign of stopping, she quickly shouted an apology. Darling, I know I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. Please save me. I love you. I really love you. Hearing this, Zhou Feng paused his hand that was closing the door. In Lin Qianyou's suddenly brightened eyes, he expressionlessly complained, I'm about to vomit. Bang! Lin Qianyao stood frozen in place, regret overwhelming her like a rising tide. Chen Lei crawled on the ground, evading the zombies, gritting his teeth and cursing, Damn bitch! Why aren't you quickly helping me to hide? Do you want to die? Outside, the sounds of humanity gradually faded away. Suzy numbly collapsed to the ground, murmuring, So this is what it feels like when hope is shattered. It's really painful. She had previously thought that starving to death would be better than being coerced, but now she found herself resenting these people for coming here, giving her hope only to shatter it. Yang Ninger cast a peculiar glance at Zhou Feng. What was going on? With Zhou Feng's strength, it would be easy to take her out, yet he deliberately locked the three of them together. Was he plotting something unspeakably sinister? Yang Ninger secretly glanced at Suzy, with her lively eyes self-assured that she had guessed Zhou Feng's intention. A big weirdo. She cursed Zhou Feng in her heart, and took out half a bottle of mineral water to drink slowly. She had only nibbled on a few dry pieces of flatbread that morning, and was already extremely thirsty. Gulp gulp. Suzy's attention was drawn to her, biting her lip as she watched Yang Ninger's rosy lips glistening with water droplets. Hunger could be endured, but one could not survive long without water. Even Yang Ninger, no matter how oblivious she was, felt the almost tangible gaze upon her. Cough! Cough! She choked on the water and coughed twice before quickly capping the bottle and putting the mineral water away. This was something she had obtained with her body, and no one could have their eyes on it. Suzy awkwardly shifted her gaze away, looking at the classmate she had known for several years. Zhou Feng, can I buy some food from you? She looked at Zhou Feng with clear eyes, her tone firm. Although the purchasing power of money has declined, the country will soon quell this special viral outbreak. As long as I can buy food and water to last 7 days, I would be willing to give up all my possessions. Not for sale. Zhou Feng bluntly refused. He had struggled for a whole year in the apocalypse in his past life. If you want food and drink, you need to exchange it for something I'm interested in. Big weirdo. Big lecher. Big limp man. Yang Ninger secretly rolled her eyes. Was one of her enough? With so many women around, how could he not fear kidney deficiency? Suzy instantly thought of this exchange condition. She looked at Zhou Feng's action of reaching out to grab the takeout box with a dark expression, coldly turning her head to refuse. I don't. This is the hot pot chicken I promised you last night, take it. Yang Ninger looked up at Zhou Feng, standing in front of her, surprised, as she pointed at herself. Huh, is this for me? Of course, who else could it be for? Zhou Feng shook the takeout hot pot chicken in his hand. Do you want it? Yes. Yang Ninger, touched, was about to take the hot pot chicken, when she suddenly heard Zhou Feng say, Are you ready to exchange for something? Ah. Yang Ninger looked up in shock, her eyes meeting Zhou Feng's teasing gaze. What else was there to understand? That scoundrel Zhou Feng was deliberately making a fool of her. You! Yang Ninger instantly flared with rage, itching to tear Zhou Feng's foul mouth apart, but seeing the braised chicken in his hands, she had no choice but to swallow her anger. Seeing Yang Ninger's expression of suppressed fury, Zhou Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Take it and eat, no need to trade. Though still fuming, Yang Ninger obediently muttered a thank you. Zhou Feng patted her hair in satisfaction. A little dog must be tamed slowly. No matter how much it seethed inside, it wouldn't dare turn on its master. Suzy's expression turned awkward, having thought the chicken was meant for her. The aroma in the air made her stomach growl at an inopportune moment. Suzy's face flushed crimson as she instinctively clutched her stomach, trying to stifle the sudden protest. Zhou Feng raised an eyebrow at her. Want some? Suzy silently bit her parched lips, lacking the courage to refuse again. Zhou Feng pulled 2 bottles of water from his backpack and set them before Suzy, knowing tangible things held more allure than promises. Thirsty. Suzy swallowed hard and rasped, What do you want in exchange? You. Come with me to Mabe City. Zhou Feng said nonchalantly. You must understand, in the apocalypse, a powerless woman's body is her only asset. Su Zi's eyes reddened instantly as she glared at Zhou Feng. Don't you dare. I'd rather starve than sell my body. And she bit out each word as if warning herself not to waver. Rescue will come soon. You think holding out a week will save you? Zhou Feng smirked, applying more pressure. Don't be naive. The zombies outside will soon break through this door. Once I leave, no one can save you. His words struck Su Zi's deepest fear. Her gaze flickered. You just turned away several people trying to take shelter from the zombies. I can't be sure you want use me as a shield in danger. If I used my own woman as a shield, Yang Ninger would have died the moment we left the cafeteria. Caught off guard, Yang Ninger paused for a moment before nodding in agreement with Su Zi. Though Zhou Feng was a pervert, he wasn't the kind of person Su Zi accused him of being. In her panic, Su Zi suddenly recalled Zhou Feng's earlier words: in the apocalypse, a powerless woman's body is her only asset. Wait, I have value. Her eyes lit up as she looked at Zhou Feng with utmost seriousness. My ancestors were imperial physicians, and my grandfather said I'm the most talented of his descendants. I can be your personal doctor. Surgery, herbal medicine, I can handle it all. Zhou Feng scoffed at her earnest plea. Doctors aren't rare in the apocalypse. What makes you think I'd take you for that? Unless... His gaze swept over her. You warm my bed at night. With no electricity in winter, the only warmth came from quilts. A few bed warmers would make things much more comfortable. The hope on Su Zi's face vanished as she sneered. Even if I agreed, how would you get to Mabe City? Not to mention the entire city overrun by zombies, you can't even handle the few blocking the door. That's simple. Seeing Su Zi's resolve soften, Zhou Feng's mood brightened. He chuckled and opened the door. Just kill them all, right? With a click, the door swung open and 5 zombies rushed in. Su Zi screamed in terror, scrambling away. Ah! Have you lost your mind? This was no way to seek death. She wiped the tears from her face and saw Yang Ninger only slightly flustered, following her to the safest corner. Aren't you afraid? Su Zi asked in confusion. Did Yang Ninger have some ace up her sleeve? Zhou Feng faced the zombie horde, without panic, striking with precision at their heads. With a squelch, 1.1.1 point appeared. Following Yang Ninger's gaze, Su Zi's eyes widened in disbelief. How was this possible? Could someone kill zombies so easily? Watching Zhou Feng treat them like mere pests. Su Zi recalled how Zhou Feng had kicked people out to face the zombies. Was it because they tried to attack him that he shoved them out as shields? This was sheer insanity. With a thud, the last zombie fell. A ruthless glint flashed in Zhou Feng's eyes. Chun Lei and the others had escaped, lucky bastards. Zhou Feng! Yang Ninger called out, frightened by the dark aura around him. He snapped back, the lingering cruelty in his gaze falling on Su Zi. Now, any more objections? Aye. Su Zi trembled, her voice choked with tears. I agree. How terrifying. It felt like if she refused, Zhou Feng would kill her like a zombie. Why didn't you say so sooner? Zhou Feng's face broke into a satisfied smile, dispelling the murderous aura. I'll get the car. You two pack up any usable medicine here. Okay. Su Zi nodded immediately. In her professional field, she was reliable. At the school cafeteria, corpses were piled everywhere. The floor was streaked with dark red blood, and the stench of rot and rust in the air was nauseating. Stepping over the mountain of bodies, Zhou Feng rummaged through the pile near the serving window. I recall Gu Chunxiao had a pretty decent car. Back in the dorm, Gu Chunxiao had flaunted his car keys. Never seen this hick. This car's custom-modified, even the windows are bulletproof. Without me, you'd never touch a luxury car like this in your life. I really haven't. Zhou Feng sneered at his decaying enemy's corpse, kicking aside the body on top to retrieve a blood-stained key. But now, your prized car is mine. Besides the key, he found a phone on Gu Chunxiao. Zhou Feng grinned, pocketing it. The phone's mine too. He snapped off Gu Chengxiao's finger to unlock it, and while the network was still up, downloaded an offline map. Just as he was about to put the phone away, Zhou Feng recalled Gu Chunxiao bragging in his past life about having many videos of Lin Xiao on it. Too bad the phone was damaged, or otherwise, I could have shown you sights you'd never seen before your death. Tisk, so fair and juicy. With a creak, Zhou Feng's grip on the phone tightened. He smirked, coldly exiting the map to open the gallery, greeted by a flash of pale skin. He hadn't expected her to be so depraved. Duos, trios, even group acts. He tapped a video and Lin Zio's face filled the screen, eagerly servicing Gu Chunxiao. In the corner of the video, there was even a third woman with a massive chest that looked familiar. Zhou Feng darkened the screen now, glad Lin Xiao had survived the zombie swarm. Living each day in hunger and fear without dignity, and eventually having to eat your own rotting flesh. That's the fate you deserve, Lin Xiao. Looking at Gu Chengxiao's shattered corpse, Zhou Feng stepped over him without expression. 2 rotten orbs burst under his soul with a wet pop. In a car in the parking lot, a seductive long-haired woman curled away from a cracked window outside, which zombies clawed with sharp nails. The scorching summer sun had nearly dehydrated her to death. Without rescue, she wouldn't survive past noon the next day. The car felt like a steamer. Zhang Yuxuan fixed her gaze on the entrance of the parking lot, fearful of missing any glimmer of hope for survival. Suddenly a figure appeared at the entrance. Zhang Yuxuan's eyes widened in excitement as she lunged at the car window, frantically banging on the door, trying to get the other person's attention. Help! Come quickly and save me. She was on the verge of tears. Finally someone was coming to rescue her. The moment Zhou Feng entered the parking lot, he spotted an eye-catching modified supercar, only to be surprised that someone was trapped inside. Though he didn't want to meddle to get the car, he had to eliminate all the surrounding zombies. Zhou Feng. Zhang Yuxuan recognized him the moment he approached, instantly relieved. Zhou Feng. Quick, save me. Aren't you after a scholarship? If you save me, it'll change your grades back to normal. If it were someone else, Zhang Yuxuan would worry that the person might not be willing to take the risk to save her. But Zhou Feng valued his scholarship above all. Whenever it came to using credits as leverage, hadn't she always had Zhou Feng wrapped around her finger? Save me. Zhang Yuxuan's voice grew louder, attracting the nearby zombies. Roar. Bang. The zombies were almost in a frenzy, clawing at the sports car, yet the modified vehicle remained completely unyielding. Truly, it was a supercar that cost several million to modify. A hint of satisfaction crossed Zhou Feng's eyes. Even under attack from so many zombies, the car showed no signs of damage. Such a fine vehicle would belong to him in the future. Taking advantage of the zombies' distraction, he swiftly dodged behind another car, his arm muscles tensed, and as the zombies approached, he suddenly hurled the blade. Thud! The blade sliced through the air in a sharp arc, embedding deeply into a zombie's skull. In an instant, the bone cutter returned to Zhou Feng's hand. Zhang Yuxuan, bewildered, gaped at the car window. Was this the same student she had once suppressed who couldn't even secure a scholarship? When did Zhou Feng become so powerful? That's great! Zhang Yuxuan's eyes sparkled as she looked at him. If Zhou Feng drives me home, won't I be safe on the way? Roar! As the number of zombies dwindled, the remaining zombies seemed to sense something was amiss. Zhou Feng couldn't afford to hesitate. He abruptly pulled the blade from the zombie's head, his gaze calm and resolute as he searched for his next target among the horde. The bone cutter was becoming dull. If it weren't for the distance 3 shooting speed boost, the blade might not even penetrate the zombie's skull. Thud! Zhou Feng finally stopped, panting heavily after the last zombie fell. Zhou Feng. Zhang Yuxuan pressed her face against the glass and suddenly spoke up. Quick, help me pry open this car door, then take me home. Her tone was assertive, her eyes filled with determination. Are you out of your mind? Do we even know each other well? Zhou Feng, speechless, opened the car door and took the driver's seat, commanding the woman in the passenger seat. Get out, this is my car. Zhang Yuxuan was taken aback, then immediately exploded. This is my boyfriend's car. If anyone is leaving, it should be you. And Zhang Yuxuan looked at Zhou Feng, filled with suspicion. How do you have my boyfriend's car keys? Hearing this, Zhou Feng turned to scrutinize Zhang Yuxuan. He squinted, recalling her in the corners of his memory, finally identifying the woman before him. Zhang Yuxuan, the teacher of his major course who had targeted him both overtly and covertly in his past life. He remembered that not long ago Zhang Yuxuan had inexplicably altered his grades, causing his scholarship to fall into Gu Chengxiu's hands. No wonder. Wait a minute. He suddenly recalled the video he had seen on Gu Chengxiu's phone. The other woman in it was actually her. I'm asking you a question. Zhang Yuxuan, noticing Zhou Feng's silence, pushed him impatiently. How did you get my boyfriend's car keys? You are roommates. Did you steal them from him? Zhou Feng had lost patience with Zhang Yuxuan's questions. His voice darkened as he said, Get out. You want me to get out? Zhang Yuxuan incredulously pointed at herself. This car belongs to my boyfriend. Who do you think you are to give orders? You know, if I call the police. She thought she had found a weakness in Zhou Feng and smirked as she threatened. As long as you take me to find Gu Chunxiao, and then take me home, I'll consider pleading for you. Ha! Zhou Feng was nearly amused to the point of laughter by her audacity. Sure, I'll take you to find Gu Chunxiao right now. I hope you can still laugh when you see him. At least you know your place. Zhang Yuxuan huffed, shifting her gaze to the backpack Zhou Feng carried. I'm thirsty. Do you have any water in your bag? After being exposed to the sun for a day and night, she considered it a feat to not have fainted from heat. Zhou Feng kept his eyes on the road and casually replied. No. Zhang Yuxuan pouted, having seen the outline of mineral water. It's just a bottle of water, or is it that hard to share? Hurry up and give me a bottle, or else don't expect to graduate smoothly in the future. Zhou Feng. Did she really think this would threaten him? Humph. Zhang Yuxuan coldly snorted and reached for Zhou Feng's backpack. If I find it, you can expect to fail your finals. Zhou Feng swiftly grabbed the bone cutter with one hand while driving and suddenly plunged it into the back of Zhang Yuxuan's hand. Thud. The vein was severed and blood immediately sprayed out like a fountain. Zhang Yuxuan felt a sharp pain in her hand and warm blood splattered across her face, her piercing scream nearly penetrating the eardrums of the zombies. "Oh? Are you insane?" Zhang Yuxuan screamed, clutching her hand, glaring at Zhou Feng with fury. "How dare you hurt me? I will have you jailed." Zhou Feng glanced at the rearview mirror, at the woman's screams mingling with the sounds of the sports car, attracted several zombies following closely behind. Screech! The sports car executed a stylish drift in front of the cafeteria. Zhang Yuxuan's head slammed against the car, quickly reddening her forehead as she glared at Zhou Feng, seething with anger. "What are you doing?" Bang! Zhou Feng opened the passenger door from the console and kicked her out. "Your boyfriend is inside." He turned his head to wink at the fallen Zhang Yuxuan, his smile gentle. "Maybe when you become a zombie you can find his corpse to gnaw on, continuing your loving relationship. Wishing you happiness." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Feng closed the car door and quickly drove away from the scene. Roar! The excited roars of zombies were close behind. Zhang Yuxuan stiffly turned her neck, greeted by the foul breath of the approaching zombies. "Oh? Zhou Feng!" Zhang Yuxuan cried out in horror, scrambling towards Zhou Feng's direction. Don't go. I know I was wrong. Don't come closer, sob, my flesh is not tasty at all." Facing the beautiful woman's pleas, the unromantic zombie chose to bite down on her back. "What are you babbling about? It smells so good." Zhang Yuxuan struggled desperately to crawl forward, a piece of flesh from her back torn away by the zombie. The car was finally quiet. Zhou Feng relaxed against the seat, glancing at the score stuck at 99. He rolled down the window and casually shot out the bone-picking blade. Poochie. Score 1. Does the host want to exchange for a lottery chance? The blade pierced into the zombie's brain, then quickly retracted, bringing out a splash of foul-smelling brain matter into the air. Zhou Feng wiped the bone-picking knife and nodded in agreement. Exchange. The next moment, a massive green roulette appeared in his mind. Zhou Feng pulled out a wet tissue from the car and carefully wiped his hands, muttering, "May the system god bless me to draw a blue attribute on my first try." After finishing, he pressed the lottery button without hesitation. The green roulette spun, the pointer swiftly skipping over numerous green attributes. Half a minute later, the speed of the roulette slowed down. It finally came to a stop. Before Zhou Feng could take a closer look, a green light shone on his face. "Congratulations, the host drew the green attribute. Damage reduced by 70. Damage reduced by 70. For host use only reduces physical damage in the literal sense, can be upgraded to a blue attribute for 1000 points. He never expected to draw such a good item. Although it wasn't a blue attribute, just seeing the name damage reduced by 70 indicated that this green attribute was quite powerful. Zhou Feng couldn't help but smile, quickly applying the attribute to himself. As for the defense points, he was reluctant to use it on ordinary external injuries. After all, there weren't many things that could completely isolate against zombie infections. Sizzle. Zhou Feng parked the car at the entrance of the infirmary and then got out and walked in. The harsh sound attracted Yang Ninger and Su Zi's attention, and the two cautiously moved closer to the door, breathing a sigh of relief upon seeing it was Zhou Feng. "Why were you gone so long?" Yang Ninger suppressed her worry and still retorted sharply. "I thought you had finally died outside after being gone for so long." Zhou Feng forcefully messed up Yang Ninger's hair with one hand, then thumped her head. "With such a sharp tongue, why not just pull out all your fangs? Just right?" He pried open Yang Ninger's small mouth, his index finger poking inside to fidget along her teeth. "Without teeth you wouldn't accidentally bite me. It would definitely be more comfortable than now." Yang Ninger was so scared she immediately froze in place. "Oh no." Zhou Feng was so twisted he might really like toothless beautiful girls. "Be good." He pulled out his finger, drawing a silver thread in the air. Then he wiped his hands on Yang Ninger's smooth little face, and after charging Gu Chengxiu's phone he spoke. "Rest up, we leave in 3 hours." Su Zi quietly sat in the corner and suddenly spoke up. "Zhou Feng, someone is bad-mouthing you in the class group." Although she still didn't have a good impression of Zhou Feng, using this to gain favor could make her future days a little better. Zhou Feng responded and pulled out a withered finger from his pocket to unlock his phone. As soon as he entered the class group, he saw Zhang Yuxuan's furious insults directed at him. "Gulugulu." Yang Ninger was so scared she swallowed hard. He even collected fingers. She even suspected that Zhou Feng was just looking for an excuse to collect her teeth. Su Zi instantly recognized that it was a human finger with corpse spots, but still asked incredulously, What is this?" This is Gu Chengxiu's finger," Zhou Feng said casually. "I'm using his phone, and it's more convenient to unlock it with a piece of his finger." Su Zi silently shifted her, but away from Zhou Feng's direction. "That's too twisted. He's simply a soulless beast. You're a murderer. The police won't let you off the hook." In the kitchen's partition, Zhang Yuxuan curled up in the corner, feeling icy all over, painfully clutching her phone and accusing Zhou Feng cruelly. "Zhou Feng, how could you be so heartless? You actually dared to throw me into a horde of zombies." Although she hid, she could clearly feel the virus invading her body. The fear of losing her life made Zhang Yuxuan's hatred for Zhou Feng intensify. She absolutely could not die quietly like this. She had to make Zhou Feng pay the price. "I was harmed by Zhou Feng. He pushed me into the horde of zombies. Zhang Yuxuan sent several voice messages in succession. Her voice mournful, making her classmates in the group feel a pang of sympathy. Is that true? Zhou Feng, how can you treat Teacher Zhang like this? Teacher Zhang is usually so good to us. Classmates in the group also began to condemn Zhou Feng. Even if you are angry about her canceling your scholarship, that is no reason to kill her. This is a human life. The supervisor didn't expect a murderer to emerge among her students. Unlike Chunlei, who killed zombies, Zhou Feng was truly capable of murder. Don't worry, she promised Zhang Yuxuan. Even if the murderer is my student, I won't let him go free. Chunlei saw the messages in the group, and a trace of hatred flashed in his eyes for Zhou Feng. He Zhou Feng has killed more than one person. He lay on the filthy mat and sent a message in the group. This morning, for his own safety, he pushed several students from the sports department out to take the hit. He is more ruthless than you can imagine. As soon as this was said, the group erupted. What is happening? How are you all doing? Are you still alive? Call the police. We must make Zhou Feng face legal consequences. Chunlei endured the pain and sent a voice message, but anyone could hear that he was injured. Lu Hao is dead. Several classmates from other classes are dead, even I. He suddenly choked up and couldn't continue. It's all my fault. If my strength had been strong enough, they wouldn't have died so quickly. What does that have to do with you? It's all Zhou Feng's fault. Everyone comforted Chunlei. Lin Qian Yao unwillingly complained in the group. I am Zhou Feng's girlfriend, yet when I called for help he ruthlessly blocked me. Yang Ninger peeked at Zhou Feng's phone, anxiously fidgeting beside him. Aren't you going to explain? Are you just going to let them insult you like this? What should I explain? Zhou Feng, who was engrossed in reading, looked up in confusion. Aren't they just saying things I've done? Having experienced a year of blood and smoke, these few accusations were nothing more than a tickle to Zhou Feng. Even though he didn't care about others' insults, he wouldn't let anyone take advantage of him for free. I'll send you a little gift. Zhou Feng's lips curled into a wicked smile, as he directly forwarded several graded videos into the group. Zhou Feng, what are you doing? The classmates, seeing the small movies popping up wildly in the chat group, forgot to curse entirely. The supervisor opened it and stared wide-eyed, turning red as she quickly closed the video. Zhou Feng, you still don't repent. Publicly broadcasting obscene videos in the group. The classmates, who were initially uninterested in the video posted by Zhou Feng, upon hearing the instructor's comments, uncontrollably clicked to watch it. After a few seconds, they couldn't help but exclaim, what a gem. Wait. Suddenly a classmate discovered Hua Dian, and excitedly took a screenshot to ask in the group, are the two people in this video Teacher Zhang and Lin Qianyao? And what about this man? Oh my god. This man is actually Gu Chunxiao. The moment they recognized the male lead of the short film, the classmates were all in a daze. This is too explosive. Some videos actually have several men in them. Rich people just play it flashy. I said I had never seen Teacher Zhang's wealthy boyfriend. Turns out it's Gu Chunxiao. A student-teacher romance, how thrilling. Isn't the most shocking part that Zhou Feng is the one who posted this video? Lin Qianyao is his girlfriend. Someone asked a soul-searching question and everyone suddenly realized. No wonder Zhou Feng didn't go save Lin Qianyao. If my girlfriend cheated on me, I would want to kill her. No one is allowed to watch. No one is allowed to watch. Zhang Yuxuan was nearly going mad upon seeing these videos exposed in public. If anyone watches again, I'll gouge out your eyes. In a dilapidated small warehouse somewhere in the school. Damn. Chunlei held his phone up to Lin Qianyao like a furious lion. You filthy bitch, do you still dare to tell me there was only Zhou Feng before this? You want me to be the one picking up the pieces? He suddenly yanked Lin Qianyao by her collar, spitting out saliva in anger. You acted pure in front of me after being played with by others. You really are something. No, it's not like that. Lin Qianyao cried with tears streaming down her face, shaking her head, unwilling to admit these are all fake with AI technology. So advanced now, how could I be the kind of person in that video? Do you really think I'm a fool? Chunlei stared at her with bloodshot eyes. What he thought was the moon in the sky turned out to be a promiscuous woman. So you're materialistic, huh? Bang. You tricked me into being the one to pick up the pieces, huh? Bang. Chunlei with red eyes punched Lin Qianyao, repeatedly venting his anger. I know you enjoy this lifestyle. Rest assured the men around you won't ever run out. No. Lin Qianyao trembled all over from the pain, pleading, if you can accept Zhou Feng, why can't you accept that I had a few more men before? Brother Chun, I truly know I was wrong. I swear I'll only have you as my man from now on. Bang, bang, bang. After sending the video, Zhou Feng turned off his phone. He showed no concern for the shock his earlier actions had caused. 3 hours quickly passed. Let's go. Zhou Feng packed his fully charged phone, waving to Yang Ninger and Suzy. Let's first stop by the gas station to get a few barrels of oil, then head straight towards Mabe City. A few zombies that had gathered outside contributed some points to Zhou Feng's meager balance. The three of them got in the car and drove towards the nearest gas station to the school. Zhou Feng specifically chose less crowded roads to drive on. The number of zombies they encountered was few, and even the zombies attracted by the roar of the sports car couldn't catch up. The scenery rapidly receded. The only constant was the road stained red with blood. Vroom vroom. The sports car suddenly stopped in front of the gas station. Zhou Feng stepped out of the car, skillfully grabbed the fuel nozzle, and just as he was about to start fueling, he suddenly sensed something unusual around him. A few zombies were thrown into the grass nearby, indicating that this place had long been occupied by someone. The absence of any opponents meant that either they didn't want to deal with strangers or they had ulterior motives and were lying in wait. Yang Ninger and Su Zi got out of the car ready to help. There should be oil barrels in the gas station's convenience store. I'll go get them with Sister Z. Wait. Zhou Feng called the two. We don't know the situation inside, don't go in. Previously he would have hoped someone would scout ahead, but now Yang Ninger and Su Zi were both his people, so he naturally couldn't treat them as disposable bait. Inside the gas station, 5 muscular men wearing blue-striped prison uniforms hid behind the door, observing the outside. They sighed in relief the moment they saw Zhou Feng. Not the police. Oh, this rich second generation even brought 2 girls. The scarred man with a fierce face sat confidently in a chair polishing a tang knife. The police are too busy taking care of themselves. How could they come after us? Scarface is right. We are just too timid. The skinny man nodded in agreement, looking at the bald man, still leaning on the doorframe with confusion. What are you looking at? The bald man stared at Yang Ninger and Su Zi with wide eyes. He swallowed hard, leering. I haven't seen such beautiful girls since I entered prison. Scarface, should we do something? There are only 3 of them, how about? The skinny man and the bald man exchanged glances, both revealing lewd smiles. I haven't seen such beautiful girls in over a decade. Let's act quickly. If they get in the car, it won't be easy to chase them. Okay. Scarface picked up the glinting tang knife and along with the 5 men walked out. Ha ha ha, just right to catch them and satisfy the brothers. Why can't we go in? Yang Ninger questioned, glancing at the half-open door. But if there are zombies, wouldn't they have come out already? Before she finished speaking, the gas station's door was suddenly kicked open and several men with fierce faces armed with clubs and machetes stormed out. It's death row inmates. Yang Ninger exclaimed softly, looking at their striped prison uniforms in confusion. Zhou Feng's gaze swept over them, finally landing on Scarface, specifically on the cold glinting tang knife in his hand. Su Zi's voice trembled slightly. What do you want? Ha ha ha. This group seemed amused by Su Zi's naivety. Little beauty, of course, we're here to rob you of your virtue. What else could we do? Scarface smirked. Don't waste words. Kill the men and tie up the women. Move quickly. They spoke as if they didn't regard Zhou Feng at all. Sure. The skinny man immediately raised the machete in his hand, rushing straight towards Zhou Feng. Just wait for me to catch these 2 girls and present them to you. The other 4 also charged out with the skinny man. Seeing the big machete coming at him, Zhou Feng quickly took out a bone knife and aimed it at the skinny man's neck. The skinny man was taken aback, then suddenly burst into laughter. Oh, you're killing me with laughter. I've not played with such a small toy knife since middle school. The blade suddenly plunged into the skinny man's throat. The thin man froze in his tracks. You? How is this possible? A glimmer of disbelief flashed in his eyes as he felt his life force ebb away. Thin man. The bald man looked at his brother, his eyes instantly reddening. Zhou Feng quickly retracted the bone knife. The thin man winced in pain, watching helplessly as his blood gushed out uncontrollably, his expression gradually fading as he collapsed to the ground. Bang! Dust erupted into the air. The atmosphere immediately fell into a hush. Scarface widened his eyes, staring at the bone knife in Zhou Feng's hand, incredulous. This seemingly ordinary knife was actually a concealed weapon. Thin man! The bald man's eyes ignited with fury as he brandished a baseball bat at Zhou Feng, shouting, I will kill you. The other fugitives snapped back to reality, realizing they were actually frightened by a kid. They immediately drew their weapons, surrounding Zhou Feng with malicious intent. With no way out, Zhou Feng could only charge forward. He dodged the slash from Tang Heng's knife, delivering a powerful kick to the bald man's wrist. Crack! A faint sound of bone breaking echoed. Zhou Feng swiftly moved behind the bald man, brutally slicing through the windpipe of his neck with the bone knife. At the same time, Scarface's knife struck Zhou Feng. Beft! Zhou Feng's clothes instantly tore apart, the blade grazing his skin, leaving a thin line of blood. Scarface stared in shock, his eyes widening. He knew how much force he had used. How could it be that he couldn't even penetrate the flesh beneath the skin? This is unscientific. Zhou Feng looked at the place he was struck by the blade, realizing there was merely a sting in the skin without any other discomfort. So what was the point of defending? Even standing still, the opponent might not be able to kill him. The air seemed ignited by the tense atmosphere. Scarface launched another attack, the sound of the blade slicing through the air sharp as an eagle's cry aimed at Zhou Feng's face. If successful, the opponent would surely bear an ugly scar. Zhou Feng easily sidestepped this swift strike, seizing the opportunity as Scarface missed, and fiercely shot the blade toward Scarface's eye. Beft! Scarface's eyes stung painfully, blood immediately streaming down his cheek. The crowd felt a tightness in their hearts, fearing that the next blade might just as well fall upon them. What are you retreating for? Scarface glared at his shrinking subordinates, clutching his bleeding eye socket, suppressing the pain as he barked, "All of you charge." Several of them exchanged glances, then gritted their teeth and rushed forward. Die! Zhou Feng, be careful. Yang Ninger, hiding behind the fuel tank, felt her heart leap in alarm. Zhou Feng allowed the attacks from behind to land on him, quickly advancing to press down on Scarface, raising the bone knife and driving it violently into his temple. Eft! Scarface's gaze gradually lost focus, his grip on Zhou Feng loosening. The remaining few began to sense something was amiss. Their attacks had surprisingly not inflicted much harm on Zhou Feng. Even when they thrust the tips of their blades toward his back, they only penetrated an inch. No! How is this possible? Is he even human? The crowd staggered back a few steps. These attacks would have killed any normal person several times over. Zhou Feng stood up, his body aching all over. He picked up Scarface's fallen Tanghung knife, his expression grim, as he approached the few remaining death row inmates. Just now did you enjoy hitting me? No. The one holding the knife trembled all over, taking a few steps back, turning to flee. Swish. The blade thrust sharply through his nape. Zhou Feng deftly pulled the silver thread, connecting the blade, retrieving the bone knife. Thud. Seeing Zhou Feng's terrifying prowess, the three quickly kneeled on the ground, pleading, "Big brother, please spare us. We will leave immediately. The supplies and gasoline here are all yours. I was blind not to recognize the great mountain. Please let me go." As the three bowed, another corpse fell to the ground. The remaining two exchanged terrified glances, realizing that begging for mercy was futile. They hurriedly got up and ran in the opposite direction, shouting, "Damn it, you wait for me." Zhou Feng's gaze turned cold as he swiftly threw his knife after shooting one of them. The bone knife instantly pierced the calf of the one with the triangular eyes. He let out a wail and fell to the ground, looking fearfully at Zhou Feng as he raised the Tanghung knife. "No. Please don't." Eft. Without hesitation, Zhou Feng slit the throat of the one with triangular eyes amid his pleas for mercy. Only when the last person fell did he finally let out a sigh of relief. Killing people is far more exhausting than killing zombies. He approached and collected all the knives from the bodies, handing 2 to Yang Ninger and Suzy, saying, "From now on, when you encounter zombies, kill them with me." Yang Ninger's face instantly paled. Kill zombies. She had never even killed a chicken since childhood and had no courage to kill zombies. Suzy's hand holding the knife also trembled. "I should just be a medic. I'm not suited for the battlefield. Next time I'll let a zombie appear before you, and you can choose whether to kill or die." "All right." Seeing Yang Ninger reach out to take the knife, Zhou Feng no longer paid attention to the two, but focused on cleaning his new weapon. The Tanghung knife gleamed with a cold light as it was drawn from its sheath. The blade was long, cold to the touch, and the heavy feel was comparable to the long knife that had always accompanied him in his previous life. What a treasure! Zhou Feng unhesitatingly used the 10 points he had saved to apply distance 3 to the Tanghung knife. As the sky grew darker, the three decided to rest for the night before leaving. Zhou Feng filled the car with gasoline along with the 2 women, and placed 2 small fuel barrels in the trunk. To prevent the corpses from attracting zombies, the 3 worked together to move the bodies a bit further away. Back at the gas station, the 2 women collapsed in exhaustion. So tired. Yang Ninger stuck out her little tongue, feeling as if her soul had ascended and her spirit had left her body. Suzy was no better off, but instead of resting immediately, she patted the spot beside her, inviting Zhou Feng to sit. "You must be seriously injured. Come here, let me apply some anti-inflammatory and hemostatic medicine on you." Although Zhou Feng hadn't cried out in pain, such a large blade striking a person couldn't possibly leave no marks. Zhou Feng skillfully removed his clothes, revealing a back covered in bruises and several wounds with slightly protruding flesh, making Yang Ninger's eyes feel a bit sore. He got hurt to protect them. Suzy, in shock, placed her delicate white hand on Zhou Feng's strong back. She had seen the Tanghung knife strike Zhou Feng several times. Given the sharpness of the knife, it was impossible for him to have only these few wounds. Seeing Suzy's shocked expression, Zhou Feng felt a playful urge. "Since you know to fulfill the duty of a personal doctor, then tonight, you should also do the work of warming the bed." Suzy snapped back to reality, her face turning both green and red at his words. "You? So improper. Even injured, he wasn't behaving." Zhou Feng raised an eyebrow. "On such a hot day, I can manage without a blanket, but not having a pillow would be uncomfortable." He patted Suzy's round and firm thigh, casually kneading it. "Since there's a ready-made pillow, why should I deprive myself of comfort for the sake of propriety?" Suzy's thigh quivered from his pat, her face instantly flushing red. Zhou Feng pressed down on her smooth white leg, his hands casually encircling her slender waist, letting out a sigh. Indeed, having a pillow is so much more comfortable." Suzy sat stiffly, not daring to move. Her fluffy hair brushed against her lower abdomen, and Zhou Feng's warm breath caressed the inner side of her thigh, tickling her. Beep. In the midst of a dream, a strong beam of light shone through the gas station's window. Zhou Feng furrowed his brow and opened his eyes. "Someone's coming." Suzy let out a soft murmur as she awoke, her legs nearly numb from being pressed down. Huh? What's going on? Outside the gas station, the school bus doors opened and a male high school student walked down. Why has the bus stopped? A girl with an alluring appearance poked her head out of the window. We aren't going to rest here tonight, are we? I want to hurry home. The boy picked up the fuel nozzle and pointed it at the school bus gas tank, speaking calmly. It's too dangerous at night. We can't hit the road. Let's refuel and rest here for the night. Upon hearing this, the other passengers got off the bus. Can this place defend against zombies? When we left school, several zombies were following us. Coward. Ding Ziwei scoffed, jumping down from the bus. What are we afraid of with just those few zombies? Dong Baifan put down the fuel nozzle and comforted them. Don't worry, the gas station's lobby is at least stronger than the bus defenses. Are you all crazy? The last to get off was a short boy with glasses, looking incredulously at his classmates. The sound of the bus will continue to attract zombies. Are we just going to wait here to be surrounded by them? You're exaggerating. The other classmates looked at the boy with glasses with expressions of disbelief. Moreover, Dong Baifan has been driving for so long and needs a break. The rest of us can't drive the bus. All right, Wang Chun. The tall boy stepped in to mediate, pulling the short boy with glasses. Stop worrying so much. Even if zombies come, he'll be here. He had always been strong, and after the apocalypse he had single-handedly taken down 2 zombies. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They were indeed exhausted since the zombie outbreak yesterday noon. Now that there was a place to rest, no one wanted to leave so easily. This group of people really knows how to cause him trouble. Zhou Feng stood by the window, using the moonlight to vaguely see the direction from which the school bus was coming. In the darkness, countless zombies gradually emerged at the visible end of his sight, like a wave of corpses rushing through the rice fields. We can't stay here any longer. But even if we leave now, we won't get far before being chased down. Zhou Feng couldn't help but feel a headache. He could only let the 2 girls pack their things into the vehicle parked at the back door. Bang! The gas station door was kicked. Ding Ziwei twisted the doorknob with force, frowning in displeasure. Why is the door locked? Tall guy. She shouted towards the tall guy at the back of the crowd. Come check this out. I was hoping to sleep comfortably today. The tall guy came over and looked through the keyhole. It's locked from the inside. What? Not only Ding Ziwei, but the others were also surprised to find out that there were still people inside this gas station. A person inside opened the door. Ding Ziwei caught sight of Zhou Feng's figure through the crack in the door and suddenly brightened up. Big brother, please come help us open the door. There are zombies chasing us. Zhou Feng was baffled by how this group of people thought, bringing danger to others yet expecting them to open the door with no shame. Zhou Feng didn't care if this group of people were the flowers of the nation. He had no intention of opening the door for them. He knocked on the window with a cold tone. You're not welcome here, just leave. Ding Ziwei stared wide-eyed in disbelief, her tone displeased. Big brother, why are you so unsympathetic? It's dangerous out here. Wang Chun pushed his glasses up and stepped forward to stop Ding Ziwei. Since they're unwilling to open the door, we should just leave in the bus. If we wait any longer, the zombies will surely catch up. It's one thing for Ding Ziwei to act like a diva in class, but no one outside will indulge her. He genuinely feared that if they continued to argue, the people inside would come out and beat them up. What are you afraid of? The tall guy slammed his fist against the window. I advise you to open the door quickly, or otherwise, when the zombies come, we won't fare well. The growls of zombies became increasingly clear, and the bold students finally began to feel some fear. The number of zombies following us seems off. Brother, please open the door. Let us in to hide for a bit. Get out of the way. The tall guy approached aggressively, ready to kick the door, and brushed off the crowd's attempts to stop him. I'm going to break down this door today. Suzy looked troubled. Should we just open the door for them? Yes. Yang Ninger nodded in agreement. This group will eventually barge in. Rather than risk damage to the door and windows, we might as well let them in. Zhou Feng didn't care about the door's condition. He just wanted to run. The further away, the better. But they weren't far from the zombies, and they'd be caught up soon. The only way to survive now is to explode using the gas station's fuel to kill most of the zombies. You two come with me when I go out. Though the 2 girls didn't quite understand, they nodded. All right, a bunch of fools. Wang Chun glared at a few of them in frustration, dragging Dong Baifan towards the bus. Don't get involved with them. Come help me drive. The remaining few were hesitant, unsure of whom to follow. Ding Ziwei also hesitated. She had wanted to go home early, and now that the driver was in the bus, what was she still doing here? Just as everyone was preparing to leave, the closed door suddenly opened. The crowd's eyes brightened, and they immediately pushed and squeezed inside. Get in quickly. Why are there so many zombies outside? Now we're finally safe. You all are sensible. The tall guy shot Zhou Feng a sideways glance, cracking his knuckles as a display of intimidation. Zhou Feng ignored the group of students and led the 2 girls to the refueling area. How did they get out? Aren't they trying to survive? Are they crazy? The tall guy cursed silently at Zhou Feng and the others' backs, slamming the door shut. Don't worry about them. The zombies will be here soon. Zhou Feng walked to the side of the gas station and handed a fuel nozzle to Yang Ninger. Open the valve and let it flow. The zombies coming from behind are far too many. I can't guarantee your safety if I take you out. Blowing up the gas station is our only chance of survival. Yang Ninger trembled while holding the fuel nozzle. After 18 years of abiding by the law, am I finally going to break the law now? Su Zi swallowed hard, looking at the fuel nozzle Zhou Feng handed her. Are we really going to do this? If you want to die, you don't have to. Saying this, Zhou Feng also picked up a fuel nozzle and abruptly opened the valve, letting fuel spray onto the ground. Yang Ninger and Su Zi could only grit their teeth and pour the oil onto the ground. As Ding Ziwei in the lobby realized what Zhou Feng had done, she felt a chill run down her spine and screamed sharply. Ah, what are you doing? Anger filled her eyes as she slammed her hands against the window. How could these people act this way, completely disregarding their lives? The crowd was startled by Ding Ziwei and looked up in unison. Damn! A tall figure abruptly stood up from his chair, wide-eyed as he looked outside. This guy wants to kill us all, everyone stop him. Don't be impulsive. Big brother, let's talk this out. Are you all crazy? The tall figure's legs moved swiftly as he dashed forward, forcefully snatching the oil gun from Yang Ninger's hands. If you want to die, do it far away, don't drag us down with you. Isn't it just about taking your place to hide from the zombies? You are all too selfish. Do you really want to drag everyone down with you? The crowd looked at Zhou Feng and the two girls with expressions of disgust and displeasure, chattering away as they condemned Zhou Feng. Don't you know how many zombies are outside? To think he was so heartless as to want them all to perish. Ding Ziwei, still shaken, stepped forward to snatch the oil gun from Zhou Feng, but he deftly dodged her. Due to the obstruction from the crowd, it was already too late for him to cover the ground with oil. I remember warning you all. Zhou Feng's face darkened as he drew out a Tanghung knife from behind, swiftly slicing the oil pipe, causing a steady stream of oil to gush out. Just roll away already. Not only did they bring danger, but now they were also so brazenly blaming him for causing deaths. Ding Ziwei glared at Zhou Feng, defiantly retorting. We were about to leave. Who told you to open the door? Her words immediately gained high approval from several students. Yes, exactly. If it weren't for the door being suddenly opened, they would have left with Wang Chun and Dong Baifan long ago. Now that the school bus had left, even if they wanted to go, they couldn't. Zhou Feng let out a cold laugh and swiftly severed the other two oil pipes. The faces of the tall figure and his companions turned pale instantly. They did not expect Zhou Feng to be this insane. Quick, hide! What about the school bus? Damn it, how can Dong Baifan drive so fast? Meanwhile, the fastest zombies were finally closing in on the gas station. On the school bus, Dong Baifan, feeling anxious, kept glancing back. Wang Chun, why do I feel so uneasy? Wang Chun, sitting at the back, irritably pushed up his glasses. In fact, he had regretted his decision ever since the bus started moving. Although Ding Ziwei and the others were annoying and incomprehensible, they were not bad at heart. Especially if the others died, because he urged Dong Baifan he might never forgive himself. What if we go back? The two were in agreement, and the school bus skillfully turned around to head back. Roar! The zombies opened their foul mouths and charged at the crowd with a roar. Zhou Feng kicked down a zombie in front of him, dragging Yang Ninger and Su Zi into the gas station's lobby. Their vehicle was still parked at the back door. Keep up with him. Seeing this, Ding Ziwei and her group gritted their teeth and followed Zhou Feng into the lobby. Even with the risk of an explosion at the gas station, it was better than dying at the hands of zombies. Wait for me. The last student, already able to smell the foul wind of the zombies behind him, reddened his eyes in prayer, hoping someone would reach out to help him. The zombie's roar rolled in its throat as it suddenly accelerated, opening its mouth wide to bite down on the student's neck. Ah! The student barely had time to let out a final short cry of pain before his neck was bitten off, and the surrounding zombies gathered to feast on the fresh flesh. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief as they finally ran safely through the lobby's main entrance. Bang! The remaining 4 students, still shaken, pushed things against the door. Upon realizing one classmate was missing, their eyes gradually turned red. Chun Ziming was right behind me just now. He couldn't have fallen to the zombies, could he? We can't die here today, can we? Woo-woo. The sound of sobbing echoed as the tall figure's hands trembled. Stop crying. If you don't want to die, move faster. As the group desperately held the door, Zhou Feng drove the sports car toward the open space in front of the gas station. Click! He rolled down the window, tossing a lighter through the gap. The faint glow of the flame landed on the gasoline on the ground, which immediately exploded in a surge, crackling and rapidly spreading outward. Accompanied by a series of explosions, the blue sports car surged forward, knocking zombies aside. What's going on? As Wang Chun and Dong Baifan just entered the periphery, they saw flames rising within the gas station. Just as they wanted to retreat, they found the school bus had already been surrounded and blocked by zombies. Crackle! The fire spread quickly, licking the machines that still had gasoline left. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted. Boom! Boom, boom. The hot air swept through the gas station with the waves of fire. Even the school bus at a distance was directly blown away. Let alone the lobby at the center of the explosion. Several students were shattered into pieces. No! Wang Chun with red eyes fainted in the school bus filled with regret. Score one. Zhou Feng had music playing in the car, and the system's continual chimes rang in his ears as he hummed a tune and opened the system panel. In the next moment, he widened his eyes in shock. Lv.2 personal shelter score 467 can be used for shelter upgrades, redeeming defense points and lottery chances. Talent every level has golden attributes, distance 3, damage reduction, 70 territory 1 population, 1 Lv.0 can accommodate a maximum of 1 person defense points 1010 points. When attacked, a shield will trigger costing 1 defense point per shield. Lottery chances 0 over 400 points. Zhou Feng did not expect that just a minor incident could yield a score that far exceeded the zombies he had struggled to kill over 2 days. He gripped the steering wheel, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at the system panel. Just 2 green attributes could allow him to dominate in the apocalypse. He could hardly imagine how powerful a golden attribute drawn with 1,000 points would be. As long as he could resist the urge to draw. Damn, he couldn't help it. What if? Just once. Zhou Feng hesitated, glancing at the zombies outside. After all, there were so many points waiting to be harvested. Sharpening the knife does not delay the work of chopping firewood. After convincing himself, he hummed a tune and clicked on the lottery page. Accompanied by a burst of dazzling green light shining on Zhou Feng, the system randomly popped up a message. Congratulations to the host for drawing the green attribute Rotting Brain Resonance. Rotting Brain Resonance. This attribute can attach to zombies and control them, controlling ordinary zombies by a factor of 100, with each change of attached zombies requiring an additional 10 points. Please send zombies to the shelter as soon as possible to repair the building. Damn! Zhou Feng murmured softly. This green attribute was incredibly powerful. However, isn't the shelter something that the system conjures up? Do I really have to build it myself? Fortunately, I drew the green trait Corrupted Brain Resonance this time. Otherwise, constructing just a shelter would take an eternity. Zhou Feng glanced around, planning to resonate with a zombie for an experiment, but his expression changed slightly upon seeing the barriers on both sides of the road. Screech! He slammed on the brakes, his face stern, as he looked at the sharp wooden barrier ahead. The sky was just beginning to lighten at Gao Lu Supermarket. A construction worker wearing a hard hat was peering through a toy telescope, crouched on the second floor to observe the surroundings. The zombies in the East District are still surrounding the residential buildings. The ones in the West District are quickly wandering over here. I need to inform Boss Go to prepare early. Suddenly, the man's eyes lit up as he looked towards the intersection in the East District. Wow! Is that a supercar worth over 100 million from NSJ? Given that speed, it must have been modified. He swallowed hard in greed and immediately ran downstairs. Foreman, boss, we hit the jackpot. Before the construction worker could clarify his reason, Goodabing gave his hard hat a sharp rap. I told you not to be so rash. What jackpot? A super luxury car is coming our way. The hard hat worker excitedly gestured towards the blue supercar he had just seen. All we need to do is set up a roadblock, and when the people in the car get out, won't this car be ours? Bang! Another sharp rap. Goodabing looked at the hard hat worker with a speechless expression, as if to say, are you stupid? It's the apocalypse, oh, what do you want a luxury car for? If you really want it, we can go to the dealership and get you one later. The hard hat worker pouted, boss, but this car is really different. Speak up. Goodabing crossed his arms and quietly listened to how his subordinate would hype it up. The hard hat worker's mind was filled with the image he had just seen through the telescope. That car is fast, can crash into zombies, and it must have cost a fortune to modify it. When Brother Chin drives this car out, the safety level will directly increase a notch. Goodabing's eyes gradually sparkled as he was clearly persuaded. Call the brothers. Let's set up a roadblock. Even if we don't hand the car to Chin Air, keeping it for ourselves will be safe. Okay. The hard hat worker smiled, but just as he was about to call for help, Goodabing stopped him. Goodabing looked outside, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. Set up roadblocks on both sides for any escape routes. If the driver dares to resist, just kill him. Kill someone. They were just ordinary construction workers on the site working under nearly 40 degrees Celsius during the zombie outbreak. The hard hat worker's face turned pale with fear. He didn't dare to kill anyone. Those capitalists who exploited us. Goodabing scoffed, his eyes red with a somewhat sickly hue. Using our hard-earned money to buy luxury cars, what does it matter if we kill them if they don't behave? The hard hat worker's mind recalled the days when wages were unpaid, trembling as he clenched his fist. You're right, boss. They'll take care of it right away. In the past, these people thrived on their wealth. But now, with zombies rampaging, no one would risk their lives for capitalists anymore. He quickly agreed and called out for a dozen brothers to set up the roadblocks, leaving only one route leading to the small supermarket. Screech! The enormous screech of the brakes pierced the ears. Zhou Feng's face was stern as he looked at the roadblock ahead, the desire to kill reaching its peak. These people either didn't know whether they were foolish or clever, or the short barriers on both sides meant that once someone noticed something was wrong and tried to leave it would already be too late. But one misstep could lead to death and destruction of the vehicle. Even if one managed to stop the car swiftly, the loud noise would attract zombies. A dozen people ambushed on both sides rushed out, their lean bodies concealing immense strength, wielding various kitchen knives and weapons. Those in the car, get out. Gudabing stood at the forefront, his gaze fixed on Zhou Feng in the driver's seat. Zhou Feng opened the car door, stepping out with an emotionless face. He glanced at the supermarket standing by the street, raising an eyebrow. I assume you all aren't lacking in supplies, right? The hard hat worker stepped forward, stroking the supercar, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Wow, I don't know how many lifetimes one would need to afford such a good car. Ahem. Hearing the cough of his boss from behind, the hard hat worker reluctantly withdrew his hand from the car. What the little brother said is correct. Gudabing snorted coldly, tapping the car hood. We really don't lack supplies, but we do need a car. As long as you leave the car, you can go. Looking at the determined expression on the other side, Zhou Feng smirked. You may not lack supplies, but I do. What? Gudabing was taken aback by this remark, and after realizing it, he scoffed disdainfully. Are you trying to rob us instead? Upon hearing this, the workers surrounding Zhou Feng all burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, this kid must have eaten bear hearts and leopard gall to dare to think about our supplies. I want to teach him a good lesson later. Ha, we don't have enough to eat, and he still dares to dream of taking a share. Zhou Feng's words were not boastful. In reality, his supplies in the car were not ample, and his clothes had been torn into rags by the fleeing criminals. He desperately wanted to change into a clean outfit. The hard hat worker looked mockingly at Zhou Feng, but his eyes suddenly lit up as he spotted two beauties through the gap in the car window, changing his mind immediately. Wait, we not only want your car, but we also want the two people inside your car. Gudabing and the others were intrigued by the hard hat worker's words, each craning their necks to look inside. Damn, this guy is quite lucky. Humph, just two gold diggers trying to cozy up to the rich second generation for money. Ha ha ha, the apocalypse came just in time. Money is useless now, these two girls must belong to the boss. Gudabing was extremely satisfied with what he heard, and he turned to the two girls with a serious expression. Little ladies at your age, why not fish for a wealthy husband instead? Why not stay to take care of us brothers? We have an entire supermarket full of supplies ensuring you eat well and live luxuriously. Yang Ninger and Su Zi looked at the man who was old enough to be their father teasing them and instantly showed disgust on their faces. Su Zi even turned her head away, unwilling to look at these people. Hey, this little girl. The hard hat worker rolled up his sleeves and was about to step forward, but was pulled back by a friend beside him. The boss hasn't spoken yet, or are you showing off? Aren't they just two gold diggers? When the boss gets tired of them, won't they still belong to us? Gudabing waved the kitchen knife in his hand, provocatively looking at Zhou Feng. Did you hear that? The brothers are all waiting for those two little girls to serve us. Zhou Feng's face grew increasingly dark as he drew the Tanghung knife strapped to his back. That's not going to happen. After all, the car is mine, the people are mine, and even the supermarket behind you will be mine. Since Distance 3 transferred to this knife, he hadn't had the chance to use it properly, and this was the perfect opportunity to find the feeling of using a knife from his past life. Upon hearing Zhou Feng's arrogant words, Gudabing scoffed disdainfully. They had people and weapons. Did he really think he could take on more than 10 of them by himself? What a delusion. The Tanghung knife unsheathed, gleaming coldly, a silver arc slicing through the air. With a swift motion, red threads burst forth beneath the silver line. Despite Gudabing's quick reflexes to dodge aside, a deep wound exposing bone appeared on his arm. As the blade sliced through flesh, an unstoppable aura of sharpness surged toward the ground, instantly creating a crack in the cement. Cold sweat broke out on Gudabing's back as he stared in shock at Zhou Feng. This strength is too much. A faint thought of retreat began to form in his mind, but he was met with the eager eyes of his subordinates behind him. You all charge at me. Gudabing didn't even see the cause of the ground's cracks clearly. How could the workers behind him? They assumed Zhou Feng had damaged the ground with his knife. Upon hearing this, they rushed forward in a heated frenzy. Zhou Feng stepped forward, wielding his knife, swiftly making several cuts on these men. Ouch! It hurts so much. The workers groaned in pain as they lay on the ground. Gudabing, realizing he couldn't defeat this guy, signaled to his uninjured subordinates. This person before him was tough. If he let it go just like that, he might face retaliation at any time. Therefore, they had to take advantage of the opponent's fewer numbers and defeat him in a team battle. As Zhou Feng sensed the sound of air being cut behind him, it was already too late to dodge. He quickly activated his defense, placing his large knife outside the protective shield. Clang! A metallic ringing echoed from midair. The subordinates were pushed back by the recoil, looking up at Zhou Feng in surprise. Boss, he's problematic. What? Gudabing asked in confusion. Before the subordinate could answer, in the next moment Zhou Feng swung his knife horizontally, and a round head rolled off from the subordinate's neck. With a splatter, blood rained down, staining the clothes of those present. The subordinate who had fallen to the ground stopped, moving his eyes wide open as he stared at this horrifying scene. Help, call the police. There's been a murder. Zhou Feng flicked the blood off his knife with a smooth motion. He chose not to let it go. Since they dared to provoke him, they had to bear the consequences. Gu Dabing, momentarily regaining rationality, was mesmerized by the luxury car and beauty. Wait. He trembled, calling for Zhou Feng to stop the slaughter. Brother, you see, you haven't lost anything and we've already lost a person. How about I let you go right now? What are you thinking? Zhou Feng chuckled lightly. I've said it before, I'm in desperate need of resources. Just as he was about to step forward, a coarse male voice came from the side of the vehicle. Don't move. The worker in a hard hat swallowed, nervously gripping Yang Ninger and Su Zi's hair with one hand while holding a knife against their fragile necks with the other. Yang Ninger felt tears welling up in her eyes from the pain. Zhou Feng, the hard hat worker, tightened his grip, urgently saying, Don't move. If you want your little lovers to remain unharmed, then be obedient and stop. What do you want? Zhou Feng paused for a moment, inquiring with keen interest. Put down the knife in your hand. The hard hat worker looked at the weapon in Zhou Feng's hand, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. No, throw it to me. This student, who looked like he couldn't distinguish between grains, was actually able to decapitate someone. He must have relied on that good knife. What use is it to just have his knife? Seeing the situation back under his control, Gu Dabing's heart, which had been racing, instantly calmed down. He sneered. This kid looks prettier than a woman. Why not chop off his limbs and let the brothers play with him? Hee. Gu Dabing's subordinates chuckled dryly. They had no special preferences, but they didn't mind insulting this second-generation rich kid who had killed their brother. Zhou Feng ignored everyone, his cold gaze fixed on the hard hat worker. Are you sure you want the knife? He lifted the tang horizontal knife, his tone strange. And what if I give you the knife and you don't let them go? Rest assured. The hard hat worker puffed out his chest, his voice firm. My word is my bond. As long as you throw the knife over, I will let them go. Seeing Zhou Feng ignore his insult, Gu Dabing sneered, waiting for him to be unarmed, so he could thoroughly teach this person a lesson. All right. Zhou Feng smiled and nodded, gripping his weapon tightly as he hurled it toward the hard hat worker. The tang horizontal knife pierced like a spear, instantly embedding itself in the worker's throat. With a splatter, ugh! The hard hat worker's eyes widened in disbelief as he instinctively clutched his torn neck, falling back and gasping for his last breath. Little brother? Gu Dabing's eyes nearly burst as he witnessed this scene, swinging his weapon toward Zhou Feng. The air was filled with the sound of slicing. Clang! Zhou Feng sidestepped, avoiding the strike as the blade fell heavily to the ground with a metallic ring. Gu Dabing bent over from the inertia, but Zhou Feng seized the opportunity to choke him and pressed down, delivering a heavy punch to his abdomen. Bang, bang, bang! Zhou Feng, unarmed, struck fiercely, leaving several men powerless to resist. It wasn't that they were too weak. Anyone facing a monster who wasn't afraid of pain or injury would have to weigh whether they might end up trading blows. Soon the cries of agony rose and fell on the ground. Hiss! Only when Zhou Feng stopped did he realize the pain throughout his body, as if he had been run over by a car. Here you go. Yang Ninger obediently picked up the tang horizontal knife from the ground and handed it to Zhou Feng. Her compliance was a stark contrast to when they first met. She actually felt guilty. It was all their fault for being too weak, causing Zhou Feng to suffer such severe injuries. Clang! Zhou Feng dragged the knife, smiling as he walked toward those lying on the ground. Hey, are you asleep? No! Please don't kill me. Gu Dabing rasped, begging for mercy. If he weren't in such pain from broken bones, he would have crawled to the ground to kowtow. It was our fault for not recognizing your greatness. Please spare us, Great One. We didn't mean to rob your car. Someone cried and blamed everything on the dead hard hat worker. It's all his fault. He suggested we rob your car. Look, he's dead. How about... With a splatter. Zhou Feng had no patience for their begging. He directly stabbed one of them. As he reached the last person, he looked at Zhou Feng with a mix of threat and desperation. If you kill us, the second brother will definitely not let you off when he returns. He'll just end up dead too. Zhou Feng sneered, swinging his knife to slice through the man's throat. Let's go. He nodded toward the nearby supermarket. Pick out a few suitable outfits, then find a room to apply medicine for me. Yang Ninger and Su Zi followed Zhou Feng into the supermarket, where there were few clothes, but they had basically all the styles they wanted. Although the clothes were of average quality, both were satisfied. After all, having clothes to wear in the apocalypse was already a blessing. They just didn't know. Old ones don't go away and new ones won't come. Zhou Feng took a few extra garments from the clothing section, with the attribute damage reduced by 70. He nevertheless harbored a strange feeling that his clothes were more likely to be ruined. Come here, I'll apply the medicine. Su Zi produced the required ointment from her backpack and beckoned to Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng carried 2 clean mattresses to the floor, flopped down in bliss, and casually directed Yang Ninger to massage him and feed him fruit. Seeing Zhou Feng's feeble, perhaps lazy, posture and still feeling guilty, Yang Ninger eagerly scurried off to select a few fruits. Oranges, strawberries. Ah, these grapes are so fresh. She twisted open the complimentary bottled water and rinsed the fruit. They would not stay here long, so she felt little compunction about using supplies that were not hers. She would not be wasteful but neither excessively frugal. The door creaked as Yang Ninger carried an assortment of fruit inside and found Su Zi gently applying medicine to Zhou Feng. The red welts and streaks of blood were alarming. Wounds born in their protection. Su Zi's pale fingertips traced Zhou Feng's back as she breathed softly. Does it hurt? Zhou Feng emitted a restrained grunt. It was not particularly painful, merely a ticklish chill from the cool breath on his skin. Such bruises he thought healed faster if one worked them out vigorously. Su Zi's technique felt like tickling. When would he ever be well? Haven't you eaten? You? The corner of her mouth twitched. If not for the fact he was hurt because of them, she would hardly be so gentle. Would she be this tender otherwise? Truly blessed and ungrateful. In a huff she kneaded Zhou Feng with force, determined these bruises must be gone by morning. Ah, that's comfortable. Zhou Feng sighed and went limp on the mattress, finally content. Yang Ninger stubbornly stuffed one piece of fruit after another into his mouth. Open your mouth, eat. Though her manner was rough, she even peeled grapes and removed their seeds. Yang Ninger felt a little besotted with herself. Why was she being so attentive to Zhou Feng? She had loathed this pervert at first, now she found herself instinctively aching at his injuries. She massaged until midnight. When Su Zi finally finished applying the medicine and tried to climb into bed, Zhou Feng abruptly ushered her out. She stood at the door clutching the blanket, bewildered. What did he mean? Weren't they supposed to warm the bed? Not anymore. Zhou Feng would never wrong himself. Rather than endure a whole night with a makeshift bed warmer to honor some agreement, he would sooner go straight to Yang Ninger for a proper time. So once it was over, he tossed Su Zi out. Ah! The girl lay flat on the bed, hair splayed, avoiding Zhou Feng's gaze. Only the crimson tips of her ears betrayed a flicker of expectation. But Zhou Feng did not pounce as she had imagined. Instead, he invented a new game. A bad premonition washed over Yang Ninger, and the next moment a cold grape pressed against her mouth. Cold. Her eyes, like autumn water, looked at Zhou Feng in supplication. He idly prodded the plump grape and with a teasing smile said, "Let's see, little dog, how many grapes can you eat?" Hearing the sounds from inside, Su Zi sat against the wall, hugging her blanket, and covered her ears, unwilling to listen though her cheeks were flushing. Outside the supermarket, the noise of the parked car sounded unusually clear in the night. Ah! The driver tripped over a body, cursed as he pulled himself up and spat at the corpse. Who the hell dies so rudely at someone's doorstep? But when his eyes fell upon the corpse's face, he screamed in terror, "Ah! Old four, when did you get so timid?" The others hauled themselves out of the car and mocked. "Haha, scared stiff by a corpse? Why are you acting like such a woman? Come on, move." The driver pointed at the body with trembling fingers, his voice hoarse. "Go. Go. Boss. It's Boss Guest's body." Qin Lauer, wiping down his newly acquired weapon, stepped out impatiently at the commotion and glared. "What's the matter? Aren't you afraid of attracting zombies? Gogong 2 is dead. And the runner, the others are dead too." The man's voice choked. They had been joking together in the day, and now at night they returned to find corpses. What? Qin Lauer gaped, his expression dark as he looked at his fallen brothers. His lips opened and shut in disbelief, his molars grinding. "Who did this? I will kill them and avenge Gogong 2. Qin Lauer's gaze was drawn to the luxury car a short distance away, and the wooden spikes in front of it. In an instant he understood what had occurred. Someone had likely targeted that car, and Gudabing had half-heartedly agreed. The result had been disastrous. A flicker of pain crossed his eyes, but more than that he saw prospects for himself. Gudabing had always acted like the boss, making Qin Lauer hesitate over his own ambitions. Now that Gudabing lay dead at another's hand, Qin Lauer's eyes brightened. Was he not the most qualified to lead this small team now? Though inwardly pleased, he still had to perform the proper show of sorrow. He cast a sorrowful glance at his men. "You lot make a racket and draw the zombies from the west over here, but try not to get hurt. The rest come with me. I found a clean apartment in the block across the way." At night, the quiet meant even whispers could draw the zombies' attention. Not to mention the earlier loud and unrestrained noise, so the area beneath the supermarket soon gathered a horde of zombies. "I'm so tired." Yang Ninger reached out weakly to push Zhou Feng's shoulder, but he still refused to relent. After a while longer, the Bodhi water finally poured into the Crimson Lotus and the watering ceased. Yang Ninger had fainted from exhaustion, occasionally murmuring in her dreams. Su Zi too fell into a deep sleep after the sounds quieted. What an uncouth pair of lovers. If it were her, she would never behave like that. Before sleep fully took her, scattered thoughts flickered through her mind. Zhou Feng, brimming with energy, came to the window, lit a cigarette, and watched with interest the people downstairs who like ants industriously lured the zombies. Dawn leaked pale light through the window, painting Yang Ninger's skin, mottled all over in soft morning glow. Down below, zombies had clustered in layers 3 deep inside and 3 deep outside. By estimation, there were at least 300 to 400 of them. Zhou Feng released the sleeping girl in his arms and approached the window to look down. So many zombies. A smirk played on his lips as he remarked with interest, perfect, I won't even need to search for them, 100 zombies are needed to be sent for building the shelter. Roar, roar, roar. The more than 400 zombies lingered for a long time. Zhou Feng immediately activated corrupted brain resonance, controlling all 100 strong and fit zombies downstairs. Please plan the location for the shelter and dispatch zombies for repairs. As the system's voice faded, a map of Mabe City appeared in Zhou Feng's mind with 5 marked locations in the city center suitable for construction, and even more options in the outskirts. There were as many as 18 suitable locations for building the shelter. His gaze swept over these spots, and finally settled on a resource-rich, sparsely populated area in the outskirts. It was a good 10 kilometers away before encountering dense residential buildings. The further he went into the valley, the scarcer the population became. It wasn't until half a mile into the valley that a small village existed. A flat area next to this valley was just right for constructing a shelter. In the middle of the valley there was also a marked abandoned military base. Although it had existing structures, access was too inconvenient, so Zhou Feng dismissed it. After determining the shelter's location, 3 different architectural blueprints appeared on the semi-transparent panel. Oh! Zhou Feng raised an eyebrow, not expecting the shelter system to provide such options. He had just been worried about how to build the shelter. As if the heavens had sent a pillow while he was drowsy. He chose the one with the largest range among the 3 rudimentary blueprints, but did not let the group of zombies leave immediately. There were still so many zombies downstairs that could be harvested for points. If they left, wouldn't that just be a burden on himself? What happened? Yang Ninger sat up from the mattress groggy, and feeling the soreness in her body, she let out a soft sigh. She vowed never to play tricks with Zhou Feng again. She glared at Zhou Feng with a hint of resentment, just about to get up when she heard Zhou Feng's voice. It's nothing, just that a few hundred zombies have gathered downstairs. What? Yang Ninger was startled by Zhou Feng's words, and sat up abruptly, the thin blanket slipping from her body, revealing the vivid bruises on her fair skin. She felt a chill and looked down to see her face instantly turn crimson as she covered herself with the blanket. How could there be so many zombies outside? Suzy stood frozen at the door, her body icy upon hearing Zhou Feng's words. What exactly is happening? Are we out of the frying pan and into the fire? A few hundred zombies. What does that even mean? It's far beyond what an ordinary person would ever encounter, equivalent to several classes of university students gathered together, the density making it impossible to escape. The 2 girls approached the window and goosebumps instantly rose on their skin. No way. Yang Ninger muttered in disbelief. Did we make that much noise yesterday? She clearly remembered that she had been keeping her voice down. Zhou Feng glanced at Yang Ninger, who was speaking recklessly, and said, Of course, so many zombies must have been attracted by someone. Look across. Yang Ninger followed Zhou Feng's gaze, and could only see vague silhouettes in the room, instinctively gripping the hem of Zhou Feng's shirt. What should we do to escape? No. Should we say, can we even get out alive? She sensed the fear and terror from the 2 girls beside her. Zhou Feng reassured them, You 2 go wait on the rooftop for me. There's a building only 2 meters away. Jump over and you'll be safe. He was busy controlling 100 zombies to slaughter their kind, while the other zombies were caught off guard. Their empty minds wouldn't even consider the option of killing the attacker. Jump 2 meters. Yang Ninger and Suzy widened their eyes in nervousness. In their university physical exams they barely passed, and their standing long jump was at most 1.6 meters. This was simply asking the impossible. Zhou Feng reached out to pat Yang Ninger's head, saying, Don't worry, I won't leave you behind here. Yang Ninger and Suzy had no choice but to trust Zhou Feng and reluctantly turned to head upstairs. Swish! Zhou Feng moved several barrels of cooking oil from the supermarket, controlling his zombies to drive the other zombies downstairs, then poured the thick oil down on the zombies. It was indeed taking too long for the controlled zombies to kill. He decided to lend a hand by lighting a fire. Snap! A small flame shot out from the windproof lighter. What are they doing over there? The surveillance personnel by the window muttered in confusion. Pouring cooking oil down. That building will be engulfed in flames too. Are they planning to self-immolate? How could that be? He chuckled at himself, shaking his head. They're not foolish. The next moment the mixture of zombie oil and cooking oil ignited, rapidly spreading fire throughout the entire supermarket. The surveillance personnel? Ah! Yang Ninger trembled, watching the flames below. It wouldn't be long before they reached the rooftop, yet her only concern was for Zhou Feng's safety. She panically looked at Suzy. What should we do? Zhou Feng is still down there. Suzy felt cold sweat forming in her palms, turning to the rooftop door, leading downstairs, ready to rush in to save him. But just as she took a few steps, the door opened on its own. Zhou Feng walked up from the stairwell, a smile on his lips as he said to the two, "Let's go meet those troublemakers." Seeing Zhou Feng come up unharmed, the two let out a sigh of relief. Yang Ninger was about to speak when Zhou Feng scooped her up in a princess carry and easily jumped over to the rooftop edge. Thud. The two landed easily. Su Zi bit her lip, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes. The height difference between the two buildings meant once they crossed over there would be no going back. Was Zhou Feng going to give up on himself? How would she survive? Jump over. Zhou Feng turned to Su Zi, extending his hand, his tone firm. "I will catch you." "Oh." Su Zi's eyes lit up, a sweet smile blooming on her face. "Then you must catch me well." She took several steps back and then charged forward, leaping without reservation, her unwavering trust making her soar like a butterfly under the sun, undeterred by the fear of death. Zhou Feng swiftly reached out to grab her wrist as she was about to fall. "Ah!" Su Zi hung in midair, extreme fear causing her heart to race, and the instinct to survive compelled her to cling tightly to Zhou Feng's hand. Her adrenaline surged, her eyes reddened, yet her gaze was unfocused on Zhou Feng, who was holding her tight, not even realizing when she had been pulled up. With a forceful pull, Zhou Feng yanked Su Zi up from midair. Still in shock, Su Zi refused to let go of Zhou Feng's hand, even after being rescued, her mind utterly blank, her heartbeat so thunderous that even Zhou Feng could hear it. Boom! A scorching flame surged upward like a fiery dragon, reaching its zenith in an instant. The drowsy observer jolted awake only to see the supermarket across the way engulfed in flames. Damn it! He shot to his feet. Until today this place had been their stronghold, and they knew well how abundant the supplies within were. Now countless provisions were being consumed by the fire. "I need to tell second brother Qin right away." The chime of points being credited rang out incessantly. Zhou Feng ignored the system and patted the shoulder of the rather oblivious man in front of him. "Hey!" The observer who had been about to go inform second brother turned his head. In that instant Zhou Feng slit his throat without hesitation. On the third floor of a residential building, 7 or 8 burly men were gathered around, gnawing on braised lamb legs. "Brothers, we've avenged the boss today." Qin Lauer had his arm around a scantily clad young woman, a college student he had rescued from zombies the night before. "From now on you'll follow me. If we brothers work together, we're bound to make a name for ourselves in this apocalypse." Second brother is right. None of our families are in this city. A worker in blue overalls nodded. Going home is nearly impossible. All we can do now is survive in this apocalypse. "I disagree." A disheveled man suddenly stepped forward from the crowd in opposition. "I would willingly follow Brother Gu as our leader, but what makes you think we should follow you?" The disheveled man's face was full of indignation. Qin Lauer had always been duplicitous towards Brother Gu, and this aggressive push to avenge him was nothing but a ploy to win people over. He himself felt he wouldn't be a bad leader, would he? "You ask me what makes me qualified?" Qin Lauer let out a hearty laugh, pulling a pistol from his waist, swiftly chambering around and aiming it at the disheveled man. "Is this enough?" "Holy shit! Second brother Qin, where did you get that?" The sight of the gun terrified everyone. They were just ordinary citizens who had never seen such a thing before. Now even those who resented Qin Lauer becoming the leader dared not voice their opposition. Only the disheveled man was held up, his legs trembling as he swallowed hard. Enough! More than enough! He felt like crying. Look at the mess this had become. "Why didn't you say you had the ultimate argument earlier?" Qin Lauer holstered his pistol with a triumphant air. Though it only had 2 bullets, it was enough to intimidate these men. "What are you standing around for? Keep eating." "Yes, yes, of course, second brother." The men responded with forced smiles, not daring to offend the man before them. Qin Lauer turned to the college student beside him. "Shao Tower, go get your classmates. Have them come dance for us brothers." "Okay." A flicker of hatred passed through Shao Tower's eyes. Because of her beauty, she had caught Qin Lauer's eye and suffered his constant groping. How could a well-educated young woman be willing to serve a worker old enough to be her father? Shao Tower had originally planned to sneak away while they slept. But now, recalling the scene she had just witnessed, a chill ran down her spine. That was a gun. Could she outrun a bullet even if she ran as fast as she could? Despair filled Shao Tower's heart, and her steps towards the next room felt as heavy as lead. Thump! A series of footsteps suddenly sounded from the window. "Who's there?" Qin Lauer and the others immediately looked over warily. Zhou Feng strode openly from the window into their midst, his gaze sweeping over the cooked lamb in the center. Eating. He found a place to sit, carved off a slice of lamb with his knife and popped it into his mouth. "What are you all staring at? Not eating? Who the hell are you?" His presumptuous demeanor left everyone bewildered. Zhou Feng raised an eyebrow, swallowed the lamb. "Truly the mighty are forgetful. You just lured the zombies to my building and now you've forgotten me already. Oh, it's you. Ha, coming to us now, are you afraid you won't die fast enough?" The disheveled man picked up a crowbar, glaring at Zhou Feng with hatred. "It'll make you pay for brother guest's life today." Recalling Qin Lauer's earlier threat, the man's hatred for Zhou Feng deepened. If Brother Gu were still alive, Qin Lauer wouldn't be so bold even with a gun. So it was because of him that you led the zombies here? Zhou Feng sneered, looking at the disheveled man who seemed ready to kill him. If your brother hadn't been greedy and invited a wolf into the house, would he have died by my hand? Pa! All talk. The disheveled man retreated behind Qin Lauer, a smug look on his face. Our new leader is far more formidable than you imagine. It's not too late for you to beg for mercy now. Qin Lauer waved his hand. This young man had escaped a zombie horde unscathed and had found the culprit. He was clearly no pushover. Since the man was still alive, there was no reason not to turn hostility into cooperation. Little brother, you did kill our boss, and we used the zombies to get our revenge. The fact that you escaped shows you have skill. Qin Lauer spoke with an air of authority. Rest assured we won't come after you anymore over the boss death. How about we call it even? I don't think so. A smirk curled at the corner of Zhou Feng's mouth. In the apocalypse, one must never let an enemy go. This was a lesson he had learned from bitter experience in his past life. He suddenly drew his tang sword and swung it at Qin Lauer. Swish! Caught off guard by Zhou Feng's sudden attack, Qin Lauer failed to dodge and was slashed across the shoulder blade. He grunted in pain, yanked the pistol from his waist, and fired a bullet at Zhou Feng. Bang! Zhou Feng clutched his abdomen, sucking in a sharp breath. A flicker of triumph shone in Qin Lauer's eyes as he grimaced in pain. Ha, you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. I was going to let you go, but you were foolish enough to strike at me. In his eyes, a shot Zhou Feng was as good as dead. Zhou Feng pulled the bullet from his flesh, gazing at the blood on its tip with a hint of awe. Truly the power of firearms. It went in 2 inches deep. Qin Lauer, clutching his wounded shoulder, stared in shock, his eyes wide. How is that possible? How can you be fine? He looked down at the gun in his hand, then up at Zhou Feng. This gun. Is it a fake? His 9 years of compulsory education led him to believe the gun was a fake, rather than suspect that Zhou Feng might be something beyond human. Zhou Feng let out a cold laugh, and in a flurry of blade flashes the men before him fell one by one. Ouch! My arm! My arm! Help! Zhou Feng stepped forward and planted his foot on Qin Lauer's injured shoulder blade. Hiss! Second brother Qin sucked in a sharp breath, trembling with pain. Let go of me. Not bad. Zhou Feng retrieved the pistol from him, ejected the magazine to find only a single bullet inside. You're the first person to wound me this severely since I returned. Don't worry, I'll grant you a swift death. Though he promised a quick end, Zhou Feng's foot continued grinding down mercilessly. Just as second brother Qin was on the verge of fainting from agony, Zhou Feng finally showed mercy by pressing the blade against his throat. With a slash, the windpipe was severed and blood gushed from his mouth in torrents. Ah! Xiao Tower, who had returned with a group of girls, let out a terrified shriek. They stared in horror at the scene before them. The second brother Qin, who had always terrorized Xiao Tao, now lay dead at the man's feet, while the other bullies sprawled motionless on the ground. Please don't kill us. Xiao Tao burst into tears from sheer fright. The other girls were no less terrified, huddling together in cowardice. Zhou Feng's gaze swept over the group of girls, finding none who met the system's criteria for a female resident. The only pretty one, Xiao Tao, bore marks suggesting she was already in a refueling state. What a pity! Zhou Feng muttered under his breath, then turned away, leaving them behind to systematically finish off each person on the ground. Seeing that the man seemed to have no intention of killing them, Xiao Tao and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was clear that Zhou Feng was incredibly formidable, far more so than second brother Qin. Exchanging glances, Xiao Tao and the others hesitantly stepped forward to ask, Big brother, can we follow you from now on? Zhou Feng refused without a second thought, as if he hadn't even fully devoured the 2 SSR cards in his hand. How could he spare resources to support this useless group? The roar of helicopter rotors suddenly filled the sky. Zhou Feng looked up to see crates of supplies being dropped from above. Red signal smoke billowed up from various parts of the city. Countless survivors emerged from their safe houses, marching toward the airdrops. Great, the country has come to save us. We're saved. I knew rescue would come soon. Those criminals will get what they deserve. Zombies. Run, everyone, run. Some managed to grab supplies, while others were driven back into hiding by the undead. In his past life, the government had indeed reacted swiftly, rescuing survivors, launching large-scale zombie extermination, and providing unlimited ammunition to end the crisis as soon as possible. Everything seemed to be improving, but a week into the apocalypse, the zombies began to evolve. Xiao Tao and the others glanced at Zhou Feng before joining the rush for supplies. Since the big shot didn't want them, they had to find new ways to survive. Zhou Feng returned to the sports car to find Su Zi staring blankly at the red signal smoke. What, regretting not holding out a few more days? Su Zi snapped back to reality, her gaze softening as she looked at Zhou Feng. I made my choice. I won't regret it so easily. I was just wondering if my parents can get their hands on these supplies. They will. Zhou Feng lit a cigarette and offered a casual reassurance. Even if they miss this one, airdrops will fall everywhere every day for the next week. Suzy shot him a puzzled look. How do you know that? Zhou Feng didn't answer. Instead, he spotted a familiar family in the crowd. Li Xiaowen, Ji Kunlin. He bit out the names, his eyes fixed on the family of 4. They seemed to notice him, and Suzy rushing over with the supplies they just scavenged. Xiao Feng. Li Xiaowen looked astonished that his nephew had survived. You're alive. That's wonderful. Is this your girlfriend? His face beamed with joy. Perfect timing. Since the streets are crawling with zombies, why not move back home? With his easily manipulated nephew around, the family wouldn't have to risk going out for supplies. Aunt Ji Kunlin's eyes fixed greedily on the car Zhou Feng was leaning against, and she couldn't resist touching it. Goodness, how much does a car this beautiful cost? Mom, this is a luxury car. Li Hui had already circled the vehicle, unable to contain his excitement. This car must be worth tens of millions. Zhou Feng, where did you steal this car? You don't need it, why not give it to me? Zhou Feng's eyes turned cold, and he sneered as he pulled Suzy close by her slender waist. You're ugly, but your imagination is impressive. Go find one yourself. Xiao Feng, watch your mouth. Ji Kunlin frowned at him, annoyed that her nephew had become so unruly since leaving home. Suzy's gaze at the family of 4 flickered with distaste. She hadn't expected Zhou Feng's birth family to be such a piece of work. Demanding things from others outright. Isn't that pure greed? She wasn't one to curse, but she wouldn't let her savior be bullied. Calling you ugly is a compliment. You're like a toad on the foot. Doesn't bite but sure is annoying. Yang Ninger had stayed in the car, the whole time grateful for the tinted windows that hid the stockpile of supplies inside. Who do you think you are? Li Xianxian pointed at Suzy's nose and cursed. If you want into our family, you'd better learn to grovel, or you're not welcome here. My sister's young and doesn't know better, or you won't hold it against her, will you? Li Xiaowen laughed awkwardly as he lowered Li Zuangshuan's hand, looking at Zhou Feng with feigned warmth. Come on, let's talk at home first. Fine, I'll drop by. Remembering how his family had used him as a blood bag in his past life, Zhou Feng agreed without hesitation. It's easy to invite a god in, but hard to send one out. Today he would teach this family the meaning of trying to gain a little only to lose a lot. Li Ziyuan's eyes lit up, and he hurried forward to grasp Zhou Feng's hand. Xiao Feng, you see, your younger siblings are still young, and we're out of supplies at home. How about you go out and bring back some more food? Zhou Feng glanced at Li Hui and Li Xianxian in surprise. They're barely 3 months younger than me, you call that young? Unaccustomed to his defiance, Ji Kunlin spoke with sarcasm. Your parents died early, your uncle and I slaved to raise you. Is this how you repay us? If it weren't for our family paying for your education, would you be a college student now? A hint of smugness crept into her brow, knowing that this old trick always filled Zhou Feng with guilt and got her what she wanted. Hey, is that so? Zhou Feng couldn't help but sneer as he listened to the familiar words from the 2 people in front of him. In his past life, he had been gradually controlled by the treacherous hearts of these 2, willingly helping them seize resources. It was only later that he discovered that this spacious apartment owned by Li Xiaowen and Ji Kunlin was purchased with the inheritance of Zhou Feng's parents. He was still very young when his parents passed away. So when the 2 informed him that the compensation money for his parents was merely a few thousand, he believed it without the slightest doubt. For over a decade, he had lived cautiously at his uncle's house, fearing that upsetting the 2 would get him kicked out. It was also later that Zhou Feng learned that the dowry left by his mother had all been exchanged by Li Hui for 2 bags of instant noodles for his girlfriend. Don't you want to come to my house? Li Hui stood behind his mother with his arms crossed, looking down at Zhou Feng with a raised chin. As long as you bring back 5 pounds of food from outside, you can come to my house for refuge. No need for refuge. I'm planning to go to my girlfriend's house in the future. Zhou Feng smirked coldly at Ji Kunlin. Auntie, you know I can't go to my girlfriend's house empty-handed. My mother's dowry is still around, right? I'll just go grab it and leave. Aunt Ji Kunlin's expression suddenly changed. No one would take a single cent from her hands. When your parents died, they were in massive debt. What dowry could possibly remain? How could there be none? Zhou Feng took out an old bone knife he hadn't used in a while and wiped it. Those are the 9 gold hairpins, personally crafted by my grandfather. I saw them in your collection room when I was a child. I said there are none. Aunt Ji Kunlin's face suddenly flushed red, pointing at Zhou Feng and cursing. Are you trying to drive me to death? After all I've done to raise you since you were little, this is how you treat me. Zhou Feng, like a good brother, put his arm around his cousin's shoulder, pressing the cold bone knife tightly against his neck. Auntie, you wouldn't want to see your son in trouble, would you? Ah, let him go. Aunt Ji Kunlin screamed, rushing forward in panic, trying to save Li Hui. Zhou Feng effortlessly dodged Aunt Ji Kunlin's chubby hands with Li Hui, and the bone knife lightly cut a red line across Li Hu's neck. Don't panic, Auntie. There should be a dowry now, right? Oh dear. You child. Uncle Li Xiaowen was so anxious that he could hardly hold on to what he was carrying. What are you doing? Xiao Hui is your brother. Whatever happens we can talk it out as a family. Don't embarrass yourself in front of your girlfriend. Zhou Feng sneered, exerting pressure again with his hand. What? Do you want to see if I dare to kill someone? Don't. Auntie's eyes were filled with sorrow as she exclaimed. Yes, there is. We have it at home. Hurry and let my brother go. Auntie will go home to get it for you now. Why didn't you do this sooner? Zhou Feng instantly restored his smile and tapped Li Hu's trembling cheek with the knife's edge. I haven't seen my brother for such a long time. It's time to get closer. Ji, tell Ninger to park the car and come over. Su Ji nodded and got into the car where Li Ziyuan's family couldn't see. The commotion had already drawn the attention of a group of neighbors, but upon seeing Zhou Feng they relaxed and turned their eyes away. Hey, I didn't expect Xiao Feng to return on his own 2 days after the apocalypse. Isn't that so? Have you heard? Many people online say they wouldn't dare go out without getting airdrops. Fortunately, all the zombies in our area have been burned. Ha ha ha, otherwise I wouldn't have dared to come down. I even saw a group of zombies upstairs wandering off somewhere. In the 6-story residential building, Zhou Feng entered room 601, while holding Li Hui hostage with Yang Ninger and Su Ji following closely behind. All the way uncle and aunt watched Zhou Feng's hand closely, fearing that the bone knife would cut their precious son's throat. Xiao Feng, why do you have to do this? Stop talking nonsense. Zhou Feng sat on the sofa with Li Hui comfortably crossing his legs, but he still kept the bone knife tightly gripped. He glanced at the unlocked door and signaled Su Ji with his eyes. Lock the door. If someone runs away we can at least buy some time. Yang Ninger chuckled softly, casting a gloating glance at Li Hui. Finally, she was no longer the only one being persecuted. I'll go find it for you. Aunt Ji Kunlin shot Zhou Feng a fierce glare from behind as she entered the family's collection room. What a little brat. She closed the door of the collection room and quietly cursed. Ungrateful wretch, we raised you until you were 18 and now you treat us like this. Just wait and see how I deal with you. In the living room, Zhou Feng and the others sat in silence. Only Li Hui trembled, too afraid to swallow his saliva, fearing that he might inadvertently deepen the cut on his neck. There should still be things from my mother at home. Zhou Feng didn't want to let them off so easily. He looked at Yang Ninger. Ninger, can you help me check if there are any of my mother's jewelry among those? After all, I need to save some dowry for my future marriage. Yang Ninger was taken aback. How would I know what your mother's jewelry looks like? I don't know. She was about to retort when she suddenly realized and jumped excitedly from the sofa. I don't know. Then it means I can just take whatever I want. Zhou Feng, here is a very luxurious necklace from a long time ago. It doesn't seem like something Auntie would wear. Zhou Feng, there's also a ruby ring here. Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng, I even found photos from your family. You were so cute as a child. Yang Ninger walked over slowly with a pile of various jewelry and an album. Aunt Ji Kunlin, who came out of the collection room, could only clench her fists, gritting her teeth as she watched this scene. She had to endure. Some of these things were hers, and as soon as order was restored in the country she could send Zhou Feng to jail. Your mother's dowry, I will give it to you. Aunt Ji Kunlin gritted her teeth as she handed the dowry to Su Ji, forcing a stiff smile. I know you are a good child. I am at ease giving this to you. Su Ji glanced at Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng nodded. This is what my mom left behind. It will be kept with you for now. Li Xiaowen stepped forward, looking at Zhou Feng as if he were a misunderstanding child. Xiao Feng, can you let go of your brother now? Zhou Feng lazily lowered the knife in his hand, kicking Li Hui into Auntie's arms, the weight of an adult directly pressing her to the ground. Aunt Ji Kunlin looked at her son, finally safe, and could no longer hold back her feelings of grievance, bursting into tears. Zhou Feng, you ungrateful wretch, no matter what I raised you well and fed you. Is this how you treat us now? Mom and Dad, it hurts. Li Hui clutched his neck, glaring at Zhou Feng resentfully, his voice filled with grievance. You all hurry and kick this little brat out of the house. Zhou Feng pretended not to hear, flipping through the photo album Yang Ninger had brought back. A woman with a bright smile held a little boy in a dress, leaning into the embrace of a middle-aged man who tugged at the boy's soft cheeks as if mocking him. Tisk. Zhou Feng closed the photo album in irritation, finding the family before him even more displeasing. Good food and drink. He let out a cold laugh, citing examples. You mean using my parents' inheritance to feed me leftovers? Or forcing me into that cramped, suffocating storage room? Li Xiaowen looked at Zhou Feng with a guilty expression. Xiao Feng, we truly had no other room for you. But there was no inheritance. Who told you such things? No inheritance. Zhou Feng, of course, wouldn't reveal he learned this from Li Hui in his past life. He sneered. Then how did you move from a 20-square-meter rental to this sprawling flat overnight? Li Xiaowen sighed, gazing at Zhou Feng with wounded eyes. Having obtained what he wanted, Zhou Feng was about to leave when he heard Yang Ninger gasp while looking at her phone. What's wrong? He followed her gaze. Yang Ninger turned up the phone's volume so everyone present could hear. Urgent announcement. A zombie crisis has erupted. The nation has initiated urban lockdown measures. Citizens in safe home environments must strictly isolate indoors and avoid going out. Residents in dangerous areas should proceed to designated shelters as soon as possible following official instructions. The following are the rescue lists for this province and city happiness community Santiana. Bishui East Bank No. 1. National rescue forces are fully deployed to ensure citizens' safety. Please closely follow official information and do not trust rumors. Aunt Ji Kunlin abruptly stood up from the floor, her crying ceasing. Bishui East Bank No. 1. Ha ha ha, Bishui East Bank No. 1. Honey, did you hear that? Her corpulent body excitedly threw itself into Li Ziyuan's arms. We're saved. The government is coming to rescue us. Li Xiaowen felt disgust inside but still caught Ji Kunlin. Zhou Feng's lips twitched. The official rescue was indeed timely, having controlled all routes out of the city within 2 days. Though tormenting his uncle's family was enjoyable, it would delay building the shelter. Yet Zhou Feng wasn't worried. The official rescue would collapse within a week, at most costing him little time. Ahem. Zhou Feng dealt a heavy blow to his aunt, who was ecstatically disoriented. Wonderful. He spoke in a gentle tone, uttering words that plunged the family into despair. To answer the nation's call, we'll be isolating here too. These past 2 days have been tough on you, uncle and aunt. I'm hungry now, aunt. I really miss the meals you used to make for me. After all, he had already sent 100 zombies to build the shelter, which would take at least 8 or 9 days to complete. With the system overseeing it, Zhou Feng wasn't worried about the shelter's construction. Why should I? Aunt Ji Kunlin immediately refused, glaring fiercely at Zhou Feng. We don't have extra supplies to support a big shot like you. Seeing Zhou Feng mimic throwing a dart with the boning knife, aiming at Li Hui, Ji Kunlin was instantly silenced like a duck with its neck wrung, quickly coaxing. Xiao Feng, what do you want to eat? How about clam vermicelli soup? Aunt will cook it for you right away. Li Xuanxuan, terrified, tried to make herself invisible, fearing that the knife in Zhou Feng's hand would end up at her throat. Ji Kunlin stiffly walked into the kitchen. Once the door closed, her eyes blazed with hatred. She grabbed a pot, not even washing it, and dumped clams inside. Damn little bastard. I'll let you eat. Dare to hurt my son. Ji Kunlin sneered, pulling off her sock and washing it in the pot's water. Drink your aunt's sock water. Still unsatisfied, she rolled her eyes, spat into the pot, and even scraped several dirt balls from her body to throw in. Zhou Feng crouched on the floor, sorting through the supplies the two had snatched back. Besides noodles and vegetables, there was actually a fresh piece of spare ribs. Ninger. Zhou Feng called the dog. Once aunt finishes cooking, go stir. Fry these ribs and steam a pot of rice. Got it. Yang Ninger reluctantly nodded, muttering under her breath. Pervert, always bossing people around. Ji Kunlin pushed open the kitchen door, carrying a steaming clay pot. Clam vermicelli soup is here. She said it before Zhou Feng with a full smile, her eyes expectant. Aunt made this especially for you. Try it. Seeing Ji Kunlin emerge, Yang Ninger slipped past her into the kitchen with the meat. Zhou Feng stirred the vermicelli soup with his chopsticks, feigning regret. And I suddenly don't feel like having clam vermicelli soup anymore. Leave this bowl for Xiao Hui to have. He just got injured. I'll help him recover. Li Hu's lips twitched as he stared at the soup pushed toward him. Whose fault was it that he was bleeding? He had always bullied Zhou Feng since childhood, but never expected Zhou Feng to be this unhinged now. No! Aunt Ji Kunlin immediately blocked it, forcing a dry laugh when she caught Zhou Feng's suspicious gaze. Mom made this for Xiao Feng. If you want some, I'll make another bowl. Zhou Feng's amused eyes lingered on the clam vermicelli soup. He knew Ji Kunlin would tamper with it, but hadn't expected such a fierce reaction. Aunt, let Xiao Hui have this bowl. Ninger is making braised spare ribs. Braised spare ribs. Ji Kunlin's eyes flickered with doubt. Where did you get spare ribs? I remember when you came upstairs. She suddenly realized, turning her stiff neck to look at the supply boxes on the floor. Yes. Zhou Feng taunted provocatively. I took it from there. Damned little bas. Ji Kunlin glared with cow-like eyes, but a shiver ran through her at Zhou Feng's icy stare. She could only grit her teeth and turn to scold Li Xiaowen. Even a mouse would leave a couple of grains in a house this scarce. Are you just going to let your nephew eat and drink here? Do you think supplies fall from the sky? Li Hui, wanting to eat quietly, undermined her. They did fall from the sky. Li Xiaowen shot Zhou Feng a vicious glare. One day head make Zhou Feng spit out everything head eaten. The kid wants to eat, just let him. Ji Kunlin slapped her thigh and collapsed to the floor, sobbing. I've served your whole family for years and you never said eat as you please to me. Zhou Feng cast a cold glance at his aunt, who was throwing a tantrum, and spoke to the drooling Li Hui. Aren't you eating? Don't you dare. Ji Kunlin leaped up and snatched the bowl from Li Hu's mouth. Zhou Feng fiddled with the boning knife and suddenly said, Aunt, don't waste food or I'll be displeased. When I am unhappy, I just want to cut something. Ji Kunlin looked at her oblivious son with tear-filled eyes, and could only pinch her nose and eat the bowl of clam vermicelli soup. But as soon as she finished eating, she covered her mouth and rushed into the bathroom. Ha! Yang Ninger placed the braised pork ribs and steamed rice on the dining table and curiously asked as she saw her aunt's back what happened. It's nothing. Is there still clam vermicelli soup in the kitchen? Yes, there's half a pot left. Zhou Feng looked at his nominal uncle, who despite being a blood relative, had never regarded him as family, hiding behind Ji Kunlin and enjoying various benefits. He spoke to Li Shuwen. Uncle, there's half a pot left, why don't you eat? No, no, no. Li Shuwen shook his head repeatedly. You all eat first, I'm not hungry yet. Just by looking at Ji Kunlin's expression one could tell that there must be something extraordinary in the vermicelli soup. How could he dare to eat it? After eating to his fill, Zhou Feng stretched lazily on the sofa. Uncle, I'm staying here tonight. Li Shuwen immediately nodded in agreement. Of course, you can have your aunt prepare your room right away. I've always kept your room for you. Is it the storage room that I slept in since I was little? Zhou Feng asked curiously, and when he saw Li Shuwen nod, he immediately pouted, Uncle, that room is fine for living occasionally, but how can I let two girlfriends stay in such a shabby place? Lin Xuanxuan, who had been reducing her presence since returning, pointed in shock at Su Zi beside her. Two girlfriends? Aren't you her kept boy? Zhou Feng looked at Li Xianxian in surprise. You believe I am being kept just because I said so? Zhou Feng, where do you want to live? Li Shuwen said with a smile, though his tone was somewhat stiff. Your girlfriend can also stay with Xianxian. No way. I want to live in the master bedroom. Li Xianxian and Zhou Feng's voices sounded at the same time. I don't want to live with others. Li Xianxian snorted coldly, turning her face away, completely ignoring what Zhou Feng said. You want to live in the master bedroom? Li Shuwen widened his eyes in disbelief. This distant relative living under someone else's roof actually wanted to kick the male head of the household out to live in the master bedroom. Who gave you the courage? He instinctively looked for Ji Kunlin, as she usually charged into battle at such times. But after looking around the living room, Li Shuwen remembered that Ji Kunlin was currently in the bathroom, throwing up violently. There was nothing he could do. Li Shuwen could only brace himself and go up to Zhou Feng, smiling bitterly as he said, Xiao Feng, it's not that uncle doesn't want you to stay. It's just that the house is too small. If you stay, where will your aunt and I sleep? Really? Zhou Feng's eyes lit up as he stepped forward and took his uncle's hands. Uncle, I didn't expect you to be so nice, actually willing to let me have the master bedroom. Not really. Before Li Shuwen could finish his sentence, Zhou Feng dragged him to the storage room where he originally lived. You can stay here temporarily. Li Zuwen's feigned good temper was about to snap. He held back his anger and said, How can anyone live in such a shabby place? Xiao Feng, you can be reckless up to a point. Zhou Feng's face darkened. I used to live here, can't you guys live here too? Li Shuwen suppressed his disdain, just as he was about to continue lecturing when he felt a cold touch on his neck. He widened his eyes in shock. This little brat Zhou Feng actually dared to threaten him. In the apocalypse, killing people won't be investigated. Zhou Feng lowered his voice. Uncle, with my parents' several million inheritance, it's worth me taking action several times. Li Shuwen didn't expect Zhou Feng to really know about the inheritance. Panic surged in his heart, and he stubbornly refused to admit it. What several million? If you want to live in the master bedroom, just live there. Why be polite with your uncle? Zhou Feng neatly put away the bone knife and calmly said, Thank you, uncle. I knew you were the best to me in this family. Hee, it's good that you know. Li Shuwen smiled with a fake grin and turned to Li Xuanxuan. Xuanxuan, tidy up and go to the storage room. Your mother and I will rest in your room tonight. Why should I? Li Zuangshuan's voice of opposition was particularly sharp as she quarreled with her father. The storage room is small and smelly. I don't want to go there. Xuanxuan, be obedient. Li Shuwen advised earnestly, but in reality he was stirring up resentment. Your brother rarely comes back, so you'll have to make do. As expected, Li Zuangshuan's resentful gaze shifted to Zhou Feng. But Zhou Feng didn't even spare her a glance, taking Yang Ninger and Su Zi into the master bedroom. As Yang Ninger passed by Li Xuanxuan, she even made a face at her. Hee, you. Li Xianxian was so furious she cried. Although it was only for a day or two, she still felt like Zhou Feng had trampled on her pride. When Ji Kunlin finally emerged from the bathroom, she saw her bedsheets and duvet thrown on the living room floor. She stood there in a daze. What is going on? Li Xianxian stomped her foot and snorted. It's all Dad's fault for giving the master bedroom to someone else. Ji Kunlin looked at Li Shuwen in disbelief. Are you just going to watch your nephew bully us? You also saw he now stabs people when he's not satisfied. Just endure it. Li Shuwen comforted Ji Kunlin, holding her broad shoulders. Tomorrow the army will come to search for survivors. Once we reach the base, he won't dare to be reckless anymore. Ji Kunlin forcibly suppressed her desire to cause trouble, only able to swallow her anger. Zhou Feng had Li Xianxian lay out clean bedding, and after a fuss about taking a shower, he finally showed mercy and let the family go. Just when Ji Kunlin thought she was suffocating, Zhou Feng yawned wearily and entered the master bedroom with Yang Ninger and Su Zi. Li Shuwen and Ji Kunlin embraced each other, crying tears of joy. Zhou Feng finally quieted down. Mom, it hurts. Ji Kunlin looked at her son's poorly bandaged wound with pain, speaking with a tone of resentment. Son, don't worry, Mom will make sure he won't have it easy. Dealing with a psychopath cannot be a heathen confrontation, and can't we call the police? Just wait until I get to the temporary base to deal with Zhou Feng. Early in the morning, a sudden sound of gunfire echoed outside the residential building. Dozens of black armed vehicles stopped at the entrance of the community. A group of soldiers in uniform quickly got out of the vehicles, shooting bullets densely towards the zombies outside the community. The fourth squad is guarding the entrance of the community. The leading man had a stern face as he entered the community first. The others come with me to search for survivors. Remember some rooms or corridors, maybe hiding zombies, so don't be careless. Yes, Captain. Everyone instinctively responded loudly. Shan Zixia twitched his lips and glared at the group of people in silence. Shut up, is this not a situation that requires silence? Zombies have the keenest hearing. Was she not afraid of attracting them? They're coming, they're coming. Ji Kunlin pressed excitedly against the window, peering outside. It was barely 6 in the morning, yet the authorities had already begun their operation. She shook Li Xiaowen, who was still asleep. Honey, get up and pack quickly. Wonderful. Ji Kunlin nearly wept with joy. At last, she would no longer have to endure that little brat's torment. Last night, just because she snored in her sleep, Zhou Feng had shaken her awake and made her start over. Heaven knows how that little wretch had gotten in. Unexpectedly, it was not yet 6 when the authorities sent people to rescue the survivors. She vigorously shook Li Xiaowen, who was lying in bed, urging him to pack up quickly and prepare to go downstairs. Knock, knock, knock. The eagerly waiting family hurried over and opened the door. Comrades, you've finally come. Thank you. Wu were saved at last. The soldiers standing outside were startled by Ji Kunlin, who rushed over abruptly, nearly firing off a volley of shots. Fortunately, they heard a human voice in time. Shan Zixia counted the number of people. Are there any other survivors in the house? Ji Kunlin was about to say no when Li Xiaowen nudged her with his elbow. There is. She nodded reluctantly. Li Xiaowen looked at Li Xuanxuan, his tone stern. Why don't you hurry and wake up your cousin? If he delays the rescue, what then? Sorry about that, comrade. He smiled apologetically at Shan Zixia. This nephew of mine is just a bit lazy. Please bear with it. Since there are no zombies or injured, you can go down on your own. Well, depart for the temporary base at 9 o'clock sharp. After announcing the departure time, Shan Zixia turned and left. He could see that this family was putting on a show for him, but such performative behavior only wasted time that could be used for rescue. Oh, you're all packed. At the stairwell, Zhou Feng climbed up from downstairs with steady breaths. Li Hui was visibly startled to see Zhou Feng. How are you outside? Wasn't he still in bed? Zhou Feng had woken up as soon as the rescue team entered the neighborhood. He had left early just to drive out his sports car. He looked at the man at the front. Sir, may I drive behind the convoy? Yes, the man nodded, then turned to knock on the next door. Most people with vehicles are following the convoy. It frees up space to rescue more people. The rescue at Bishui East Bank No. 1 concluded quickly. The main reason was that most of the zombies had been killed in a massive fire. Zhou Feng with Yang Ninger and Su Zi followed the long convoy into a suburban neighborhood. Due to its extremely low occupancy rate, the authorities had requisitioned it as a temporary base. So many people. Yang Ninger stayed close to Zhou Feng. After queuing to register, they were assigned temporary lodgings. Su Zi happened to be assigned the same room as Yang Ninger. She pressed her lips together and looked at Zhou Feng. Don't worry too much about us. I'll keep an eye on Ninger. Due to the shortage of accommodation, each room housed at least 8 people. Zhou Feng frowned and addressed the staff member assigning rooms. Can I rent a private room? The staff member glanced at Zhou Feng in surprise. That's a bit tricky. Renting a single bedroom costs 20 zombie left ears, while a master bedroom costs 30. Zhou Feng's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected such a fortunate arrangement. Earning points and using left ears to secure lodging in the temporary base. What about renting the whole place? Sorry, no full rentals. Zhou Feng wasn't too concerned. Since he couldn't rent the whole place, the 3 of them would share a room. He continued, is the zombie clearing operation organized by the authorities, or are individuals allowed to go out? These days he planned to kill zombies to earn points. He only needed 100 more points to draw a blue item. Naturally, it's organized by the authorities. Going out alone is far too dangerous. Hearing that Zhou Feng intended to kill zombies, the staff member became eager. If you wish to go, you can report to the mission center. The open space in front of building 1 of the base. At 5 o'clock every morning. The zombie clearing vehicles depart at 5:30 every day. After killing a zombie, you must cut off its left ear for scoring. You can also exchange them for daily necessities. At present, most people in the base were panicked and few had the thought of killing zombies. As a member of the base, he naturally hoped someone could help relieve the authorities' pressure. Zhou Feng grew increasingly satisfied with this makeshift base. As expected of the authorities, even without preparation they could issue many farsighted decrees. Unfortunately, the official base version 0.1 could only last about 7 days. Zhou Feng shook his head, regretfully took the key from the staff member, and led the two women toward the free room provided by the authorities. After seeing the two women off, he was choked back out as soon as he entered the bedroom. An 18-square-meter room housed 10 burly men with smoke swirling in the air. One might think there was a fire. Yo! One of the men turned to Zhou Feng, raising an eyebrow teasingly, a newbie. Zhou Feng finally experienced the might of the free lodging. He forced a faint smile, growing even more eager for the next day's zombie hunt. Unable to stay in the room, he wandered outside all day and only returned at night. Time passed swiftly. Before dawn, Zhou Feng couldn't wait to open his eyes. Rising with him was the burly man who had greeted him yesterday. "Little brother, my name is Xiao Lang." Xiao Lang smiled and whispered to Zhou Feng, "Leaving so early, are you also going to clear zombies?" He had noticed Zhou Feng's aversion to the living environment yesterday, so he wasn't surprised. Zhou Feng nodded. After stepping out of the room, Xiao Lang could finally speak normally. "Perfect timing, we can keep each other company. My two daughters can't stand the communal bedroom either. I hope we can kill 30 zombies today to get them a better room." Zhou Feng rubbed his temples. He hadn't slept well last night. The room was filled with snoring, teeth grinding, and farting like a symphony that lasted all night. This kind of room is indeed unbearable. He agreed wholeheartedly. As he followed Xiao Lang through an alley behind a residential building, he saw a few thugs surrounding a very familiar figure. Lin Xiao. Zhou Feng approached and saw Lin Xiao trembling, clutching her clothes. Don't come near me." Lin Xiao stared in terror at the group before her. She had only gone to the bathroom early in the morning when these people dragged her into this deserted alley. "Who are you?" Her voice quivered, her face streaked with tears like rain on pear blossoms. "I don't know you. Why are you targeting me?" "Targeting?" The thugs chuckled lewdly, their eyes roaming over Lin Xiao's shapely figure. "How could that be targeting? Big brother just fell in love with you and wants to take things further." "No, get away from me or he'll scream." Lin Xiao's voice was shrill as she flailed her hands, striking the thugs. Amidst her struggle, she caught sight of Zhou Feng passing by. "Zhou Feng, save me." Xiao Lang heard Lin Qianyo's voice and turned his head to quietly ask, "Is she calling for you? Do you need me to help save her?" Seeing that Zhou Feng did not intend to save anyone, Xiao Lang acted as if he hadn't seen anything. He was not purely a good person, and with two young daughters to raise, he didn't want to get involved in this mess. "Zhou Feng, don't go. Please help me." Lin Qianyo's voice was laced with a sob, and though she had been with several men, she didn't want her body to be touched by such a petty thug. The thug glanced at Zhou Feng, smirking as he spoke. "What? Are you planning to be a hero and save the damsel in distress?" However, before the thug could finish his threatening words, Zhou Feng turned a blind eye and left with indifference. Lin Qianyao looked resentfully at Zhou Feng's carefree figure. After being struck by Chen Lei, she realized how good Zhou Feng had been to her in the past. But why had he changed now? Why did he not belong to her? Don't touch me." Lin Qianyao with tearful eyes tugged at the thug's pant leg, her mind filled with images of Yang Ninger and Su Zi, who shone brightly by Zhou Feng's side. She clenched her teeth in anger and said, "I know there are two even prettier girls at the base. As long as you let me go, it'll take you to find them." "Really?" The thug exchanged glances with his companions, excitement evident in their voices. Lin Qianyao nodded repeatedly, fearing they wouldn't believe her. "They are much cleaner than I am, and you guys will definitely like them." The thug at the front pinched Lin Qianyo's chin, surprised as he said, "This girl is quite vicious, huh? Let's just deal with it first." "Ha ha ha, why worry so much?" "No." In the narrow alley, Lin Qianyo's piercing cries echoed. Several thugs were worried that Lin Qianyo's cries would attract the attention of the monitoring team, and they swiftly covered her mouth, saying, "Shut up, do you want to die?" Woo. The seductive moans drew the attention of many passers-by to the alley. "What's happening in there?" "Just a wild cat in heat. This kind of benefit is rare. If only they could get in on the action too." Lin Qianyao lay despairingly on the cold ground, completely unclothed, her jealousy towards Yang Ninger and Su Zi deepening. Why could these two remain pristine in the apocalypse? After the deed, the thug casually patted Lin Qianyo's face, asking, "Where are the two gorgeous ladies you mentioned? If they're pretty, well, let you go. If they're not." His tone carried a threat. Lin Qianyao swallowed the bitter taste in her mouth and smiled brightly at the thugs, saying, "All right, it'll take you to find them. At the Lv.1 building of the community, temporarily assigned for female residents." Lin Qianyao, feeling her legs weak, climbed the stairs with the thugs heading straight for room 204 on the second floor. A 3-bedroom apartment housing 24 women. She had kept an eye on it since she saw Zhou Feng register with the 2 women yesterday. Watching Yang Ninger and Su Zi enter this room, just as she was about to lead the group of thugs inside, she was suddenly pulled back by them. The thug glared at Lin Qianyao and gritted his teeth, saying, Are you trying to get us caught by the monitoring team by leading us in so directly? Even if they were to grab Lin Qianyao, it would only be when no one was around. Who would have thought that this girl was not only vicious but also so bold? Lin Qianyao was taken aback, her jealousy clouding her mind, and she didn't even notice the issue raised by the thugs. Are those the ones you mentioned? The thug stood at the door, his gaze fixed on the two girls in the living room who were stunningly beautiful and had alluring figures clearly not in the same league as the other ordinary girls in the room. Lin Qianyao followed the thug's gaze, nodding vigorously. Yes, that's them. Gulp. One of the thugs swallowed hard, staring at the two ethereal beauties before him, nearly drooling. They look amazing, even more beautiful than this one. If I could just have a taste, it would be worth it for my whole life. The thug holding Lin Qianyao's waist flashed a smile and said, leading the others out, all right, let's step outside and discuss how to handle this. Having lingered on this floor for too long, the vigilant girls occasionally cast glances in their direction. The thugs weren't completely brainless. If it weren't for the presence of Lin Qianyao, someone would have likely come forward to ask their intentions by now. Let's observe for a while and wait until we confirm that there are really no supporters around these two before we make a move. Gulp. Xiao Lang looked at Zhou Feng, who was sitting beside him, and said seriously, it's too dangerous outside the base. Why don't we form a team? Zhou Feng opened his eyes, which had been closed in meditation, and nodded. Sure. With several vehicles hunting zombies together, teaming up with anyone was still forming a team. Xiao Lang nervously watched the dense crowd of zombies outside, not expecting that his first mission would be this perilous. Reluctantly, he extended a team invitation to the person next to him. So many zombies. The other 4 people in the vehicle also voiced their astonishment. Can we really make it back safely? Pa. Don't say such things. Didn't they say we'd have guns to kill zombies? Where are the guns? The round-faced soldier in the driver's seat glanced at the restless crowd and said in a steady voice, everyone rest assured, soldiers in every vehicle will distribute firearms once we reach our destination, and reclaim them before returning to the base. Hearing this, the crowd calmed down. Xiao Lang, being older and more experienced, was about to comfort Zhou Feng not to be afraid when he noticed Zhou Feng's gaze fixed tightly on the nearby zombies. It was as if he were looking at an unmatched beauty. What are you looking at? Zhou Feng withdrew his gaze, thinking of all the wonderful things that came to mind. A private room, air conditioning, clean bedding, and plenty of food. Xiao Lang almost couldn't follow Zhou Feng's train of thought. You're amazing. He gave Zhou Feng a thumbs up, marveling that he could think of other things in his heart, despite the presence of so many zombies. The 4 people in the vehicle looked at Zhou Feng with strange expressions, clearly impressed that he could maintain such bravado even in this situation. Killing zombies isn't something you can just talk about. The man sitting in the passenger seat scoffed, clearly displeased with someone outshining him. Someone like you, who has never even touched a gun, might not even be able to kill a zombie with a burst of bullets. What? Just because I've never handled a gun means I can't kill zombies? Xiao Lang frowned, displeased, and replied, I've killed over a dozen zombies with a knife. Cough, cough, guns are being distributed now. The round-faced soldier stepped in to halt this pointless argument. He parked the vehicle in a relatively safe open area and took out the weapons box, placing it before everyone. There are plenty of bullets, but try not to waste them. Be careful during the clearing, and make sure not to get bitten by zombies. If you can cut off your ears, do it. If not, run. Remember, your life is the most important. After speaking, he was the first to get out of the car and ran towards one of the residential buildings. The man sitting in the passenger seat reacted the fastest, following the soldier into the same building. Leaning against a big tree provided some shade. Damn, this person is really cunning. The others were a step slower and could only team up with others. Let's go to building 4. Zhou Feng's words were brief as he grabbed a pistol and ammunition from the box and rushed out. Xiao Lang, quick to respond, hurriedly followed Zhou Feng's lead. Bang! He kicked open the door and 6 zombies instantly rushed out from the stairwell on the first floor. Xiao Lang didn't expect to be met with an ambush right after opening the door and quickly fired a burst of bullets. Be careful. However, due to his lack of experience with handguns, he was unable to hit any zombies. Xiao Lang looked at the gun in disbelief. Even at such a close range, he couldn't kill a zombie. Zhou Feng's lips twitched as he raised his hand and fired a bullet, instantly dropping the zombie at the front. The zombies on the first floor heard the sound and quickly gathered towards them. Bang, bang, bang. 3 more shots rang out and 3 more zombies fell to the ground. Xiao Lang stared in shock, unable to believe how accurate Zhou Feng's shooting was. Had he really become that old? But seeing the increasing number of zombies around them, he had no time to voice his doubts. In his past life, aside from using a large knife, Zhou Feng was most familiar with firearms. However, he often found himself in danger due to a lack of ammunition, ultimately deciding that cold weapons were more suitable for him. Bang! The ground was covered in zombie corpses under Zhou Feng's relentless gunfire. During this time, Xiao Lang gradually became accustomed to the feel of the gun killing 4 or 5 zombies. With the last zombie on this floor down, the two finally stopped their frenzied shooting. Looking at the hot barrel of the gun, Xiao Lang tried to look cool as he blew out a puff of smoke. He raised an eyebrow at Zhou Feng. So bro, am I also handsome? Handsome indeed. Zhou Feng gave Xiao Lang a thumbs up, genuinely impressed by his talent. If it were anyone else, managing to kill 4 or 5 zombies in a day would be quite impressive, which is why the reception staff said it was challenging to collect 20 zombie ears. Zhou Feng pulled a knife from his shoe, bent down, and cut off the left ear of the zombie he had killed, placing it into the waist pouch he carried. These 2 items were given out when he registered that morning. Only 13 ears. Zhou Feng instantly felt dissatisfied, realizing he couldn't even rent a single bedroom. He took a step and continued upstairs while Xiao Lang quickly caught up. I haven't even asked, how is your shooting so accurate? Zhou Feng's shooting was the most accurate he had ever seen, almost every shot landing a headshot. After killing 5 zombies, he looked up only to find the last one had already been taken down by Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng fiddled with the handgun in his hand and answered without much thought, I practiced in the shooting range. In truth, he had honed his skills amidst the pile of zombies. As the 2 chatted zombies from the 2nd and 3rd floors staggered into the encirclement around Zhou Feng and Xiao Lang. After a day's time, Zhou Feng's pouch was even too full to fit any more zombie ears, and his hand was slightly sore from the gun's recoil, while Xiao Lang's arm could hardly be raised. Fortunately, the 2 had killed the number of zombies they aimed for. Upon returning to the base, Zhou Feng immediately exchanged 30 left ears of zombies for a larger master bedroom, then went to the cafeteria to trade 2 ears for 3 dishes and a soup. The food served at the cafeteria could only meet the minimum bodily needs of 1 person, and Yang Ninger and Su Zi were probably still hungry. On the way back from the cafeteria, Yang Ninger and Su Zi walked into the small alley they had come from. So dry. Yang Ninger complained while nibbling on the compressed biscuit in her hand. Is that all the cafeteria gives out? How is this enough to eat? Su Zi also patted her hungry stomach and sighed. The meals made by the cafeteria require zombie left ears to buy. We currently don't have the ability to kill zombies. I wonder how Zhou Feng is doing. He sent me a message this morning saying he was going out to kill zombies. Su Zi glanced at the dark alley and quickened her pace, wanting to get through it as soon as possible. What? Yang Ninger instantly felt wronged. Why did he only contact you and not me? He really is a scumbag. Once he gets what he wants, he no longer cherishes it. Of course it's because... Su Zi smiled helplessly at the aggrieved expression on Yang Ninger's face. Hurry! Her expression changed slightly as she grabbed Yang Ninger's hand and ran forward. Confused, Yang Ninger followed Su Zi's pace, not understanding but not lagging behind. Thud! The 2 had barely run a few steps before they crashed heavily into a wall of flesh. They wanted to turn back and run but heard footsteps closing in from behind. Ladies, it's not easy for you to be alone. Zhou Feng followed the location Su Zi had sent him that morning and found room 204 in Building 1. He knocked on the door and someone quickly came to open it. Are Yang Ninger and Su Zi here? Zhou Feng first stored the left ear, then brought the food he had prepared for the 2 women, planning to take them to the new bedroom after they finished eating. He was still 20 points short of accumulating 1,000 points, and 1 more trip tomorrow would allow him to draw a blue attribute. They've been at the cafeteria for a while, but they still haven't returned by now. As the girl who opened the door spoke, her eyes couldn't help but drift towards the food Zhou Feng was holding. Zhou Feng felt a bad premonition arise in his heart upon hearing this. The narrow alley from that morning seemed to be the only route from Building 1 to the cafeteria. A thug held the disheveled Lin Qinyao in his arms, leeringly eyeing Yang Ninger and Su Zi's impressive figures. Ladies, it seems you don't have any support. He took a few steps forward and whistled at the 2. Why not follow our brothers from now on? Although we don't dare to kill zombies, we do have strength. Just take whatever you want to eat. We can grab it directly. The wall of flesh blocking the 2 girls fixed its gaze on the compressed biscuits and bottled water in Yang Ninger and Su Zi's hands and reached out to snatch them. The fat guy had no interest in playing with women. He only came because he heard food could be stolen here. Get lost! Yang Ninger and Su Zi huddled together in fear, regretting why they hadn't brought Zhou Feng's big machete with them. Otherwise, they wouldn't be left with no ability to resist. Su Zi shook her head and looked at the man at the front of the thugs, saying, I have money. Just let us go and I can give you a lot of money. The thug laughed. I want more than just money. I want people. Go! Don't come over. Yang Ninger looked at the dirty hands reaching for her in fear, screaming a warning. If you dare touch me, my boyfriend will definitely not let you go. The few hooligans paid no heed to Yang Ninger's claim that her boyfriend was a deviant, but hesitated upon learning she already had one. They always picked on vulnerable solitary girls, like Lin Xiao, who had no protector. If a girl had a boyfriend, things indeed grew complicated. Seeing the trio waver, Lin Xiao shrieked sharply. You saw her boyfriend this morning. Which one? Brother, do you mean that coward who fled in panic this morning? That jolted their memory. They burst into scornful laughter. So that is her boyfriend, the spineless weakling. Then you might as well come with me instead. With that, they lunged to tear at Yang Ninger's clothes. No, get away from me. Shoo! Even faster than Zhou Feng Tang Hengdao's blade aura struck first. A tattooed right hand was severed clean. Blood sprang violently into the air. Aff! The lead hooligan screamed in agony, clutching his mangled arm and nearly collapsing to his knees. Sweat beaded across his brow, his face drained of color from rapid blood loss. Curious onlookers outside the alley turned inward at the piercing cry. Who's there? Come out now! The hooligans recoiled several paces, fear tightening their throats. Yang Ninger and Su Zi seized the moment to break free and sprinted toward the alley's mouth. By now they recognized Zhou Feng from his ruthless, decisive combat style. Woo-woo, you're finally here. At the sight of Zhou Feng, both women dissolved into tears and flung themselves into his arms, trembling with terror. Yang Ninger pointed accusingly at the gang. They bullied me. Not only stealing our food but trying to lay hands on us and Sister Su Zi. Su Zi, equally pale, shuddered like a frightened fawn in Zhou Feng's embrace. Don't be afraid. With one hand gently patting her slender shoulder, Zhou Feng held Tang Hengdao, the blade so sharp it could cleave a hair midair. In the other, soothed by his touch, Su Zi's terror gradually subsided. As the hooligans advanced, moonlight fell upon Zhou Feng's face, revealing him clearly at last. So it's you. The lead hooligan's expression darkened instantly. He sneered. I wondered who dared show his face. Turns out it's that craven, worthless wretch from this morning. What? Now you fancy yourself a hero saving damsels. You should count yourself lucky. He helped his wounded comrade rise, eyes flashing with murderous intent as he glared at Zhou Feng. Had we not been rushing to reattach his arm, even if you knelt and kowtowed before me, I'd still have crushed you utterly. They had known each other since junior high, expelled together after a mass brawl. Years of shared recklessness had forged unbreakable bonds between them. Now, seeing one brother grievously injured, they burned with the urge to devour Zhou Feng's flesh and drink his blood. You dare harm my brother? You're as good as dead. Spitting the threat, the hooligan supported his wounded friend and turned to leave. Zhou Feng placed the lunchbox into Yang Ninger's hands, then stepped forward, Tang Hengdao drawn and blocking their path, his voice icy. Did I say you could go? Onlookers gathered at the alley's entrance shook their heads in dismay. Utterly reckless. Even injured, they still outnumber him, and that mountain of a man hasn't even lifted a finger yet. What is he thinking? To intercept men who've lost all reason, getting beaten half to death would be the least he suffers. Murmurs of disbelief rippled through the crowd. They gave Zhou Feng no chance of victory. Brother! Panicked, the hooligans urged haste. Brother 3's arm would be irreparable if treatment delayed. Seeing Zhou Feng stand immovable before them, the leader snatched up a weapon and swung it down hard at Zhou Feng's skull. Damn, that's brutal. One solid hit, and his skull cracks open. Lin Xiao's face lit up with vindictive delight. Zhou Feng, your day has finally come. She'd assumed they were leaving, never expecting such a delicious twist. Zhou Feng sidestepped the blow, drew Tang Hengdao, and struck the hooligan without mercy. Shoo! Agony exploded across the hooligan's chest. He rolled his eyes back and collapsed unconscious. The two remaining unharmed hooligans swallowed hard, instinctively backing away while supporting their injured comrade. Voices quavering as they spoke. You murdered him. The oversight squad will never let this slide. You'll be expelled from the base for sure. Zhou Feng kicked aside the fallen hooligan, a faint, incredulous twitch tugging at his lips. Fainted just from the flat of the blade. Was this the courage of men bold enough to attempt assault? The portly man, having just finished his compressed biscuit, looked up, only to find the scene utterly transformed. His once arrogant partners now crumpled and broken. Gurgle, gurgle. Rubbing his belly, he lumbered forward, and caught the scent of warm food, his gaze locking instantly onto the lunchbox in Yang Ninger's hands. His eyes gleamed with greed. Bulky and imposing, he strode over and demanded, "Hand that over." Zhou Feng kicked aside the charging hooligan, and in one fluid motion reversed his grip and slammed the flat of Tang Hengdao against the fat man's nape. Though killing was forbidden within the temporary base, brawls were inevitable, and expulsion came only for lethal violence. He just rented a private bedroom. Until the shelter was fully constructed, he had no intention of being cast out so soon. Thud. Slap. Boom. Crackles and thuds echoed sharply, so chilling that even the onlookers shivered. Even Lin Xiao, struck square on the head by Zhou Feng's kick, slumped unconscious. What's going on? Heavy footsteps erupted at the alley's mouth. Then several men in black oversight squad uniforms pushed through the crowd and entered. The commotion had roused the patrol squad, surveying the writhing, pain-stricken men, and the dazed, disheveled girls slumped near the wall. The oversight squad's gaze settled silently on Zhou Feng's hand gripping Tang Hengdao. Officers, this isn't my fault. Zhou Feng spread his hands wide and sighed. Had these men not provoked me, and attempted to defile my girlfriend, I'd never have laid a hand on them. A young officer gaped, pointing at the severed forearm lying on the ground. Is that what you call laying a hand on them? That arm has nothing to do with me. I arrived to find it already severed. You're twisting facts. Their squad captain's jaw tightened. Taking a deep breath, he barked, "Speak the truth, or we'll expel you from the base for provoking unrest." One hooligan, still groaning in pain, rasped, "Officer." It was him. He cut off my friend's arm. Zhou Feng wore an expression of pure innocence. "Officers, I wielded the blade, but only struck with its flat. Not a single drop of blood stains its edge." He extended Tang Hongdao toward the squad captain. "I can prove this severed arm wasn't cut by this man." From the crowd, a young man in sportswear recalled aloud, when the hooligan's arm was severed, he was still standing at the alley's entrance. Impossible! The pale hooligan's eyes bulged with fury, yet upon reflection he had stood far away at that moment. Then, whose blade had truly struck? The inspection team, after understanding the sequence of events, cast disdainful glances at the few small delinquents on the ground. Even if they wanted to harm your girlfriend, your response was too heavy-handed, especially since there was a girl among them who you knocked out directly. However, this could be excused. If his own girlfriend encountered delinquents, he might not have such strong self-control, feeling as if he would rather kill the opponent. "Captain, how should we judge this?" one of the team members quietly asked the inspection team leader. The captain pondered for a moment, then took out his phone. "All 6 participants in this fight will be assigned to a week-long scavenging task. If anyone tries to cheat and avoids hunting zombies, they will be expelled from the temporary base after one occurrence." His gaze swept over Zhou Feng, the fat guy, and several delinquents. "Do you have any objections?" Zhou Feng's eyes brightened as he looked at the few lying on the ground, a cruel smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Officer, I have no objections. There are no rules against killing each other in the base, but outside there are no such chaotic regulations. As long as one is careful not to be discovered, who would know if he killed someone?" The delinquents and the fat guy's faces instantly turned pale. If they dared to hunt zombies, they wouldn't be wasting time looking for fun in the base. Especially the fat guy. Bullying girls because of his weight was one thing, but facing zombies would be tantamount to asking for his own death. "Officer, the delinquent with a broken hand raised his injured limb. "Even if I wanted to go, I lack the strength to do so." The inspection team leader, who was reporting names into the system, glanced at the delinquent with the broken hand and said in a flat tone, "Since you can't hunt zombies, you can leave. The base doesn't save everyone." The delinquent, who had originally felt clever and proud, was now too scared to speak. He trembled and pleaded, "Can you give me 3 days to at least stop the bleeding and recover a bit before gonna hunt zombies? Otherwise, what's the difference from sending me to my death?" The inspection team leader considered this and decided to grant the delinquent's request. When it was time to input Zhou Feng's name, a registration pop-up appeared on the captain's phone. The captain looked at Zhou Feng with appreciation. This young man was not only loyal but also understood the need to contribute to the country. Aside from being a bit too harsh on the delinquents, he was truly a rare find. After all the names were registered, the inspection team leader looked at the group lying on the ground. "Gather at the task hall on time tomorrow, or it will be considered evading punishment." "Understood." The delinquents replied listlessly. Struggling to stand, they supported each other and stumbled toward the makeshift medical room in the community to tend to their injuries. On the second floor of Building 2A, Zhou Feng brought Yang Ninger and Su Jiyi to his newly rented room. Since it was the first day of their arrival, few could gather enough zombie ears to rent a room. So this floor had only Zhou Feng living alone. Click! Zhou Feng turned the handle of the door to his room, which was a spacious 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment. The other 2 rooms had not yet been rented, so it was quite empty. The master bedroom was tidied up by Zhou Feng. The floor was already laid out and the bed and standing fan were all exchanged with zombie ears. "Wow, it's so big." Yang Ninger, who had spent a night in a cramped 8-person dorm, couldn't help but exclaim. Just as she was about to jump onto the bed, Zhou Feng grabbed her by the nape of her neck. "You can only get on the bed after you've showered." "Got it." Yang Ninger winked at Zhou Feng, indicating her understanding. The specially bought 2-meter bed was spacious enough for 3 people. Yang Ninger understood well. Even Su Jiyi, who had been silent, had a slight blush on her face. Every time the 2 of them got cozy, they didn't hide it from her. Did this mean they wanted her to watch them on the same bed this time? What kind of kink was this? She gritted her teeth, planning to turn her back and pretend to sleep at that time. The bathroom had enough water. There were currently no issues with the water source. Aside from not being drinkable, there was plenty for bathing. After Yang Ninger and Su Jiyi finished their showers, they obediently nestled into the blankets. Su Jiyi stretched her body dutifully, warming the bed for Zhou Feng. After Zhou Feng finished his shower and came up, she quietly moved to the innermost part. Then she covered her head like a quail, as if this would prevent her from hearing the kind of sounds that made her blush. As Yang Ninger was about to speak, she saw Zhou Feng lay down and sleep. She stared, dumbfounded, her mouth agape. Was she really that unattractive now? Yang Ninger shook her head, trying to dismiss her chaotic thoughts. He must be too tired. Wait a minute. She suddenly realized why she was so entangled with whether Zhou Feng would touch her. Wasn't it better that he didn't? Yang Ninger forced herself to close her eyes and sleep, suppressing a hint of unease in her heart. After a while she heard no sound. Su Ji slowly poked her head out to breathe fresh air, gazing affectionately at Zhou Feng, and before she knew it, she gradually fell asleep. In her dreams her face was flushed and her legs were slightly pressed together. She didn't know what beautiful dream she was having, but her shallow breaths became somewhat hurried as the dawn broke. Zhou Feng opened his eyes energetically. It turned out that this high-intensity task of exterminating zombies suited him well. He felt as if he had returned to the days of his previous life when he would instantly kill upon waking. Yang Ninger felt the warm body withdraw, and couldn't help but let out a soft whimper. Zhou Feng quickly dressed and returned to the gathering place from yesterday, just in time to see a few delinquents from the same area. The delinquents glared fiercely at Zhou Feng before turning to get into the vehicle. Xiao Lang saw Zhou Feng and immediately approached to greet him. What happened today? Why are there so many weaklings? You came late and don't know. These people have already been assigned to our task area. What a coincidence. Zhou Feng's dark eyes landed on the car where the delinquents were, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Xiao Lang looked confusedly at the car with the delinquents, then at Zhou Feng. Do you know them? I know them, but not well. Xiao Lang's mouth twitched. Once again, not well. It dawned on him that these thin delinquents seemed to harbor a grudge against Zhou Feng. You'd better be careful. Xiao Lang reminded Zhou Feng as they got into the car. Don't forget that when hunting zombies some will use thermal weapons. If they want to deal with you, it will be much easier than before. He is just one person and we have 4. Exactly what is there to be afraid of? In the black vehicle several delinquents glared at Zhou Feng fiercely. Even if Zhou Feng is better at fighting than us, he may not be as skilled with firearms. With the same weapons, the greater number will naturally prevail. If Zhou Feng fires 1 bullet, we can fire 4. Any one of us can hit him and kill him easily. This reasoning made sense, and the delinquents and the fat guy immediately calmed down. Just as the fat guy was about to ask how to deal with Zhou Feng, one of the delinquents beside him elbowed his fat belly. Sure, the military personnel are coming. The group fell silent, their eyes filled with awe as they looked at the newcomer. The young thug sitting in the passenger seat smiled and said, Officer, where are we heading today? To Lianyun community. The soldier referred to as officer glanced curiously at the people in the vehicle. He had heard from colleagues that these were troublemakers, yet they seemed quite honest at first glance. Still, he felt the need to issue a warning. Once we arrive, each of you will be given a handgun. The handguns are only to be used against zombies. If I find anyone daring to harm their fellow humans, they can expect to be expelled from the temporary base. A cold gaze fell upon the thugs, causing one of them to shudder uncontrollably. Understood, officer. You can count on us. He nodded obediently, though the murderous intent in his eyes towards Zhou Feng did not diminish. Having been beaten badly yesterday, he felt he had to take revenge. Boom! 4 vehicles sped towards Lianyun community. Yesterday Zhou Feng's team had only conducted a large-scale cleanup of zombies, and had not rescued any survivors. Given the current progress, it would take another 2 days to rescue the residents of Lianyun community. Zhou Feng leaned back in his seat to rest. The officials had compressed rest time to expedite the rescue, so the group could only catch a nap in the vehicle. The round-faced soldier driving the vehicle remained highly alert, scanning the surroundings for fear of encountering a massive horde of zombies. After a while, the vehicle suddenly stopped at the location from yesterday. We're here. The round-faced soldier called everyone awake and diligently distributed handguns, reiterating. Just like yesterday, there are plenty of bullets, but do not harm your teammates. Stay safe. Zhou Feng reached out to take the handgun and stuffed a large handful of bullets into his empty backpack before getting out of the vehicle. This time he had specifically brought a large backpack to ensure he could kill more zombies than yesterday. Not far away, 3 thugs and a fat man got out of their vehicle. The thugs scanned the cars and then fixed their gaze on Zhou Feng's position. He shot Zhou Feng a proud smile and made a slicing motion across his throat with his thumb. You're dead meat. I couldn't beat you before, but now it's a different story. I have a gun. Zhou Feng read the thug's lips and felt a glint of coldness in his eyes. It seemed yesterday's lesson hadn't been enough. These people were still eager to court death. Zhou Feng, are we going? Xiao Lang looked at Zhou Feng, who stood motionless, and reminded him. Let's go. Zhou Feng withdrew his gaze, knowing that killing could wait. With so many people around, it was better to wait for an opportunity to properly teach these thugs a lesson. Zhou Feng's chance soon arrived. He and Xiao Lang took only 2 hours to clear the zombies in Building No. 2. After cutting off the left ear of a zombie, Xiao Lang found an empty room to set up and began shooting at the zombies in the open area below. He watched as the zombies to the south fell one by one. Zhou Feng greeted him. I'm heading to the north side of the residential building. Once I'm done, I'll meet you on the first floor. All right, Xiao Lang nodded, focused on the zombies below. Zhou Feng turned and left. Instead of directly seeking out the thugs, he went north to set up and kill zombies. After dealing with several zombies downstairs, he descended, skillfully cutting off the left ear of a zombie. Bang! Ha ha ha, got another one. These zombies are so dumb. Hearing familiar voices, Zhou looked towards building No. 5 and murmured, "So you guys are here." Without delay, he quickly walked over the sounds inside, growing clearer. The yellow-haired thug with a flushed face was cutting off the left ear of a zombie, exclaiming, "If I had known killing zombies was this easy, who would bother robbing in the base?" Indeed, having long-range weapons makes any zombie a piece of cake. The zombies in this building were relatively few. As soon as they entered, the group found a room to hide and crouched behind the door to shoot at any zombies they saw. Although the group wasn't skilled, they had the advantage of numbers. Each thug shot a zombie, and inevitably luck would strike at some point. The fat thug rubbed his hungry belly and couldn't help but chuckle. "Today we killed a total of 7 zombies. Well, finally be able to eat without going hungry in the future." He had been afraid of zombies and thus didn't dare to come out, but now with a weapon that leveled the playing field, he finally understood what it meant to feel exhilarated. Shoo! More footsteps. The group's eyes lit up. It seemed more zombies had been attracted by the gunfire they had just made. Zhou looked at the pile of zombies before him with untamed ears, and was momentarily stunned, then almost laughed out loud. He quickly dragged a zombie over and swiftly cut off 7 left ears. This scene left the thugs hiding behind the door in a state of shock. "Damn it!" The yellow-haired thug suddenly jumped up from the ground, his eyes red with anger as he rushed out. "Which bastard dares to steal my ears?" Before he could finish speaking, Zhou swiftly slashed his throat with his knife. "You!" The yellow-haired thug felt a sharp pain in his neck, staring in disbelief at the suddenly appearing Zhou before collapsing to the ground. The remaining 2 thugs and the fat man instantly became cautious. "What's going on?" They raised their handguns, warily aiming at the corner where Zhou stood. "Who are you?" "I see you, come out." The expressions of the group darkened. For someone to kill without hesitation over a few ears, they must be a ruthless individual. "Oh, we meet again, gentlemen." Zhou swaggered out from the corner, unafraid of the guns in their hands. "What's a gun?" As if it's something that hasn't shot anyone before. Seeing it was Zhou, the 3 of them let out a sigh of relief. "You dare to appear alone before us?" One of the thugs had a grim expression. "You dared to kill my brother. Even if you kneel and beg for mercy, I won't let you go." Another thug's eyes flashed with hatred, his voice hoarse. "Today your life will be the price." Bang! Without hesitation, he raised his handgun and shot at Zhou, disregarding everything the soldier had previously warned. Zhou was knocked back by the impact, his shoulder burning. Click! The sound of the bullet hitting the ground was crisp. He patted his bulletproof vest, twisting his shoulder. Even with the vest, it still hurt. Ever since being grazed by Chin Air's bullet last time, he had been looking for a way to acquire a bulletproof vest, and it turned out it was just in time. Damn! The 3 stared wide-eyed in disbelief. They hadn't expected him to be so cautious. Zhou casually twirled his knife and stepped closer. "Wasn't I supposed to pay with my life? Why aren't you shooting?" The thug instinctively took a step back, quickly raising his hand to shoot at Zhou. He didn't believe someone could survive a shot to the unprotected head. Bang! 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 A series of shots were fired, but all missed their mark. The 2 thugs were eager to subdue Zhou, with one pressing a gun against his forehead. With poor skills to begin with, they were now shooting wildly. Zhou swiftly evaded their attacks, raising his long knife and striking down hard on their heads. Thud! The red and white liquid splattered everywhere. The fat thug's eyes widened in fear, and he turned to run, only to be knocked down and pinned beneath Zhou foot. "No, you can't kill me." The fat man trembled, raising his hands. "The officer said that those who harm each other will be expelled from the temporary base." Zhou shook the knife in his hand, exploiting the loophole in the rules. "I didn't use the gun he issued to kill you, you know." "Ah!" In the 5th residential building, the fat man let out a tragic scream. "Shut up!" Zhou face showed displeasure as he suddenly pulled out the long knife from the fat man's chest and thrust it into his throat, instantly silencing him. "With such a loud noise, who do you think you can attract?" "Humph!" Zhou snorted coldly and kicked the fat man's corpulent body. With such weight, it's no wonder that the previous stab didn't directly pierce the heart. His gaze swept across several corpses and suddenly brightened when it landed on the fat man's handgun. "Since you are all dead, there's no need to turn this over." He thought better to benefit himself than to leave the handgun here for the zombies. Zhou crouched down and collected all the guns from the hands of the dead before standing up and returning to the lobby on the 1st floor of the 2nd residential building. After a while, Xiao Lang hurriedly came down from upstairs. "Oh, you're so quick." Zhou nodded, patting his waist bag. "I just finished cutting off all the left ears of the zombies outside." Xiao Lang immediately felt a sense of urgency and quickly went out to cut off his own left ear. "Next, how about we compete to see who can kill faster?" Although he knew he would probably lose to Zhou, he still wanted to test their differences. "All right." A glimmer of interest flashed in Zhou eyes as he looked towards the few residential buildings that had yet to be cleared. "Then let's go to the 13th residential building. Can you handle it?" Even if I can't handle it, I still have to try. After all, I need to collect more left ears to support my daughter, Xiao Lang replied as the sun gradually set. Zhou Feng severed the last zombie's ear and wearily walked out of the residential building, his waist bag filled to the brim with left zombie ears. Xiao Lang had not yet come out. Zhou Feng took out a bottle of mineral water from his backpack, first washing his face, then gulping it all down. I finally earned enough points. His mood was as if he had just devoured a large tub of ice cream on a scorching summer day, and I collected so many left ears from zombies. It seems I can exchange for more items that are not available outside before leaving the base. Would the host like to exchange for a lottery chance? Wait a moment. Zhou Feng shifted his gaze to the translucent panel of the system, gritting his teeth to control his overwhelming desire to draw. This wasn't like the usual green attribute draws. He needed to go back, take a proper shower, and burn incense before drawing. Lv.0 to personal shelter points 1109 talent, each level gold attribute, attributes distance 3, damage reduction 70, rotten brain resonance territory 1, population 1, defense value 1010, lottery chances 0, huff huff huff. Xiao Lang stumbled out of the residential building, and upon seeing Zhou Feng instantly broke into a big grin. Ha ha ha, I'm amazing. He proudly opened 2 waste bags towards Zhou Feng, both filled to the brim with left ears. How about that? Looking at Xiao Lang's smug expression, Zhou Feng reluctantly opened 3 of his own waste bags. Sorry, I have just a little bit more than you. Xiao Lang's expression froze like a frostbitten eggplant. I knew it. From the second residential building, it was evident that while he could kill 1 zombie, Zhou Feng could turn around and kill 3 or 4. Forget it. He conceded, but his expression was still very happy. Now I can finally rent a 3-bedroom apartment and bring my 2 daughters over. This time it was Zhou Feng's turn to be stunned. Can you really rent an entire place? He thought and asked. Of course not. Xiao Lang shook his head. Without a bribe, not to mention renting the whole place, even a single bedroom is difficult. He had learned this after spending several packs of instant noodles to pry it out of the staff's mouth. He would need to spend 50 more ears to rent a room at the original price. You really are a big spender. Zhou Feng internally scoffed but had no intention of advising him. After all, he was doing it for the convenience of his 2 daughters. Otherwise, who would spend 50 ears on a brokerage fee? It's almost time to gather. Zhou Feng checked the time on his phone and reminded him, let's go. Xiao Lang and Zhou Feng returned to the gathering point. The round-faced soldier and another heavily browed soldier were scanning the distance but had yet to see the arrival of the few small hoodlums. What's going on? The round-faced soldier looked at his friend in confusion. Did you not tell them when to gather? The heavy-browed soldier sighed. How could I not tell them? They must return to the base once the time is up. And they still haven't returned. What if something happened? As he said this, his gaze involuntarily turned towards Zhou Feng, clearly aware of the conflict between Zhou Feng and the others. The round-faced soldier moved to block the heavy-browed soldier's line of sight. We must leave in 2 minutes. The heavy-browed soldier wanted to check the last residential building the others had gone to, but clearly felt it wasn't worth it. He couldn't even save himself now. With so many people dead at the hands of zombies, he certainly couldn't search for them one by one. Let's go. Time finally reached the hour. The heavy-browed soldier no longer waited, turned back to the vehicle, and took out his phone to start reporting the list of missing persons. Although it was labeled as a missing persons list, those on the list were generally presumed dead. Click. Zhou Feng opened the door to the room only to find that Yang Ninger and Su Zi were not in the room. A note lay on the table in the center of the bedroom. Zhou Feng, Ninger and I will be back later. Zhou Feng put down the paper. Since Su Zi had left a note, it meant there was no danger. They were not his attachments, so he generally wouldn't restrict their movements. Zhou Feng turned on the showerhead in the bathroom, the cool water splashing over him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The water mixed with mud and dark red blood flowed into the drain, and the bathroom gradually filled with steam enveloping the translucent glass window. Zhou Feng scrubbed every inch of himself, leaving no gaps. After showering, he changed into a clean outfit and finally lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag. Bathing and burning incense completed. Zhou Feng eagerly returned to the bedroom, turned on the light, and sat by the bed, sincerely gazing at the translucent panel in the air. Would the host like to exchange for a lottery chance? Exchange. Zhou Feng nodded without hesitation, and the lottery count on the panel instantly changed from 0 to 1. There was a parenthesis following it indicating a blue attribute. In his mind, a blue roulette larger than the previous green one appeared. Draw. As soon as he spoke, the roulette in front of him began to spin rapidly. The moment the pointer stopped, a dazzling blue light burst forth from the selected talent. Congratulations, the host has drawn the blue attribute Neurotoxin Antibody. Neurotoxin Antibody. This attribute can attach to the host, granting the host immunity to 99 of biological toxins. 99 immunity to biological toxins. Zhou Feng's voice trembled slightly. This blue trait was a formidable asset in the apocalypse. Without hesitation, he applied the trait to himself, feeling a tingling numbness spread through his body. He clenched his fist tightly, a flicker of excitement crossing his face. Ha 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 ha, with this trait, you'll never have to fear the zombie virus again. Zhou Feng gazed contentedly at the panel, noting that upgrading to the purple trait, 100 immunity to biological toxins, would require only 10000 points. Bang bang bang. Just as he was about to go out for food, a knock suddenly echoed from outside. Who is it? Zhou Feng looked puzzled. He hadn't told anyone besides Yang Ninger and Su Zi about this room, so how could someone have found him? He opened the door and saw two men in black military uniforms standing there. Nang Yong offered Zhou Feng a friendly smile. Mr. Zhou, we're from the official rescue squad. May we come in and sit for a while? Come in. Zhou Feng stepped aside, an apologetic expression on his face. I just moved in, so I don't have much to offer you too. Nang Yong waved his hand dismissively and plopped down onto a simple plastic stool. Qiao Wenli's gaze swept across the room before settling on Zhou Feng. Mr. Zhou managed to rent such a large bedroom in just 2 days. Truly impressive strength. Just say what you need to say. Zhou Feng didn't want to beat around the bush with them, placing 2 bottles of water in front of them. Hearing this, Nang Yong spoke directly. We saw your records of storing left ears over the past 2 days. We'd like to hire you for the official rescue squad to save survivors. Zhou Feng was taken aback but felt little interest in rescuing survivors. He preferred clearing new areas where zombies were plentiful, while the main task of rescuing survivors was protecting them on the way to the temporary base. No thanks. He was about to refuse when Xiao Wenlu began detailing the rescue squad's benefits. Your daily wage will be double the number of zombies you kill, and you'll get free use of this room. Additionally, there will be no restrictions on your purchases of various items in the base. You'll have top priority for medical care. You'll also be given 2 job slots in the base. You can assign anyone to any job, and as long as they pass the interview, they'll earn 10 left ears daily. Just hearing the first benefit had already piqued Zhou Feng's interest, let alone the chance to arrange jobs for Yang Ninger and Su Zi. He could also save up left ears to buy items hard to come by outside, like firearms, before the temporary base collapsed. The guns he used daily weren't his own, and the only one head managed to get from someone else had just a single bullet. If he could buy the right ammunition or new firearms, his strength would greatly increase. I agree. Zhou Feng responded without hesitation after hearing Qiao Wenlu out. Qiao Wenli's eyes sparkled with faint mirth as he extended his hand. Good, happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Zhou Feng shook Qiao Wenli's hand, then asked curiously, where should we gather tomorrow, and which survivors are we rescuing? Meet at the base entrance heading to Lin University. Zhou Feng raised an eyebrow, surprised to be returning to campus so soon after leaving. Only this time it was to save people. He watched them leave. Not long after, Yang Ninger and Su Zi, who had left a note, returned from outside, placing the meals they'd collected in front of Zhou Feng. Sigh, I wanted to find a job. Yang Ninger frowned with a sigh. But none of them would take me. Sister Zi managed to get a job as a nurse in the medical bay. She cast an envious glance at Su Zi, thinking she'd be the only one with nothing to do. It's okay, Ninger. I'll go with you tomorrow to look for more jobs. Su Zi felt the lingering sense of urgency finally fade. She turned to Zhou Feng with sparkling eyes. From now on, I won't be a freeloader anymore. Zhou Feng picked up the plain congee and pickled vegetables, eating them with compressed biscuits. So happy. Mhm. Su Zi hummed softly, sitting at the table with a shyly lowered head. With a daily wage of 2 left ears, if you ever want me to warm your bed again, it won't be so easy. Thinking of last night, 2 blushes crept onto her cheeks. She absolutely couldn't share a bed with Zhou Feng anymore. Otherwise she'd eventually succumb, especially after that dream where she actually... Su Zi fanned her burning cheeks with her hand, turning away awkwardly. Once I've saved enough money, I'll rent a room in the small bedroom next door. Don't worry, I'll still keep helping you with your wounds. Was Su Zi trying to end their arrangement? A flicker of coldness passed through Zhou Feng's eyes, but when he saw the tips of her ears reddening as if about to bleed, he couldn't help but chuckle. Then how about I tell you some even better news? Want to hear it? Building 7, Room 701. Lin Xiao had barely stepped into the room when she was choked by the smoky air. Oh, the little bowtie's here to deliver again. The men in Room 701 were used to seeing Lin Xiao, but their lecherous gazes always lingered on her ample chest. Lin Xiao frowned, her disgust for these men deepening. She walked to the bed in the farthest corner of the room and tossed a pack of compressed biscuits onto the blanket. Here, your food for today. Bitch. Chun Lei shot up from the bed, glaring fiercely at Lin Xiao. Where's my congee and pickled vegetables? You skimped that much today. Of course I ate them. Lin Xiao licked her red lips with her tongue. It's generous enough I'm leaving you a pack of biscuits. Don't be so picky. If you don't like it, I won't bring you food tomorrow. Chun Lei's face darkened. If it weren't for the leg infection from driving with Lin Xiao, he wouldn't be unable to even go to the cafeteria. And now she dared to treat him like this, all because he'd beaten her and she held such a grudge. By the way, Lin Xiao suddenly spoke, a trace of hatred in her eyes. I saw Zhou Feng yesterday. He's doing very well. Since she couldn't take revenge herself, she might as well leak this to Chen Lei. He hated Zhou Feng even more than she did. As expected, the moment Chen Lei heard Zhou Feng's name, his eyes blazed with fury, and he punched the bed hard. One day I'll make Zhou Feng pay. I'll kill him. TCH. Lin Zio's eyes flickered with disdain. If he could kill him, he would have done it long ago. All he did was talk tough and hit women. A coward. Huff. Chen Lei calmed his agitation, shooting a venomous glare at Lin Xiao. I won't need you to get my supplies anymore. Why? Lin Xiao exploded. What would she do if she couldn't get enough to eat? A short, bespectacled high schooler beside Chen Lei suddenly spoke up. Brother Chen hired us to help him to the cafeteria for 1000 RMB a day. Did you hear that? Get lost now. Chen Lei tightened his grip on the compressed biscuit, casting a sinister glance at Lin Qianyao. Wang Chun knew that it wouldn't be long before order was restored in the country. Money was easiest to earn now, and once the world returned to normal, he would at least be able to buy the latest model of a computer. Ha! Lin Qianyao shot a fierce glare at Wang Chun by Chen Lei's side and sneered. Well, then I want to see how long you can hire someone with that little money in your hand. She left room 701 with a cold expression, angrily returning to her own room. What better news? Su Zi's eyes flickered with a hint of confusion. She thought Zhou Feng would be very angry. Zhou Feng waved to Yang Ninger, inviting her to sit beside him. I found a job for both of you. Even if you already have a job, your salary can be raised to 10 left ears a day. Yang Ninger and Su Zi's eyes instantly lit up. Looking at Zhou Feng's serious expression, they realized he was not joking. What about me? What about me? Yang Ninger suddenly jumped onto Zhou Feng's lap, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. What job can I do? How much is the daily salary? She really looked like a little puppy. Zhou Feng rubbed Yang Ninger's soft cold ear, unusually patient, as he asked, do you have a job in mind that you desire? Qiao Wenlu did say to choose any job you like. As long as you pass the interview you can start working, but this interview is probably just a formality. Ah, a job I desire. Yang Ninger hesitated, poking her fingers. I don't have a special skill like Z, so as long as it's not dangerous I won't be picky. Zhou Feng leaned back on the sofa, deep in thought. His impression of Yang Ninger was indeed that she couldn't do anything but eat. He murmured to himself, how about sending you to be a cafeteria ant? Yang Ninger didn't hear clearly and tilted her head to look at Zhou Feng. What were you just saying? Ahem. Zhou Feng cleared his throat, suddenly thinking of a suitable job for Yang Ninger. Why don't you go to the bank? You only need to count left ears each day. Really? Yang Ninger was so excited that her face turned red. She had inquired about this job before, but the other party only said there were no positions available. Zhou Feng nodded. Tomorrow I'll put in a good word for you, and you can go for the interview in the afternoon. Don't worry, it's just a formality. Su Zi's equally excited face turned red as she tugged at Zhou Feng's clothes, grateful as she said, Thank you, Zhou Feng, I don't know how to express my gratitude. Will I continue to warm the bed in the future? But she had just suggested renting another place. If only she had thought before speaking. The next morning Zhou Feng woke up on time, climbing up from between the two girls. After quickly washing up and changing clothes, he headed towards the new meeting point. At the entrance of the base, several black armored vehicles were parked. After getting in the car, Zhou Feng saw the two people from last night along with another person he had previously seen in the neighborhood, Shanzixia. Captain. Nang Yong patted Zhou Feng's shoulder and said, I brought this kid along. He can kill that many zombies and his skills are not inferior to ours. So you're the one who handed in 300 left ears in 2 days. Shanzixia looked at Zhou Feng with a hint of surprise. He had only heard about a remarkable figure in the grassroots who had zombies hanging all over him. That's why he was hired to take on tasks. He never expected that this remarkable figure would be the one he had seen in the neighborhood 2 days ago. Yeah, that's me. Shanzixia raised an eyebrow and smiled. Well, I won't arrange for you to go to places with fewer zombies, just because you're a newcomer. Thank you, that's really great. Zhou Feng actually didn't hold out too much hope. The places the rescue team went to were generally already cleared. How many zombies could there be? If it weren't for wanting a house and a job, he wouldn't have agreed to join the rescue team. He opened the class group to see how many survivors were left, only to find that there were very few people chatting anymore. Buzz buzz, his phone suddenly rang with a notification. Zhou Feng looked down and saw a message from the instructor. Everyone hold on a little longer. We've received news that the officials will come to rescue us today. This news instantly sparked a flurry of life among those still alive. Tian Yuaning, nearly starving to the point of emaciation, saw the rescue team was coming and instantly brightened, crawling up from bed. Great, I'm packing my things right now and waiting. Kong Pingan's hands trembled as he typed. Instructor, are you sure this news is accurate? Pang Lily firmly supported the instructor. It's definitely accurate. I saw today's rescue list on my phone last night. Seeing the chat group returning to its former liveliness, Zhou Feng put away his phone and stopped eavesdropping as the vehicle parked at the school parking lot. As soon as everyone got out of the car, they found the ground strewn with zombie corpses. Nang Yong's eyes flashed with surprise. Is this clearing team really that effective this time? Even in the past, zombies would occasionally pop up from various corners even after clearing. Captain Shan Zixia squatted down to check the degree of desiccation of the zombies exposed to the sun, shaking his head. It's not the clearing team's credit. These zombies have been dead for a long time. It should be the people in the school who killed them to escape. Damn! Nang Yong's eyes widened as he pointed at the left ears of zombies that had vanished for no reason on the ground. These clearing team members are really opportunistic. They don't waste the corpses on the ground, directly cutting off the ears of the dead. Xiao Wenlu looked helpless. Since the officials are using left ears as the new currency, this is an unavoidable situation. Just like if you found $500 on the road, would you pick it up? Nang Yong's mouth twitched. Oh, who could resist picking it up? All right. Shan Zixia stopped the idle chatter of a few people and began assigning rescue areas. Xiao Wenlu and Zhang San go to the cafeteria. Nang Yong and Zhou Feng go to the teaching building. Li Si and Wang Wu go to. After the assignments, Shan Zixia also handed Zhou Feng, who was hired, a firearm. Xiao Wenlu and Nang Yong originally held guns, so they didn't waste time. At the entrance of the teaching building, Zhou Feng looked up at the 6-story building and asked, "How about we each take 3 floors? Once we finish quickly, we can also help over at the dorms. There aren't many zombies here and there are hardly any survivors." He didn't want to waste time. Nang Yong nodded and agreed immediately. All right. Zhou Feng rushed to the 4th floor, first planning to clear all 3 floors. If all went well, he should be able to finish within 30 minutes. Bang! He shot a zombie that came at him, then casually cut off its left ear with the bone knife and put it in his waist bag. After clearing the entire 4th floor of zombies, he added 6 left ears to his bag. Zhou Feng clicked his tongue. Indeed, the income is not as good as clearing. I should put my hopes on the boys' and girls' dormitories, as the zombies there are the most numerous. On the 5th floor, the instructor, hearing the gunshots outside, excitedly leaned against the window, but upon looking up she saw Zhou Feng with a gun. Remembering Zhou Feng's ruthless killing, her face instantly turned pale. "Zhou Feng, don't do anything reckless." Her voice trembled, tears welling in her eyes. "The officials have come to rescue people from the school. If you dare to act recklessly, they will definitely take you away and lock you up. Don't come closer." The counselor never expected that Zhou Feng would be so insane. Killing Zhang Yuxuan was not enough. He actually wanted to kill him too. "You've already killed quite a few people. You can't keep making mistakes." Zhou Feng thought to himself, am I really a heartless psychopath? He glanced at the counselor in speechlessness, raised his hand, and fired another bullet. "Do you have a persecution complex?" The zombie that crawled out from the adjacent classroom was suddenly shot in the head, black-red brain matter splattering all over the ground. The counselor felt his stomach churn at the sight. Ugh, she leaned against the window and vomited a pool of stomach acid. It was so terrifying. She had to report Zhang Yuxuan's incident to the authorities. They absolutely could not allow a murderer like Zhou Feng to roam free. Zhou Feng pushed open the classroom window and a sour, foul smell wafted out. It stank. Besides the smell of vomit, the counselor's bodily functions had been conducted in this room over the past few days. He grimly pulled the counselor out from the window. What are you doing?" The counselor, terrified, struck at Zhou Feng's wrist, but she was no match for his strength after being hungry for days. After pulling her out, Zhou Feng immediately released her, preparing to send her down shortly. The zombies on the entire floor heard the sounds of human activity outside, dragging their decaying limbs as they rushed towards the noise. Roar! 7 or 8 twisted figures stumbled forward. The leading zombie had a severed arm stuck in its throat, its putrid saliva dripping from the fingertips onto the ground. The counselor's face turned even paler, instinctively wanting to retreat back into the classroom. The new magazine clicked into the handgun and the trigger was pulled. In the next instant, the bullet sliced through the air, and the zombie's skull exploded with a crisp sound. Bang! Bang bang! Zhou Feng fired continuously, and the zombies fell to the ground like puppets with severed strings, their heavy thuds echoing through the empty floor. Only then did the counselor see that Zhou Feng was actually holding a gun. Who carries a gun? Especially in this gun-restricted country. Zhou Feng blew on the smoking handgun, ignoring the counselor's dazed expression, as he bent down to collect the left ear. "You?" The counselor trembled as she pulled out her phone, secretly trying to call the police. Zhou Feng caught a glimpse of the content on her phone, and quietly approached her from behind, suddenly asking, "Are you calling the police? You're actually quite nice to students sometimes." He pressed the Tanghung knife against the counselor's neck, his tone carrying a hint of doubt. "But when Zhang Yuxuan altered my grades, why did you act like you didn't see?" "Teacher, I actually want to save you back to the base, but who told you to keep trying to send me to jail? So I can only say sorry." The sharp blade swiftly sliced through the counselor's neck, warm blood spraying everywhere, merging with the black-red blood of the zombies on the ground. The counselor couldn't even scream for help, only flailing like a dying fish on the ground before gradually losing her breath. Just then, footsteps suddenly echoed from downstairs. Tap tap tap. Zhou Feng immediately kicked the counselor's corpse under the pile of zombies, nonchalantly looking up at Nangyong, who had just come upstairs. Are you done? Don't mention it. Nangyong scratched his head and sighed. There were only 2 or 3 zombies below. Let's deal with the next floor together. Alright, there aren't even any survivors. Nangyong followed Zhou Feng, muttering, wasn't it said that there was 1 survivor in this teaching building? Damn, could it be that they were bitten to death by zombies? Who knows? Zhou Feng replied flatly, as if he had never seen the counselor today. Nangyong smacked his lips, no longer thinking about the question. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly noticed a corpse on the ground and stopped. What is this? Zhou Feng's hand instantly covered the handle of the Tangheng knife. You're being too careless. Nangyong suddenly squatted down and cut off the counselor's left ear. That's $500. Looking at the bloody ear being handed over, Zhou Feng's mouth twitched as he reached out to take it. Thank you. No need to be polite. With his good deed for the day done, Nangyong hummed a tune as he climbed to the 6th floor. Let's see if there are any survivors on the 6th and top floors. Dong Baifan strained to carry Chun Lei, preparing to take him back after he had eaten and drank enough. Thanks, brother. Chun Lei's voice was hoarse, his mind filled with the news from yesterday that Lin Chenyao said Zhou Feng was here. Wang Chun followed Dong Baifan, adjusting his glasses with a smile as he handed the phone to Chun Lei. No need to be polite, Chin Go, the pay is settled daily. Chun Lei took the phone with a serious expression, fiddled with it for a bit, and then transferred the money. Buzz buzz. Wang Chun looked at the 1,000 in the balance. He merely facilitated the connection and didn't exert effort, handing the majority to Dong Baifan. As the 3 passed the parking lot, their footsteps suddenly halted. A very conspicuous blue sports car was parked in front of them. Wang Chun and Dong Baifan stopped in surprise, a surge of hatred rising in their eyes. They never expected to encounter this car again. Hey, why did you stop? The 2 ignored Chun Lei's displeasure. Dong Baifan clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. This is the same car as before, right? That's right. Wang Chun nodded vigorously. It seems we still have a day to take revenge. I must find that madman who treats people like they're nothing. Feeling like he was about to be thrown away, Chun Lei finally focused his gaze on the blue sports car. A sense of familiarity washing over him. Isn't this Gu Chengxiu's car? Do you know the owner of this car? Upon hearing this, the 2 immediately looked at Chun Lei with eager eyes. Chun Lei felt a bit frightened under their gaze, recalling the messages in their previous chat group. It's my classmate's car, but my classmate died on the first day of the apocalypse. No way. Chun Lei suddenly remembered what Zhang Yuxuan had said in the group. Zhou Feng had stolen her boyfriend's car and kicked her into a pile of zombies, so this car now belongs to Zhou Feng. Ha ha ha. I know who is using this car. Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng, I will definitely kill you. At the entrance of the boys' dormitory, those who had finally escaped death began to cry softly, while a few noticed the classmates appearing in the rescue team. Woo-woo, I miss my parents. Officer, is there any food? I haven't eaten for several days. Is that Zhou Feng? Why is he in the official rescue team? Kong Pingan's eyes flashed with surprise. He never expected that Zhou Feng, who had been posting short films in the group just a couple of days ago, would come to rescue them with the authorities. Peng Li's expression flickered. He hadn't forgotten the fact that Zhou Feng had killed intentionally, but he didn't plan to expose Zhou Feng. Controlling a capable and compromising person is far more beneficial than reporting a criminal. Have you all resolved it? Zhou Feng sighed as he stood among the crowd, realizing that the number of zombies encountered during the rescue was less than a third of what they faced during the initial outbreak. I hope to kill a few more zombies on the way back. Zhou Feng. The Captain Dan Zixia suddenly approached. You will ride back with Nangyong and the others on the bus. Remember to protect these students on the way. Okay. Zhou Feng nodded in agreement and took a seat on the bus at the dormitory entrance. More than 30 college students quickly squeezed onto the vehicle. Hey, someone sharpied noticed another vehicle leaving the school gate and immediately stood up in alarm. Why did my classmates leave first? Nangyong kindly explained, there are many injured among you. Moving together with a strong smell of blood can easily attract the zombies. So that's how it is. The person let out a long breath and sat down with a sense of relief. Zhou Feng sat in the front row by the window, able to spot any zombies nearby at the first moment. The bus slowly drove out of the school, heading towards the nearest road to the temporary base. Zhou Feng narrowed his eyes, occasionally raising his handgun to shoot at the zombies trailing behind the bus. Bang, bang, bang. Nangyong? His expression grew increasingly puzzled. Although the pistol was equipped with a silencer, the dead zombies could not simply be discarded on the side. What was Zhou Feng aiming at? Listening to the pleasant sounds in his ears, Zhou Feng finally stopped feeling gloomy. The mountain is not mine. I go to the mountain. With so many zombies on the road, how could I lose my points? As they passed a large bridge, Zhou Feng's hand paused while shooting. Is someone there? Hearing Zhou Feng's words, Nangyong leaned his head out to look and suddenly widened his eyes. Stop. Stop. The driver immediately slammed on the brakes. What's wrong? Nangyong pointed at the people rushing out from the side of the bridge, gritting his teeth. Stop for a moment, wait for them to get on the bus. A large group of zombies were following behind this group of people. If he didn't help, these people would likely not escape today. Although the students on the bus were worried and frowned, they suppressed their impatience and waited for the group to board. Huff, huff, huff. The first to board was a burly man with a beard, panting heavily as he rolled onto the bus. Following him were 7 or 8 others. Hurry! Close the door. As soon as an elderly lady staggered onto the bus, Nang Yong immediately shouted at the driver. The door was quickly shut. The driver started the vehicle and was about to continue towards the temporary base when the elderly lady suddenly lunged at the steering wheel. Nang Yong and a few others immediately drew their handguns, ready to pull the trigger when the elderly lady screamed loudly, "We can't leave." Her voice was sharp and piercing, tightly gripping the driver's neck. "You must first save my grandson." Several zombies had already surrounded them, blocking the bus completely. "What does this old lady want? Forget about the grandson. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to." The students were furious to the point of wanting to vomit blood. They had just been rescued from the school, and now the old lady's interference had them stuck at the bridge. Anyone would be furious enough to want to kill someone. "I don't care." The old lady sat down on the ground, kicking her legs wildly. "I only have this one grandson, and you must save him for me. I pay so much tax every year just to ensure you protect my grandson during times like this." Nang Yong and a few others shot outside while anxiously trying to persuade her old lady, "It's not that we don't want to save people. It's just that there are too many zombies and we can't get through." They were almost at their wits' end, unable to forcibly drag the old lady away. Crack! Suddenly the sound of shattering glass echoed from the bus window. The most intense reactions came from the other passengers who had just boarded and the students on the bus. In order to survive, they could not care about the old lady's resistance. "Hey, don't obstruct the driver." The burly man with the beard lifted the old lady and threw her among the students. Although the students complained about the old lady's tears and snot, they still blocked the path to the driver's cabin. Nang Yong and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. Finally it was quiet. Just moments ago, due to the old lady's scratching, they were even afraid to shoot outside for fear of hitting each other. On the other side of the bridge, zombies were still pouring in. Nang Yong and the others were gradually breaking out in a cold sweat. They knew that relying solely on handguns would not solve the current predicament. But if they used explosives, the survivors across the bridge had not yet gone for rescue, and this bridge was a vital route to wherever they were headed. "What are you doing? Hey, how come you're not driving yet?" Bang! Crack! Under repeated impacts from the zombies, the bus window finally cracked and shattered. The students screamed in terror and hid closer to Nang Yong and the others. The zombies had broken in. Zhou Feng raised his handgun and shot the head of the zombie that came through, but he could not stop the endless stream of zombies behind it. "Zombies!" The old lady screamed as she scrambled up from the ground and also hid behind Zhou Feng and the others. The zombies following her surged towards the people inside the bus. "Get away!" The old lady dodged the zombies' claws in panic, instinctively reaching out her hand towards Zhou Feng's back in sheer terror. Zhou Feng stumbled unexpectedly, raising his hand, without hesitation, to kill the zombie in front of him. His icy gaze swept over the old lady who had fallen to the ground. If it weren't for the officials nearby, this person wouldn't survive beyond the next breath. The old lady was startled by Zhou Feng's gaze and immediately looked away, feeling guilty. What could she do? Her grandson had not been found and she absolutely could not die now. Zhou Feng shifted his gaze away from the old lady and addressed Nang Yong. "The number of zombies is simply too high, especially those continuously coming from across the bridge. Is there really no way to resolve this?" He didn't care. Even if there were countless zombies, they couldn't breach his defense. What use was it other than to spit on him? Moreover, even if they could scratch him, he was completely immune to the zombies' virus. "There is." Nang Yong gritted his teeth and pulled several packs of explosives from the weapon bag. Zhou Feng was somewhat alarmed. So much explosives on him. Wasn't he afraid of accidentally igniting them? Nang Yong trembled as he crawled towards the front of the bus. "Cover me. I'm going to set up explosives to blow up the bridge." "Okay." The others nodded repeatedly, with some even using their bodies to block the old lady's movements. The old lady cried out sharply, "We can't blow up the bridge. My grandson is still in there." "Wait." She suddenly lit up, pointing at a pale-faced man being pushed forward by zombies. "My grandson is coming, hurry to get him." With a single glance, Nang Yong knew the man was beyond saving. He continued setting up the explosives without pause, his teammates still struggling against the zombies. He couldn't afford to falter. "Let go of me." The old woman's eyes, brimming with hatred, fixed on Nang Yong. Her voice was hoarse and shrill. "My grandson is still outside. Are you trying to kill people?" One of the team members, impatient, pushed the old woman away and spoke coldly. "He's already turned into a zombie. Please don't hinder the rescue." Hearing this, the old woman's eyes reddened with rage. She opened her mouth, revealing yellowed, decaying teeth, and bit down hard on the team member's arm. Crack! Her blackened teeth sank deep into his flesh, drawing beads of blood. The team member winced in pain, giving the old woman an opening. Sensing the faint scent of blood in the air, the zombie by the window abruptly turned and lunged toward the injured team member. Oblivious to the danger behind him, the man tugged at the old woman's arm, his voice urgent. Don't go over there and cause trouble. Get back. Roar. A zombie reeking of gore suddenly appeared behind the team member. It opened its gaping maw and sank its teeth into his injured arm, tearing away a chunk of flesh still attached to blood vessels. Ah! The team member trembled violently, letting out a despairing cry of agony. Seizing the opportunity, the old woman broke free and lunged ferociously at Nang Yong, who was about to ignite the explosives. No way. Even Zhou Feng was stunned by the ferocity of the 70-year-old woman. This frail little old lady, who could barely stand on the subway, was now sprinting with vigor for her grandson. Don't come any closer. Nang Yong stretched out his arm to block the old woman, nearly losing his grip on the lighter. If he accidentally ignited the explosives, not only the zombies but all the survivors in this bus would be blown to pieces. Don't hurt my precious grandson. The old woman shoved Nang Yong aside and reached out the window, trying to pull back the explosives along the fuse. In the struggle, she lost her balance and tumbled out of the window. Ah! Fear finally crept onto her face as she kicked wildly outside the car. Save me. Someone save me. Startled, Nang Yong scrambled to his feet to rescue her. But the zombie, its mouth dripping with blood, fixed its gaze on him and lunged with a roar. Roar! Nang Yong, watch out! The other team members saw him in danger and quickly fired at the zombie. Several bullets pierced its skull simultaneously. Once safe, Nang Yong rushed to save the old woman hanging from the window, but all he saw was the hem of her clothes being swallowed by the swarm of zombies. Don't hesitate. The team member bitten by the zombie now had bloodshot eyes. He rasped, if we don't blow the bridge now, they won't hold out much longer. Gritting his teeth, Nang Yong lit the explosives. Sizzle. The fuse burned, and moments later deafening explosions rang out in succession near the bridge. Flames blazed outside, the temperature skyrocketing in an instant. The half-turned team member struggled to move, climbed over the window, and jumped into the sea of zombie fire. Crack! With the surge of flames, the bus windows could no longer withstand the zombies' assault. Several zombies crawled in through the shattered glass. Nang Yong and the others had no time for grief. They grabbed their pistols and fired at the zombies. The burly bearded man shielded the two students beside him and swung an iron bucket at the approaching zombies. Zhou Feng and the others gradually gathered around, as the windows were now the most dangerous spots. A single misstep could result in being clawed by a sudden zombie. Bang! 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 Zhou Feng's expression was fierce as bullets streamed from his gun. A large number of zombies fell before him, and the gaps in their ranks no longer filled as continuously as before. But elsewhere, luck was not on their side. Ah, don't bite me, boo-hoo. Xiao Qian. Damn zombies, I'll fight you to the death. Zhou Feng, save me, please. The student stumbled toward the classmate head, met a few times as the area around Zhou Feng had the fewest zombies on the bus. Glancing back at the pursuing zombie, he grabbed Zhou Feng's arm in panic and begged, quick, kill this zombie. Zhou Feng subtly shook off the man's hand, first shooting the zombie charging from the front, then firing a bullet in the direction behind him. Bang! The zombie crashed heavily to the ground. The scorching bullet grazed his ear, and the schoolmate stood frozen, pupils dilated for a long moment. Thud! The schoolmate's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the floor, where a puddle of pale yellow liquid spread. A pungent sour stench filled everyone's nostrils. Zhou Feng's eyes swept over the darkening claw wound on the schoolmate's waist. He was about to speak when a zombie's dying counterattack interrupted him. Click! Nang Yong pulled the trigger again but found the gun empty. He reached into his bag and found it equally bare. Damn it! All the bullets in the bag were used up. He looked at the other team members. They too had no bullets left and had drawn military knives for close combat with the zombies. Zhou Feng pulled out a tang sword from behind his back and slashed down fiercely at the zombie. An invisible blade aura burst forth, leaving a long, deep gash on the zombie's body. In such a zombie-infested area, the tang sword was sometimes even more effective than a pistol. Each swing of Zhou Feng's blade took down 2 or 3 zombies, and the number on the bus dwindled rapidly. Hiss! Several team members left with no zombies to kill gradually stopped and gasped in awe at Zhou Feng. Especially Nang Yong, who hadn't seen Zhou Feng fight zombies in the teaching building. He never expected this kid to be so much stronger than had imagined. He murmured to himself, no wonder the captain insisted I hire him personally. The other 2 team members' eyes widened. They had initially objected to Zhou Feng joining the team, since even before the apocalypse, getting into the squad was fiercely competitive. Why should an ordinary college student get in so easily after the apocalypse? But who knew Zhou Feng would be this formidable? Only when the last zombie fell did they come to their senses and check on the survivors. Nang Yong scanned the dozen or so remaining people. Are you all alright? Any injuries or zombie scratches? At these words, the schoolmate's face paled slightly. He clenched his fists and said indignantly, what do you mean by that? So many people are dead, and instead of getting us back to the temporary base, as soon as possible you're accusing us of hiding something. Having just witnessed the deaths of their loved ones, the survivors were already on edge. The schoolmates' inflammatory words set them off. Weren't you supposed to protect us? Why did we run into a zombie horde? I paid so much in taxes. Why didn't my child get the protection they deserved? Seeing this, the alumnus' eyes flickered slightly, and he coldly sneered, saying, how could they be willing to sacrifice themselves to protect us? Wasn't there an old lady just pushed down? Don't talk nonsense, I didn't do anything. Nang Yong's face turned red, and his neck thickened, feeling wronged, as he had merely asked for everyone's safety. Recalling the teammate who had voluntarily jumped into the horde of zombies, his eyes reddened instantly. Teammates sacrificed themselves only to be met with such ungrateful betrayal. The alumnus looked at Nang Yong and the others as well as Zhou Feng with hidden hatred. If this group could protect themselves well, he wouldn't have been scratched by the zombies. Even if he died now, he would take a few down with him. Suddenly someone in the crowd whispered, I said, why did that old lady suddenly fall? It turns out it was because you wanted to eliminate anyone who got in your way. The person next to me just now was also bitten to death by zombies, because they didn't protect him properly. At these words, a woman immediately looked up, her bloodshot eyes fixated on Zhou Feng and the others. Her husband was dead, and she absolutely could not survive in this apocalypse. Why? The woman's voice was hoarse as she pounced on Nang Yong, scratching at him fiercely. Why didn't you protect my husband? Aren't you supposed to escort us? Nang Yong dodged the whole time, not daring to resist. Being closest to the explosion, his body was marked with various cuts from metal shards, and being tugged like this made him grunt in pain. Everyone calm down. Zhou Feng extended his long knife, placing it between Nang Yong and the woman. He had no good feelings towards this group of survivors. Even if they had failed to protect everyone, Nang Yong and the others were doing their utmost to rescue them. Ah! The woman, almost cut by the blade, hurriedly withdrew her hand, no longer daring to be reckless, only glaring at Zhou Feng and Zhou Yong with resentment. She hadn't forgotten that just moments ago the man before her had used this very knife to kill several zombies. Zhou Feng retracted his knife and with a glance at the alumnus who was enduring pain said to the team, let them calm down. Let's go out and collect the left ears of the zombies. Under normal circumstances, the rescue team was not allowed to get off the vehicle to collect zombie ears. But today the vehicle had already stopped, and with so many zombies outside, not taking back a few was simply a waste. All right. Looking at the murderous gaze of the survivors, Nang Yong nodded immediately. Get off the vehicle and collect as many ears as we can. Well, set off back to the temporary base in half an hour. The other two team members hurriedly got off the vehicle, not wanting to stay inside, facing the irrational crowd. Zhou Feng cast a faint glance at everyone. Since they looked down on their protection, let them face the impending zombies themselves. Hopefully the alumnus would perform well, allowing him to gain more points. As the few of them got off the vehicle, the remaining survivors continued to mutter angrily. Humph, they're just useless parasites. Don't you think so? The male college student poked the alumnus beside him indignantly, saying, if I had known, I would have just stayed in the dormitory. I didn't expect it to be even more dangerous outside than at school. Seeing that the person beside him said nothing, the male college student looked over in confusion. Hey you! He stared wide-eyed in terror, his legs trembling as he struggled to back away. The alumnus beside him no longer looked human. Foul-smelling drool dripped from his chin, and his hollow eye sockets greedily stared at him. Ah! A piercing scream suddenly erupted from the bus, startling the nearby birds into flight. Nang Yong, who was collecting ears, froze mid-action, instantly straightening up, eyes sharp, as he looked towards the bus. Not good. He didn't have time to put down the left ear. He could only toss it to the ground and sprint over. The other two, seeing this, quickly followed. Zhou Feng was left behind, slowly picking up the left ear that Nang Yong and the others had discarded before stepping towards the bus. What's going on? He arrived to see 4 or 5 survivors curled up in a corner, trembling and huddling together. Nang Yong's gaze sharpened as he kicked over the zombie in front of him. Zhou Feng, come help. Faced with over a dozen zombies, they were helpless against so many, not to mention that there were still 4 or 5 people behind them that needed protection. Zhou Feng placed his right hand on the knife handle, unsheathing it. The silver light cut through the air as he swung the knife down, forcefully decapitating a zombie. Eft. Points 1.1. With the addition of a strong ally, the pressure on Nang Yong and the others drastically reduced. Zhou Feng unceremoniously snatched several heads from Nang Yong and the others until the last zombie fell, finally satisfied as he sheathed his knife. Huff! Nang Yong exhaled the stagnant air from his lungs, looking at the few cowards in the corner, his eyes filled with anger, and only 2 words echoed in his mind. It's over. If the deaths of the survivors were just because of stopping to save others, the worst punishment would be physical punishment or a fine of a left ear. But now, these people's deaths were because he had to get off the vehicle to collect left ears. So many died because of him. The emotions of anger and regret almost overwhelmed Nang Yong. Don't be sad. Zhou Feng casually comforted. Aren't their deaths? Because they were unwilling to have their wounds checked. The other 2 team members began to regain their senses, unable to bear looking at the corpses scattered around. Let's go. Nang Yong dejectedly returned to his seat, his expression heavy. No matter what punishment comes this time, I will endure it. The driver sighed, starting up the bus towards the temporary base. Bang! A porcelain cup was suddenly thrown to the ground, shattering into pieces. Dan Zixia punched Neng Yong in the face in anger, shouting, I put you in charge, and this is how you lead. Neng Yong and the others had no defense, shamefully lowering their heads. You are not to go on the rescue mission. Team leader Dan Zixia gritted his teeth, speaking each word clearly. All of you go to clear wilderness. Zhou Feng's fingers twitched, his eyes brightening as he looked at Dan Zixia. What a good person. He was just conflicted about whether to switch back to the clearing team when the team leader threw him back. Neng Yong's face turned pale. The clearing team was not an easy task. One misstep could lead to death. But seeing the team leader's resolute expression, they could only brace themselves and nod. Yes. Building 2, room 201. As Zhou Feng reached the door, he noticed the door to the adjacent room wide open. You two move the sofa over here. A clear female voice came from next door, followed by the harsh sounds of furniture being arranged. Zhou Feng turned his head to look into the next living room, seeing the gracefully curved back of a girl, who was enthusiastically directing several workers to move her luggage and furniture. Ding. Detected a female resident, meeting system standards, scanning detailed information. Name Dan Zixia, age 24, appearance 92 points, figure 93 points, inner self full score, not enhanced, total score 92 points, evaluation can accommodate residents, upgrade shelter level. Zhou Feng's eyes flashed with interest. Dan Zixia. Dan Zixia. Ha! Shan Ziqiu sensed a gaze from behind and turned around to see a handsome black-haired youth. Seeing her looking at him, the youth nodded at her and said, hello. My name is Zhou Feng and I live next door to you. Shan Ziqiu's clear eyes flashed with a hint of astonishment. It was the first time she had seen a boy so good-looking, not inferior to herself. Hello, my name is Shan Ziqiu. Her voice was cool and her appearance was not traditionally soft and beautiful. Shan Ziqiu stood at least 1.7 meters tall with long legs and a white shirt that subtly revealed her abdominal muscles, giving her an aura of strength. When Yang Ninger and Su Zi came up the stairs, they saw the two chatting happily. Zhou Feng. Yang Ninger instinctively called out Zhou Feng's name, and both felt inexplicably unhappy. Zhou Feng smiled at the two of them and said, you're back. How did your work go? The interview went well, but... Yang Ninger remembered what had happened today, and pouted her red lips in frustration. I ran into someone annoying. Forget it. She swallowed her desire to complain, since Zhou Feng disliked his uncle's family so much it was better not to trouble him with such trivial matters. Su Zi showcased the 10 left ears in her bag to Zhou Feng, her smile bright. The work isn't easy, but at least the pay is good. Her eyes filled with unrecognized affection sparkled as she added, thank you so much, Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng nodded and turned to bid farewell to Shan Ziqiu. See you next time. Yeah. After seeing Yang Ninger and Su Zi, Shan Ziqiu felt disheartened. She had not expected the boy she was just getting interested in to have such close female friends. She was about to head back when she suddenly heard a man's furious shout from behind. You little brat, how can you turn your elbow outwards? Uncle Li Xiuwen strode over with his family, his face filled with anger. Zhou Feng was surprisingly living so well. If he hadn't followed these two women, he wouldn't have known Zhou Feng's address. Yang Ninger's expression darkened the moment she saw this family. She stepped forward and disdainfully said, what are you doing here? Still trying to cling to Zhou Feng? Aunt scolded hoarsely. You little slut, what right do you have to speak in front of our family? Saying this, she pushed Li Hui in front of Zhou Feng, speaking as if it were obvious. Xiao Feng, go tell the bank to let your brother have the job opportunity. Zhou Feng was filled with questions. How did these people know about his job opportunity? It's all my fault for being entangled by their family. Yang Ninger felt a tinge of guilt and recounted the events of this afternoon to Zhou Feng. This afternoon at the bank. Li Xianxian looked at the bank lobby manager with a flattering expression, pleading, please let me try, I promise I will do this job well. The lobby manager sighed, impatiently, having dealt with this person for 2 hours already. If it weren't for the serious disruption to the bank's work, he wouldn't have had to come out to handle it. Miss, I have already said several times that we are not hiring, please go back and look for other jobs. Li Xianxian had worked hard to learn about the high salary here and was unwilling to give up so easily. I really can't find another job. Even eating has become a problem. Please have pity on me. Click. Just as Li Xianxian was entangling the manager, a small room beside them opened, and a conversation came from inside. It's settled, Miss Yang. You start work at 7 tomorrow morning. Okay, thank you. Yang Ninger's familiar voice appeared in the small room. Li Xianxian looked up in disbelief, only to see her cousin's girlfriend happily chatting with the bank's recruiter. She immediately became displeased. What does your bank mean? She pointed at Yang Ninger and yelled at the manager. Why can she come for an interview and work, but you tell me you're not hiring? Don't think you can fool me. I just heard very clearly that they told her to come in at 7 tomorrow morning. People around who had been attracted by the entanglement between Li Xianxian and the manager suddenly looked at the manager and staff with discontented expressions. Suddenly hearing this news, their gazes toward the manager and staff turned hostile. They worked hard for a meager salary, yet couldn't even compete fairly for an interview opportunity. Everyone come and judge this matter. What do you mean there's no interview slot? Li Xianxian continued to cry and accused the bank. Isn't this just giving someone a backdoor opportunity? Yeah, this is too unethical. Manager, I also want to interview. Can you arrange it for me? Whose little lover is going through the back door? The manager gradually broke out in a cold sweat, his expression not good as he explained to Li Xianxian and the crowd. Our bank has welfare positions. Only friends and family of those engaged in dangerous formal positions have the opportunity for interviews, and it's not as you all say. Li Xianxian was unwilling to listen to this reasoning. To her, it was Yang Ninger's appearance that robbed her of her job opportunity. Wait. Li Xuanchuan's anger suddenly cleared her mind, and she coldly gazed at Yang Ninger. Have you found your family since coming here? No, not yet. Yang Ninger replied, instinctively not understanding. Good. Li Xianxian was instantly filled with rage. This little slut hadn't encountered her family, meaning the job opportunity she had was brought by Zhou Feng. She immediately pointed at Yang Ninger and cursed. Where did you get the slot without family? Or did you use my brother's interview opportunity? How dare you, little slut? What right do you have to use this opportunity when you aren't even family? Yang Ninger, being proud by nature, couldn't tolerate being cursed at. Hey! She let out a cold laugh and sarcastically said, just think about why Zhou Feng would rather give this opportunity to an outsider than to your family. Isn't it because you occupied his parents' inheritance and abused him since childhood? The surrounding people were initially angry about the favoritism, but after the manager's explanation they could understand. Facing such dangerous zombies who would work without improved benefits, they deserved it. Now hearing how the person who had been protecting them had such a miserable childhood, they all turned their anger toward Li Xianxian. No wonder your whole family doesn't let others profit. It turns out to be a heartless family. Little sister, don't entangle this matter anymore. This isn't the bank's fault. How can you cling to them like this? Li Xianxian was so furious that her head was steaming. Crying, she turned and ran home, embellishing the story to her family. But Li Xianxian didn't expect that this family would actually let Zhou Feng give the slot to Li Hui. Yang Ninger felt guilty and said, I'm sorry Zhou Feng, I didn't expect they would come here. Zhou Feng had Yang Ninger stand behind him, his gaze toward Li Ziyuan's family exceptionally cold. You want the slot? Fine. Li Ziyuan's eyes lit up at the words. He knew that his nephew, whom he had been manipulating since childhood, would not refuse him. His previous behavior must have been nothing more than adolescent rebellion. But it's such a loss to give away just one job slot. Under the increasingly expectant gazes of the family, Zhou Feng articulated clearly, I'll introduce my uncle to the captain, so that he can also have a legitimate position. My uncle is only 50, still in the prime of his life for hard work. What? An image of himself trapped in a horde of zombies flashed through Li Ziyuan's mind, terrifying him to the point of a numbing scalp. This was no rebellion. It was a direct attempt on his life. How dare you suggest my father kill zombies? Li Hui wanted to step forward and slap Zhou Feng, but as he met Zhou Feng's icy gaze, his outstretched hand instantly transformed into a finger pointing accusingly at Zhou Feng's nose. He glared at Zhou Feng and cursed, You're utterly insane, and my father has been so good to you. Zhou Feng's smile faded as he reached out and grabbed Li Hui by the collar. Hey. Li Hui struggled in panic within Zhou Feng's grip. What? What are you doing? Zhou Feng effortlessly dragged him to the window of the stairwell, hoisting him by the neck and suspending him outside. His tone was grim. If you come after me again, your life will be forfeit. My son. Aunt widened her eyes in disbelief. She never expected Zhou Feng to be so audacious, even within the base, showing utter disregard for the surveillance team. If you have a problem, take it out on me. Let my son go. Her voice was shrill and piercing. If you dare harm my son, I will report you to the surveillance team immediately. Zhou Feng used his left hand to pick at his ear, clicking his tongue softly. Aunt, keep your voice down. If there had been anyone nearby, they would have been drawn by her screams. Uncle clenched his fists, grinding his teeth. Xiao Feng, let your cousin down immediately, or the surveillance team will expel you from the base. A fall from the second floor won't kill him. Zhou Feng shrugged nonchalantly. You started the trouble. If we report it to the surveillance team, at worst we'll all get 30 lashes and be sent to reclaim Wasteland together. He's your own cousin. Uncle forced a stiff smile, trying to appease Zhou Feng, fearing for his only son's safety. We're family after all. Oh, blood is thicker than water. It's just one slot. Can't you consider it payment for all the care I've given you over the years? Pa! Yang Ninger tugged at Zhou Feng's sleeve, poking her head out at that moment. Usurping Zhou Feng's parents' inheritance and bullying him? Is that what you call care? And you still want compensation? Shameless. Su Ziyi also looked at the family with disdain, utterly disgusted. Uncle Li Ziyuan's face flushed with shame, and he subconsciously glanced at Shan Ziqiu, who was watching the spectacle. How can you say that? I am still Zhou Feng's elder. Shan Ziqiu leaned against the wall, openly enjoying the drama. Inside her room, the workers who were moving things slowly paused, straining their ears to eavesdrop. Li Xiaowen could still haggle with Zhou Feng, but his son was clearly reaching his limit. Li Hui, suspended by his neck, could only frantically claw at Zhou Feng's hand, pounding on his arm. Let me go. Let you go. Hearing Li Hu's voice as faint as a mosquito's, Zhou Feng nodded amiably. All right. A sense of dread surged in Aunt's heart. She rushed to save her son, but saw Zhou Feng's right hand suddenly release its grip. She let out a piercing shriek. No! Ah! Bang! The sound of Li Hu's terrified scream and the heavy thud of his body hitting the ground occurred almost simultaneously. Aunt felt her mind explode. Her precious son had been thrown from the second floor. Aya! I'll kill you! She lunged with her claws outstretched, aiming to scratch Zhou Feng's face, but he kicked her to the edge of the stairs. Li Hui clutched his left leg, screaming in agony. Dad! Mom! Save me! My leg is broken. It hurts so much. Hearing her son's cries of pain from downstairs, Aunt could no longer hold back her tears as she scrambled down to save him. Uncle was so furious with Zhou Feng that he couldn't speak. He pointed a trembling finger at him. You're something else. All these years I've raised an ungrateful wolf. Humph. He snorted, coldly turned and went downstairs to see his precious son. Li Xuanxuan, left alone on the second floor, cast a panicked glance at Zhou Feng before fleeing immediately. If Zhou Feng dared to actually harm her brother, it meant he wouldn't hesitate to hit her either. It was utterly monstrous. Li Xianxian felt that simply being in the same space as Zhou Feng threatened her personal safety. Shan Ziqiu had originally come to see how Zhou Feng would handle the family, but she hadn't expected him to throw someone downstairs without a second thought. Her eyes held undisguised astonishment. Her voice was cool. Aren't you afraid they will actually report you to the surveillance team? Even if he wasn't expelled from the base, he would be punished with wasteland reclamation. But judging by Zhou Feng's expression, he seemed completely unconcerned. Actually, that wasn't true. If Zhou Feng truly didn't care, he would have killed all 4 of them already instead of just giving them a mild scare like now. He was already being sent to reclaim wasteland for the second time. If they did report him, he might indeed be expelled from the base. With only 4 or 5 days left until the city's escape routes were unsealed and the shelter was completed, he had no desire to leave this soon-to-be-destroyed temporary base before then. They wouldn't dare. Zhou Feng wagged a finger, his voice resolute. Li Xiaowen was even afraid of contact with zombies, let alone being punished with wasteland reclamation. That would be the death of him. Shan Ziqiu watched Zhou Feng's smug expression and couldn't help but curl her lips. Cutie, care to come over to my place? We're not going. Yang Ninger instinctively grabbed Zhou Feng's hand to refuse, but as soon as she realized what she had done, her face flushed crimson. No, I mean, her eyes darted around as she stammered. Zhou Feng hasn't had dinner yet. Maybe some other time. Zhou Feng looked down at their intertwined hands and raised an eyebrow. Yang Ninger bristled instantly. Don't you dare laugh. She angrily dragged Zhou Feng into the room and slammed the door shut with a bang. Shan Ziqiu chuckled at the closed door and murmured softly. So lacking in confidence, little sister. Not even allowing contact. Mom, it hurts so much. Li Hui clung tightly to Ji Kunlin's hand, howling, his eyes filled with hatred for Zhou Feng. Dad, Mom, you have to help me kill him. All right. Ji Kunlin couldn't bear to see her son suffer and wished she could kill Zhou Feng immediately, but she was more worried about his injury. Mom will kill him for you, but first let's go to the clinic and have your leg checked. The two struggled to lift Li Hui on their backs and hurried towards the medical room. Li Hui was sweating profusely in pain, leaning against Li Xiaowen, gritting his teeth as he said, Tell the inspection team to kick Zhou Feng out. I want him torn apart by zombies outside. No way. Li Xiaowen paused his steps, immediately rejecting. Although Zhou Feng threw you off the building, we were the ones who provoked him first. If the inspection team finds out, Zhou Feng might not necessarily be expelled from the temporary base, but our whole family will be punished to clear land and kill zombies. What should we do? Li Hu's eyes turned red, tears and snot streaming down his face from the pain. Dad, I'm not willing. My leg won't be ruined, right? Li Xianxian lagged behind, pouting. So timid and still want revenge. Aunt Ji Kunlin looked at Li Xiaowen in a daze, poking him in the side. You are the head of the family. You must find a way to help your son take revenge. Li Xiaowen pondered for a moment, and a malicious idea gradually rose in his heart. We might not be able to deal with Zhou Feng outside, but there are plenty of ways to kill him in the base. He glanced at the confused Ji Kunlin. Tomorrow, find a way to get a job. Even if the pay is only a little, do it. A large question mark appeared on Ji Kunlin's head. She was originally going to find a job to support the family, but what did the pay have to do with killing Zhou Feng? Just as Li Xiaowen was about to explain, he saw the medical room not far away and quickly adjusted his son on his back to run over. Doctor, hurry and save my son. The patient's leg fracture is severe and requires immediate hospitalization. The doctor observed Li Hu's leg. However, given the current medical conditions, he might have some future complications. Mom and Dad, I don't want to become disabled. Li Hu's face showed terror. Now that zombies were everywhere outside, if he became disabled, he would definitely not escape from their clutches. Ji Kunlin's eyes instantly turned red, and her hatred towards Zhou Feng deepened. She stroked her son's rough hair, gritting her teeth and saying word by word, "Mom promises to avenge you." After the doctor stabilized Li Hu's broken leg, he left. Li Xiaowen asked Li Xianxian to close the door of the ward, his voice sinister. "There are many ways to get a left ear in the base. As long as we use a knife smeared with zombie blood to cut Zhou Feng's skin, then Zhou Feng will become a mindless zombie that everyone shouts to kill." Li Xianxian was slightly startled. She didn't expect her nice guy dad to come up with such a cruel scheme for her brother. Good. Ji Kunlin's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I'll find a job tomorrow. Let that little bastard wait to die." Yang Ninger forcefully dragged Zhou Feng back to the bedroom, but when she saw Zhou Feng's smiling gaze, her ears flushed and she instinctively let go. Zhou Feng chuckled as he patted Yang Ninger's head. "Oh, is our little dog feeling jealous?" "I am not." Upon hearing this, Yang Ninger blushed in embarrassment. "And who are you calling little dog?" Su Zi suppressed the slight bitterness in her heart, feeling less inclined to rent another room. She recalled how Zhou Feng had saved her time and again, and knew that no matter what she did, she could never repay his kindness. Unless the life-saving grace could be repaid with her body. Su Zi suddenly recalled the image of Zhou Feng's sturdy muscles, the droplets of sweat, and the alluring heavy breathing from her dreams. No. She shook her head, her face flushed with shame. How could she possibly take the initiative towards Zhou Feng in front of Yang Ninger? It was all their fault for making her guard the door that day, otherwise she wouldn't have been dreaming about such chaotic things lately. "Zhou Feng, this is my 10 left ear wages for today." She gritted her teeth and handed the contents of her bag to Zhou Feng. "Why are you giving this to me? I will get my wages again tomorrow. Can you help me rent the adjacent room?" Su Zi looked at Zhou Feng with her innocent eyes, hiding her little thoughts. She couldn't bring herself to say that she was planning to win Zhou Feng over. Zhou Feng understood her intention, so he accepted the bag that Su Zi handed over. "No need to wait until tomorrow." A hint of confusion flashed in Su Zi's clear eyes. Her meager wages weren't enough to rent the adjacent room. Zhou Feng walked through the living room, found the key, and opened the door to the guest room. 10 left ears, you can stay for half a month." Su Zi's eyes widened in shock, looking at the easily opened bedroom, and then at Zhou Feng, her lips slightly parted. "You? This?" Zhou Feng nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, this is mine." Yang Ninger suspiciously looked at the last bedroom, extending her delicate finger. "What about this one?" "This is also mine." "Unfair." Yang Ninger tugged at Zhou Feng's arm. "I can also give you left ears to change rooms. Why does only Z have a room?" Zhou Feng lightly flicked Yang Ninger's forehead, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "That depends on whether your wages will be handed in tomorrow." "Kiss." Yang Ninger happily jumped up, wrapping her fair arms around Zhou Feng's neck and giving him a heavy kiss on the cheek. "I knew you were the best." As a girl, she naturally hoped to always be in a perfect state in front of her crush. Although living with Zhou Feng was delightful, she still needed some personal space. "It's getting late. Let's rest early." Zhou Feng stretched after finishing his meal. He had to continue clearing land tomorrow. If he didn't sleep soon, he would be unable to catch up on sleep in the car. Just as he was about to take Yang Ninger to wash up and rest, he was suddenly tugged by Su Zi's sleeve. Zhou Feng raised an eyebrow and looked at her silently. "Ahem. My room doesn't have a mattress or air conditioning." Su Zi averted her gaze, awkwardly wrapping her arms around Zhou Feng's other arm. "So tonight I'll help you warm the bed again." After washing up, she slipped into Zhou Feng's embrace, wearing light clothing. Zhou Feng casually wrapped his arms around the soft body of the girl, teasing her for a while, and when she was breathing rapidly and her face turned red, he chuckled softly. "Sleep now." Su Zi's originally shy, closed eyes suddenly opened wide in disbelief as she looked at Zhou Feng. "You?" Her voice trembled as she softly scolded, "Pervert. Bad guy." Due to Zhou Feng's mischievous behavior before sleeping, she unexpectedly dreamt of something hard to describe. When she woke up in the morning, Zhou Feng had already gone out to clear land. "Akiyu." Su Zi sniffed, unable to control a sneeze. "Could it be that I caught a cold because I wore too little last night?" She couldn't be late for work, so after waking up Yang Ninger, she went to wash up. In the medical room, Su Zi did not expect to encounter the hospitalized Li Hui here. "Su Zi." Li Hu's eyes lit up when he saw her, and he arrogantly commanded, "You. It's you. Come here." "What is it?" Su Zi's voice was hoarse and cold. Li Hui lifted his chin, a hint of malice flashing in his eyes. "I need to go to the toilet. Help me to the restroom." Su Zi's face instantly darkened and she clenched her teeth. "Sorry, this patient, we don't provide such services in our medical room." "Hey!" Li Hu's dark eyes fixed on Su Zi, not expecting that this woman would dare to reject him. "Do you believe I will report you and get you fired from this job?" "As you wish." Su Zi didn't spare him a glance, turning away and leaving. He thought this was still the old hospital, but here complaining about doctors or nurses was useless. If there was a grudge, no one would say a word, even if a doctor refused to treat a patient. This was a society teetering on the edge of order. Su Zi took some fever medicine and powered through a full day's work with her aching body, only dragging herself weakly back to the spare bedroom after her shift ended. Son. Mom got the left ear. Ji Kunlun burst into her son's hospital room, speaking excitedly. Mom. Li Hui, who had been holding his urine all day, quickly said, Quick, take me to the bathroom. I can't hold it anymore. Ji Kunlun hastily put the left ear back into her bag and hurriedly helped her son to the restroom. Seeing him suffering from holding it in, she couldn't help but curse. Where did that little wretch your sister go? She didn't even stay here to take good care of you. She snorted coldly, slowly helping her son back onto the hospital bed. When your sister gets back, just watch how I teach her a lesson. Mom, how's the left ear? Li Hui lay back on the bed, a malicious glint of hatred flickering in his eyes. I'm going to make Zhou Feng pay today, and his little girlfriend too. He'll turn her into a zombie. It was all that Su Zi's fault for making him almost wet the bed. After such humiliation, he would never let it go. Who's made my son angry this time? Li Xiaowen walked into the ward with Li Xuanxuan, his questioning gaze falling on Ji Kunlun. Ji Kunlun didn't know what had happened either, so she simply took the left ear from her bag and handed it to Li Xiaowen. How is this supposed to be used? We can't just serve it cold and make him eat it, can we? Ha ha ha. Li Hui let out a scornful laugh. It's so obvious. Who would be stupid enough to eat this thing? Li Xiaowen pulled out a dagger, wiped it on the foul-smelling slime of the left ear, and then looked at Li Xianxian. Xuanxuan, he won't be too guarded against you, a girl. This matter rests on you. He handed the dagger to Li Xianxian. This thing was a deadly weapon. Because it was so easy to obtain, the authorities hadn't explicitly banned the left ear from appearing on the market. They had only arranged for patrol teams to monitor daily for any residents turning into zombies. Li Zuangshuan's face showed disgust, but she ultimately chose to take it. After all, the whole family was united in their hatred for Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng had been killing zombies all day, and his points were once again abundant. Lv.0 personal shelter points 370 talent gold affix per level affixes distance 3, damage reduction 70, rotten brain resonance, immune to 99 biological toxins, territory 1 entrance 1 defense 710 draws 0. Zhou Feng restrained the urge to draw. Since drawing the blue affix, his planning for points had leaned more towards higher level affixes. Click! Zhou Feng pushed open the door of room 201, flopping into the sofa and letting out a comfortable sigh. In 3 days, the zombies will evolve. This happy-go-lucky time of mindlessly killing zombies is about to end. Yang Ninger hadn't returned yet, but Su Zi staggered out of the bedroom. What's wrong? Zhou Feng frowned and stood up, beckoning to Su Zi. What's wrong? Su Zi weakly nestled into Zhou Feng's arms, letting out a light cough. I have a bit of a fever. Zhou Feng reached out and placed his hand on Su Zi's forehead. Indeed, the fever hadn't broken yet. Did you take any medicine? The girl in his arms silently nodded and burrowed deeper into Zhou Feng's embrace. When sick, she always became more dependent on those she trusted. Zhou Feng wrapped his arm around Su Zi's slender waist, effortlessly lifting her and carrying her to the bedroom, where he gently laid her down on the bed. He caressed her cheek with affection. Poor thing. Get some sleep. She was like a usually clever kitten that had suddenly wilted from illness. Su Zi's head was already spinning, and being treated so tenderly by Zhou Feng only made her more dazed. She gently nuzzled against Zhou Feng's hand and closed her eyes, feeling at ease as she drifted off to sleep. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly a knock came from outside the door. Zhou Feng furrowed his brow, walked out of the bedroom, and closed the door. Who is it? The dim light only revealed the silhouette of a woman. He estimated her height. It wasn't the pretty neighbor lady. Li Zuangshuan's voice was faint and weak as she knocked again. Cousin, it's me. A look of suspicion appeared in Zhou Feng's eyes. He thought the two families had already fallen out, and he couldn't fathom what Li Xianxian was up to by coming to see him. Could she be here to harm him? What is it? Zhou Feng opened the door and the motion-activated light flickered on. He finally saw that Li Xianxian had her hands behind her back. A flicker passed through Li Zuangshuan's eyes. She pretended to be hurt to deceive him, just like when they were children. Cousin, Dad hit me again. When Zhou Feng first came to her house, their relationship had been fairly good. So she was confident this move would evoke Zhou Feng's memories. Oh, and so what? Zhou Feng let out a cold laugh, even more certain that this family had some shady scheme brewing. Their relationship had indeed been decent in the past. But ever since Zhou Feng became a dependent in their home, Li Xianxian had mastered the art of shifting blame, directing Li Hu's bullying tendencies solely onto Zhou Feng. And Li Xianxian herself had gone from being a minor nuisance in the family to one of those who tormented Zhou Feng. Li Xianxian took 2 steps closer to Zhou Feng, her eyes welling up with tears. Could I stay at your place for the night? If I go back now, I'll definitely. Swish. She suddenly swung the dagger from behind her back, thrusting it towards Zhou Feng's heart. Is that all? Zhou Feng looked at Li Zuangshuan's clumsy attack, even halting his original evasive movements, letting the blade graze his arm. Her soft, feeble strike didn't even leave a mark on him. It worked! A flash of wild joy crossed Li Zuangshuan's eyes. Haha! You dared to make me sleep in the storage room, Zhou Feng. Look at you now! Zhou Feng snatched the dagger from Li Zuangshuan's hand, twirled it, and pressed it against her fair, tender neck. What worked? Li Zuangshuan's joyful expression froze. Realizing what was on the blade, her legs suddenly gave way. Ah! Her voice was choked with tears, the threat of death making her tremble all over. Let me go! Take the knife away! So scared. Zhou Feng tapped Li Xianxian with the flat of the blade, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Let me guess. This dagger isn't coated with some poison that kills on contact, is it? Speak. No, it's not. The cold steel sent a shiver down Li Zuangshuan's spine. She was so terrified her eyes rolled back. The stuff on it was far more horrifying than any poison that kills on contact. Just as Zhou Feng was curiously about to cut Li Zuangshuan's skin to find out, the sound of several people's footsteps came from the stairwell. Officer, it's right here. I want to report someone here who is carrying the zombie virus and is about to turn into a zombie. Zhou Feng put away the dagger with some disappointment, feeling a strange discomfort like being told the answer before solving the problem. So it was smeared with the zombie virus. Mom! Li Zuangshuan's voice trembled with sobs as she wrenched herself free from Zhou Feng's grip and rushed to Ji Kunlin's side. Ji Kunlin shot her a sharp, questioning glance. Did it work? And was it successful? And Li Zuangshuan's sobbing faltered. She nodded meekly, her expression wounded. Ji Kunlin exhaled in relief and immediately escalated her accusation against Zhou Feng. He's my nephew. After getting injured, he evaded medical inspection and sneaked in here. Though we're family, I understand where true loyalty lies. In the greater good. And I would never shield him out of favoritism. And she was ruthless, but never reckless enough to endanger herself. If Zhou Feng had truly turned into a zombie, undetected, the entire base might become a breeding ground for the undead by dawn. That was precisely why she had brought the oversight team to execute him on sight. Auntie, what are you talking about? And Zhou Feng feigned complete ignorance, his expression guileless. What virus? Me. A flicker of triumph gleamed in Ji Kunlin's eyes. I know you won't admit it, but the officer's examination will deliver the verdict. And now, hurry. She nudged her daughter beside her. Tell the officer exactly where your cousin was injured. And Li Xianxian glared venomously at Zhou Feng, then pointed at the tear in his sleeve and spoke. Right there, on his arm. I saw it with my own eyes. And the oversight team tensed, instantly raising their rifles to aim squarely at Zhou Feng. Don't move. None officer stepped forward voluntarily to inspect Zhou Feng's wounds. Zhou Feng offered no resistance, spreading his arms wide, submitting himself fully to scrutiny. Xiao Feng, it's not that auntie won't help you? And standing behind the crowd, Ji Kunlin's brows arched with smug satisfaction. But you've gone too far, endangering every soul in this base. That's not foolishness. That's malice. And Li Xianxian ground her molars together. You dared threaten me, and even brandished a zombie-tainted dagger to frighten me. Today you'll taste what it means to become one of them. And the officer frowned, scrutinizing closely, yet found not a single trace of injury. And well, what did you find? Ni's teammates asked. And under Ji Kunlin's and Li Xuanchuan's expectant gazes, the officer shook his head. No wound matches the report. Impossible. And Ji Kunlin cried out, disbelief sharpening her voice to a shriek. She twisted Li Xuanchuan's lower back with brutal force. You little wretch. Did you not say he was wounded? Ow. It was there. I swear. And Li Xianxian flinched away, pain flashing across her face, her expression raw with confusion. I saw it, with my own eyes. She was certain she'd drawn blood. Her blade was razor sharp. How could there be no wound? And worthless. Ji Kunlin shot Li Xianxian a scorching glare. If the oversight team hadn't been present, she'd have struck her daughter long ago. And such a simple task. And yet this brat had let the boy slip through. The oversight team's expressions darkened. Exhausted and overburdened, they were not about to tolerate mockery. And Ms. Ji Kunlin, false alarm. Penalty. 1 week of hard labor within the base. The officer fixed her with a stony stare. You have no objection, I trust? And this? And Ji Kunlin's face drained of color, her lips parted, trembling as she tried to plead. Hard labor was inhuman. Her roommate had served just such a sentence, returning only past midnight, paid a pittance. But the oversight team refused to hear her. Turning sharply, they withdrew. Endazed and hollow, Ji Kunlin and Li Xianxian stumbled back to the ward. Under Li Xiaowen's silent, probing gaze, Ji Kunlin recounted everything. Damn it! And Li Xiaowen surged to his feet and slapped Li Xianxian across the face with a thunderous crack. You couldn't even handle this trivial matter. And now you've doomed your mother to hard labor? The sharp slap echoed through the ward. And Li Xuanchuan's head snapped sideways. Fire seared her cheek. Tears welled, but she clenched her jaw, refusing to let them fall. She bore no resentment toward her father, only channeled every ounce of bitterness toward Zhou, and if he'd simply accepted infection like a proper zombie, none of this would have happened. Gar! And Li Xianxian ground her teeth, hatred for Zhou coiling deeper, tighter. And this isn't over. Li Xiaowen exhaled a thick, bitter breath, then fixed his gaze on Li Xuanxuan. You worked as a temp at the mess hall today, didn't you? Yes. And Li Xianxian nodded, wincing at the sting on her cheek. And Li Xiaowen's eyes lit up. Then it settled. Tomorrow, when Zhou goes to eat, slip this into his meal. He thrust forward a severed zombie ear, his face shadowed with grim resolve. And can you manage this time? And she wanted to protest. The thing would be instantly spotted. Who would swallow that? And but her father's fury brooked no dissent. And understood. Who were those people just now? And why are that mother and daughter back again? Yang Ninger wrinkled her delicate nose in distaste, closed the door firmly, and set the delivered meal on the table. Zhou reclined lazily, his voice edged with quiet exhaustion. The Ji Kunlun pair came looking for trouble. Though punished by the oversight team, I doubt they'll relent. He rose slowly from the sofa, meeting Yang Ninger's gaze. From now on, avoid them entirely. You lack my resilience. If targeted, you may not escape unscathed. Yang Ninger nodded obediently, though her understanding remained hazy. All right, I'll do as you say. And click. And hearing the sound from the living room, Suzy forced her heavy eyelids open and staggered out. Yang Ninger gasped at the sight of Suzy, pale, listless, barely holding herself upright. And Zijia, what's wrong? And what happened? Their voices overlapped. And Suzy shook her head. I'm fine. I've already taken medicine. And Zhou touched her forehead. Her fever had broken. Rest first, eat later. And Suzy offered Zhou a soft, sweet smile, then returned to her room to sleep after the meal. At dawn, Zhou opened his eyes the instant the alarm sounded. At the assembly point, only a handful had gathered. Xiao Lang leaned against the vehicle, half asleep. Neng Yong and the others hadn't even risen, and they'd boarded late the day before. Suddenly Zhou sensed a gaze, intense, almost tangible. Prickling his nape, he turned sharply, only to catch the vanishing edge of a figure. Who was that? And Zhou furrowed his brow. Familiar yet elusive. And Xiao Lang yawned and asked, what's got you staring so hard at that wall? Just someone I recognize. Chun Lei grabbed Wang Chun as he burst into the dormitory. Well, did he notice anything? Not a thing. And Wang Chun unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and drank deeply. I've confirmed Zhou Feng's location for tomorrow's land clearing mission. We go too. Agreed? And Dong Baifan nodded, his mind flashing with images of them blown skyward. And tomorrow is Zhou Feng's last day. Take me with you tomorrow. Chun Lei stood up to stretch his legs, snorting coldly. If it weren't for Zhou only returning at night, we wouldn't have to participate in the expedition. Thinking that his recent inconveniences were all Zhou fault, hatred surged in his heart. Also, don't blame me for not reminding you that Zhou is very strong. I've inquired about it long ago. We will receive weapons during the expedition. Wang Chun's glasses reflected a faint light in the morning sun. Even if we can't defeat Zhou in an unknown fight, attracting zombies along with handguns will surely make it impossible for Zhou to return. Chun Lei nodded in agreement, becoming increasingly excited for tomorrow's arrival. Li Xianxian woke up on the floor of the ward, her body aching as she stretched lazily. So hard. I want to go back to the dorm and sleep. Hypocritical. Li Hui turned her head to look at Li Xuanxuan, rolling her eyes. Get to work quickly. Zhou must eat the zombie's ears today. Also, Mom said when you come back, bring our food with you, so she doesn't have to run back and forth again. Got it. Li Xianxian got up and opened the medicine she handed to Li Hui. You take the medicine first. If it weren't for Mom reminding her to keep an eye on her brother, she wouldn't care about Li Hu's well-being. Clearly they are twins. A sour feeling arose in Li Zuangshuan's heart. She was the actual younger sister, but because Ji Kunlun thought Li Hui needed someone to take care of him, she became the elder sister. Seeing Li Hui dawdling without taking the medicine, Li Xianxian shouted irritably, bone peptide tablets and fracture healing tablets, hurry up and eat. You dare shout at me? Li Hui widened his eyes in disbelief. Do you believe I will tell Mom and Dad to have Dad beat you up? Li Xianxian paused her actions, glared at Li Hui and turned to leave. Cut it out, coward. Li Hui, as if he had won a victory, gleefully swallowed the pills in his hand. Li Xianxian left the ward in a huff, kicking a stone hard on the way. Damn it. If only you could follow Zhou to hell. Of course, this was just a way to vent her anger. Years of experience made Li Xianxian clearly realize that as long as she dared to show even a hint of dissatisfaction with Li Hui, she would face her mother's severe punishment. She grumbled all the way until she entered the cafeteria where she began her day's work. The large fan creaked and turned. Li Xuanxuan, sweating profusely, scooped rice as it was summer and the survivors did not have enough water to bathe. After a day's fermentation, the sour smell in the cafeteria was overwhelming. She suppressed the urge to gag and pushed the lunchbox containing the zombie's left ear further under the table. Such a delicacy must be saved for Zhou Feng to taste. It couldn't be mixed up and sold to others. As for the 4 dinners prepared for her family, she placed them on the other side under the table. Hey, this food is way too little. A burly man bare-chested pressed down Li Zuangshuan's hand that was about to shake the spoon, his face dark, as he said, why not give us a bit more? At the man's feet a dwarf cautiously crawled under the table. He wanted to see if he could steal some food. Wow! He quietly gasped, noticing there were 5 portions of food hidden under the table. It seems this girl dishing out food is no good. The dwarf quietly opened a few portions of food, picking out his favorite. Li Xianxian shivered in fear from the fierce-looking burly man, and the little meat dishes in her hand fell into the bowl with a thud, leaving only a small amount of greens in the spoon. What are you doing? The burly man's eyes widened, and he bellowed in a deep voice. This girl is so bold, daring to shake the spoon in front of him. Li Xianxian was trembling and about to cry, looking helplessly at the team maintaining order. Someone in the line, attracted by the commotion, left his post and approached, asking in a deep voice what's going on. What are you making noise for instead of dishing out food properly? Seeing the official arrive, the already guilty burly man suddenly dared not be reckless. He took the food handed to him by Li Xuanshuan, snorted, and turned to leave. The dwarf quickly slipped away from the crowd, holding a takeout box full of meat dishes. Yang Ninger stood behind the burly man, her body stiffening upon seeing Li Xianxian. How could this happen? Remembering what Zhou Feng said about staying away from this family, she wished she could escape right now, but soon Li Xianxian placed the food on the table. Next, Li Xianxian glared at Yang Ninger. What are you still doing here? Don't you want any more? Yang Ninger sighed in relief, grabbed the food, and ran, completely unaware of the sarcastic smile curling at the corners of Li Zuangshuan's lips. What a fool, let them all turn into zombies. Li Xianxian watched with malice as Yang Ninger left, not knowing that the food meant for Li Hui had already been stolen by the dwarf. The lunchbox just handed to Yang Ninger was merely one of the disrupted portions. The cold dish of zombie ears was perfectly placed under the table. Hum la la la. Li Xianxian happily finished her day's work, holding 4 lunchboxes, and walked towards the infirmary. Since Li Hui was injured, the place where their family gathered had changed to the ward. Mom, I'm back. Finally back. I thought I was going to starve. Li Hui immediately perked up, swallowing hard, as he stared closely at the lunchboxes in Li Zuangshuan's arms. Here. Li Xianxian placed the lunchbox with the most meat in front of Li Hui. I picked this out for you. When the dishes came out, it has lots of meat. Ji Kunlin looked at Li Xianxian with satisfaction. Alright, let's eat. When was Zhou Feng's food taken away? Li Xiaowen picked up his chopsticks, first calculating the time. This time we can't report it early. We need to wait for Zhou Feng to turn into a zombie before going. He didn't want to end up like Ji Kunlin, being punished to do hard labor. Li Xianxian bit her chopsticks, smiling as she narrowed her eyes. Once we finish eating, we'll go see. Won't we know then? No matter who ate that portion of food, the other 2 would definitely be bitten to death. She quickly shoveled a few bites of food into her mouth, preparing to go watch the excitement. Ji Kunlin placed the evening medicine next to Li Hui's cup, speaking gently. Son, don't forget to take your medicine after dinner. Get better soon. Li Hui simply took the pills and swallowed them with water, but suddenly frowned. Why does this medicine taste so strange? He took another bite of meat, his face scrunching up. And this meat's texture is weird too. Shouldn't the cafeteria's cook go for training? Doctor. Ji Kunlin couldn't stand her son feeling unwell. Come check, is my son okay? She found this dish to be very good, so why did her son feel strange? The doctor, who was about to change shifts, came to look at Li Hui's tongue coating and the medicine at his bedside, suddenly realizing and saying it's fine. Bone peptide tablets and fracture healing tablets can cause taste abnormalities, but the occurrence rate is relatively low. So doctors don't give special reminders. Phew. Thank goodness you are all right. Ji Kunlin let out a sigh of relief, personally lifting the bowl to carefully feed her son. Eat more meat and you'll recover faster. That damned Zhou Feng. Li Hui leaned against the headboard, savoring Ji Kunlin's attentive care. If he hadn't thrown me off the balcony, I wouldn't have to take this awful medicine. He felt he had not only lost his sense of taste, but even the texture of the food had worsened. The meat felt sticky and slimy, utterly revolting. Li Hui forced it down, then turned to Li Xiaowen. Dad, can you take me to watch Zhou Feng turn into a zombie today? I want to see him die with my own eyes. As he spoke, a venomous hatred flickered in his eyes. No. Li Xiaowen refused without a second thought. Your leg injury hasn't healed yet. What if Zhou Feng hurts you? Li Hui was not one to obey obediently. He threw off the blanket, ready to get out of bed. If you want, take me, I'll go on my own. Startled, Li Xiaowen pressed him back onto the bed in exasperation. Fine, don't move. I'll take you, all right? Unable to sway Li Hui, he carried him to Zhou Feng's floor after dinner. Li Hui lay on his father's back, feeling his throat go dry and his mind grow groggy, his teeth itching, as if they needed to tear and swallow something to recover. So sleepy. He shook his head. He couldn't sleep, at least not until he saw Zhou Feng turn into a zombie. His hatred for Zhou Feng forced him to endure the first wave of the zombie virus. The four of them arrived at Zhou Feng's house with ease. For safety, Sake Ji Kunlin tiptoed to the door, pressing her ear against it to listen. There was no sound of voices. Had they all turned into zombies and died? "What are you doing?" A clear female voice rang out behind them. "Ah!" Ji Kunlin was startled, then patted her chest in annoyance. "None of your business. If you don't want to die, get back home and shut the door." "Die!" Shan Ziqiu narrowed her beautiful eyes, scanning the malicious group before her. "What have you done?" Her hand instinctively reached for her lower back, only to realize the silver handcuffs that once hung there had long been removed. Intimidated by her tone, Ji Kunlin stepped back, then rolled her eyes. "Worry about yourself. Be careful when you sleep tonight. Don't let a zombie break in and kill you." Sensing a hidden meaning in her words, Shan Ziqiu was about to draw her pistol to interrogate them when Zhou Feng's door swung open. "How are you still fine?" Ji Kunlin was stunned to see Zhou Feng unharmed, then instinctively looked at Li Xianxian. When had she ever noticed this girl being so useless? Li Xianxian blurted out, "Didn't you eat?" Zhou Feng chuckled lightly. "Cousin so concerned about me. I've already eaten." Yang Ninger also peeked out from beside Zhou Feng, raising a hand to wipe the moisture from the corner of her lips. Li Xianxian breathed a sigh of relief, casting a contemptuous glance at Zhou Feng. "What's the use of being lucky yesterday? You'll end up as a zombie anyway." "What do you mean by that?" Shan Ziqiu looked at Zhou Feng, a faint trace of tension surfacing in her eyes. "It means he's about to die," Ji Kunlin laughed. "Xiao Feng, if only you'd stayed as obedient as before. But you had to hurt my son. This is what you get for crossing us." "This what you get?" Zhou Feng raised an eyebrow, glancing at the silent Li Hui. "You mean turning into something like him?" What did he mean? Ji Kunlin and Li Xianxian turned around in confusion, then let out a blood-curdling scream. "Son! Dad, watch out!" Before Li Xiaowen could react, he instinctively looked back to see a gray-faced figure suddenly appear behind him. Roar! Li Hu's eyes were bloodshot as he lunged, sinking his teeth into Li Xiaowen's head. Li Xiaowen felt a sharp pain on his scalp, his skull cracking like a walnut, in a vice, blood streaming down his forehead in rivulets. "Dad!" Li Xianxian stood frozen in shock. Why? Shouldn't Zhou Feng be the one turning into a zombie? How had it become Li Hui? Though she disliked her brother Li Hui, their bond from growing up together meant she only ever cursed him in words, never truly wishing for his death. And now not only Li Hui but also her father, the head of the family, was dead. Guilt and regret nearly suffocated Li Xianxian as tears welled up in her eyes, and she murmured to herself, "I didn't mean to. I really didn't mean for this to happen." Zhou Feng. Li Xianxian turned her furious gaze to Zhou Feng, her overwhelming guilt driving her to seek a scapegoat. "It's you, isn't it? You must have done something." "Husband. Son." Ji Kunlin stumbled back in a daze. She couldn't fathom that her lively son had suddenly turned into a zombie, and her husband had his skull crushed by their own son's bite. Summoning his last ounce of strength, Li Xiaowen reached out a pleading hand to the others. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out simultaneously. As Shan Ziqiu withdrew her pistol, she was startled to see Zhou Feng also wielding a firearm. How could that be? The authorities distributed guns daily but collected them all back at night. Where had Zhou Feng gotten one? "Ah! You killed my husband and my son." Startled by the gunfire, Ji Kunlin snapped back to reality and lunged at Zhou Feng like a shrew. Frowning at Ji Kunlin's irrational behavior, Shan Ziqiu said coldly, "They were already dead. If we hadn't killed them, more people would have died, including you." In truth, Li Xiaowen had still been alive when shot, but there was no point in saving him. Everyone in the apocalypse knew that once bitten, there was no recovery, especially when the skull had been crushed. Zhou Feng holstered his pistol, his heart aching at the loss. If he hadn't been unarmed, he wouldn't have used that last bullet. Brushing off his hysterical aunt, Zhou Feng's tone turned icy. "Get lost. You're not welcome here." Li Xianxian instinctively caught her mother, her eyes red, as she looked at the corpses of her father and brother on the ground. "Mom, let's take Dad and the others back." Slap! Ji Kunlin suddenly struck Li Zuangshuan's fair cheek, her eyes blazing with hatred. "It's all your fault. If you hadn't been careless, how would my son have died? Did you resent your brother all along, so you switched the lunch boxes?" "I didn't." Li Xianxian weakly defended herself against Ji Kunlin's blows. "It's all your fault. It's all your fault." Ji Kunlin, overwhelmed by her emotions, fainted while striking Li Xuanyu and her eyes rolling back. The 3 of them lay in front of the door like corpses. Zhou Feng's face darkened instantly as he looked at Li Xianyuan in disbelief. "Hurry and take your mother away, or if she dies from a heart attack, it will be on you." "Wait for me. I will not let you off." Li Xianyuan glared at Zhou Feng with rage before straining to carry her mother and turning to leave. Zhou Feng's indifferent gaze fell on Li Zuanyuan's retreating figure. If it weren't for the outsider Dan Ziqiu beside him, both Li Xianyuan and Ji Kunlin would likely have already lost their lives. "What should we do with these bodies?" Yang Ninger wrinkled her delicate nose in disgust, glancing at the two corpses on the ground. What do you think? Zhou Feng tapped Yang Ninger, who was lost in thought, and turned to the pensive Dan Zichio, saying, Police sister, do you have any ideas? Of course we should ask the police. Luckily we have a police officer right here. Dan Zichio crossed her arms and lightly tapped her finger on her arm. This is easy. They'll make a call and have someone come to take them away. But, she looked at Zhou Feng curiously. Where did you get the gun? Zhou Feng noticed the wariness in Dan Zichia's eyes and chuckled lightly. Don't worry, I haven't attacked the authorities, nor have I kept any weapons meant for the apocalypse. I took this gun from a criminal. He must have killed a police officer while escaping from prison. Zhou Feng chose not to tell the truth, knowing it would be complicated to explain, so he attributed it to the criminal, who would have had easier access to a handgun. He quickly removed the gun's magazine, finding it completely empty. There was only one bullet left when I took it. Now, there isn't a single bullet left. Dan Zichio nodded in realization, suddenly recalling what Li Shenyuan had said earlier. Did you really eat the food they gave you? Although Li Hui had already turned into a zombie, it didn't rule out the possibility that Li Shenyuan had added the zombie virus to both lunchboxes. Zhou Feng moved aside to reveal the uneaten food on the table, allowing Dan Zichio to see it clearly. No, I didn't eat it. Yang Ninger, upon entering the house, reported to him that she had encountered Li Shenyuan while getting food. Zhou Feng checked again and cautiously refrained from eating. Only then did Dan Zichio breathe a sigh of relief, rubbing her slightly tense brow. You should rest early today, little brother. I'm going to go sleep now. Usually she might have been in the mood to chat with Zhou Feng, but today's workload made her just want to crawl into bed and sleep. So tired. So hungry. In a dormitory for 8, 2 male college students lay weakly on their beds, dizzy from hunger. Kong Pingon licked his dry lips and suddenly said, Let's go do some hard labor. Although the pay was low, at least they could eat enough. Since neither of them wanted to go out and kill zombies, they prioritized finding easy jobs. As a result, they hadn't found a suitable job until now, and could only rely on the government's minimum subsidy to survive. Kong Pingon pondered calmly, gazing at the ceiling. Maybe going out to deal with zombies. I heard it pays well. No way. Peng Li frowned and shook his head. We aren't like Zhou Feng, who can fight. Going out to kill zombies is just delivering packages to zombies. Zhou Feng dared to kill people. He was much stronger than them. Kong Pingon wasn't dissuaded. Instead, he became eager. I saw Zhou Feng leaving the apocalypse team again, tonight carrying several bags of left ear with him. Peng Li paused in surprise, turning to Kong Pingon in the nearby bed. Do you think Zhou Feng would give us the left ear? Kong Pingon. His mouth twitched. What nonsense are you talking about? Who would give away something so important to others? He would. Peng Li replied firmly. Don't forget he has a handle in our hands. Zhou Feng killed Teacher Zheng, so he must be afraid we'll expose this to the authorities. Although he can't go to jail, he will definitely be kicked out of the base. As long as we threaten Zhou Feng with this. Peng Li became increasingly excited, as if envisioning himself surrounded by countless food packages. He will obediently give us a large sum of hush money. Kong Pingon swallowed hard, somewhat persuaded by Peng Li. Without further ado, he climbed off the bed and pulled Peng Li out. Hey. Peng Li grasped Kong Pingon's arm, exasperatedly rolling his eyes. What are you planning to do? Kong Pingon gave Peng Li a sideways glance and spoke as if it were obvious. Of course we're going to find Zhou Feng. Do you know where Zhou Feng lives? Kong Pingon froze, his mouth opening and closing. Well, how are we supposed to find him? Wait. Peng Li shook off Kong Pingon's hand and turned back to the bed. Tomorrow night Zhou Feng will come back with the apocalypse team. We can follow him and find a chance to extort some left ear from him, right? Kong Pingon felt that his buddy was incredibly smart, nodding repeatedly. You should have mentioned this money-making idea earlier. He looked at Peng Li with a hint of grievance. If you had said it earlier, we wouldn't have had to starve for so long. Peng Li waved his hand, impatiently yawning as he prepared to sleep. What difference would it have made to say it earlier? Without observing for a couple of days, how would anyone know if Zhou Feng had the capability to keep secrets? Night fell and time passed. As dawn broke, Zhou Feng opened his eyes on time. Yang Ninger, still groggy, snuggled closer to him. Are we going out? Yes, you all can sleep a bit more. After all, they wouldn't be able to sleep well tomorrow, and thankfully Suzi's illness had almost recovered. After Zhou Feng got up and washed up, he headed towards the meeting place. Tomorrow the zombies would evolve for the first time, and he wondered if the points would increase. In a good mood, he had no idea that 2 groups of people were already targeting him. Why hasn't Zhou Feng arrived yet? Chun Lei, irritated, took a drag from his cigarette, resting one leg on the car tire. Wang Chun leaned against the car, arms crossed, his height only reaching Chun Lei's chin, but his calm demeanor was completely beyond Zhou Feng's reach. What's the rush? He tilted his chin and pointed to Zhou Feng, who was not far away. Isn't he here? Chun Lei's eyes lit up as he tossed away the cigarette butt and walked towards Zhou Feng. Wang Chun and Dong Baifan followed him, and this was the first time they clearly saw the face of their enemy, a hint of hatred flashing in their eyes. Zhou Feng. Chun Lei gritted his teeth, launching a swift punch towards Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng slightly tilted his head to evade Chun Lei's punch, smirking lightly before kicking the off-balanced Chun Lei to the ground. You're really weak. Just 3 minutes after getting up, Chun Lei was knocked down by Zhou Feng with one kick. Dong Baifan rushed up to pull Chun Lei up. I'm weak. Chun Lei's face flushed as he pushed Dong Baifan away and stood up. Damn it, if it weren't for you almost stabbing me in the basket, would I be so unsteady? Hiss. The men around them gasped in shock upon hearing this. Unexpectedly, this person, despite appearing youthful, was so ruthless that their methods sent shivers down one's spine. Chun Lei noticed the subtle glances from those around him darting at his lower body, and suddenly realized what he had just said. His face darkened as he glared fiercely at the onlookers. What are you staring at? Imperfectly fine. Idiots. Wang Chun did not expect his employer to be so foolish, letting something concerning a man's dignity slip out so easily. Zhou Feng scoffed, completely disregarding Chun Lei's provocation. He patted Xiao Lang's shoulder, not even glancing at Chun Lei and the others, and said, Gather up, let's get in the car. Chun Lei, not wanting to sit with Zhou Feng, took the 2 others to the nearby car. Click. He opened the door and found 3 people already seated inside. Only the back seat had 2 spots left. Wang Chun shoved Dong Baifan into the car and proactively said, Be careful, he'll sit in Zhou Feng's car. Dong Baifan gave Wang Chun a cautious look. Wang Chun nodded and opened the door on Zhou Feng's side, sitting directly next to him. Zhou Feng glanced at him in surprise before simply closing his eyes to rest. Wang Chun wanted to ask if Zhou Feng remembered him, but the words got stuck in his mouth. He wanted to ask if Zhou Feng remembered the several classmates he had caused to die at the gas station. How could someone so ruthless remember that they had killed such few people? He shot Zhou Feng a mocking glance, completely forgetting that it was their group that had lured the zombies over. The cars drove off in different directions. Hey! Aren't they going to clear the area together? Chun Lei stared wide-eyed in confusion, excitedly pressing his face against the car window and pointing at Zhou Feng's car. Don't drive recklessly. Hurry up and catch up with that car. We're not responsible for the same area. The soldier driving frowned in displeasure. Sit tight and don't move around. No way. Chun Lei angrily slammed his hand against the window. You have to take me back? I need to follow the people in that car today. Click. The bullet was chambered with one hand. Chun Lei's rationality returned instantly, and even his gaze became clearer. The soldier looked at Chun Lei through the rearview mirror, his voice cold and steady. If you hinder my duties again, I'll throw you out of the car. Upon reaching the destination, Zhou Feng and the others skillfully took their handguns and got out of the car, while Wang Chun, who was here for the first time, was a step slower. Watching them leave, Wang Chun stopped the soldiers who wanted to kill zombies. Officer, it's my first time here. Wang Chun pushed his glasses up and smiled shyly at the soldier driving. Can I ask who is the strongest in our team? As long as you follow him, even if you can't kill many zombies, at least you'll be safe. The soldier looked at the teenager blocking his path, feeling a little soft-hearted, and pointed towards Zhou Feng's back. You can follow him. Zhou Feng always gets the most kills. Staying with him will be safer. Sigh, what a tragedy. If it weren't for this sudden zombie virus leading to an 80 population loss, how could the officials let a kid still in middle school go out to kill zombies? The soldier sighed softly and shook his head as he got out to clear the zombies. Wang Chun followed Zhou Feng at a careful distance and saw countless zombies fall before Zhou Feng's hands, his expression gradually darkening. He thought to himself that he absolutely could not confront Zhou Feng hidden. Moreover, with Dong Baifan and Chun Lei not by his side, if Zhou Feng targeted him, he might not even realize how he would die. Yet he was unwilling to let Zhou Feng go just like that. Wang Chun shifted his gaze towards Xiao Lang, who was standing next to Zhou Feng. This person partnered with Zhou Feng was a potential threat. Since he couldn't deal with Zhou Feng, he would first deal with the support around him. Old rules, which side do you choose? Xiao Lang did a warm-up, his voice cheerful. He had completely adapted to this daily routine of killing, even if the order before the apocalypse was not restored. His 2 daughters were well taken care of. Zhou Feng ignored the burning gaze from behind and shook his head at Xiao Lang. No splitting up for tasks today, just be cautious. Ha ha ha. Xiao Lang laughed heartily, teasingly looking at Zhou Feng. Are you finally scared? At just over 20 years of age, he was already so mature. He would not miss the chance to joke about Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng looked at Xiao Lang in silence. Are you still going to kill zombies? Sure, let's kill. Xiao Lang nodded repeatedly. Teasing a child was fine, but if he kept it up, what if Zhou Feng got angry? This was an old community where the residents were mostly elderly or preschool children. The survival rate was the lowest among the nearby rescue areas. Roar! Bang! 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 As soon as they entered the residential building, Zhou Feng killed 3 zombies in a row. The 6 or 7-year-old zombie lay crumpled blue and purple, unable to let out even a complete roar. A flicker of pity passed through Xiao Lang's eyes, reminding him of his 2 daughters. Sighing, he had no mercy in his hands. The ones he felt sorry for were the innocent children, not the zombies that devoured humans. The two crushed their way through all the zombies in the building, with Zhou Feng contributing the majority of the strength. As Zhou Feng and Xiao Lang emerged from the first floor, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust, the sunlight outside was already blinding. "I'm hungry." As Zhou Feng prepared to wash his hands and eat, he suddenly heard a faint cry for help. The two immediately turned their attention towards the sound. On the rusty balcony railings of the second floor, a starving little girl was struggling to climb out. Xiao Lang was startled and instinctively stepped forward. "Be careful. Don't go over there." Zhou Feng grabbed Xiao Lang's arm, catching a glimpse of a fleeting shadow at the third-floor window. "Be cautious, it might be a trap." Xiao Lang was taken aback, feeling a tinge of disappointment at Zhou Feng's cold-blooded disregard for the survivor's life. A trap? Could this little girl have turned into a zombie? He tried to shake off Zhou Feng's restraint. "No matter what lies ahead, I can't just watch a child die in front of me." Seeing that persuasion was futile, Zhou Feng swiftly released his grip on Xiao Lang's arm. "Let's go check it out together." Though he said together, his actions lagged half a step behind Xiao Lang. If he weren't curious about the other's intentions, Zhou Feng wouldn't have bothered with Xiao Lang after his first attempt to persuade him. After all, each person has their own fate. He couldn't just stop someone from seeking death. As they approached the little girl, Zhou Feng suddenly caught a whiff of a rotten, foul stench. "Ah!" The little girl seemed to see something terrifying, her feet slipping, almost falling through the gap in the balcony. Xiao Lang nervously opened his arms and stepped forward, wanting to catch the little girl. Click! He stepped into the soft, muddy ground, and the stench of rotten zombies and explosives assaulted him. "Is it a bomb? Run!" Xiao Lang yelled at Zhou Feng with all his might. Zhou Feng's expression changed as he grabbed Xiao Lang's arm and ran out, simultaneously activating the shelter's defenses. A searing flame erupted from the ground. Boom! In the fiery light, shards of glass and metal fragments flew towards the two like sharp blades. Eft! Xiao Lang, who had become Zhou Feng's shield, grunted as he fell behind, suddenly covered in numerous small wounds beneath his leather jacket. The two fell to the ground, and Zhou Feng promptly released the protective layer that had been consuming his defense points. "Damn! My points!" He looked at the nearly half of his points depleted and couldn't help but curse. The defense could only block a single attack at a time, and the combination of the glass shards and the explosion had struck them like a rain of petals from a celestial maiden. If it weren't for Zhou Feng's ample points, these shards, which could easily penetrate his damage reduction, would have likely pierced straight into his body. Eft! Xiao Lang spat out a mouthful of blood, crashing to the ground. He forgot that there was someone here who was in worse shape. Zhou Feng got up and helped the injured Xiao Lang onto his back. "Xiao Lang, are you still alive?" "Of course." Xiao Lang weakly nodded. Due to excessive blood loss, even this slight movement made him feel dizzy. Wang Chun, hidden behind the curtains on the third floor, was stunned to see Zhou Feng unharmed. Zhou Feng is actually fine. His gaze fell on the bloodied Xiao Lang, and he couldn't help but sneer. Lucky indeed, someone is willing to take the hits for you. Blocked by the balcony beneath him, he knew nothing of what had just transpired between the two. But upon seeing Xiao Lang limping, he knew his plan had succeeded. "How naive, you don't think this is over, do you?" "Zhou Feng, good luck. This trap was never meant for Zhou Feng." His lack of injury didn't disappoint Wang Chun, as long as Xiao Lang was taken out. "Humph." Wang Chun snorted lightly, glancing at the bucket of zombie fluid and the materials he had scavenged to make simple bombs. "Zhou Feng, we can't leave yet." Xiao Lang weakly tugged at Zhou Feng's sleeve, his eyes fixed on a little girl cowering in the corner of the balcony, trembling from the explosion. Zhou Feng glanced sideways at Xiao Lang. "Are you sure you want to save her?" Xiao Lang nodded, coughing as he felt shards of glass in his lungs. "I don't think I can last much longer. At least let's save her first. Help me, just lift me up there." He knew Zhou Feng's greedy nature and took off the waste pouch, handing it to Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng paused at the waste pouch. Xiao Lang didn't know that Zhou Feng's apparent greed stemmed entirely from the points earned from killing zombies, but he chose to take the pouch nonetheless. "Let's go." Zhou Feng wouldn't interfere with others' fates, so he helped Xiao Lang up the stairs without any psychological burden. On the second floor, as they approached the door, the zombies inside began to claw at it frantically. Roar! Bang! Knowing he couldn't hold out much longer, Xiao Lang quickly fired 2 shots, shattering the door lock. Hearing the noise, the zombies burst through the door. Roar, roar, roar! Xiao Lang expressionlessly fired 2 bullets, and the 2 old zombies fell lifelessly. He slowly approached the little girl's door, gently knocking. "Don't be afraid, the zombies outside are dead. Our uncle is here to save you." Zhou Feng crossed his arms and observed the scene with indifference, showing no intention of helping. Knock, knock, knock. Since there was no response from inside, Xiao Lang knocked harder. "Oh no, the little girl inside wouldn't have fainted, would she?" A hint of anxiety flashed in Xiao Lang's eyes as he fired 2 shots to unlock the door and swiftly pushed it open. Rustle! A small figure quickly crawled towards him on the floor, all bruised and battered, unmistakably a zombie. Xiao Lang hurriedly shot 2 bullets and staggered back to evade the infant zombie. Ding! Yet when the bullets hit the infant zombie, they emitted a metallic ringing sound. Zhou Feng, evolved zombie. He immediately straightened up his gaze, fixated on the crawling infant zombie, then swiftly and decisively seized the zombie by the neck. Upon seeing the zombie-controlled, Xiao Lang entered the room and brought the little girl down from the balcony. He realized that the girl was not trying to jump down, but was actually trying to stand higher to avoid the zombies below. "I'll take you to the car to wait." After rescuing the little girl, Xiao Lang felt a wave of relief wash over him, but his spirit began to fade, and he felt dizzy, barely able to stand. It seemed he was on the verge of dying from blood loss. Only halfway evolved. Zhou Feng shook the struggling zombie in his hand, murmuring in confusion, "Is it starting to evolve now?" This remark fell on Xiao Lang's ears, as if it were separated by a thin membrane. He shook his head to stay alert. "What do you mean it's evolving?" Xiao Lang's voice was hoarse, as he unsteadily led the little girl step by step to Zhou Feng's side. "Can zombies really evolve?" "Of course." Zhou Feng held the infant zombie under its arms, lifting it up for Xiao Lang to see. "Can you tell anything from this?" Brother." Xiao Lang twitched his nose and leaned closer to Zhou Feng, uttering a shocking phrase, "You smell so good." At this, Zhou Feng's face darkened, his grip on the infant zombie tightening, and the little girl standing beside him could even hear the cracking sound from her brother's grip. After saying this, even Xiao Lang was taken aback. "I seem to feel a bit off." He had initially thought it was due to blood loss, but how could blood loss lead to a craving for human flesh? But he couldn't remember when he had come into contact with the zombie virus. He even wore a leather jacket specifically to prevent any zombie blood from seeping through. "You're turning into a zombie." Zhou Feng raised his gun to Xiao Lang's forehead, his voice cold. Xiao Lang's fingertips trembled involuntarily, his throat dry, but he feigned indifference. "I was supposed to die anyway. It makes no difference whether I become a zombie or not." Zhou Feng remembered what I'm about to say. What? Zhou Feng had gotten along quite well with Xiao Lang these past few days, and seeing him like this made him sigh. Dying cleanly from blood loss would be so much better. Why did he have to be infected by the zombie virus? "My bank card password is, split the left ear inside in half for you, and the rest you help me save for my 2 daughters, then send them to my mom. As for the left ear on me, could you please take it to my mom?" Xiao Lang's voice grew weaker, reluctant to part with his 2 twin daughters. In this apocalypse, their situation is very dangerous. Protect them once. Bang! The black muzzle of the gun emitted a faint puff of smoke. Zhou Feng expressionlessly caught the lifeless Xiao Lang, as he fell, gently placing him on the ground. Indeed, the saintess of the apocalypse dies first, abandoning her own daughter for a stranger. "Is it worth it?" He mocked with his words, but deep inside, he had already made up his mind to kill the person on the 3rd floor. Although Wang Chun's figure was blocked by the curtains, Zhou Feng had seen him peeking from behind the wall back at the base. The little girl was terrified, having seen her family turned into zombies and witnessing the death of her savior. Her eyes instantly brimmed with tears. She crouched on the ground, gently shaking Xiao Lang's somewhat bluish-gray corpse. "Uncle." Zhou Feng swiftly twisted the neck of the zombie in his hand and took the little girl's hand. "Stop shaking. He is already dead." The little girl stared blankly at Zhou Feng, wiping her eyes. "Uncle, where are you taking me?" Zhou Feng's lips twitched. Did he really look that old? He patted the little girl's withered yellow hair, casually handing her half a bottle of mineral water and a pack of compressed biscuits. "Call me brother. You wait for me down here. Once I kill the person who harmed your uncle, I'll take you back to the base." "Okay." The little girl obediently nodded. If she hadn't encountered these 2 people today, she would have starved to death, even if she wasn't eaten by zombies, so it didn't matter if she was abandoned. Watching the door close behind the big brother, the little girl shrank back to the balcony of the bedroom, feeling insecure. Zhou Feng skillfully changed the magazine and walked step by step upstairs. The half-open door seemed to indicate that the person inside had already escaped. However, he had been paying attention to the door outside while downstairs. If someone had gone down the stairs, he wouldn't have missed it. Creaking, Zhou Feng slowly opened the door, revealing the chaotic living room floor littered with various materials for making bombs. Behind the door, where he couldn't see, a white cotton thread tightened with the motion of opening the door. Click! The familiar sound made Zhou Feng's brow twitch. He quickly closed the door, only to hear a loud explosion and the sound of pots and dishes shattering from inside the room. Ran away. They had even set a trap for him. It seemed he had underestimated Wang Chun. Zhou Feng immediately turned around and dashed upstairs. After a while, the door that had been blown to the brink of collapse was opened again. Wang Chun stepped out slowly, looking up at the stairs with a sneer. "You want to kill me? You're still far from it." "Oh really?" Zhou Feng emerged from the shadows of the stairs with his gun raised. "It seems you really were hiding here." Just as he was about to chase upstairs, he suddenly realized something was off. This was an old community. The distance between each building was vast. A person clever enough to kill Xiao Lang effortlessly would not let himself fall into such a predicament. So he created the illusion of going upstairs, then hid in the shadows of the stairs, waiting for Wang Chun to take the bait. Wang Chun's expression suddenly changed as he drew his pistol from his waist, aiming it at Zhou Feng. Humph. Then go die. Heh. Zhou Feng reacted swiftly and fired the bullet, grazing Wang Chun's wrist at an incredible speed. Wang Chun winced in pain, his grip on the gun loosened. Clatter. The handgun fell to the ground. Zhou Feng wasted no words, slightly shifting the gun's muzzle to Wang Chun's forehead, his index finger ready to pull the trigger. No! Wang Chun's face turned pale just as he was about to feign surrender. Suddenly a zombie lunged down the stairs behind Zhou Feng. He barely dodged the attack. The gun's muzzle tilted slightly. The searing bullet skimmed past Wang Chun's ear, embedding itself in the wall behind him. It was a close call. His life could have ended completely at Zhou Feng's hands. Wang Chun's legs trembled uncontrollably. Seizing the opportunity, while Zhou Feng was entangled with the zombie, he hastily picked up the handgun and retreated into the house, climbing down through the balcony window. Bang! Smash! The sounds of their struggle grew distant, and Wang Chun couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, a zombie came, otherwise I would have really died. Wang Chun swore that the bullet had been only 0.01 millimeters away from him, making it undoubtedly his closest brush with death. Closer than the explosion at the gas station. The little girl peeked from the balcony. She had seen clearly that it was this very person climbing the water pipe who had planted the bomb. Because of this person, her savior had been injured and even turned into a zombie. Rustle. The little girl pushed the flower pot on the balcony with all her might. Hearing the noise, Wang Chun looked up to see the flower pot on the second-floor balcony, teetering precariously. What the hell? His eyes widened in shock and he loosened his grip, preparing to jump down. The little girl's face turned red from exertion. Yay! Smash! Wang Chun landed on the ground just as the large flower pot came crashing down onto his forehead, blood slowly flowing from his scalp. You? He shot the little girl a terrifying glare. Although Wang Chun wanted to teach her a lesson, Zhou Feng's sword of Damocles still hung overhead, so he could only leave in frustration. After eliminating the zombie, Zhou Feng chased to the balcony and saw Wang Chun running out with his head bloodied through the wide-open window. The escape route was even in a serpentine pattern. Zhou Feng twitched his lips, his gaze falling on several finished soda can bombs placed on the balcony, and he simply stuffed them all into his bag. These bombs had significant power. They might even be useful for taking out a few zombies on the way to the neighboring Mo Bay City. He returned to the little girl's room, leading her towards the assembly point of the community. Let me be clear, I'm only responsible for taking you back to the base. Your life or death in the future depends on fate. The little girl tightened her grip on Zhou Feng's clothing, lowering her head and not daring to speak. What happened? The round-faced soldier driving the car saw Zhou Feng bringing back a little girl, but Xiao Lang was nowhere to be seen, and couldn't help but ask, where is Xiao Lang? His tone paused slightly. He wouldn't be dead, would he? Indeed, Zhou Feng's next words confirmed his suspicion. He was injured by a bomb and was infected with the zombie virus. Zhou Feng's voice was hoarse as he looked at the little girl holding onto him tightly. This is the girl Xiao Lang saved. She no longer has family and cannot wait for the rescue team. The round-faced soldier nodded, indicating understanding. Let's take her back to the base first. Are you saying you believe Zhou Feng about Xiao Lang's infection? Wang Chun, who was pressing his head to stop the bleeding, sneered. Who witnessed the murderer? Zhou Feng pulled out his handgun from behind his waist and pressed it forcefully against the wound on Wang Chun's forehead, grinding it. Do you think I wouldn't dare to kill you in a crowd? Wang Chun groaned in pain, looking pleadingly at the round-faced soldier. He trembled his lips, trying to explain. I just had reasonable suspicions. Why are you so agitated? The round-faced soldier quickly stepped in to mediate, collecting everyone's guns. Zhou Feng is not that kind of person, don't mislead others. Wang Chun nodded perfunctory. Zhou Feng also put his gun into the round-faced soldier's box, and as he got into the car he paused and suddenly said, the zombies have begun to evolve. The base needs to be on alert. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. How is that possible? The crowd instinctively retorted. They had not witnessed any evolved zombies. The round-faced soldier's expression darkened slightly. The situation was already dire, and if zombies truly evolved, would humanity have any hope left? Zhou Feng, are you sure you didn't miss-see? I did not miss-see. Zhou Feng glanced at the skeptical eyes of the crowd, unwilling to explain further. Of course, if you don't believe me, that's your choice. So you mean there are samples of evolved zombies? The soldier took the evolution of zombies seriously, but the premise was that everything must be true. What evidence do you have for the zombies evolving? Or do you have samples of these evolved zombies? Zhou Feng shook his head. Right now, only a handful of zombies have started to evolve. As for samples of evolved zombies, he envisioned the timeline of the zombie's full evolution from his past life, his expression slightly somber. You might be able to catch samples of evolved zombies by tomorrow evening. The round-faced soldier took out a small notebook and looked at Zhou Feng earnestly. Can you tell me what changes the evolved zombies undergo? For instance, strength and speed. Or perhaps their vision, hearing, and sense of smell. Seeing that the other party was genuinely curious, Zhou Feng revealed the characteristics of evolved zombies. Without holding back, freshly evolved zombies will possess a hunting instinct, remaining silent or disguising themselves as humans to lure and prey. Their senses heighten and their speed increases. They won't just evade attacks. Even ordinary bullets find it difficult to penetrate their flesh. Moreover, the virus within them becomes even more potent, he continued. To kill them, one must use more powerful weapons or slowly wear them down. The round-faced soldier initially listened intently, but as he wrote, his movements gradually came to a stop, and he looked at Zhou Feng with an extremely bewildered expression. Zhou Feng, is what you're saying even in Chinese? Tsh, what a clown. Wang Chun rolled his eyes and sarcastically said, so how did you escape when you encountered an already evolved zombie? If bullets can't penetrate the zombie's defenses, why weren't you torn apart by them? Bad person. A little girl stood in front of Zhou Feng, glaring fiercely at Wang Chun. She hadn't forgotten that this person was responsible for her savior's death. Wang Chun, who was in the middle of his speech, was momentarily dumbfounded, unsure what had triggered the girl's ire. He touched the wound on his head, with a sullen expression, revealing a terrifying murderous intent towards the little girl from a hidden angle. You make a fair point. The crowd nodded, their expressions toward Zhou Feng growing increasingly displeased. The round-faced soldier placed his notebook back into his backpack, forcing a smile as he said, don't joke about such things in the future. Zhou Feng, we know you're impressive, but that doesn't give you the right to spout nonsense. Zombies evolving. I can't believe you could even fabricate that. Yeah, that really scared me just now. You wouldn't be lying just to see us frightened, would you? Zhou Feng shrugged, indifferent to whether they believed him. Whether it's true or not, we'll find out tomorrow. After saying this, he ignored their expressions and took the little girl into the vehicle. The round-faced soldier also took the driver's seat, coldly stating, get in, we're heading back to the base. All the while, the atmosphere in the vehicle was exceptionally silent. Zhou Feng, the cause of all this, seemed completely unaware, leaning back with his eyes closed. It wasn't until they bumped back to the base that the little girl nudged his arm. Brother, we've arrived at the place. Zhou Feng opened his eyes and immediately bumped into Peng Li and Kong Pingan, who had been waiting for a long time. Zhou Feng. Peng Li hurriedly stopped Zhou Feng from leaving. The little girl by Zhou Feng's side was also forced to halt. What's the matter? A year into the apocalypse had long dulled Zhou Feng's impression of them. He looked at the two with unfamiliar eyes. Peng Li glanced at Kong Pingan. Kong Pingan immediately understood, pulling out the chat logs where Zhang Yuxuan had accused Zhou Feng from his phone. Zhou Feng, does this look familiar to you? Peng Li gazed at Zhou Feng with determination. Tell me, if the base knew you were a downright murderer, would they still allow you to stay here? Zhou Feng followed where Peng Li pointed. The screen was filled with Zhang Yuxuan's blood-curdling accusations, even including 2 videos she had recorded. Is that it? Zhou Feng raised an eyebrow. So what is your goal? Bro, you know how stingy this base is with food. Peng Li sighed, the almost greedy look in his eyes fixated on Zhou Feng, who had nearly 10 packs of food. It only meets the bare minimum for survival. If you want good food, you have to spend your rations to buy it. You know? Zhou Feng interrupted Peng Li's rambling, casually responding, so, you want me to treat you to a meal? Damn. Peng Li was choked by this response, his eyes nearly bulging out. Are you kidding me? I want rations. If you don't want your murderous deeds to be common knowledge, you'd better cough up a substantial amount for silence. A glint of sarcasm flashed in Zhou Feng's eyes. A hush money like that only works once, and did he seem like someone who cared about such matters? You aren't thinking of escaping, are you? A hint of wariness rose on Peng Li's face. You can run from the monk but not the temple. As long as you remain in this base, it'll find you. Zhou Feng flexed his wrist and smiled as he walked step by step towards the two. Of course not. I was just waiting for the extra personnel to clear out. Killing, after all, is a very private affair. Peng Li's expression changed, instinctively taking a step back. What do you want to do? His voice became stuttered, scanning around desperately for anyone to appear. I warn you, killing in the base will get you expelled. Bang! Zhou Feng punched him, cutting off the unfinished sentence. Hiss! Peng Li looked at Zhou Feng with a fierce glare. You dare hit me? A soldier can be killed but not humiliated. He clenched his fists and charged at Zhou Feng, throwing a hard punch. Zhou Feng slightly tilted his head, easily dodging Peng Li's attack, and kicked him down with a swift motion. Kong Pingan, panicking, helped Peng Li up and pulled out a kitchen knife from his lower back, swinging it violently towards Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng did not even lift his eyes, turning to sidekick at Kong Pingan's wrist. Ah! Kong Pingan winced in pain, dropping the kitchen knife with a clatter. Peng Li was about to step forward, but he was horrified and widened his eyes at Zhou Feng's actions. Damn it! He hurriedly pulled Kong Pingan back 2 steps, trying to stop him from advancing. Zhou Feng, after disarming Kong Pingan, casually withdrew a Tang Hung Dao, placing his hand behind his back. Gulp! Kong Pingan swallowed hard. What should he do? It seemed Zhou Feng was really going to kill them. Zhou Feng, we just wanted a bit of pocket money, no need to go this far. Peng Li squinted, his eyes fixed on the countless pouches strapped to Zhou Feng's waist. If Zhou Feng insisted on a fight, then he would have no choice but to risk everything. As long as he killed Zhou Feng, wouldn't all those left ears on him be his? Driven by greed, even knowing he might not be a match for Zhou Feng, Peng Li still wanted to try. After all, there were two of them. Zhou Feng had a burden with him. The outcome was still uncertain. Kong Pingon shared the same thought as Peng Li, a flicker of ruthlessness in his eyes, as he looked at the little girl hiding behind Zhou Feng. Before the two could make a move, Zhou Feng swung his tang horizontal saber, severing the hand Peng Li had reached out to grab the little girl. Blood spurted from the wound, splattering across the girl's face. Ah! The little girl let out a sharp cry, stumbling backward and falling to the ground. Peng Li felt a lightness in his right hand, followed by an overwhelming surge of pain. Ah! His eyes bulged as he opened his mouth to scream, but Zhou Feng, quick as a flash, slit his throat, leaving only the skin and flesh barely connected. Thud! The heavy body crashed to the ground. Kong Pingon trembled all over with fear, his mouth opening and closing, but in the end, he couldn't even call out Peng Li's name. You! His voice was hoarse as he pointed at Zhou Feng, stumbling backward. Terrified that Zhou Feng's killing spree would claim him next, Zhou Feng twirled his saber, flicking the blood off the blade, and stepped toward Kong Pingon. Stay back! Kong Pingon was entirely resistant. What if I said we were just joking? Would you believe me? A joke? Zhou Feng's clear voice carried a hint of mockery. Do you think I believe you? Kong Pingon gritted his teeth and turned to run. It was clear the man intended to silence him. Even if he begged for mercy, he wouldn't be spared. His only chance to live was to run to get to a more crowded place where he would be safer. He didn't notice his exposed back was right in Zhou Feng's line of sight. Swish! An invisible blade of qi landed lightly on Kong Pingon's back. The next second, Kong Pingon's clothes tore and shredded, a gruesome saber wound instantly appearing on his bare back. No, don't kill me! Kong Pingon crashed heavily to the ground, his eyes filled with terror as he looked at Zhou Feng. The wound on his back had even reached his internal organs. As he spoke, bright red blood gushed from the corners of his mouth. Don't kill me, you'll delete the class group chat, please. Zhou Feng looked down at him from a height, stepped forward, and drove his saber deep into his back. No! Kong Pingon's eyes flew wide open, and he left the world without even uttering his final words. Zhou Feng sheathed his saber and turned to see the little girl desperately dragging Peng Li's corpse toward the bushes. The corner of his mouth twitched. No need to clean up the scene. Tomorrow, when the zombies evolve en masse, the base won't have time to investigate the murder. Let's go. The officer told me to take you to the orphanage. The little girl let go of Peng Li's foot, looking at Zhou Feng with panic and urgency. Brother, it'll be good. Zhou Feng gently patted the little girl on the head. Being good won't work either. I'm not going to carry a burden. The realistic and piercing words instantly reddened the little girl's eyes. I understand, brother. She obediently followed behind Zhou Feng, forcing herself not to let the tears fall. She wanted to say that when she grew up she wouldn't be a burden anymore, but she also knew Zhou Feng didn't have the patience to protect her while she grew. The two walked in silence. When they reached the orphanage, Zhou Feng untied a pouch from his waist and placed it in the little girl's hands. If you trust me, rent a room for yourself before dusk tomorrow. Then buy enough food for 3 months. Keep it in the room. Don't come out no matter what you hear. I'll remember. The little girl clutched the pouch tightly, looking up at Zhou Feng, who shimmered in the moonlight. Brother, my name is Shang Qiming. When I'm no longer a burden, can I come find you? Zhou Feng was a little surprised. He thought he had been so cold and ruthless. Was this kid still not afraid of him? As you wish. He agreed casually, not believing she would ever find him in the vast, desolate future. Leaving the orphanage, Zhou Feng first deposited the left ears, then went to the official supply store to buy a large amount of food and daily necessities, hiding them all in his blue sports car under the cover of darkness. This was to facilitate a direct escape to Mabe City to establish a shelter tomorrow evening. He had long anticipated the legendary gold title. Only after loading everything he needed did Zhou Feng return to buy enough supplies for 3 months for Xiao Lang's 2 daughters and mother. Grandma, why isn't Dad back yet? 2 13-year-old twins in academic-style knee-length skirts were staring anxiously at the door. Dad might still be busy. Grandma Xiao lovingly stroked her granddaughter's hair, coaxing them softly. Let's go to sleep first. Maybe Dad will be back when we open our eyes tomorrow. Xiao Lianlian shook her head vigorously, trying to keep her sleepy eyes open. No, we're worried about Dad. Xiao Yi nodded in agreement, her watery eyes speaking volumes as they drifted toward the door. Bang, bang, bang. A knock suddenly sounded on the liver-colored door. Xiao Lianlian's eyes lit up and she rushed excitedly toward the door. Dad! You're finally back. Grandma Xiao quickly grabbed Xiao Lianlian's arm. Her son had a key, he wouldn't knock. Who is it? An aged, weary voice came from inside. Zhou Feng paused his knocking and looked up at the house number. Didn't Xiao Lang say he didn't live with his mother? He muttered to himself, then quickly answered the person inside. I'm Xiao Lang's partner. Xiao Lang is dead. Smash! The sharp sound of shattering porcelain came from inside the room. Grandma Xiao stood up in disbelief, trembling. As she pulled the door open, her voice choked with tears. You! What did you just say? Zhou Feng placed the food inside the door. Xiao Lang is dead. These are the supplies he left for you. This amount of goods had almost exhausted all the left ears on Xiao Lang's card. Impossible! Xiao Lianlian rushed to the door, her eyes red, reaching out to push Zhou Feng. You liar! You're deceiving us! Zhou Feng sidestepped to avoid the girl's shove. Zzz. Zhou Feng was stunned as he watched the system suddenly flicker with white dots and pop up. What was going on? Was the system glitching? Detecting. Zzz. Initiating scan. Name Xiao Lianlian, age 13. The rest was all garbled code. Until Zhou Feng saw the last line, the corner of his mouth twitched. Evaluation: underage girl cannot be forcibly harbored. Shelter level upgrade not granted. If the shelter level cannot be upgraded, then what use is it to take him in? What is the system worried about? Zhou Feng rolled his eyes inwardly. Grandma Xiao trembled as she blocked Xiao Lianlian's pushing, tears welling in her murky eyes. Can you tell me how he died? In order to save a little girl, he was injured by a bomb and later infected with the zombie virus. Zhou Feng's gaze met Grandma Xiao's desperate eyes, and he hesitated in his words. He's already beyond saving. In the room, Xiao Yi, hearing these words, walked dazedly to the door. She couldn't understand why her father was fine when he left but never returned, nor could she comprehend why he fought so hard for others. They had clearly agreed that he would come back safely. My father's body. Xiao Yi's tender voice was slightly hoarse, her demeanor surprisingly more composed than her sister's. Zhou Feng shook his head at the three of them. Sorry, I didn't bring him back. Could he say he forgot? These somewhat cold words were swallowed by Zhou Feng as he glanced at the updated system panel after Xiao Yi's appearance. The shelter level still could not be upgraded. You all keep these things safe. Zhou Feng didn't pay much attention but carefully reminded the three of them, tomorrow the zombies will evolve again. If you want to survive, don't go out easily. Also, I will avenge him. After saying this, Zhou Feng turned and left. Just a few steps out, the sound of the old woman sobbing and the girl crying for her father filled the room. He didn't know if Xiao Lang could hear it. Would he regret saving someone? Do you remember Zhou Feng's partner? I killed him. Wang Chun entered the 8-person dormitory filled with smoke, glancing at the two, excitedly fiddling with their left ear, and whispered. You faced off against Zhou Feng? Dong Baifan, who was counting money, halted in surprise, looking up at Wang Chun, his gaze suddenly landing on his injured forehead. Damn it. He quickly stood up and helped Wang Chun sit down. What happened? Did Zhou Feng hurt you like this? Wang Chun's face flashed a hint of embarrassment. He was reluctant to admit that this injury was caused by a little girl under 10 hitting him with a flower pot, so he could only speak vaguely. Forget about that. His partner is gone. He definitely isn't our match alone. You all have to go with me tomorrow. Just thinking about how Zhou Feng would completely disappear from this world tomorrow eased the guilt and suppressed resentment he felt towards his classmates. Chun Lei looked at Wang Chun with great satisfaction. Good. He stepped forward and patted Wang Chun's shoulder, hypocritically comforting him. Don't you need to rest for another 2 days because of your injury? No need. Wang Chun shook his head in refusal, suddenly chuckling as if he thought of something. Zhou Feng actually said the zombies evolved today. It's really ridiculous. Perhaps it was just to take revenge for me killing his partner, deliberately trying to scare me. Zombies evolving? Chun Lei's eyes flashed with disdain. He can actually say such a lie. After obtaining firearms, he realized how easy it was to kill zombies. Dong Baifan teased it might also be because he lacks the ability to kill zombies and is afraid of being mocked, hence he deliberately lied. I think that's exactly it. Chun Lei said in a coarse voice, suddenly suggesting the left ear we earn today is more than what others earn in a week. We can snatch some areas with the most zombies tomorrow. Isn't that too risky? Wang Chun frowned in worry, wanting to stop him. What are you afraid of? Chun Lei waved his hand. As long as we have handguns, even if there are more zombies, they are no match for us. Seeing Chun Lei so resolute, the two ultimately nodded in agreement. All right. Zhou Feng had just opened the door to room 201 when the aroma of food wafted over. Did you all cook? Suzy wiped her hands on her apron and peeked her head out of the kitchen, smiling at Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng, you're back. Ninger specially bought some ingredients back today. You should go rest first. So hot. Yang Ninger pouted after burning her mouth on the food, then picked up a piece to blow on, bouncing over to Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng, come try this. I worked hard to make it. Zhou Feng accepted the meat she offered and nodded in praise. Fortunately, we are living in the apocalypse. I doubt anyone would spit it out. It's bland and mushy, but no one would waste such hard-earned meat. Yang Ninger pouted, trying to save face. This is my first time cooking. You should feel lucky. Alright then, you continue to improve. Zhou Feng chuckled, reaching out to pinch Yang Ninger's cheek. I believe in you, the future god of cooking in the apocalypse. I am not that amazing. Yang Ninger was flattered and turned back to the kitchen. Just wait. I'll fry you 2 more dishes. After the girls' playful banter, Zhou Feng set aside his lingering worries about tomorrow. Everything will fall into place. He survived in the last life, so this life shouldn't be too bad, especially since he also has the shelter system. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Who? Zhou Feng walked over to open the door, only to see Shan Ziqiu wearing a seldom-seen mist blue dress carrying 2 large bags. Shan Ziqiu raised the barbecue and beer, inhaling the aroma wafting from the kitchen. Do you mind if I join for a meal? She had deliberately changed out of her usual combat uniform today to make a good impression on Zhou Feng. Although the two were not very familiar, yet Shan Ziqiu really liked Zhou Feng's appearance and demeanor, so she took the initiative to approach him twice in a row. Zhou Feng raised an eyebrow and made an inviting gesture. You are very welcome. Zhou Feng, come and try. Try this. Yang Ninger's cheerful voice suddenly stopped upon seeing Shan Ziqiu, her sixth sense, as a woman clearly sensing Shan Ziqiu's intentions. She quickly ran to Zhou Feng's side and whispered, "Why is she here?" Zhou Feng narrowed his eyes dangerously. You don't need to worry about it. He realized that after a few days without reprimanding her, Yang Ninger seemed to regard herself as his legitimate girlfriend again, having experienced betrayal in his past life. Zhou Feng would never bind himself to an equal relationship, so Yang Ninger could only be his subordinate, not a lover who could freely interfere with his actions. Yang Ninger shivered under Zhou Feng's gaze, her voice gradually dwindling. If you don't want me to worry, then I won't. Humph, why be so fierce? She pouted a bit, aggrievedly returning to the kitchen to serve the food. Bang! The clay pot clashed heavily against the dining table. Zhou Feng's indifferent gaze swept over. Yang Ninger hesitated in her actions. Perhaps realizing that Zhou Feng was truly angry, she carefully carried the plate. Shan Ziqiu raised her eyebrows and smiled, calling out to the 2 girls in the kitchen. Little sisters, don't worry about it. I brought barbecue today. Su Zi's eyes lit up. Since the apocalypse began, she hadn't eaten barbecue or cake, and just smelling the barbecue in the kitchen made her swallow several times. Shan Ziqiu placed a bottle of beer in front of Zhou Feng, her cool demeanor completely gone. Little brother, wanna try some? All right. Zhou Feng's voice was clear and crisp, a perfect yet contradictory fusion with the steadiness he displayed and the bloodthirsty aura from battlefield slaughter. Shan Ziqiu felt her heart flutter uncontrollably once more. She had always held high standards since childhood. Her family had introduced her to potential matches, but she hadn't taken a liking to any of those talented young men. Little did she expect that after the zombie outbreak, she would encounter a younger man who made her heart skip a beat at first sight. Seeing Shan Ziqiu lost in thought while drinking, Zhou Feng considerately used the serving chopsticks to pick up a rib for her. Why aren't you eating? Shan Ziqiu snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushing slightly. Thank you, little brother. She handed Zhou Feng a skewer of grilled meat in return, blinking at him with a seemingly flirtatious gaze. Big sister was just thinking about something very important. The two exchanged banter, the atmosphere exceptionally harmonious. Yang Ninger nearly ground her teeth on the ribs. These were the ribs she had stewed. Despicable, wicked woman. Zhou Feng, seeing Yang Ninger, who dared not show her anger, gave her a rib as if in praise. Eat up, you've been staring at it the whole time. Thank you, Wei Feng. Yang Ninger received the rib in her bowl with flattered surprise, her eyes shining brightly like a puppy's. Truly a kept pet, wasn't she? Shan Ziqiu blinked slowly, this thought popping into her mind. Zhou Feng didn't play favorites. He also picked some food for Su Zi. You've worked hard today, to eat more. Su Zi gave Zhou Feng a gentle smile and lowered her head to eat the food in her bowl. The 4 of them had a meal that wasn't particularly lively, but the overall atmosphere was still quite warm. Zhou Feng put down his chopsticks and looked seriously at the 3 of them. Tomorrow the zombies will evolve. Even if you 2 stay in the base, don't let your guard down. Sister Ziqiu, you too. Be careful when you go out. Shan Ziqiu, who was about to leave, contentedly suddenly heard such significant news. She stood up abruptly and asked in disbelief. What did you say? Zombie evolution theory. Just as Zhou Feng expected Shan Ziqiu to react with disbelief like the others. Shan Ziqiu, however, paced back and forth anxiously before tossing out a sentence and leaving. You all eat first. I need to report this to the leadership immediately. Watching her leave in a hurry, Zhou Feng stretched and turned back to the bedroom. Let's go, time to rest. Coming. Yang Ninger immediately put down her chopsticks and followed closely behind Zhou Feng. Sister Z, don't bother. We can clean up together tomorrow. It'll be right there. Although Su Zi had rented the room next door, she hadn't bought a bed or furnished it. Instead, she decided to follow Zhou Feng's advice and use her saved left ear currency to buy some clothes and food she liked. In truth, the main reason she didn't buy a bed was that she didn't want to end the arrangement of warming Zhou Feng's bed. Even if it meant having strange dreams every night, she accepted it. Damn it. It was all Zhou Feng's fault for playing with her that night, otherwise, she wouldn't have her thoughts running wild every time she saw him. Come here. Zhou Feng, lying on the bed, beckoned to Su Zi. After she came up, he pulled the girl's soft body into his arms. With one on each side, they drifted into dreams. He could see the restless little thoughts stirring within Suzy. But tomorrow the zombies would evolve. For now, the most important thing was to observe the situation tomorrow and reach a shelter as soon as possible. Brother, where are you now? Shan Ziqiu dialed a number. Cell phone signals were already unstable, but fortunately they had been using satellite phones even before the apocalypse. Shan Zixia had just finished showering and was about to rest when he received his sister's call. What's wrong? Hearing the tension in his sister's voice, Shan Zixia immediately sat up in bed. What happened? Shan Ziqia's voice was somewhat distorted over the satellite phone, but the hair-raising news was still clear. Brother, the zombies are starting to evolve. Can you help me contact the leadership? All right. Shan Zixia agreed without a second thought, quickly put on his clothes and rushed out to find someone. On the way, he swiftly sent a meeting request to the leadership, briefly outlining the reason. Only after the leadership agreed did he breathe a sigh of relief. Qiu. Shan Zixia arrived breathlessly at the leadership's building and immediately spotted Shan Ziqiu waiting downstairs as well. How did you find out about the zombies' plan? Never mind. Shan Zixia, not even pausing to catch his breath, directly interrupted Shan Ziqiu. Time waits for no one. The leadership has agreed to a face-to-face meeting. Let's go up now. The two passed through multiple security checkpoints and finally arrived at the leadership's office door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. With permission, Shan Zixia pushed open the door and led Shan Ziqiu inside. Tell me, what is this all about? The 50-year-old leader's sharp yet worried gaze fell upon Shan Ziqiu. How do you know the zombies are about to evolve, and do you have any other information? Shan Ziqiu bit her lip and relayed the news Zhou Feng had shared after dinner that day. So you're saying you haven't even seen an evolved zombie yourself? The leader propped his chin on his hands, a flash of anger in his eagle-like eyes. You just heard it from someone else and came rushing to report? Yes, although there's no evidence. Shan Ziqiu swallowed nervously. The leader's aura was indeed quite imposing. But I trust his character. He wouldn't just make this up. Bang! The leader slammed his pen hard on the desk and suddenly shouted, Do you even know what it means to give a false report? Shan Ziqiu was startled, a fine sheen of cold sweat breaking out on her forehead. Leader! Shan Zixia opened his mouth to intercede, but was silenced by a fierce glare from the leader. You shut up. I'll deal with you later. The siblings exchanged helpless glances. Shan Zixia's eyes, why didn't you say you didn't have a definite source? Shan Ziqia's eyes, but I did, isn't that specific enough? Shan Zixia rolled his eyes in exasperation. What brand of lovesick fool was this? How had he never noticed his sister acting like this before? Watching the silent communication between the siblings below, the leader let out a heavy sigh. Get out. I'll deal with you tomorrow. Shan Ziqiu wanted to say more, but Shan Zixia pulled her out. Just keep your mouth shut for now. Brother. Only when they reached the ground floor did Shan Ziqiu break free from her brother's grip. You have to believe me. I'm not that reckless. If Zhou Feng hadn't said it with such gravity, she might have dismissed it as a joke too. It's not that I don't believe you. Shan Zixia sighed and looked helplessly at his sister. Didn't you see how angry the leader was? Shan Ziqiu blinked, a cunning expression spreading across her face as she looked at Shan Zixia. Brother, the leader is angry because there's no evidence. And then? So we just need to go find the evidence, don't we? You? Shan Zixia's eyes widened in shock, then he lowered his voice. You want to sneak out of the base tonight? Nonsense. Fine. Shan Zixia could never refuse his twin sister. What was sneaking out of the base at night? He would just bring along some powerful weapons. The off-road vehicle slipped away from the temporary base under the cover of night. In the silent city, the slightest noise would attract the prying attention of zombies. Every zombie they encountered on the road staggered after the vehicle. No one noticed that a few of the zombies seemed to move faster than the rest. Shan Ziqiu propped a long rifle out of the window, his gaze like frost on a cold pool fixed on the zombies behind as he unhesitatingly poured bullets into their heads. Bang, bang, bang. Bloody blossoms erupted on the deserted road. Shan Zixia glanced at the dwindling horde from the rearview mirror, noticing no sign of the mutated zombie. Where should we look? Shan Ziqiu pressed his lips together. Since they couldn't find an evolved zombie outside, perhaps. Let's head to the busiest mall in the city center. All right. Shan Zixia withdrew his gaze, focusing on the road ahead. The closer they got to the city center, the more zombies there were. The off-road vehicle struggled through the occasional hordes, though thankfully they had enough weapons and ammunition on board. Shan Ziqiu rubbed his sore right shoulder from the recoil, then raised his gun again after recovering slightly. Bang! Screech! Near Tongtai Mall, Shan Zixia slammed on the brakes. He stared intently at the surging zombie army ahead, and as the frontmost zombies lunged at the vehicle, he swiftly turned the wheel. What's wrong? Shan Ziqiu was jolted, quickly turning to look, then gasped in disbelief. Oh no. Forget finding the mutated zombie. Escaping was the real problem. Behind the off-road vehicle, a dense horde of zombies pursued, relentlessly clinging to their tail. Don't be afraid. Shan Zixia frowned, glancing at the zombies, gradually falling behind in the rearview mirror. At this speed they can't catch us. Brother, watch out ahead. Shan Zixia suddenly cried out. On the wide straight road another wave of zombies huddled silently. How is this possible? Shan Zixia stopped the car at the entrance of Tongtai Mall, muttering in disbelief. Why do the zombies seem to be gathering here with purpose? Could it be? The siblings exchanged a glance, the same thought dawning on them. The zombies really had evolved. Roar, roar, roar. Just then, the zombies ahead turned their attention to the vehicle, drawn by the sound of the brakes. Behind them, the terrifying footsteps of the zombies grew closer. Get out! Shan Zixia gritted his teeth and made the final decision. Though this off-road vehicle had top-tier performance, it was as fragile as paper against such a massive horde. Staying here would only get them trapped like turtles in a jar. All right, Shan Zixia responded, opening the door and swiftly shooting the two zombies, blocking the entrance of Tongtai Mall. Roar! The snarling grew nearer. Shan Zixia swept her gaze across the entire mall, her sharp eyes settling on the escape room on the 3rd floor. Most shops in Tongtai used glass, which couldn't withstand a zombie assault. The escape room was undoubtedly the safest place in the entire mall. Bang! Shan Zixia slammed the mall doors shut, grabbing a nearby wooden mop to wedge into the handle. Hope this buys us some time. With that done, he followed his sister upstairs. Shan Zixia led the way, and one by one zombie corpses fell on the white porcelain floor. Bang! 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 Gunfire rang out incessantly. The young girl shook her ink-black hair like a goddess who slays without mercy, though no audience of zombies appreciated the spectacle. Creak! Thud! Only after both had hidden inside the escape room did Shan Zixia let out a long sigh. She rolled her eyes at her brother, who bore an 80% resemblance to her. Don't worry about how to get out first. Call the base and tell them to prepare. Got it. Shan Zixia pursed his lips, his phone faintly glowing in the darkness. If it weren't for you being here, would I be this worried? Being trapped alone wouldn't bother him, but now his sister was here. What if she died? Out there so many zombies are waiting to evolve. He murmured. If no one comes to rescue us, we'll probably be stuck here in Tongtai forever. Isn't there a big supermarket downstairs? Shan Zixia smirked lightly. Don't worry, we won't starve. But it's a pity. Her voice carried a hint of loss. She might never see Zhoufeng again. Some instinct set off alarm bells in Shan Zixia's mind, his eyes locking onto the disappointment in Shan Zixia's. Are you in a relationship with that brat Zhoufeng? I knew it. He gritted his teeth in anger. You're usually so sharp, so how did you lose your head today and report to the higher-ups without evidence? Damn fox spirit, stop seducing my sister. Shan Zixia rolled her eyes, about to speak, when she heard faint footsteps behind her. She twisted her waist swiftly, her long legs swinging back to kick the attacker's neck. With her strength, the blow should have knocked them unconscious. But the attacker only stumbled back 2 steps without even a groan of pain. Brother! It's a zombie! Shan Zixia's tone grew grave, stepping lightly to corner the zombie. This must be the evolved zombie Zhoufeng mentioned. A zombie that doesn't scream when it sees a person. Does that make sense? Yeah. Shan Zixia frowned, rubbing her leg. This zombie was tough. As if sensing it had been discovered, the mutated zombie stopped hiding, opening its gaping maw to lunge at Shan Zixia. Roar! Shan Zixia's eyes twitched in fear as he raised his pistol and fired a stream of bullets at the zombie, the rounds clanging against its body. Bang! One bullet fired at close range barely embedded itself in the zombie's flesh. Shan Zixia's face darkened. If a single mutated zombie was this hard to handle, how could humanity survive the apocalypse? Slap, slap, slap. He viciously hammered the zombie's head. His usual strength, enough to shatter bones, seemed utterly ineffective against the mutated creature. Brother, let me. Shan Zixia's misty blue dress was now slightly tattered as she stepped forward, stomping hard on the zombie's nape, her long fair legs flashing. Zhoufeng taught me how to deal with evolved zombies. Roar! Seizing the moment as the zombie roared, Shan Zixia swiftly shoved the gun barrel into its mouth, pressing against its palate and pulling the trigger. Bang! The zombie's weak struggle ceased and it lay still. Shan Zixia snorted coldly. Though their external defense is tougher, their insides are as fragile as before. Zhoufeng taught me that. Shan Zixia watched his sister's proud expression and rolled his eyes in exasperation. Fine, Zhoufeng is amazing. What's that tone? Shan Zixia kicked her brother. Stop the nonsense and call the base to explain the situation. Xia. Chio, what's wrong? Xia. The phone's broken. Yours. I lost it while clearing the path, otherwise why would I keep asking you to call? Cho said. What do we do? Xia asked. They exchanged a glance, both seeing disdain in each other's eyes. The sky lightened with the pale hue of dawn. Within the base, the people unknowingly began a new day. After washing up, Zhoufeng leisurely walked to the assembly point, only to find the scene where he had killed someone yesterday now reduced to a wet patch on the ground. The newcomers were enthusiastically questioning the soldiers. A flicker of doubt crossed his eyes. Who was the kind soul that had cleaned up the murder scene for him? They had even thoughtfully washed the ground to erase the bloodstains. Suddenly Shang Kaimeng's childish face flashed through Zhou Feng's mind. He had stopped her when she offered to clean up the scene. Since chaos was inevitable today anyway, what did a little more matter? He just hadn't expected the little girl to be so persistent, climbing out of the orphanage in the dead of night just to cover for him. Zhou Feng looked at the oblivious newcomers standing right where the dead body had been. Good kid. If I run into her again, I'll save her once. Zhou Feng stepped past the crowd to board the vehicle only to be blocked by Qin Lei and his group. Doesn't feel good losing a friend, does it? Wang Chun's eyes gleamed with the anticipation of revenge. Back then we just wanted to take shelter in the gas station from the zombies, and you set it on fire, killing Ding Ziwei and the others. Remembering the charred corpses of his classmates, he gritted his teeth in hatred. Blame him for getting too close to you. That's why he became my first target. If Xiao Lang knows in the afterlife, hell no to settle the score with you, the scourge. Idiot. Zhou Feng spat out the curse coldly. Where did this guy get the idea that he was upset over the death of a temporary partner? Born at dawn, dead by dusk. It was the most common thing in the apocalypse. If he mourned every single one, his spirit would have long since succumbed to depression. The newcomers, drawn by the commotion, began whispering among themselves. What's going on? Didn't catch what they said, but there's probably a conflict. Isn't that obvious? A self-proclaimed insider rolled his eyes and subtly pointed at Zhou Feng. Yesterday Zhou Feng said zombies would evolve, but he had no evidence. Just spouting nonsense. I guess that's why Wang Chun has it out for him. How can you joke about something like that? Life is already hard enough. If zombies really evolve, how are we supposed to survive? No wonder. I'd be mad too if it were me. Enough. The round-faced soldier checked the time. Stop chatting, everyone get in the car. Can you move now? Zhou Feng's gaze skipped past Wang Chun and landed on Dong Baifan. He reached out and lightly patted his shoulder. Good luck with this expedition. Dong Baifan watched Zhou Feng stride away, pointing at himself in bewilderment. Was Zhou Feng just talking to me? What a lunatic. I've never even provoked him. Though Zhou Feng didn't care about Wang Chun's words, he was curious to see what Wang Chun would become after losing his last friend. Tisk tisk. He sighed and shook his head, murmuring softly, I really have become a villain. After Zhou Feng boarded the vehicle, Qin Lei and his men, unwilling to be outdone, opened the door and sat beside him, leaving the remaining 2 seats for the newcomers. The round-faced soldier glanced at the seated crowd in the rearview mirror and stepped on the gas. Today's destination, Tongtai Mall. What? A newcomer jumped up, nearly hitting his head. You mean the Tongtai Mall with that insane amount of foot traffic? No way I'm getting off. The round-faced soldier chuckled. Relax, we're not going inside. Just clearing zombies from the perimeter. With so many zombies at Tongtai Mall, going in with just a few cars would be suicide. The higher-ups weren't that crazy. The newcomer breathed a sigh of relief and slowly sat down. You scared me to death, man. Next time, could you not leave such a long pause? Tongtai Mall wasn't closed, but there wasn't a single zombie on the road. Everyone was initially relieved, but as they went further, their faces grew grim. Something's wrong. The round-faced soldier's voice tightened. Where did all the zombies go? Zhou Feng understood. Some mutated zombie must have gathered these ordinary ones. Making a fuss over nothing. Qin Lei pointed nonchalantly at a nearby zombie corpse. It means someone else already killed them. But it's definitely not from our base. Look, their left ears are still intact. The newcomers, previously weighed down by the tense atmosphere, brightened up. Guys, aren't we taking these left ears? Can we stop and collect them? Why else were they on this expedition? Wasn't it for the countless zombie left ears? No. The round-faced soldier refused outright. The situation outside is unclear. We can't act rashly. The newcomer pouted in discontent and muttered under his breath. Qin Lei said all the zombies on this road are dead, so why be so cautious? Naive. Zombies spread like air. Zhou Feng crossed his arms and tapped his bicep with a finger. Even if they're killed, the noise from our car will attract more. The round-faced soldier pressed down on the accelerator, hoping to leave this eerie area quickly. What are you going to say? The zombies have evolved again? Qin Lei sneered at Zhou Feng. These missing zombies have all hidden themselves with intelligence, waiting to ambush us. They don't have intelligence yet, but as for hiding... Zhou Feng stared straight ahead, not even glancing at Qin Lei. Guess. Qin Lei gritted his teeth in frustration at Zhou Feng's indifferent attitude. Ha, evolved zombies. Where? Find me one if you can. Screech. The round-faced soldier suddenly braked, throwing everyone off balance. What's wrong? What happened? Dong Baifan looked up in a daze, and the sight of a dense horde of zombies ahead crashed into his vision. His lips trembled. ZZZ zombies. Hiss. Qin Lei gasped in shock, never expecting his words to come true. These sneaky zombies really had hidden to ambush them. Run. Wang Chun frantically tried to grab the steering wheel from the round-faced soldier to turn back. The round-faced soldier snapped back to reality, and with trembling hands turned the vehicle in the same direction as Dan Zixia's car, only to find both vehicles blocked again. Zhou Feng grabbed a pistol from the weapons crate, opened the door, and sprinted toward the entrance of Tongtai Mall. Chun-Lei, seeing this, also grabbed a gun. Thud! The glass door emitted a dull sound. Blocked from inside, Zhou Feng frowned, raised his gun, and fired at the glass door. Crash! The group panted heavily as they followed Zhou Feng, their legs moving so fast they became blurs. Where the hell did these zombies come from? Roar! The slowest runner could even smell the stench of the zombies closing in from behind. He couldn't help but gag, his legs growing weaker. The zombie drooled yet suppressed its instincts, refraining from tearing apart the food within reach. This way. Zhou Feng glanced upwards and quickly ascended the stairs to the 3rd floor. The round-faced soldier's eyes lit up upon seeing the escape room, following Zhou Feng without missing a beat. Hoo-hoo! Only after losing sight of the densely packed zombies did everyone let out a sigh of relief. Chun-Lei, whose leg injury was not yet healed, sat on the ground, panting heavily, disregarding his image. Why do these zombies seem to be coordinating like a team? He quickly shook his head. No, it's impossible. Absolutely impossible. It must be just a coincidence. Zhou Feng had mentioned that mutated zombies possess strong bodies and swift speeds, but the 2 waves of zombies just now did not exhibit any unusual behavior apart from surrounding them. Although everyone had their doubts, they shared the same thoughts as Chun-Lei. After all, Zhou Feng's claim about zombie evolution was simply too bizarre. If such powerful zombies truly existed, humanity would have no chance of survival. Wang Chun swallowed hard. Parched. Is there any water? Dong Baifan instinctively patted his pocket, but quickly shook his head. We left in such a hurry that I forgot to bring any supplies. The others also instinctively checked themselves, only to realize they hadn't even brought weapons. Only Zhou Feng, the round-faced soldier, and Chun-Lei had pistols. We're doomed. The 2 newcomers looked utterly despondent. Could it be that, on their first day out, they would not be able to return? Wang Chun's eyes flickered as he turned to the most approachable round-faced soldier. Bro, now that we have no weapons, you must protect us. Alright. The round-faced soldier looked at the still youthful Wang Chun and nodded seriously. Although he had no confidence in breaking through the zombie horde, he would not allow those he brought to die before him. Chun-Lei tucked the gun into his coat, vigilantly glancing at the others. Having a gun in hand significantly increased their chances of survival. He wouldn't selflessly offer himself like the round-faced soldier. With a leader to rely on, the 2 newcomers gradually calmed down. So what should we do now? Are we really going to wait here to die? Let's call for help from the base. The round-faced soldier took out a satellite phone from his waist and dialed his superiors. Ring ring. No one answered. That's impossible. This is a satellite phone that can make calls from anywhere. Although he rarely saw the captain, every time he called or messaged, she would always respond. The round-faced soldier felt a bit anxious but still forced himself to comfort everyone. Don't worry, I'll try again. But the outcome remained unchanged. He exhaled a breath of frustration, pulled out his contacts, found the rescue team captain's number, and dialed smoothly. Ring ring. No one answered. Still no one answered. The more the round-faced soldier called, the more sweat pooled in his palms, as he wondered if something had happened at the base, which is why no one was answering. Click. Suddenly a sound of lock picking came from the door. Everyone's faces changed, glancing between the door and Zhou Feng. The round-faced soldier's face stiffened, his voice trembling, as he asked Zhou Feng, can zombies really learn to pick locks? Zhou Feng shrugged. Well, I've never seen it. Never seen it means it could exist. After all, Zhou Feng had only encountered 1 mutated zombie, so his knowledge was surely limited. No way. There really are mutated zombies. Dong Baifan exclaimed in despair, turning to Wang Chun. Didn't you say that the mutated zombies were just something Zhou Feng made up to get back at you? Wang Chun broke into a cold sweat, his face drawn. I didn't know if what he said was true. Zombie evolution. Just hearing about it sounds impossible. Which zombie would evolve with hunting instincts or develop defenses like copper walls and iron bastions? But the creature outside that was picking the lock seemed to be a zombie. Is humanity still allowed to live? Chun-Lei's expression darkened as he tightened his grip on the gun. Don't panic. I refuse to believe that mutated zombies are truly impervious to blades and guns. The concept of equality among all beings isn't just a saying. The 2 newcomers huddled behind the round-faced soldier and nudged him. Bro, you have to kill the zombies. I don't want to die. Wang Chun silently pulled Dong Baifan to hide behind the round-faced soldier and Chun-Lei. Although they couldn't completely avoid the zombies, at least they wouldn't be killed immediately. Are you guys tigers? Zhou Feng's lips twitched as he stepped forward to directly open the door. Which zombie would pick a lock? The figure outside was clearly a human. Zhou Feng? Dan Zixiu froze mid-lock pick, and upon seeing Zhou Feng immediately stuffed the wire she was holding into her brother's arms. Haha. She feigned calmness, greeting him with familiarity. What are you doing here? Zhou Feng chuckled, pointing to the round-faced soldier behind him. Came here to explore, but unexpectedly got trapped. Dan Zixiu followed Zhou Feng's finger and saw the round-faced soldier's eyes shining brightly. She raised an eyebrow. Was the phone ringing in the room just now yours? Yes, boss. The round-faced soldier, seeing Danzi Chiu more excited than Zhou Feng, quickly squeezed past him. Boss, are you here to rescue us? Does the base know how many people came? Danzi Chiu shook her head and reached out to the round-faced soldier. First give me the satellite phone. I'll report back to the base. Okay. The round-faced soldier respectfully placed the satellite phone into the woman's hands. Just now Danzi Xia and Danzi Chiu were wandering in the escape room, hoping to find a mutated zombie for research. But as they approached, they heard a phone ringing from the room. The two exchanged glances, realizing that fortune had come knocking. Skillful with clever mechanisms, Danzi Chiu found a wire and was about to pick the lock when the door was suddenly opened from the inside. Now we're all set. After finishing the call, Danzi Chiu sighed in relief. They're prepared, and the base will lose fewer people. The two newcomers were stunned by Danzi Chiu's actions, and after regaining their senses, approached her angrily to question. Why didn't you let them hurry to rescue us? Exactly. What use is it to confirm the existence of mutated zombies if they can't come? Whoa, are we doomed? Danzi Chiu, who usually despised such weepy individuals, instantly grew stern. So many people at the base are facing death. Naturally, the base must come first. Moreover, she pointed to the first floor of the Tongtai Mall. There's a whole layer of supermarkets below. Even if we don't go out, we won't starve in the short term. But the door to the Tongtai Mall is broken. The newcomers timidly retorted, we can't even reach the first floor now, so how can we survive? The door is broken. Shan Zichio was taken aback, looking at the round-faced soldier with a questioning gaze. Yes, boss, the soldier replied gravely. And there are so many zombies outside. They will likely spread to the third floor soon. It's all your fault. Chun Lei glared at Zhou Feng, his expression filled with resentment, wishing he could kill him. If you hadn't recklessly shattered the glass door to come in, we wouldn't be in such a passive situation. Since you knew the zombies could mutate, why didn't you make it clear? If he had known that there were truly mutated zombies, he would never have come to this densely populated zombie area to die. Exactly. Zhou Feng, this is your fault. The other two newcomers, reminded, instantly turned their ire towards Zhou Feng. Why didn't you stop the officer in the car? If we hadn't come today, we wouldn't be trapped here. That's enough. The round-faced soldier's expression darkened, warning the two newcomers, and Chun Lei with a glance. Did Zhou Feng not mention it? It's just that we didn't believe him. Even if we didn't believe him, wouldn't he have stopped us? Ha! Chun Lei showed no fear of the round-faced soldier's warning gaze. Before Zhou Feng could just watch us come here to die, and when we encounter zombies, he can just push us to take the hit. The round-faced soldier sighed helplessly. Let's think about how to find food from the first-floor supermarket instead. What else can we think? The newcomers muttered in discontent. The glass door on the first floor has already been smashed by him. If we go down now, it would be suicide. What are you unhappy about? Shan Zichio, realizing the reason behind the broken glass door, shot them a sharp look. If it weren't for Zhou Feng's quick decisions, would you still be standing here talking? TCH. The newcomer curled his lip. That's a separate issue. Right now we're going to starve to death here. Chun Lei's eyes flickered, turning to Zhou Feng with a cold smile. Everything happening now is caused by you. What face do you have to stay here? Zhou Feng raised an eyebrow while sitting at the table. Then should I leave? You wish. Chun Lei was choked by Zhou Feng's words, clenching his fists and revealing his true intent. Even if you want to leave, you have to leave behind the weapons distributed by the base. He was worried that the weapons in his hands were insufficient. If the round-faced soldier gave the pistol to Wang Chun or Dong Baifan, his chances of survival would greatly increase. Zhou Feng smirked and jumped down from the table. Want weapons? He twirled the gun in front of everyone, and as Chun Lei reached out to snatch it, he took Shan Zikia's hand and handed her the firearm. This thing was of no use against the thousands of zombies they faced. Bullets would eventually run out. Only cold weapons could help him break out. But giving the pistol to the round-faced soldier would ultimately benefit Chun Lei. Zhou Feng preferred to give the weapon to Shan Zichio. Keep the pistol. It's best not to act recklessly today. By evening, this group of zombies will naturally disperse. Evening was when the zombie tide attacked the base in his previous life. As long as they ensured they weren't targeted by mutated zombies during this time, there was a chance of survival. After saying this, he turned to leave. Shan Zichio quickly grasped Zhou Feng's hand, her tone anxious. You want to go out? No, it's too dangerous outside. Here is comparatively dangerous. Zhou Feng felt a twitch in his eyelid as Shan Zichio tugged at him. The more people there were, the more likely they would attract mutated zombies. Staying here would mean being enveloped by zombies. I prefer going outside, he said seriously, as if staying here was a terrifying beast. Shan Zichio listened to Zhou Feng's determined tone and suddenly looked doubtful. Then, should I go with you? Sure. Zhou Feng agreed readily. Shan Zichio was a female resident who met the system standards, and he didn't want her to die here. Chun Lei and Wang Chun's faces changed dramatically, their voices cracking. No way. If you leave, who will protect us? We are residents of the base, you can't leave. I will go with you too. Shan Zixia, seeing her sister being pressured, stood in front of her and said coldly, "Just based on how you forced Zhou Feng earlier, you may not be residents of the base either." This remark frightened a few of them, but they were reluctant to let the three leave so easily. "Letting Zhou Feng go is fine, but you two cannot leave." "Brother." Shan Ziqiu tugged at Shan Zixia's arm and gently shook her head. "It's fine. I'll go out with Zhou Feng to take a look first." With so many people here, even if she left, she would worry about unexpected changes. She knew her brother's earlier words were said in anger. After all, they had been educated to serve the people since childhood. Although this way of dealing with things was no longer suitable now, habits formed over 20 years cannot be changed overnight. Shan Zixia could not withstand his sister's pleading eyes, and could only turn and glare fiercely at Zhou Feng, wondering how he could once be seen as a stable good kid. He was clearly a fox spirit seducing his sister. Although the crowd was unwilling for Zhou Feng to take away a powerful ally, they could do nothing but watch resentfully as Zhou Feng and Shan Ziqiu left. Creak. Until the door was closed. Moving away from the room, Zhou Feng finally let out a sigh of relief. That spine-chilling feeling of being watched had finally disappeared. "Let's find a place to hide first." Shan Ziqiu frowned, looking at the zombies gradually closing and not choosing to shoot immediately. The number of zombies in the entire Tongtai Mall was too vast. As soon as they made a loud noise, they might be surrounded by a swarm of zombies. "All right, charge out." Zhou Feng drew his Tang Hengdao from behind, his eyes sharp, as he took the lead to attack the zombies. Roar. Several zombies charged over with a roar. The Tang Hengdao swiftly sliced through the air, the blade glinting coldly in the sunlight, the invisible blade energy cleaving through the zombies' heads, as if slicing through watermelons. This was Shan Ziqia's first time witnessing Zhou Feng kill zombies, and she couldn't help but widen her eyes in shock. What is this? She couldn't see the blade energy, but she could see Zhou Feng severing the heads of 2 or 3 zombies with just one move. The absurd, unscientific feeling emerged in Shan Ziqia's heart, but now was not the time to think about such things. She watched Zhou Feng plunge into the horde of zombies, raising her pistol, and charging in, the stench growing heavier as more zombies died. Bang, bang, bang. Shan Ziqiu had already tied her long hair into a bun, with a few strands of hair falling on her fair face. Her cold eyes fixed on the zombies behind Zhou Feng, her slender fingers continuously pulling the trigger, annihilating all the zombies that lunged at Zhou Feng from behind. Crack, crack, crack. Behind Shan Ziqiu, a barefooted zombie was silently creeping closer. Zhou Feng's ears twitched, and he suddenly turned his head, his eyes instantly turning cold. "Be careful behind you." Mutated zombie. Zhou Feng frowned slightly, leveraging his feet to leap upward, gripping his knife tightly as he struck down fiercely at the barefooted zombie. The grayish skin splattered sparks under the blade. The mutated zombie roared and stepped back 2 paces, extending its claws to viciously swipe at Zhou Feng. Roar, roar, roar. Zhou Feng's expression changed as he quickly donned his defense. Sizzle. His fitted pants were torn, revealing his strong and fair calf full of power. "Zhou Feng." Dan Ziqiu looked at Zhou Feng's shredded pants, tears welling in her eyes as her voice trembled. "Are you okay?" She understood the attack power of the mutated zombie. Zhou Feng had just neglected to defend himself, and his calf was likely already a bloody mess. "I'm fine." He shook his head calmly, landing lightly, but accidentally stepped on a severed finger and nearly slipped. Was this really being fine? Dan Ziqiu was moved to tears, her furious gaze landing on the mutated zombie. "I will avenge you," she declared through gritted teeth, tossing aside a wave of ordinary zombies and charging towards the mutated one with her dual guns. If Zhou Feng weren't trying to save her, he wouldn't be facing the danger of infection. Ordinary zombie viruses are difficult to control, let alone mutated ones. Zhou Feng will die. This was the only thought that flashed through Dan Ziqiu's mind. Zhou Feng was completely unaware of what she was imagining. He simply detected that this was a mutated zombie, and had rushed to engage, wanting to see how many points he could earn. After all, the last time he killed a baby zombie, it hadn't fully mutated, and he earned points equivalent to those from ordinary zombies. Now that he encountered a true mutated zombie, he couldn't let Dan Ziqiu kill it first. Roar, roar, roar. Seeing that the two did not regard him as a threat, the mutated zombie let out a deafening roar and swiftly attacked Dan Ziqiu, its claws shimmering with dark light in the air. Zhou Feng acted first, thrusting his blade diagonally into the zombie's mouth, piercing through the upper jaw and stirring its brain matter. When the zombie died completely, the system displayed a message. 10 points, so high? Zhou Feng's eyes lit up. With mutated zombies everywhere, wouldn't he quickly gather enough points for a purple tire lottery? Caught in the feast of points, he completely failed to notice Dan Ziqiu's gaze upon him. "Zhou Feng." Dan Ziqiu murmured his name. Previously, her feelings for Zhou Feng were merely superficial, but after he saved her, she suddenly felt that her past feelings were too shallow. "I'll take you out of here." She stepped forward and grasped Zhou Feng's hand, her expression softening. There were too many zombies here. Even if they were machines, they couldn't kill them all. It would be better to find a quiet place to escort Zhou Feng on his final journey. Zhou Feng, bewildered, followed Dan Ziqiu's pull to flee from the area. Bang! The two crashed into a store's warehouse. Dan Ziqiu immediately wanted to pull Zhou Feng's pants down to check his injuries, her long fair fingers brushing against his thigh. What are you doing? Zhou Feng looked down at the oddly behaving Dan Ziqiu, his lips twitching as he remarked, Officer, isn't this harassment? Dan Ziqiu didn't pay attention to Zhou Feng's words, instead bending down to lift his torn pants. Why is there nothing? She exclaimed in shock, having clearly seen the mutated zombies. Claws hit Zhou Feng's leg just moments ago. How could there be not a single wound on him? Zhou Feng awkwardly retracted his leg, sighing as he spoke. I told you I'm not injured. Seeing that he was indeed unscathed, Dan Ziqiu murmured, could it be that I really saw wrong? Though confused, she felt a genuine sigh of relief. It seems there aren't many mutated zombies around right now. Her brows eased as she gained more confidence in their escape. We have hope to break free. There are quite a few mutated zombies. Zhou Feng's gaze seemed to pierce through the walls, landing on a few people in the escape room. It's just that no mutated zombies have come to find us yet. Dan Ziqiu was stunned by Zhou Feng's words. Are you saying that the mutated zombies are all concentrated around my brother, and the others? I didn't expect Zhou Feng to be so cunning, directly handing the gun to the captain. What does it matter if he's smart? Wang Chun scoffed with a smirk. There are so many zombies outside, of bullets will eventually run out. It seems there's no need to think of a way to deal with Zhou Feng today. Chun Lei felt a wave of relief wash over him, his face breaking into a smile. You are quite right. But we can't just stay trapped here, can we? His eyes flickered slightly as he looked at the worried faces of the group. Even if we can endure hunger for a few days, how is that any different from slow suicide? I discussed it with Officer Danzi. The round-faced soldier nodded in agreement. We'd better take advantage of our remaining strength to go out and find some supplies. Go out. The faces of the two newcomers turned pale. No way. It's too dangerous out there. There are zombies everywhere and even unknown mutated ones. Isn't going out just asking for death? No need to go to the supermarket on the first floor. Dan Zixia established the plan. There are many restaurants on this floor, and we should still be able to find food that hasn't spoiled. I just came from outside and the situation on the third floor isn't as dire as imagined. At least I only saw one mutated zombie. Seeing that the two were still hesitant, the round-faced soldier directly handed them the iron rods from the escape room. Iron rods can also be used for defense. Don't think we will bring food back. If you want to survive, you need to take action yourselves. The two newcomers' handed weapons could only tremble and follow behind the others. Dan Zixia cautiously opened the door to look outside and found that most of the zombies had been drawn away by Zhou Feng and Dan Ziqiu, leaving very few outside. This also relieved the two newcomers. It was fortunate they had sent Zhou Feng away in advance, otherwise they wouldn't know how many zombies they would have faced. The ordinary zombies next to the elevator turned to see Dan Zixia, and the others, their eyes suddenly brightening as they roared and lunged at them. Roar, roar, roar. Fresh moving food. The zombies nearby, hearing the roar, slowly gathered towards them. Among the horde, dozens of mutated zombies were quietly hidden. Dan Zixia shot down the first zombie that spoke, urging the group to rush into a nearby spicy hot pot restaurant. Although the power was out, the instant noodles inside should still be intact. Their eyes gleaming, they ran into the kitchen, each grabbing a dozen packets of instant noodles. We got them. Let's go. Chun Lei raised his gun, firing 2 bullets at the zombies, his poor aim only momentarily halting their advance. Roar. Suddenly a mutated zombie leaped out from the horde. Its blackened yellow teeth sank into one of the newcomer's arm, and the newcomer grimaced at the decaying face so close to him. Help me. The round-faced soldier instinctively raised his gun and shot. The bullet landed on the zombie's head with a dull thud. He widened his eyes in shock. Mutated zombie. The mutated zombie was unaffected, still voraciously devouring the flesh and blood of the newcomer. Don't. Get away. At first he could still wail in agony, but as blood drained from his body, his struggles became increasingly sluggish. Let me go, save me. Countless attacks fell upon the mutated zombie but were utterly ineffective. Dan Zixia was sweating profusely with anxiety. He knew the mutated zombie's weakness was inside its body, but now the mutated zombie was completely on top of the newcomer. With the weakness blocked, how could he save the person? The newcomer's despairing eyes slowly lost their color, with boundless regret spreading within his heart. If only I had known. I should have asked about the mutated zombie's weakness before sending Zhou Feng away. If I had prepared in advance, perhaps I wouldn't have to face death. But no matter how regretful one might be, the world offers no foresight. Everyone looked at the mangled, blood-soaked corpse, their hearts filled with dread. Is this the strength of the mutated zombie? What kind of abilities do they possess to survive in this apocalyptic world? The mutated zombie got up from the corpse and aimed its spear at several individuals who were fighting off ordinary zombies. Roar! After Dan Ziqiu killed another ordinary zombie, he finally seized the opportunity to shoot a bullet into the gaping mouth of the mutated zombie. Bang! After earning the expected points, Zhou Feng tucked the still-smoking gun into his lower back. While clearing a path, Dan Ziqiu moved closer to Dan Zixia and the others. Bro, are you okay? Dan Zixia scanned the two and seeing that neither was injured felt relieved. He replied loudly, "Don't worry, I'm fine." Although Chun Lei wanted nothing more than to kill Zhou Feng, he let out a sigh of relief. "Zhou Feng, quickly tell us the weakness of the mutated zombie." He observed clearly that Zhou Feng had taken down the mutated zombie with a single shot, indicating that what seemed invincible actually had a distinct weakness. Zhou Feng ignored Chun Lei's lofty inquiry. Dan Zixia curiously countered, "You all don't know." Since he had learned that Zhou Feng had revealed the mutation of the zombies, he assumed these people already knew about the mutated zombie's weakness and had not reminded them. However, it appeared that this group was unaware. A trace of regret flashed through Dan Zixia's mind. Fortunately, too many lives had not been lost due to this information gap. The surface of the mutated zombie is like reinforced steel, yet its interior remains equally vulnerable. "I see now." Everyone suddenly understood. No wonder Zhou Feng could kill the mutated zombie with one shot. It turned out to be for this reason. Dan Zixia raised his voice to ask Zhou Feng the question that troubled him the most. "Then what should we do if the mutated zombie's mouth is obstructed? How can we save the person? If you don't mind getting dirty, you might also consider going the lower route." Zhou Feng replied carelessly, completely ignoring Dan Zixia's expression, which looked as if he had eaten a dead rat. Eft. Holding the Tangheng Dao, he descended upon the zombies like a god of death. Points 10 points 1 points 1010. The mutated zombies had nowhere to hide in Zhou Feng's eyes. He acted as if he had hacked the game, specifically targeting the invulnerable mutated zombies to pierce their throats. Seeing the number of surrounding zombies dwindle, everyone felt a surge of excitement. As long as they returned to the safe room with their instant noodles in hand, they could hold out for a week while waiting for the base to rescue them. Roar! Downstairs, countless zombies sensed the dwindling mutated zombies in the shopping mall gradually beginning to riot. The chaotic noise mixed with the zombies' roars closing in on this building. As the zombies on the third floor gradually thinned out, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Dan Zixia protected the group as they retreated from the horde, quietly speaking to Zhou Feng and Dan Zixiu. "Let's go back quickly." "Okay." Zhou Feng nodded, wiping the blood-soaked Tangheng Dao with his dirty elbow, following Dan Zixia while fighting their way back. Chun Lei tightened his grip on the gun, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. After much effort to drive Zhou Feng out of the group, he never expected the other party to return. Taking advantage of everyone's attention on the zombies, he quietly raised his gun and shot a bullet at Zhou Feng. Bang! The sound of the gunshot was not prominent amidst the fierce battle with the zombies. The bullet cut through the air, heading straight for Zhou Feng's head. Zhou Feng suddenly felt a chill run down his back and instinctively activated the single-person defense of the shelter. Ding! The bullet grazed the corner of his eye, coincidentally blowing the head off an ordinary zombie. His gaze sharpened as he followed the trajectory of the bullet, locking eyes with Chun Lei's incredulous expression. Chun Lei was stunned, murmuring, "How is this possible? What kind of monster was this? How could even bullets not kill it?" "Heh!" Zhou Feng snorted with laughter, retaliating with a bullet of his own. The bullet shot straight towards Chun Lei's forehead. Dan Zixia stood right beside Chun Lei. Zhou Feng raised his hand to shoot in this direction, and his pupils constricting quickly pulled the dazed Chun Lei out of harm's way. Eft! The bullet embedded itself in Chun Lei's shoulder. "Ah!" He suddenly clutched his arm in pain, twisting his face as he screamed at Zhou Feng. "Officer Dan, Zhou Feng actually attacked me. Get him out of the base." "Huh!" Dan Zixia let out a long sigh of relief. At least he wasn't dead. Why was it that while trying to kill a zombie, a teammate suddenly turned against him? Could there be some misunderstanding? Dan Zixia frowned at Chun Lei. "What if Zhou Feng accidentally shot you while killing a zombie?" He had just seen Zhou Feng's gun facing Chun Lei's direction and had not noticed the murderous intent in Zhou Feng's eyes. Given Zhou Feng's personality, he certainly wouldn't pick a fight without reason. Perhaps it was just a slip of the hand. Misunderstanding. Slip of the hand. Chun Lei raised his uninjured arm, pointing at Zhou Feng's posture of aiming the gun at him. This can't possibly be a misunderstanding. Following Chun Lei's finger, Dan Zixia saw Zhou Feng's unabashed action, his face filled with shock as he gulped nervously. "Is that not the case? Brother, you're making it hard for me to find an excuse. It's not a misunderstanding." Bang! Zhou Feng smiled, slyly crippling Chun Lei's other hand in front of everyone. "If you want to kill me, make sure I don't find out. Look, now you're suffering, aren't you?" "You!" Chun Lei gritted his teeth, just about to accuse Zhou Feng of slandering him. The group suddenly heard footsteps coming from the stairs. Tat, tat, tat. The newcomer's expression changed, frantically shouting to everyone, "Zombies! The zombies are coming again!" Zhou Feng tightened his grip on the Tangheng Dao. "This is bad. It's a zombie riot. A zombie riot is not something humans can handle. It's best to hide until the wave subsides." He grabbed Dan Zixia's hand and gave her a knowing look. "Follow me. Bro, hurry up and come over here." Dan Zixiu first shouted at Dan Zixia, then followed Zhou Feng as they rushed to the area with the least density of zombies. "They're coming." Bang! Dan Zixia turned around to kill 2 extremely fast zombies, but it was too late to catch up with his sister. The horde of zombies scattered the group. He could only protect the remaining Chun Lei Wang Chun and Dong Baifan as they sought a hiding place. Here, Zhou Feng swiftly severed the neck of the blocking zombie, with a single slash leading Dan Ziqiu into a safe passage. The two moved quietly, avoiding attracting the attention of the zombies outside. Since the safe passage was generally in a closed state, there weren't many zombies in the corridor, and they suddenly encountered a seductive female zombie in front of them. Without a second thought, Zhou Feng plunged Tang Hengdao into her. Puff! A swift strike to the throat. He eliminated her chance to make strange sounds that could attract other zombies. The two arrived on the first floor, cautiously opening a crack in the door, revealing a horde of zombies pouring into the mall. We have to break through. Zhou Feng frowned and turned to Dan Ziqiu, saying, if you're worried about your brother, you can stay here and look for him to regroup. He still needed to return to the temporary base quickly to rescue Yang Ninger and Su Ji. I believe he won't die so easily. Dan Ziqiu sighed, looking at Zhou Feng seriously as she spoke. Compared to facing it with him, he would prefer me to go back and rescue the survivors and leaders. Zhou Feng nodded, handing over all his remaining bullets to Dan Ziqiu. He then wiped the grime off Tang Hengdao. With everything ready, the two suddenly pulled open the big door of the safe passage and rushed outside. Dan Ziqiu held her gun, bullets pouring out. Zhou Feng did not hide his use of the ability Distance 3, clearing all the zombies within 4 meters of the two without leaving a single one behind. Dan Ziqiu's pupils trembled in shock, desperately suppressing her impulse to ask. Everyone has their secrets. Since Zhou Feng was willing to expose such an unscientific matter in front of her, it indicated that he trusted her. She pressed her red lips together, determined not to let Zhou Feng's trust down. Suddenly Dan Ziqiu's eyes brightened as she looked outside the door, excitedly pointing at a nearby off-road vehicle. My car is over there. With a target in sight, their speed in killing zombies increased. The two grew increasingly coordinated until they swiftly climbed onto the off-road vehicle. Dan Ziqiu naturally took the driver's seat, stepping on the gas with her woven sandals, speeding away with Zhou Feng. In a room upstairs, Dan Zixia, who had been observing the situation downstairs, let out a sigh of relief. As long as they could escape, there was hope for survival once they returned to the base. With the zombie riot here, the base should be in a similar situation. Zhou Feng sat in the passenger seat, pulling a sniper rifle from under Dan Ziqiu's snow-white legs, setting it up. So we need to hurry, perhaps we can save those who are obedient. When he mentioned the obedient ones, he referred to those who didn't go to work today. Just like the twin sisters and their grandmother he had reminded yesterday, they might have a chance to survive if they listened well. Clack bang. Clack bang. Although Zhou Feng spoke casually, the bullets in his hand ruthlessly pierced the heads of the fastest-moving mutated zombies. He glanced at the system notification that popped up, rejecting the lottery exchange, and instead using all 1,000 points to enhance the green ability Corrupted Brain Resonance. The ordinary zombies he had previously controlled had already been dispatched to build the base in Mo Bay City. After upgrading the green ability, the number of zombies he could control greatly increased. From originally being able to control only 100 ordinary zombies, he could now control 500 ordinary zombies and 100 mutated zombies. Zhou Feng exhaled deeply, a glimmer of ease flashing in his eyes. He put down the sniper rifle in his hand, leaning back in the passenger seat to empty his mind. His consciousness suddenly filled with countless red zombie markers behind the car. He could still control 403 ordinary zombies and 100 mutated zombies. Zhou Feng directly used his spiritual power to change all the red markers closest to him in his mind to green. In the next second, the hundreds of zombies behind the car suddenly collapsed. Dan Ziqiu's gaze inadvertently fell on the rearview mirror, and seeing this unscientific scene, she was left dumbfounded with wide-open eyes. What is happening? Why did that group of zombies start fighting among themselves? The system's broadcast echoed endlessly, and the points gained from the zombies controlled killing other zombies were all credited to Zhou Feng. It's not this. Dan Ziqiu looked at Zhou Feng with a strange expression. Don't you think something is off? I saw it. Zhou Feng skillfully employed his tactic of deception. Perhaps a mutated zombie's wife was stolen. Dan Ziqiu twitched her lips, gritting her teeth as she nodded. That does make some sense. Could you be any more dismissive in your storytelling? At first she didn't think this matter was related to Zhou Feng, although the internal conflict of zombies and the knife energy were somewhat confusing. The emergence of the knife energy was clearly the more unscientific aspect. In contrast, the internal conflict among the zombies might be attributed to group factors. But judging by Zhou Feng's nonchalant demeanor, she was certain this matter was indeed related to Zhou Feng. With the zombies no longer pursuing and obstructing them, the two quickly arrived in front of the temporary base. However, before they could get out of the car, they heard the screams and wails coming from inside. Dan Ziqiu's hand that was about to open the door froze, driving the car directly into the base. They were met with a scene of bloody carnage. Countless zombies from unknown origins were viciously tearing at the survivors within the base. Soldiers were frantically shooting their guns but could only kill ordinary zombies. Son, my son. Don't come over. Save us. Run quickly. Find a place to hide. Danzi Cho gritted her teeth, raising her handgun to shoot outside. She couldn't even get out of the car. Damn it, why are there so many zombies in the base? Zhou Feng also set up his sniper rifle bullets, rapidly flying into the mouths of the mutated zombies. All the zombies in the city are coming here. He spoke, directly clarifying for Danzi Cho. The human population in the base is simply too large, naturally attracting zombies. Normally regular cleaning would prevent zombie hordes, but... Danzi Cho interjected. But mutated zombies have appeared, and these ordinary zombies have received commands, which is why the base is surrounded by countless zombies. We can't save everyone. Zhou Feng said bluntly, looking at Danzi Cho. I want to save those I wish to save. There are more zombies outside than in the Tongtai Mall. Trying to go down and find another vehicle is simply impossible. Then let's go together. Danzi Cho winked at Zhou Feng, starting the vehicle towards the direction of their residence. In any case, we shouldn't be apart now. The zombies that occasionally appeared on the road were all dealt with by Zhou Feng with a single shot. But when the two passed by Xiao Lang's house, Zhou Feng immediately spotted the twin Lolis, hanging precariously at the window, and beneath their dangling feet, several zombies were snarling, trying to climb up. Wait! Zhou Feng suddenly called for Danzi Cho to stop. Danzi Cho suddenly slammed on the brakes, following Zhou Feng's gaze in surprise. She looked at the twins with a hint of sympathy, but disagreed with Zhou Feng getting out of the car. There are too many zombies here. If we're surrounded, we won't be able to escape. These are Xiao Lang's two children. Zhou Feng opened the car door, promising, Don't worry, I will handle it. He was not arrogant. Rather, he had enough resources in his blue items to defend and attack, giving him leverage to escape even when surrounded. Hearing Zhou Feng mention Xiao Lang, Danzi Cho suddenly remembered that he was a team member of hers who had already sacrificed his life. You must return safely. She released Zhou Feng's hand, choosing to trust his decision. Grandma! Don't go, Grandma! The two little girls clung to the balcony, tears in their eyes, as they watched the elderly woman rush out of the kitchen. Grandma Xiao wielded a kitchen knife and slashed fiercely at the zombie, her voice hoarse and rough. Get out of my house. You two stay hidden. Just a moment ago, one of Grandma Xiao's old classmates had come to comfort her, bringing a bag of instant noodles after hearing about Xiao Lang's death. While chatting, she either envied the Xiao family's house or looked greedily at the food in the kitchen. Don't be fooled by her. Xiao Yi secretly rolled her eyes and quietly tugged at Xiao Lianlian's sleeve, whispering, She's just here to take advantage of us because we don't have a dad. Ah! Xiao Lianlian, who had been busy serving guests, suddenly realized after her sister's remark. She anxiously glanced at the food in the kitchen and asked, What should we do? Xiao Yi bit her lip, revealing a conflicted expression. Although she was more mature than her sister, she didn't know how to face a malicious elder, and could only think of a way to distract Grandma. If Grandma gets busy, this person shouldn't stay in the house, right? Grandma, we feel unwell. A little hungry. Grandma Xiao suddenly remembered mealtime and called her old classmate to stay for a meal. I'll go make dinner now. The old classmate smirked with a strange smile, her voice hoarse and unpleasant. Alright then, I'll just mooch off you. After watching Grandma Xiao enter the kitchen, the malice in her gaze towards the twins was no longer concealed. Little girl, since your father is gone, you probably won't survive in this apocalypse, will you? We don't understand what you mean. Xiao Yi immediately became alert, pulling her sister back 2 steps. The old classmate's murky eyes looked toward Grandma Xiao in the kitchen, feeling increasingly dizzy. Once you're all dead, my old bones will have fulfilled their purpose. My son has so many supplies, that's great. The base is too dangerous, and she must think of a way out for her son. With the food from this family, Guangzhong can survive for a long time in the apocalypse. Ha ha! The wrinkled old woman gasped grotesquely, rapidly transforming into a zombie. Xiao Lianlian screamed and grabbed Xiao Yi, running toward the balcony, not even having time to close the glass door. Quick, sister, climb outside. In a life-or-death moment, she took up her responsibility as the older sister for the first time. Woo-woo, I'll pull you up. Xiao Yi's eyes brimmed with tears as she desperately pulled Xiao Lianlian out onto the balcony, but unexpectedly her footing slipped, and the two nearly fell from the 4th floor. This was the scene Zhou Feng had seen at the beginning. Oh no! Suddenly Xiao Yi remembered Grandma still in the kitchen, and struggled to shout into the living room, Grandma, don't come out. The tender, familiar voice echoed throughout the living room. Grandma Xiao's heart trembled as she opened a crack in the kitchen door, seeing her 2 granddaughters hanging on the windowsill, their delicate figures swaying precariously. The zombie that had transformed from her old classmate was closing in, reaching out a large hand to claw at her granddaughter. Her murky eyes widened suddenly as she turned and grabbed a kitchen knife, lunging out. Get out of my house! Roar! The zombie staggered back from the slash, its grayish-blue eyes only able to see the food in front of it. It opened its foul mouth and bit down fiercely. The sound of sticky chewing and swallowing echoed as Grandma Xiao's eyes filled with blood, and she desperately opened her mouth yet dared not cry out in pain, only continuously hacking at the zombie's neck with the kitchen knife. She was scared that if she cried out in pain, her granddaughter would recklessly climb up to save her. Bang! The door to the room was kicked open forcefully. Zhou Feng entered to see Grandma Feng covered in blood, and the twins on the verge of falling from the balcony. He swung his Tanghung knife, skillfully decapitating the zombie, quickening his steps to the balcony, and pulling the two girls back from the brink of death. Whoa, Grandma! Xiao Lianlian and Xiao Yi rolled and crawled to Grandma Xiao's side, crying loudly, while hugging their only remaining elder. Grandma, don't leave us. It's all my fault. Tears streamed down Xiao Yi's face as she said, if only I hadn't called for Grandma. Her heart was filled with self-blame, taking all the responsibility for Grandma's death upon herself. Silly child. Grandma Xiao looked kindly at her two granddaughters. This isn't your fault. If anyone is to blame, it's me for not listening to Xiao Zhou and locking the door tight. Don't be sad. It will just be hard for you in the future. Her voice grew weaker and her body felt hot. Xiao Zhou, can you take them to a safe place? I beg you, old woman. Zhou Feng paused for a moment and nodded. Don't worry, I promised Xiao Lang I would save them once. A good person goes all the way and his shelter could accommodate more people. Good. You must listen to Brother Zhou and not be a nuisance. Upon hearing this, Grandma Xiao truly relaxed. Cough. Kill me, I don't want to become a zombie. No. The two little girls cried out sharply, reaching out to stop him, but their movements were slower than Zhou Feng's. No, Grandma. Grandma, I'm scared. Xiao Lianlian clung tightly to Grandma Xiao's corpse, sobbing. I haven't had enough time to talk to you. Don't leave us. Zhou Feng had no time to wait for the two to regain their composure. He glanced at the off-road vehicle below, which was about to be overwhelmed by zombies. We need to go. The two little girls looked up, their wet eyes filled with fear as they stared at Zhou Feng. Seeing their reluctance, Zhou Feng frowned, contemplating whether to load a corpse for the journey, as he was truly not good at comforting children. What if they encountered zombies along the way that were difficult to deal with? He could throw the corpse to obstruct the zombies' advance. Xiao Yi suddenly felt a chill all over, sensing that if she didn't let go something she didn't want to see would happen. Sister, we should listen to Grandma. Xiao Yi suddenly felt a chill run through her body, sensing that if she didn't let go something she dreaded would occur. Sister, we must listen to Grandmother. We can leave now. The two little girls with reddened eyes and noses timidly clutched at Zhou Feng's sleeve. Zhou Feng effortlessly scooped up one girl in each arm, opened the door and headed downstairs. Brother. Xiao Yi's face flushed crimson as she tried to refuse him. 13, not a child anymore. I don't need to be carried. Though she stood nearly 5 feet tall, Zhou Feng lifted her with ease. You're right. Zhou Feng paused, realizing this wasn't quite appropriate. So he shifted his grip, hoisting them by their bottoms and flipping them over his shoulders in one smooth motion. Both girls were stunned. Pressed against Zhou Feng's shoulder blades, their stomachs churned. Had they eaten, they would surely have vomited by now. Hey, Xiao Lianlian grumbled, weakly pounding Zhou Feng's narrow waist as she fought back nausea. Can't we walk on our own? Zhou Feng ignored her mild protest, calling up the system panel to release the zombies he had subdued outside the base. He then applied the blue attribute to the zombie horde downstairs, instantly turning every zombie in the building into his new thralls. Points 10. The three of them reached the first floor. A zombie staggered out from behind Zhou Feng. The two little girls widened their eyes in terror and let out an instinctive scream. A zombie. Seeing Zhou Feng's lack of reaction, Xiao Lianlian and Xiao Yi thought he hadn't noticed. They wrapped their arms around his neck and shook him vigorously. There's a zombie, Brother Zhou. All right, I know. Zhou Feng responded with a hint of exasperation, yet showed no intention of killing the zombie. This left the two girls utterly bewildered. What was he planning? Could it be that having them as burdens had driven him to despair, and he intended to drag them all to their deaths? Xiao Lianlian trembled, biting her hair in silence, terrified that Zhou Feng might, in a fit of pique, toss them into the midst of the zombies. But the next scene left them completely dumbfounded. Several zombies downstairs shuffled past the trio, as if they were invisible, moving with a lifeless gait. Their cherry-like lips parted slightly, and even the discomfort in their stomachs was forgotten. Xiao Yi even mustered the courage to wave her hand before a passing zombie's eyes, but it paid her no heed. It really seemed they couldn't see them. Her eyes lit up with curiosity, but before she could test further, Zhou Feng smacked her round bottom. Yeah. Xiao Yi's eyes widened as she covered her bottom with one hand. What are you doing? Zhou Feng glanced at the zombie, which still dared not move despite the disturbance, and said coldly, behave yourself. Don't go provoking zombies recklessly. Right now, with him by her side, no zombie would attack. But if she were ever alone and foolishly provoked them, it would spell trouble. Xiao Yi shrank back, guiltily murmuring a subdued response. Oh, I understand. Shan Ziqiu had initially been fighting off the surging zombie horde with all her might, but before long her car seemed to turn invisible, ignored by the zombies. Was this? She raised an eyebrow slightly, her mind instantly flashing back to Zhou Feng's many inexplicable actions. Could this be his doing again? Zhou Feng's abilities seemed unstoppable in this apocalypse. If she could cling to his coattails, she might find her brother and a way to end the catastrophe. At this thought Sean Zikia's eyes sparkled. That settled then. But? She glanced uncertainly at the rearview mirror, touching her still noble and beautiful face. Would Zhou Feng mind that I'm older than him? What are you muttering about? The car's rear door opened and two petite, adorable girls were tossed inside. Zhou Feng tilted his head slightly to look at Shan Ziqiu. He genuinely hadn't caught her words, only his name piquing his curiosity. Nothing. Get in quickly. Shan Ziqia's long lashes drooped, concealing the shyness in her eyes. Aren't you going to pick up your two little girlfriends? Let's go. Zhou Feng closed the rear door and returned to the passenger seat. Since she didn't want to talk, he didn't need to pry. Shan Ziqiu started the car heading straight for the building where the two girls lived. Zombies on the way were either dealt with by Zhou Feng or sent flying by her driving skills. Screech. Shan Ziqiu slammed the brakes in front of the building, ready to go up with Zhou Feng. Her room still held weapons and food that shouldn't be wasted on ignorant zombies. After all, such resources were the scarcest in the apocalypse. The two little girls hesitated about getting out when Zhou Feng's voice came from outside. Stay put inside and don't make a sound. Xiao Lianlian and Xiao Yi covered their mouths and nodded obediently. Zhou Feng and the other woman reached the second floor with few zombies in sight, saving him the trouble of reapplying the blue attribute. Shan Ziqiu opened her door and said softly, "I'll pack up first, then wait for you downstairs." Alright. Zhou Feng pushed the door open to find Yang Ninger and Su Zi waiting anxiously in the living room. Yang Ninger's eyes lit up at the sight of him and she leaped into his arms. You're safe, thank goodness. We were so worried. Su Zi breathed a sigh of relief, astonished at how quickly the mutant zombies had breached the base. I'm glad you made it back safely. Yang Ninger looked at Zhou Feng with dependence. Are we leaving the city today? The two knew that Zhou Feng's chosen refuge was the neighboring Mabe city, and they couldn't help but worry knowing nothing of the conditions outside. They had no safe shelter there either, and they couldn't fathom why Zhou Feng was so set on going to another city. Yeah. Zhou Feng nodded. Hurry and pack or we'll run out of time. He had reminded them in advance, so they packed quickly. When they left, the adjacent room was already empty. Zhou Feng glanced down through the hallway window. Shan Ziqiu was waiting in the driver's seat. Let's go. The residential building had few zombies, so the trio got into the car without much trouble. They'll head to the parking lot first. Zhou Feng closed the passenger door, his peripheral vision catching a glimpse of the four people cramped in the back seat. The car was loaded with weapons and couldn't hold many more. Besides, his supplies were still in the sports car. It would be a waste to abandon them. Shan Ziqiu nodded, turned the wheel, and drove toward the parking lot near the base's entrance. Click, 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 click. A shifty-eyed man drenched in sweat crouched by a car, fiddling with a wire in the lock. A fat man clutching a machete cautiously peered around for nearby zombies. Hey, can you do this or not? Should we just pick another car to steal? No way. A glint of sharpness flashed in the man's eyes as he recalled seeing someone casually placing over 100 pounds of supplies onto this vehicle last night. What do you know? The things inside are enough for us to eat and drink without worry for half a year. He had initially decided to abandon his old ways of stealing, but who could predict the unexpected turn of events? The base had fallen. The chance to survive was right before him. How could he be willing to give it up? Sweat beaded on the man's forehead as he muttered almost. I'm about to pry it open. At that moment, the sound of a car approaching echoed from outside the parking lot. Several zombies were attracted by the noise, and a few standing at the innermost part of the parking lot staggered towards the two. Both of them broke into a cold sweat, exchanging anxious glances. What's going on? Hurry up, let's get in the car first. As Zhou Feng entered the parking lot, he saw two small thieves crouching beside his car. He raised his hand to signal Dan Ziqiu to park, then directed a few zombies towards the small thieves. Isn't that our car? Yang Ninger leaned forward, her brows furrowed, as she exclaimed, they are stealing our car. Su Zi's voice was gentle, but her words sent chills down one's spine. Knowing that we have something in our car, it's better to eliminate them. Dan Ziqiu looked at Zhou Feng, her smile bright. Zhou Feng, do you want your sister to help you catch them? Humph. Yang Ninger pouted and sat back down. Zhou Feng didn't need that. No need. Zhou Feng's response made her expression instantly brighten. If it weren't for the children, she might have claimed her territory with a kiss. The little thieves will soon pay the price. He leaned casually against the seat, twirling a handgun that had no safety on. Dan Ziqiu observed thoughtfully the zombies behind the small thieves, then glanced at the calm Zhou Feng. Indeed, he was using that scientifically impossible ability again. Roar, hurry up. The hefty man gripped his machete tightly, standing behind the man prying the lock. I can't hold them off for long. Bang. He swung the knife wildly, and surprisingly 4 or 5 zombies couldn't break through the defense. Zhou Feng clicked his tongue as a zombie suddenly lunged at the hefty man's machete, the blade wedged deep within the zombie's bones. Damn it! The hefty man's eyes widened in shock, using all his strength to pull the machete out, but failing. The man prying the lock knew he couldn't delay any longer. Without even pulling out the wire, he stood up to rush out with the hefty man. However, as he turned around, He saw a rotten, stinking human face pressed up against him, and he screamed in terror. "Oh, run!" The hefty man wanted to run too, but he was unarmed. The two stood back to back, desperately resisting the numerous zombies before them. Roar! Their figures were quickly engulfed by the zombies. The hefty man's belly was ripped open, and his pink intestines spilled out. No. Despair flickered in his unwilling eyes as he cried out, "I don't want to die." The man prying the lock noticed the movement behind him and suddenly trembled, but he dared not look back. He could only swing the machete with all his might, but how could human strength withstand zombies? Get lost. Get away. The man's limbs gradually grew weak and his grip on the machete became feeble. A zombie seized the opportunity to attack from behind, sinking its teeth into the man's shoulder. The machete in his hand clattered to the ground as he cried out in pain, "Ugh." In an instant several zombies seized the opportunity to pounce on the still warm flesh of the two, tearing into it ravenously. Zhou Feng opened the car door and walked down with the two women. "We're going to that car. Oh, thank you for taking care of the two children." The blue sports car was filled with supplies and it couldn't fit in another person. Xiaoyi and Xiaolian leaned against each other holding hands and sweetly said to Zhou Feng, "You go ahead of my sister, and I will be very obedient. Be careful." Yang Ninger nervously tugged at Zhou Feng's shirt. The bloody scene just now had truly frightened her. But when Yang Ninger and Su Zi followed Zhou Feng over, the zombies that had been gnawing and feeding suddenly shifted their focus. What is going on? The two women gaped in disbelief. Do zombies stop biting people when they are full now? Zhou Feng tapped their little heads, interrupting their wild thoughts. These zombies are under my control now. Facing the already completely captivated Yang Ninger and the near completely devoted Su Zi, Zhou Feng didn't mind revealing some of his strength for them to understand. Yang Ninger abruptly turned to Zhou Feng, her big eyes filled with disbelief. Su Zi's heart raced as she suddenly recalled the densely packed zombies at the supermarket entrance of that community, not long ago, where a portion of the zombies had turned on each other and left. Could it also be Zhou Feng's doing? But could a human have the ability to control zombies? Is that even possible? Yet, if it were Zhou Feng, it wouldn't be too hard to believe. Yang Ninger couldn't help but picture Zhou Feng using his blade aura to slay zombies. She leaned close to him and softly asked, "Are you still human?" She believed that these zombies were controlled by Zhou Feng, but she already thought Zhou Feng wasn't part of the human species. Zhou Feng's lips twitched as he helplessly replied, "If I'm not human, does that make me a zombie?" Oh, Yang Ninger instinctively glanced between Zhou Feng's legs. Zombies could work too. After all, zombies controlling zombies didn't sound absurd at all. She followed Zhou Feng into the car step by step, finally steeling herself to ask Zhou Feng, "Do we have reproductive isolation? Nerves?" Zhou Feng was completely amused. He gritted his teeth and replied, "Why don't you try and see?" Brother Xia, save me." Chun Lei's arms were already incapacitated. He trembled like a startled bird hiding behind Danzi Xia at the slightest sound. Just moments ago, a group of zombies went berserk for some unknown reason. Regardless of others, they charged at the unarmed Dong Baifan. Everyone couldn't save him in time, and could only watch as Dong Baifan was devoured by the zombies. His bones were left cleanly picked without a trace of flesh. Wang Chun desperately shot at the nearby zombies, trying to rush over to save Dong Baifan. "Hang in there, I'll be there soon. It hurts." Dong Baifan's face contorted in pain as he took his last breath. Wang Chun was on the verge of collapse. He had known Dong Baifan, his best friend, since high school, and had long since regarded him as family during this apocalyptic survival. He couldn't save his tall companions, and now he couldn't save Dong Baifan, who was dying before him. Was this the retribution for killing Zhou Feng's partner, causing his partner and friend to also die in the jaws of zombies? Wang Chun was dragged to the car by Danzi Xia, feeling dead inside as they arrived at the base, which had also caught fire and fallen. Chun Lei hoarsely spoke, "Brother Xia, where are we going?" Danzi Xia rarely fell into confusion driving, while his mind was filled with thoughts of where his sister had gone. Suddenly the radio in the car crackled to life. "ZZZZ. ZZZZ. Welcome to the private base in Mo Bay City. ZZZZ. Base leader Channing Tian will lead everyone to the end of the apocalypse." Lin Qianyao, with her hair in disarray, leaned against the bus window laughing maniacally. "Ha ha ha, it's on fire." Over 200 people had escaped from the base, and she was certain that neither Zhou Feng nor Chun Lei was among them. The fate of the two was obvious. They would either become zombies or be burnt to death. Truly evil begets evil. Excitement glimmered in Lin Qianyao's eyes. During this time, her life had been worse than death. In order to eat her fill every day, she woke up surrounded by various unfamiliar men. If it weren't for Zhou Feng and Chun Lei abandoning her, how could she endure such a life in the apocalypse? Now that she knew the fate of the two, she was nearly jumping up in joy. On the noisy bus, a soldier in the front row leaned closer to the intercom to hear the voice coming from the other end. "Attention, all survivors, the destination has now changed to Mo Bay City. Attention, all survivors, the destination has now changed to Mo Bay City." The phrase was repeated 3 times, and those who heard it began to huddle together whispering, What's going on? Why are we going to Mo Bay City? Isn't it better to stay in Lin City? It's at least a day's drive to Mo Bay. Why are we heading there? Cough, cough. The soldier in the front suddenly stood up and explained to everyone, currently the military power in our city is severely lacking and cannot protect everyone, so we are temporarily relocating to a private base in Mo Bay City. I see. The crowd suddenly understood, and those who had just voiced their objections went silent. After all, it was for the safety of the survivors, which was understandable. Time passed from sunset to dawn. Zhou Feng and Dan Ziqiu moved swiftly, successfully navigating through the official roadblock. After driving for a while, screech! Zhou Feng suddenly hit the brakes and rolling down the window helplessly called out to Dan Ziqiu. The overpass ahead has collapsed, let's take another route. Dan Ziqiu glanced at the bridge and adeptly followed Zhou Feng in turning the vehicle around. However, the newly chosen path was not smooth either. Several cars were crookedly blocking the road, covered in dust that had settled for who knows how long. What's going on? Dan Ziqiu murmured, nimbly climbing onto the roof of the car. As she gazed into the distance, she discovered that dozens of cars were haphazardly blocking the road ahead. She jumped down from the roof and relayed what she had seen to Zhou Feng. We can't get through. Let's find another route. No rush. Zhou Feng observed the faint dark circles under Dan Ziqiu's eyes and the fatigue within them. You're tired? Let's find a place to rest for a while. All right. Dan Ziqiu covered her red lips and yawned lazily, speaking like a spoiled child. It seems there's a village nearby. Let's find a clean room to take a nap. The summer heat seemed to melt people away, and no one wanted to rest in the vehicle at such a time. Zhou Feng parked the car at the village entrance, and only then did they get out with Yang Ninger and the twins. Everyone else had rested on the bus and looked particularly refreshed. Zhou Feng, here you go. Yang Ninger handed Zhou Feng a bottle of nutritional supplement, her eyes flashing with concern. On this journey you should teach me how to drive. Switching drivers is better than having Zhou Feng suffer alone. Sure. That sounds great. Just as Zhou Feng agreed, Dan Ziqiu spoke softly. I can handle it alone, no problem. Yang Ninger was stunned, forgetting that there was such a rival sister beside her. Su Ji's smile was nearly overflowing. Sister Dan, how about I drive your car this afternoon? Just kidding. Dan Ziqiu chuckled. We'll be there in about 4 hours. I can still manage. Zhou Feng, however, thoughtfully looked at the two little girls and even stretched his hand to measure their height. Not bad, just right. His deep black eyes sparkled with fragments of laughter as he gently gazed at Dan Ziqiu. In the future, they can start learning to drive too. Dan Ziqiu was momentarily dazzled by his beauty, turned her head to cough lightly, her ears slightly flushed. Let's find a place to rest. The 6 of them entered the village, shaded by green trees, when the zombies, alerted by the noise, staggered out. Zhou Feng remembered what he had said before about letting the 2 girls learn to kill zombies, so he stopped Dan Ziqiu, who was eager to take action, and looked at the 2. Take this. He placed a gun in their hands and then crossed his arms, stepping back. Yang Ninger glanced at the heavy handgun shoved into her hand, then looked at the shaky, elderly zombie. Wait, are you serious? Zhou Feng looked at Yang Ninger's incredulous expression, showing no signs of pity. I told you if you don't kill, you'll die. I can do it. Yang Ninger gritted her teeth and suddenly raised the gun to aim at the zombie, pulling the trigger under the gaze of the others. Bang! The bullet, imperceptible to the naked eye, shot into the zombie's head. In the next second, a flower-like explosion erupted just below the center of the zombie's forehead. Zhou Feng looked at Yang Ninger with a strange expression, then turned to Su Ji. You too. He hadn't expected that a foolish beauty like Yang Ninger could have such accuracy on her first shot. Su Ji bit her red lip and raised her gun to aim at the zombie's head. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive shots caused the zombie's brain to splatter out. Not bad. Hearing Zhou Feng's praise, both of them couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Of course, Yang Ninger hurriedly returned the gun to Zhou Feng, but didn't forget to tilt her chin proudly like a triumphant kitten. Don't you see who I am? It's just killing zombies. Zhou Feng chuckled softly and continued forward. Let's go. The group arrived at a house that had a door and windows looking fairly decent. Just as they were about to pry the door open, they heard a creaking sound and the door swung open by itself. Who is it? An elderly woman in her 60s saw the crowd and took 2 steps back in shock, her voice trembling. I don't have any food. Hurry and leave. Grandma. Dan Ziqiu stepped forward soothingly. We just want to find a place to rest. Since you are at home, we won't disturb you. The old woman squinted her cloudy eyes, and after seeing that most of the group were women, she sighed in relief and shyly smiled at Dan Ziqiu. I'm here alone and afraid that you're bad people. Luckily, I have rooms. If you don't mind, come in and rest. Saying this, she reached out her rough hand to grip Dan Ziqiu's arm, pulling her toward the house. Zhou Feng stood still, scrutinizing the old woman before him. She had a faint yet unsettling stench of decay, suggesting she had been in close contact with zombies. Whether from killing zombies or other reasons, it showed one thing. No good deed goes unpunished. He murmured softly at the door. Not a friend, then a thief. Come in quickly. The old woman stood at the door pulling Danzi Cho smiling and waving to Zhou Feng and the others. I just stir-fried some vegetables today. Although there's no meat, it will definitely fill you up. Zhou Feng remained still and the others didn't react either. Just when the atmosphere grew awkward, Zhou Feng suddenly stepped forward and walked in smiling. Thank you, Grandma. We've been driving all day and are very hungry. On a system panel invisible to everyone, a new message popped up. Special zombie detected, please obtain the zombie crystal core. As I entered the courtyard, the stench of the zombies in the air was even more pungent. However, it was mostly concealed by the flowers growing in the corner. The old lady noticed Zhou Feng staring at the flowers and said softly, these were planted by my poor son, but he has turned into a zombie. She sighed. If it weren't for these flowers, I would probably have turned into a zombie myself. Yang Ninger looked on with a mix of shock and curiosity, poking at the flowers in the corner. Can these flowers drive away zombies? How could that be? The old lady chuckled at the girl's question, her wrinkles shaking as she spoke. My son said that besides hearing, zombies have the keenest sense of smell. The fragrance of these flowers is strong enough to mask the smell of a person. She kindly reminded them with a gentle smile. When you reach your destination, it would be best to plant some flowers at home as well. Thank you, Grandma. Yang Ninger expressed her gratitude. When Danzi Cho entered the courtyard, she slightly wrinkled her nose, seemingly catching a whiff of the faint stench in the air. Zhou Feng? She wanted to ask for Zhou Feng's opinion, but saw him shake his head at her. The old lady, unaware of the silent exchange between the two, warmly invited everyone to sit at the table. I'm the only one at home, so there isn't much food prepared. You all wait here. I'll go fry a couple more dishes. Zhou Feng quickly tried to stop her, but could not counter her act of pouring water. Watching the old lady head into the kitchen, Danzi Cho finally had a chance to ask Zhou Feng, what did you notice? Zhou Feng, sitting in a chair, pointed at the dining table. She said she's alone at home, yet she's prepared food for 2 people. Did you notice this earlier? Danzi Cho looked at Zhou Feng with suspicion. Then why didn't we just leave and instead came in here? Zhou Feng's lips twitched slightly. At the door, she was holding onto your arm, afraid you would run away. The fundamental reason. Seeing everyone looking at him with confusion, Zhou Feng smiled. It's my curiosity. The 2 little girls' originally expectant gazes instantly turned into disappointment, thinking they had discovered something major and disregarding the danger to come in. Little did they know it was merely out of curiosity. Zhou Feng smirked, glancing at the message that the system had popped up not long ago. In his previous life, he had heard of people encountering special zombies, but due to their rarity, it had not caused widespread disaster. Now that the system had indicated he could obtain a zombie crystal core, it meant this was useful for him. It was a rare opportunity that could not be missed. Here, have some tea. The old lady cheerfully placed the spiced tea in front of everyone, entirely unaware that her little actions were being closely observed. It's too hot outside. Make sure to moisten your throats. Grandma, Zhou Feng said softly after blowing on the tea. The traffic jam on the road outside was caused by you, wasn't it? Though posed as a question, his expression was quite certain. What traffic jam? The old lady's smile froze as she replied. I don't know what you're talking about. Zhou Feng pulled out a thumbtack from his pocket and placed it on the table. He had picked it up while parked next to the jammed cars. Those who got out of their cars. Weren't they all fed to the zombies by you? I don't understand what you're saying. The old lady's expression momentarily shifted to one of unease and her aged voice trembled. I kindly invited you in for a meal and you dare to slander this old woman. She suddenly stood up, shoving to force everyone out of her home. Get out. You all need to leave. For the safety of along, this group absolutely could not stay here. Bang bang. Bang bang. Just then, muffled cries for help emanated from beneath the stone slabs in the courtyard. Is anyone there? Help me. Zhou Feng's eyes brightened as he set down his teacup and headed towards the source of the sound. No, you can't go there. A hint of fear rose in the old lady's eyes as she picked up her cane to strike Zhou Feng on the head. Danzi Cho raised her hand to grip the old lady's wrist, her expression icy. What are you doing? Crack. Zhou Feng pried open a stone slab at the corner, revealing a dark cellar inside. The moment the cellar was opened, a strong stench of decay and a rich smell of blood rushed out. Yang Ninger was immediately overwhelmed by the smell, uncontrollably leaning against the wall and retching. What on earth is that smell? How many people have died in there? Su Zi frowned as she took a glance inside. It seems there are sounds of zombies growling within. The 2 little girls with red-rimmed eyes covered their noses and squatted on the ground, looking utterly pitiful. My son! Don't hurt my son! The old lady's shrill voice echoed. What do you want from us? Are you taking advantage of the apocalypse to bully us, a mother and her child? Don't move. Danzi Cho pressed down hard on the old lady, pinning her to the ground. You're the one who is taking lives during the apocalypse, aren't you? Watch over them. Zhou Feng turned to Danzi Cho. He'll go down and take a look. There should be a special zombie inside. He stepped into the cellar, heading straight for the area with the strongest odor. Are you here to save me? The eyes of Shi brightened in the darkness. Quickly untie my ropes. As long as you save me, I can give you any food you want. Zhou Feng originally didn't intend to pay her any mind, but just then the system's voice suddenly rang out. Detected a female resident meeting system criteria scanning detailed information name Shi, Z age, 19 appearance, 96 figure, 90 inner qualities, full score unenhanced, total score, 93 evaluation, eligible for shelter, can upgrade the shelter level. Zhou Feng halted his steps and squatted down closer to Shi. The girl's fair and delicate cheeks were marred by faint scratches, yet they did nothing to diminish her enchanting beauty, instead adding a touch of allure. She was bound and thrown to the ground, her posture submissive and alluring as she allowed others to do as they pleased. Hey! Shi shifted uncomfortably, the softness in front of her swaying slightly. What are you staring at? Hurry up and untie my ropes. Zhou Feng couldn't help but marvel at the system's eye for selecting people focusing solely on appearance and not personality. Wait a moment. He dropped this remark and turned to delve deeper into the cellar. The further he went in, the more human bones there were. The low growls of corpses mixed with the clanking of chains echoed from deep within the cellar, where zombies in green protective gear were chained up and locked in a massive cage. Roar, roar, roar. Zhou Feng stopped outside the cage, closely examining this so-called special zombie. There's nothing particularly special about it. Can a crystal core really grow in its brain? Son, my son. The old lady rolled and crawled into the cellar, somehow managing to break free from Dan Zichou's grip. Don't touch my son. Zhou Feng sensed a sudden gust of air behind him and instinctively turned to kick. Ah! Bang! The old lady was sent flying, feeling as if all her bones were about to shatter. She trembled as she crawled up from the ground, blood spilling from her mouth. Don't hurt my son, it was all my doing. Knowing her frail body couldn't withstand Zhou Feng's strength, the old woman could only plead. It was I who caused the accident to bring people here. My son lacks reason. He doesn't know he is eating humans. Pa! Shi gritted her teeth, glaring at the old woman beside her, unable to resist lifting her long leg and kicking her sharply in the knee. Zombies deserve to die, and you dare to use humans to feed them. What truly infuriated Shi was that this old woman actually kidnapped her to feed. Ugh! The old lady suddenly spat out several mouthfuls of blood, her body already covered in numerous injuries. Now she could barely rise, yet still showed no signs of repentance. What can I do? She bared her bloodied teeth. I can't just watch my son starve. Roar! Roar! The zombies smelled the blood and immediately struggled against their chains, eager to lunge forward and devour food. Zhou Feng remained silent about the old woman's words. He raised his gun and experimentally fired a bullet into the mouth of the special zombie. No! The old lattice eyes widened in horror, and upon seeing her son unscathed, she sighed in relief, then suddenly laughed maniacally. My son can't die, oh, he won't die. If you have the ability, kill me. Ha ha ha. It was difficult to kill mutated zombies with bullets, let alone special zombies. Zhou Feng swiftly drew his Tanghung knife, forcefully slicing open the iron cage holding the special zombie. A glimmer of surprise flashed in the old lattice eyes. Get in, hurry in. She angrily muttered. Hurry, go die in my son's mouth. Did he ever say he wanted to go in? Zhou Feng glanced at the old lady in disbelief and walked over, lifting her up. Since you love your son so much, why not go in as food yourself? The old lady stared at him in disbelief, then desperately struggled in Zhou Feng's grip. No, I don't want to be food. Let me go. Ignoring the old woman's struggles, Zhou Feng directly threw her into the cage. The old lady seemed dazed from the fall, but upon seeing her beloved son, she instinctively recoiled in terror. Don't come near, son, I'm your mother. Roar! Roar! The special zombie's eyes lit up and it lunged at the old lady, tearing off large chunks of flesh. The old lady screamed in pain. Son, let me go. Don't bite me. Ah! After the screams, there were only the sounds of the zombie chewing and swallowing. Seeing the old woman who had kidnapped her finally dead, Shi's charming face was filled with delight. Hey! That man! Hurry up and kill that zombie, then untie me. Zhou Feng raised an eyebrow and turned to Shi. Whether to save or not is my decision. If you want to live, you'd better stay honest. Shi rolled her eyes, disdainfully muttering quietly. Isn't it just because the supplies didn't meet expectations? As long as you save me, isn't it just a matter of a word? Zhou Feng pretended not to hear, feeling for the switch of the cellar light. Click! The entire cellar was suddenly as bright as day. At this moment, Shan Zichou peeked down from the cellar entrance. Zhou Feng, how are you? She didn't expect the old lady to break her own bones just to come down. I'm fine. Zhou Feng shook his head, looking towards the area where the special zombie was kept. The iron chains of the cage seemed to have been prepared in advance, and nearby was a workbench cluttered with various blueprints, a stark contrast to the muddy cellar. Shan Zichou jumped down, her gaze falling upon numerous corpses. Her expression immediately darkened. Did she really kill all of these? Yes, and there's one nearby that isn't dead. Shi shot Zhou Feng a fierce glare. Since you know I'm alive, why not hurry up and help me untie the ropes? Zhou Feng glanced at Shizi, raised an eyebrow and spoke. Is this your attitude when asking someone for help? It's your honor to save me. Shizi raised her chin and snorted coldly. With my status, I never need to ask for help. Oh really? Zhou Feng turned away, ignoring her, and continued examining the work logs on the table. Shan Ziqiu picked up a piece of paper from the blood-stained ground. She immediately recognized it as the map of the abandoned military base in Mo Bay City from over a decade ago. This? Shan Ziqiu frowned, approaching Zhou Feng and flipping through the work logs with him. The military base has been abandoned for over 10 years. How could he still be working there before the apocalypse? Zhou Feng suddenly halted Shan Ziqiu's action of flipping through the work logs, reaching out to pull out a blueprint from the folder. When the two saw the grotesque monster drawn on the paper, they couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock, exclaiming. They were researching zombies. Zhou Feng hadn't expected that the secret he never discovered in his last life would unfold before him in this one. No wonder all this time I've only seen this one special zombie. Perhaps it was infected with some rare virus, strong yet scarce. He had no intention of staying any longer. After gathering all the items from the table, he turned to the cage holding the zombies. The special zombie drooled instinctively upon seeing Zhou Feng straining against its chains, desperately wanting to lunge forward and feast on fresh flesh and blood. Roar! Tisk, aren't you full yet? Zhou Feng unsheathed his Tanghung knife with a swish, exerting force under his feet as he swung the knife ferociously. At the same time, he activated his defense. His 99 immunity to biological toxins might not even work against the mutated virus, let alone the virus of a special zombie. Roar! The special zombie sensed danger, its grayish-blue eyes fixed intently on Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng suddenly felt a momentary dizziness in his brain. When the blade opened to cut at the special zombie's throat, its foul yellow teeth snapped at the air where his wrist was. Shan Ziqiu's pupils constricted, her gaze locked onto Zhou Feng's wrist. Zhou Feng! She instinctively stepped forward, then abruptly halted. No, she couldn't let Zhou Feng be distracted. Zhou Feng bit his tongue, using the pain to remind himself not to let the sudden dizziness disrupt his rhythm. Clang! Roar! The special zombie fixated on Zhou Feng, condensing an invisible needle that fiercely stabbed towards Zhou Feng's brain. Because Zhou Feng had only executed a physical defense the first time, narrowly escaping disaster this time, he fully protected himself from all angles. Clang! Clang! His defense, without regard for points, finally heard the system's voice when his wrist felt weak from the chopping. Points 50. Zhou Feng crouched down and pried open the head of the special zombie with a Tanghung knife. He extended 2 fingers into the brain's crevices, searching for the location of the crystal core, as the air was filled with an indescribable stench. Gurgle, gurgle. The brain was mashed into a pulp. A strange light flickered in Zhou Feng's eyes. The attack just executed by this zombie was astonishing. He was certain that this was related to the zombie's crystal core. Previously, killing special zombies was merely to complete the system's prompt, but after experiencing the unscientific attack, his interest in the zombie crystal core peaked. Shan Ziqiu covered her mouth and couldn't help but retch. Seeing Zhou Feng still full of enthusiasm, she widened her eyes incredulously and began to complain. What are you playing with? Is this something you can just poke around? How did she not know that Zhou Feng had such a perverse hobby? If Yang Ninger knew Shan Ziqiu's thoughts, she would definitely nod in agreement, as Zhou Feng had always been a weirdo in her eyes. Even if Zhou Feng were to hold a zombie skull as a bowl, she wouldn't be surprised. Shizi shrank in the corner, horrified at this scene. Was this person really normal? Hey! Her voice was much softer, and when she spoke it became more negotiable. My uncle is Chen Yingtian, the base leader of the private base in the northern desert. As long as you take me to the base, I can have my aunt provide you with plenty of supplies. Now that's more like asking for a favor. Zhou Feng chuckled, and his action of stirring the brain suddenly paused. He pinched out a crystal core the size of a fingernail, not caring about the dirt, and directly wiped it clean with his clothing. The crystal core sparkled under the light, shining even more brightly than most jewels and diamonds. Shan Ziqiu looked at the zombie brain, which had turned into mush, with surprise and curiously asked, "What is this? How did you know that there was this thing in a zombie's brain? You can tell that you haven't seen much." Zhou Feng treasured the crystal core. As he put it away, his voice filled with amusement. He walked to Shizi's side and helped her untie the ropes, explaining, "Although what's in the belief is very unscientific, if zombies can evolve, what else is impossible?" Shan Ziqiu nodded in thought upon hearing this. It made sense. She decided to find a few books about the apocalypse when she returned. As soon as Shizi gained her freedom, she delicately blew on her swollen wrist and said, "Let's hurry, I've really had enough of this ghostly place." "You said the base leader is called Chen Yingtian." Zhou Feng suddenly asked, "Do you know Chen Lei?" In his past life, Chen Lei had deceived him of all his supplies and then rushed to the private base in the northern desert. He had come here looking for him once, but everyone in the base claimed they had never seen him. "I think I've heard of him." Shizi frowned and thought for a moment, then rolled her eyes impatiently. There are so many people with the surname Chun, not everyone can be related to my uncle, alright? You just need to be responsible for taking me to the base, and you won't miss out on the benefits. She had been locked up for so long that she was already starving. Now she just wanted to quickly find her aunt, take a comfortable bath and sleep. Let's go. Zhou Feng nodded and climbed the vertical ladder first. Seeing that Zhou Feng was unharmed, Yang Ninger finally breathed a sigh of relief. Go rest, we just helped you and Sister Shan tidy up the bedding. Thanks, Xiao Ninger. Shan Ziqiu spoke with a smile, playfully batting her slightly raised eyes at Yang Ninger, seemingly unaware of the other party's little thoughts. Yang Ninger, feeling guilty, averted her gaze, placing her hands on Zhou Feng's lower back to push him into the room. Time to sleep, time to sleep. Wait. Shizi quickly reached out to stop Zhou Feng, raising her voice in protest. Why are you still staying here to rest? Why not hurry up and take me away? Zhou Feng already had enough female residents around him, so he didn't care about Shizi's presence. He pointed towards the door and spoke lazily. If you're in such a hurry to leave, then go. Also, we won't be taking you to the city center. The shelter was built in a suburban area with mountains and rivers. There was no shortage of timber and various minerals. There was absolutely no need to detour to the zombie-infested city center for a woman. How could this delicate young lady dare to leave by herself? Her charming face turned pale with fear, and she softened her tone. The city center isn't far. Don't you want a lifetime supply of food? Not interested, don't disturb my sleep. Zhou Feng decisively dropped the sentence and slammed the door shut. Shizi stared in disbelief, eyes wide. You. Didn't you hear what Zhou Feng said? Yang Ninger blocked the door with her snowy white arms, staring intently at Shizi. If you want to come with us, be honest. If you want to leave, you can go now. Shizi glared angrily at Yang Ninger, fuming, as she found a shady stone bench to sit in the courtyard. It wasn't until the sun set that Zhou Feng energetically walked out of the room. Hearing the sounds outside, Shan Ziqiu slowly sat up, rubbing her sleepy eyes. She creaked open the door, her androgynous beautiful face showing a rare softness. I'm rested now, let's set off. Hey, wait for me. Shizi quickly stood up to catch up with Zhou Feng, and the others, fearing they would leave her in this godforsaken little village. I'll drive. Yang Ninger indeed sat in the driver's seat, as she had previously said. The two little girls blinked thoughtfully, looking at Shan Ziqiu with anticipation. Can we drive too? We'll talk about that later. Shan Ziqiu covered her face helplessly. Zhou Feng was simply leading the children astray. After changing roads, they smoothly reached the legendary shelter. Looking at the luxurious buildings in front of them, and the zombies diligently carrying bricks, everyone couldn't help but gasp in cold air. Hiss! Is this the small shelter Zhou Feng mentioned? What the hell? Where did these building zombies come from? Gulp! Everyone else was prepared, and only felt a moment of surprise upon seeing the shelter and the zombies. But Shizi was different. When had she ever seen such an outrageous scene? Zombies. Building houses. The girl's voice raised in pitch, her face filled with shock. Is this still the apocalypse she knew? Zombies mutating was one thing, but why were they also making furniture and building houses? This is unscientific. Ding. Congratulations, the host has fulfilled all requirements for upgrading the shelter. Female resident Yang Ninger, who meets system standards, has been registered. 100 points required for shelter upgrade have been deducted. As the upgrade progressed, Zhou Feng eagerly fixed his gaze on the system panel, anticipating this long-awaited moment. It was finally arriving. Wow! Yang Ninger exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she looked around. You only mentioned there was a shelter here, but you never said it would be this large. Is it shabby? It's absolutely luxurious. Not only is it suitable for us, but it could even be renamed a private base. Shizi stared at the round-eyed zombie, working diligently, and pointed. That's a zombie. They are building houses. Not surprised. The zombies have evolved into new humans, and you are all so calm. Just having met by chance, Yang Ninger and the others had no intention of explaining anything to Shizi. Dan Ziqiu moved a few pieces of luggage down from the car, her autumn-like eyes filled with smiles. Let's unpack our luggage first. He'll go clean up. I want to stay in the room next to Zhou Feng's. Yang Ninger raised her hand, her face flushed like an apple. Don't misunderstand. I just feel a little insecure. The two little girls exchanged a glance and held each other's small hands. I just need to share a room with my sister brother. Listening to the group arrogantly planning to take over the shelter, Shizi sneered, internally thinking that to occupy these buildings they would have to face this group of zombies. She was curious to see how they would meet their demise. Zhou Feng remained engrossed in his study of the system panel, but for the sake of the other's safety, he had to forcibly divert his attention from the upgrade progress. Let's go. I'll take you over there. As the summer mountain breeze swept through the valley, the wooden shelter appeared to be coated in gold. The outer layer was a wall built of stones, wide and tall, providing a strong sense of security. At each corner stood a watchtower, and a row of houses in the middle resembled the former lord's residence, looking magnificent. Hundreds of zombies busily performed their tasks in the middle of the shelter. Shizi swallowed hard, intentionally lagging behind. Seeing Zhou Feng and the others unapologetically entering the shelter, she maliciously thought that perhaps the next moment this group of zombies would erupt in violence. As expected, the following scene unfolded just as she imagined. The zombies roared excitedly, wanting to crowd around as Zhou Feng entered. Roar! Zhou Feng was irritated by the cacophony of zombie noises, glaring daggers at the horde, causing them to silence, immediately too intimidated to speak. Choose your own rooms. To avoid future troubles, Zhou Feng entered all his companions' information into the system except for Shizi. As long as they had no direct orders from him, the zombies would not actively attack them. Roar! The zombies weakly roared twice, clearing a path for everyone to pass. Shizi's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to believe what she was seeing. It was one thing for the zombies not to attack, but why were they actively parting ways? Could it be that this shelter really belonged to Zhou Feng? Roar, roar! The zombies with ashen, lifeless eyes stared intently at Shizi. The horde grew restless. Shizi, frightened, turned pale and hurried to catch up with Zhou Feng. Hey, wait for me. Upgrading. 91. 92. Upgrade successful. Using the talent Every Level Gold attribute option, 1 language mastery gold. Attribute randomly master a language of a country, including historical languages, each day. Option 2 critical hit amplification gold. Attribute the attack power of the shelter will increase randomly by 10100 times each day. The more weapons, the stronger the amplified attack power. Option 3 petrification defense gold. Attribute instantly petrified upon receiving a fatal attack. Cannot move or think while petrified. Zhou Feng's fingers trembled with excitement as he focused closely on the options presented on the system panel. He whispered softly to himself, language mastery critical hit amplification petrification defense. Although all were gold attributes, each person's priorities were different. If this were a stable society, then language mastery would be his first choice. But in the apocalypse, this gold attribute was utterly useless. Among the remaining 2 gold attributes, Zhou Feng chose without hesitation. I choose critical hit amplification. Petrification defense, while also suitable for the apocalypse, had too great of a side effect to control. Relying on instinct to break free from petrification itself was a risk. As the choice concluded, a golden light visible only to Zhou Feng fell over the shelter. Lv.1 simple shelter points 874 talent, every level gold attribute. Attributes distance 3 or damage reduced by 70, decay resonance neurotoxin antibody critical hit amplification territory 390 population 7. The shelter can accommodate up to 10 people. Defense value 100100 lottery chances 0 shelter upgrade conditions 1000 points 10 zombie crystal cores and 3 female residents that meet the system standards. Please gather the materials quickly to upgrade the shelter. Zhou Feng reached into his pocket to touch the only zombie crystal core he had. So that's the purpose of the crystal core. But the next upgrade requires 3 female residents that meet the system's standards. Zhou Feng's indifferent gaze swept over the other women beside him, finally landing on Shizi, who was subconsciously inching closer to him, and he couldn't help but chuckle lightly. He didn't even need to enforce captivity. She wouldn't dare to walk out of the shelter alone. As the sun set on the horizon, the summer night was still sweltering. A few girls held clean clothes hand in hand, walking towards the clear spring in the valley. The spring water, having been exposed to the sun all day, still retained some warmth. Ah, this feels so good. Yang Ninger submerged her well-proportioned fair body into the spring water, washing away her fatigue, though certain marks on her skin left others blushing. The 2 little girls were momentarily stunned upon seeing this, swimming over to Yang Ninger with concerned expressions. Sister Yang, you have so many injuries. Who hurt you? I must tell Brother Zhou and have him avenge you, Xiao Lianlian said angrily, as she gently touched the frightening bruise on Yang Ninger's chest. Ah, no, you don't have to. Yang Ninger's face turned crimson, instantly shyly burying herself in the water. I'm fine, don't worry about me. Shizi cast a glance, looking disdainfully towards the shelter. As expected, there wasn't a good man among them. This won't do. Brother Zhou likes you so much. He will definitely avenge you, Xiaoyi said, seriously, looking like an adult. My dad said that girls shouldn't endure bullying. You must tell the police uncle. Although there was no police uncle now, she could still tell Brother Zhou. Yang Ninger couldn't directly say that these injuries were inflicted by Brother Zhou. She could only look at Danzi Chiu with a pleading expression. Sister Dan. Danzi Chiu smiled at Yang Ninger, putting on enticing sleepwear, as she stood up from the water, droplets of water glistening down her fit sensual waist into mysterious places. Since the police uncle is not here, the police sister will go tell your Brother Zhou right now. The few who understood were left speechless, staring at Danzi Chiu, especially Yang Ninger, her face alternating between shades of blue and red, her gaze towards Danzi Chiu almost igniting with flames. Only the 2 little girls nodded seriously, as if entrusting Yang Ninger's safety to Danzi Chiu. With a playful gesture, Danzi Chiu placed her index finger on her red lips and blew a kiss towards Yang Ninger, then turned and swayed away from everyone's sight. Bastard! Yang Ninger gritted her teeth, her delicate fists pounding on the water's surface, sending splashes everywhere. How infuriating. Suddenly a rhythmic knocking sound came from outside the door. Who is it? Zhou Feng, having finished his shower, sat by the window, and hearing the noise set down the half-read book on planting and stood up. Danzi Chou's tone softened unexpectedly, her clear shimmering eyes glistening with moisture. It's me. The wooden door creaked open and Danzi Chou, dressed lightly, directly caught Zhou Feng's gaze. Zhou Feng stood stunned, his eyes instinctively scanning the white peaks of her figure, his tone heavy with disbelief. You. Why did you come dressed like this? Of course I'm here to report to you on behalf of Lian and Yi. She was worried about the marks on Ninger. Danzi Chou kicked off her shiny silver high heels and sat at the edge of the bed, her alluring figure swaying. So I was asked as your police sister to investigate what the reason is. The words left unsaid were replaced by her smiling eyes. Is this an outright seduction? Zhou Feng's gaze swept over her scant clothing, swallowing hard his expression, slightly hesitant. What is your intention? Danzi Chou was caught off guard by Zhou Feng's lack of romantic understanding, her lips twitching. Zhou Feng, little brother, are you really going to ask me this at a time like this? What else could it be? He wasn't someone who would be incapacitated at the sight of a woman. Such a sudden stroke of luck surely had traps lying in wait. Danzi Chou felt somewhat defeated. Had her charm truly diminished to this extent? Fine, you really are rational. She returned to her usual cold and elegant demeanor, lightly clearing her throat to ask, I also want to be like you, to have the ability to control zombies. Is there a chance to learn? Danzi Chou initially planned to take her time, thinking that if she could cheer up Zhou Feng, she would surely gain some benefits. Unexpectedly, Zhou Feng remained firm. He truly was the little brother she had set her sights on. He shook his head under Danzi Chou's expectant gaze. It's fine. A flicker of disappointment crossed Danzi Chou's eyes, but she quickly composed herself. She had already anticipated that such abilities were not something an ordinary person like her could learn. I never denied that. Zhou Feng pondered for a while before speaking. I can only say it's very difficult and I don't know how to awaken it. What he spoke of were not the terms provided by the system, but rather a special ability realized only after encountering special zombies. In his past life, Zhou Feng had never truly encountered special zombies, so he was completely unaware that they possessed such bizarre abilities. Along with the stories passed down, there were even more bizarre rumors that some people's palms could flow with clean water. At the time he had regarded these as tales to amuse children, but now it seemed that since such things were spreading, it indicated that humans also had the chance to awaken special abilities. He just didn't know how to go about it. Really? Danzi Chou stood excitedly at the edge of the bed. I also have the chance to awaken. Thank you for telling me this news. As long as she could gain abilities similar to Zhou Feng's, she could live well even without firearms in the apocalypse. Originally, killing zombies was already difficult, and now there were also mutated and special zombies. Perhaps humans could also evolve. It was the last sliver of hope left by the heavens. Zhou Feng chuckled lightly, adjusting her thin garment. How do you plan to thank me? Danzi Chou's long lashes fluttered, her eyes reddening at the edges, and she tiptoed to plant a heavy kiss on the corner of Zhou Feng's lips, making a pop sound. Her face displayed evident allure, her voice enticing. As a thank you, that's not enough. Zhou Feng's gaze darkened, fixating on Danzi Chou's red lips. Although I don't know how to awaken special abilities, I do have clues. Now that he was aware of Danzi Chou's intentions, he wouldn't pass up this good opportunity. What clues? Danzi Chou's eyes lit up immediately, her slender fingers tightly clutching Zhou Feng's sleeve. Being too close, Zhou Feng could even smell the faint fragrance of the girl. He pointed to the neatly made bed. If you want to know. The implication was clear. To chat in detail on the bed. The next day, Danzi Chou's bare snow-white arms rested on Zhou Feng's chest, morning sunlight pouring onto the bed, clearly illuminating the blossoms of plum flowers blooming on her neck and white peaks. After the fierce battle until midnight, she was still too tired to open her eyes. Zhou Feng half embraced her slender waist, firmly pulling her into his embrace. You rest in the shelter. I'll go out today to gather some supplies and food. Danzi Chou buried her head in Zhou Feng's arms, looking gloomy. She felt so useless, unable to last even 3 hours, and now her whole body ached as if it had been run over by a car. No way. Her voice was a bit hoarse. I want to go out with you. It's just a bit of exercise in bed. How could I just give in like this? Zhou Feng couldn't argue with her. He patted her rounded backside. Get up, we need to be back before noon. It was so hot outside, and sitting in the car at noon was unbearable. When the two reappeared in front of everyone, the atmosphere became pleasantly sticky. Humph. Yang Ninger wished she could bite through a silver tooth. That damn Danzi Chou. Although she was angry, she didn't dare to show it in front of Zhou Feng. She still remembered his cold gaze from before. She could only watch helplessly as the car with the two of them drove away. In the city center at the fatty supermarket, Zhou Feng swung his knife to slice through an approaching zombie, then finally had the time to continue moving the rice. Danzi Chou separated from him to act independently, selecting fresh meat and vegetables not yet spoiled just around the corner, along with several supplies needed by the girls. Suddenly footsteps sounded behind Danzi Chou. Her ears perked up detecting that this was not Zhou Feng, and she immediately turned around cautiously. Who? A boy in a denim jacket was startled by Dan Ziqiu causing the potatoes in his hands to roll away. He was about to curse but fell silent upon seeing Dan Ziqiu's stunningly beautiful face. You are so beautiful. The boy swallowed hard, regaining his composure, and immediately approached with a playful grin. Are you alone beautiful? Do you want me to protect you, big brother? He placed the extra vegetables from his hands into Dan Ziqiu's shopping cart, feigning generosity despite reluctance. My team is on the 4th floor. As long as you stick with me, I guarantee you'll eat well in the future. These were all carefully selected by Qing Mao, perfectly intact provisions. No need to fret, no need to fret. He chanted, inwardly reasoning that once this beauty became his, these supplies would naturally return to him. The possibility of her refusal never crossed his mind. In this apocalypse, who still abided by the law? Anyone he set his sights on he would take by force if necessary. Shan Ziqiu raised an eyebrow at the assortment of food being tossed into her shopping cart. Sorry, but I have teammates. Qing Mao let out a scornful laugh, glancing around. Oh, and who might they be, leaving a gorgeous woman like you to fend for yourself in such a dangerous place? Since your teammates don't give a damn about you, why not just stick with me? His gaze roamed lecherously over her exquisite figure. But when his eyes fell upon the red marks on her collarbone, a surge of inexplicable fury ignited within the thug. He lunged forward to grab her wrist, but Shan Ziqiu deftly evaded his grasp. Well, well. A malicious glint flashed in his eyes. And here I thought you were some untouchable flower, turns out you're just someone's discarded plaything. You should be honored, I even fancy you. Don't be ungrateful. His raised, agitated voice caught Zhou Feng's attention. Setting down his own supplies, he began walking toward Shan Ziqiu. Qing Mao's words grew increasingly vile, and he even attempted to lay his hands on her. With a sharp smack, Shan Ziqiu slapped away his hand, her eyes turning icy. I'm in a decent mood today, so you'd better get lost while you still can. Otherwise, once my teammate arrives, you won't have the chance to leave. Ha! You think you can scare me? Qing Mao sneered, intrigued. This is my turf. If he dares to show up, I'll break his legs myself. No sooner had he spoken than the sound of leather shoes echoed from behind him. A cold, hard circle pressed against the back of his skull. Piffed. Ha ha ha. Qing Mao froze for a second, then burst into laughter. Who are you trying to kid with that? Survivors were lucky to have a knife. And this guy was pretending a toy gun was real. Qing Mao spun around his forehead, now aligned with the high-quality pistol. That's a pretty realistic prop, but your grandpa here wasn't born yesterday. He reached out, pressing his palm against the muzzle and pushing it downward. A scornful expression twisted his face as he opened his mouth to speak, only to see Zhou Feng's index finger gently squeeze the trigger. A muffled gunshot resonated through the empty 3rd floor. A searing hole instantly appeared in Qing Mao's palm. His eyes bulged in shock and a piercing wail escaped his lips. Arg! Damn it, help! Someone! At the sound of his screams, footsteps thundered down from the 4th floor. Clutching his wounded hand, Qing Mao blustered. Just you wait, when my men get here. Zhou Feng looked down at him, then brought his boot down hard on the wounded hand, grinding it into the floor. Stop! A gruff voice bellowed from the stairwell. Qing Mao's gang came clattering down, their faces twisted with murderous intent as they glared at Zhou Feng. Who dares to hurt one of mine? Zhou Feng's gun barrel shifted, now aimed at the newly arrived group. Behind him, Shan Ziqiu raised her own pistol, with a steely gaze ready to provide covering fire. The gang leader saw his friend howling on the ground, clutching a bullet wound, and his Adam's apple bobbed nervously. Realizing the gun was real, his entire demeanor became cautious. 2 strikingly handsome individuals, 1 man and 1 woman, had them dead to rights. The sheer pressure made everyone's legs tremble. The leader's throat tightened as he stammered, "Good sir. Let's talk this out." He shot a venomous glare at his friend, who was still wailing for revenge, and spoke with bitter disappointment. What did you do to piss them off? Apologize now. Damn it all. Where had this guy picked a fight with such a demon? A person wielding a gun couldn't be some ordinary nobody. And he still wanted him to get revenge. He'd be lucky if he wasn't dragged down and killed along with him. No way. Qing Mao gritted his teeth, refusing to back down, his eyes burning with hatred as he stared at Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng wasn't one to indulge such insolence. He casually shifted his aim and fired 2 more shots into the man's legs. I heard you were going to break my legs. Qing Mao convulsed in agony. The searing pain in his limbs ignited a primal terror within him. If his legs couldn't heal, how would he survive in this apocalypse? I'm sorry. Qing Mao stammered, trembling. I shouldn't have coveted your woman. Please be magnanimous and spare me. The gang leader's heart nearly stopped. He was that audacious? You deserve to die. All this over him, setting his sights on someone else's woman. But for the safety of his own men, the leader could only plaster on a fawning smile. Boss, how about we compensate you with some rare goods you can't find in the apocalypse, and you let us scurry off like the insignificant pests we are? Of course this brat's fate is yours to decide. We won't interfere. Zhou Feng twirled his gun, his indifferent gaze settling on the speaker. What do you have? Cake? Freshly made. Seeing Zhou Feng's silence, the leader clenched his teeth and upped the ante. 10 of them, in exchange for our worthless lives. Deal. Zhou Feng nodded with mild interest. The young ladies back at the shelter probably hadn't had such perishable sweets in a long time. He'd bring some back for them to enjoy. He wasn't one to play favorites, so he decided to give a portion to Shirzi as well. As long as she obediently played her part as a tool in the shelter, he could afford to toss her a few scraps of benefit. Zhou Feng lowered the gun aimed at the group and casually delivered a peanut to the thug. The gang leader's pupils constricted sharply. He hadn't expected the man to be so ruthlessly efficient. Swallowing nervously, he offered Zhou Feng an ingratiating smile before leading his men away to prepare the cakes. Seizing the opportunity, Shan Ziqiu slipped into a phone store, grabbed a new device, and logged into her team's satellite messaging app. She sent a safe and sound message to Shan Ziqiu. She also asked where he was now. This software was developed for official military use. It could transmit messages via satellite even without a standard network. Relief washed over Shan Ziqiu upon finally hearing from his sister. Had been frantic with worry for days, terrified she'd been bitten by a zombie. I'm at a private base in Mabe City now. Are you still with Zhou Feng? With his tense nerves finally eased, Shan Ziqiu casually chatted about the past few days. Would you believe it? That Chun Lei turned out to be the base leader's nephew. Messages continued to pop up on her end, laced with his subtle concern. Tell him to be careful for a while, and not to expand his operations into Mabe City. Shan Ziqiu. But they had already arrived in Mabe City long ago. They would handle whatever came their way. Zhou Feng was not someone a mere base commander could shake. Even his ability to control zombies alone could lead people to their deaths without them ever realizing it. When Shan Ziqiu returned to the third floor, the air was thick with the sweet aroma of cake. Wow, that smells amazing. She said, her eyes lighting up as she instinctively swallowed. Zhou Feng picked up some leftover cream with his chopsticks and held it to Shan Ziqiu's red lips. Try it. Turns out one of those punks was a chef who graduated from the new Oriental cooking school. Shan Ziqiu took a small sip of the white cream and nodded appreciatively. It tastes wonderful. It had been a long time since she last ate cake. Back at the base, hot pot and barbecue were still made and sold by some, but something as impractical as cake was impossible to buy. By the way, Shan Ziqiu suddenly brought up contacting her brother. My brother said Chun Lei is now at a private base in Mabe City, and the base commander is his uncle. Zhou Feng's eyes widened in realization as he murmured. So that's why. No wonder he couldn't find Chun Lei even at the cost of his life in his past life. There was this hidden reason. Should we do something? Shan Ziqiu frowned with worry. I heard the base commander isn't good. They say you have to hand over a certain amount of supplies just to seek shelter there. Zhou Feng curled his lips and spoke softly. Don't worry, sister. I've already prepared for the base's safety. He hadn't used the golden attribute head extracted yet. If they sent people, he could test the base's defenses before the zombie tide arrived. Shan Ziqiu breathed a sigh of relief. Though she had brought a carload of weapons, it never felt like enough. She wondered what preparations Zhou Feng had actually made. Boss, your cake is ready. Under the eager gazes of the others, the punk cowered and hinted. Should we help load it into the car? Sure. Zhou Feng couldn't carry everything himself, so help was welcome. The trunk was already full of supplies they'd gathered. He had them place the modest cakes in the back seat and strap several boxes of instant noodles to the roof. Finally, they left the supermarket fully loaded. As dusk fell, they drove through a suburban neighborhood. A bump in the road caused a box of noodles to fall off. Thump! Zhou Feng heard the noise and slammed on the brakes. He got out with Shan Ziqiu to secure the noodles again. A man in a black t-shirt on a high floor of a building witnessed this. Hiss! His eyes widened as he gasped, watching Zhou Feng's car leave with fervent desire. Instant noodles. Those two managed to get that much food. If only he had those things. The man in the black t-shirt had 9 family members, mostly elderly and children who were just mouths to feed. He wanted to take his family out of the suburbs, but the supplies needed to enter a base were too expensive. Daddy! A child in a yellowed pajama bounced over and looked outside along the man's line of sight. Curiously, he asked, What are you looking at? The man in the black t-shirt picked up his adorable son, his resolve growing stronger. Daddy is looking at the key to our family's happy life. For his own safety, he went out and called several other families to join him. The neighborhood had a low occupancy rate and no convenience store. This group of people who were waiting to die learned of a way to get food and rushed downstairs like they'd been injected with adrenaline. Are you sure this is the place? The neighbor put down his binoculars and hesitated, looking at the man in the black t-shirt. Everyone inside must be dead. What do you mean? Let me see, I can't wait. The person who grabbed the binoculars stopped mid-sentence, his face shocked as his eyes widened. Holy crap, people can live in there. We must have the wrong place. In the distance, hundreds of zombies were scattered around the perimeter of the shelter. Seeing this, the man in the black t-shirt's face darkened instantly. If he returned empty-handed, what would become of his wife and child? We can't just let it go. We didn't come all this way for nothing, did we? Even if the people inside are dead, the stuff is still there. After some discussion, they decided to find someone to drive and lure the zombies away, then charge in and grab everything. At that moment, Zhou had no idea he was being targeted. He was busy setting up the shelter's defenses with Shan Ziqiu. 2 rifles and 2 sniper rifles on each watchtower. Isn't that too few? Even with the limited weapons in her car, Shan Ziqiu planned to make the watchtowers the first line of defense. Though the outer perimeter was blocked by zombies, if they were lured away, the base's defenses would weaken. It's enough. Zhou Feng's tone was light. His golden attribute was a critical hit boost. Every day it randomly amplified damage by 10 to 100 times. Even a single handgun could unleash the force of 1,000 troops. Shan Ziqiu didn't understand but chose to trust him. Alright, I'll listen to you. Just as they were about to descend from the watchtower, they noticed the zombies outside were unusually agitated, shambling away. Damn it! Shan Ziqiu rushed to the watchtower's telescope, and indeed saw a white car frantically honking its horn to lure the zombies away. Could Chun Yingtian have moved this fast? Unsure of how many people the enemy had, Shan Ziqiu's expression darkened. Zhou Feng, they have a plan. Isn't that perfect? It was the perfect chance to test the shelter's firepower. Zhou Feng hadn't expected that right after setting up the watchtower someone would attack the camp. It was like a pillow arriving just as he felt sleepy. Might as well let these people die quickly as thanks for helping with the test. With a pleased expression, he picked up the machine gun aimed at the cars speeding toward the shelter and pressed the trigger. Bang! The bullet shot through the air toward a tire, and instantly 23 more bullets appeared behind the first one. Like a meteor shower crafted by some strange technology, they pierced the tires of the first car in the twilight. Boom! Flames erupted from the vehicle and the massive explosion flipped several nearby cars. The man in the black t-shirt was thrown from his car by the blast wave, his face cut by shards of glass. He crawled out weakly. The next second, another 24 bullets arrived. The car exploded instantly. The man lay on the ground in terror, watching. If he hadn't crawled out, he would have been obliterated like that vehicle. What kind of ridiculous shelter is this? Isn't this just a gathering place for terrorists? After struggling to survive, the man did not dare to approach Zhou Feng, dragging his bloodied body to hide behind the hillside. The neighbor was not having a good time either. The car he drove out was directly pierced by bullets. If it weren't for having lured the zombies away, he wouldn't have been able to get out and hide. Now there should be nothing left of the car. How are you? The neighbor helped the man in the black t-shirt lean against the hillside, his face filled with despair. If I had known, I wouldn't have come to snatch this food. Now the car is gone and people are dead. What should we do from now on? The words made the man in the black t-shirt break down, his eyes reddening. It seems we won't be able to go to the private base anymore. If I had known there was such a powerful shelter here, who would want a bicycle? Wouldn't it be better to just cling to the legs of the shelter's owner? But now they had completely offended the person. Even if they changed their minds and wanted to seek refuge here, there were already several lives lost between them and Zhou Feng. Yang Ninger and Shizi finished their shower, and while passing through the hillside, they heard someone talking behind them. Who is it? The group looked over in unison, and Yang Ninger quickly closed her lips, planning to sneak back with the others. After all, having been treated as Zhou Feng's weakness multiple times by the enemy, she really couldn't bear it. However, upon hearing the other person's words, Shizi instantly perked up, shaking off the others and running over. The man in the black t-shirt and the neighbor immediately became vigilant, drawing out their kitchen knives and watchfully looking at the person approaching from outside the hillside. Who are you? Shizi paused slightly, looking down at the 2 people on the ground, one uninjured and the other wounded. Did you say you want to go to the private base in Mabe City? I am the niece of the base leader. As long as you can safely take me back to the base, I can exempt you from the supplies you need to turn in. Upon hearing this, the man in the black t-shirt and the neighbor exchanged glances. Who knows if what you're saying is true? Shizi smirked, slightly scoffing. After all, you have no other choice, do you? She had just listened outside and knew that the 2 had no way out, which is why she dared to boldly come out. All right. The 2 gritted their teeth and eventually agreed. But we have one more request. We want to bring our family into the base with us. After all, their purpose for coming this time was originally for family and friends. Shizi casually crossed her arms and nodded in agreement. No problem. As if recalling something, she turned to Yang Ninger and the others, proudly lifting her chin. You go back and tell Zhou Feng that some people want to come even if he doesn't send them. Don't expect any food in return. Don't let me see him again. Sister Yang. Xiao Yi gently tugged at Yang Ninger's sleeve, watching Shizi warily. We should hurry back. Let's go. Yang Ninger coldly snorted at Shizi, turning to lead the girls away. Looks like we saved a white-eyed wolf. I just don't know what Zhou Feng really feels for her. If he doesn't like her, why does he go through so much trouble to keep her in his territory? If he does like her, he seems indifferent to her feelings. Watching Yang Ninger step into the horde of zombies, they actually parted to create a path for her. The man in the black t-shirt and the neighbor widened their eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "What's going on? Why aren't these zombies attacking them?" Shizi also didn't understand the reason, only knowing that it had something to do with Zhoufeng. "Don't ask too much, hurry and take me back." She had already been missing for a long time. If she didn't go back soon, her aunt would be so worried about her. Zhoufeng spoke knowingly. She left. Since he saw that someone had come outside the shelter, he knew that Shizi would definitely not stay here anymore. Sure enough, the person who returned this time did not include her. Yang Ninger angrily sat on the small stool beside Zhoufeng, her lips pouting, as if they could hang an oil bottle. "She is so ungrateful. I went through so much trouble to save her from the zombies, yet she didn't even show a good face, and said that if you don't send her, someone else will." She secretly tattled, hoping Zhoufeng would come to dislike Shizi. Zhoufeng raised his hand and comfortingly patted the little dog's head. Originally, keeping her was of some use, but since she doesn't want to stay, there's no point in forcing it. It would be the same if we went to find someone else. He gritted his teeth, reluctantly saying these words. How ridiculous. The benefits of keeping her were not that easy to take. Not to mention saving her life in exchange for hers. It's too much to turn around and mock us. Your temper is too good. Danzi Qiu took out a piece of cake and placed it in front of Zhoufeng. It's suitable to eat something sweet when you're in a bad mood. No need, you guys just share it. Seeing the cake, Zhoufeng's expression darkened again. He had thought that if Shizi behaved herself, he wouldn't treat her too badly, but he didn't expect to be slapped in the face so soon. But Danzi Qiu forcefully fed Zhoufeng a small bite of cake. She had noticed that Zhoufeng really liked this kind of sweet food. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let those little rascals go so easily. I originally wanted to ask you some questions about special abilities tonight, but well. Danzi Qiu looked at the little girl sitting by Zhoufeng's feet, hesitant to leave, and chuckled. Who told our Ninger to look so pitiful? I didn't. Yang Ninger's expression froze, immediately retorting. She was just watching Zhoufeng's mood decline and wanted to stay with him a little longer. Yes, that's it. Who set you up like this? Oh, it was me. Zhoufeng reached out and pinched Yang Ninger's tender cheek, while the others discreetly left. Even the two little girls were led away. That night Yang Ninger tried her best but ended up with a setback midway. She could only cry and hold her waist, whimpering for mercy, declaring she would never dare again. The next morning, a small car carrying a dozen people stopped at the entrance of the private base. No entry. The gatekeeping team stopped the car. Each person must turn in 5 bottles of mineral water and 5 packs of instant noodles to register for entry. The man in the black t-shirt and the neighbor looked at Shizi with anticipation. Ugh, Shizi shakily opened the car door, almost stumbling out. She leaned weakly against the gatekeeper, angrily scolding, Are your dog eyes blind? You dare to stop this young lady? Let these people in without collecting supplies. Seeing this scene, the man in the black t-shirt and the neighbor truly sighed in relief. They were initially worried that she was just bluffing, but unexpectedly, she really was the base leader's niece. Thank you, thank you. The two immediately expressed their gratitude and drove the car into the base, fearing that this young lady would recover and seek trouble with them. At that time, all their vehicles had been destroyed, and they had to walk more than 10 kilometers with Shizi to reach the neighborhood. Later, so many people from both families squeezed into the same small car, causing this young lady to curse throughout the journey. Shizi was driven into the villa, and when she saw her aunt, she rushed over and cried loudly, as if wanting to vent all the grievances of the past few days. Whoa, aunt, you almost didn't get to see me. What exactly happened? The still charming aunt gently stroked her niece's hair. You didn't come back for 2 days. I was almost worried to death. Shizi opened her mouth and dropped a heavy bomb. I was kidnapped. What happened? Auntie, originally sitting on the sofa holding Shizi, widened her beautiful eyes slightly and said, Who dares to do this? Your uncle must teach them a good lesson. It's an old woman. Tears welled in Shirz's charming eyes as she patted her chest in fear. She actually tied me up and wanted to feed me to her zombie son. There are many corpses in the cellar. If it weren't for Zhoufeng saving me, Auntie, you wouldn't have seen me again. Song Yufei felt a chill run down her spine. She had only suffered a bit at the beginning of the apocalypse and couldn't believe such things happened in Mo Bay City. As long as you're all right, that's good. She fearfully hugged her niece, constantly murmuring, I promised your aunt to take good care of you. Don't worry, Zier, I will definitely avenge you. That old woman has been dead for a long time. Shizi gently shook her head at Song Yufei, as she had long regarded her aunt as her mother. How could she bear to see her sad? Song Yufei recalled Zhoufeng, whom Shizi had mentioned earlier, and asked, Is he the one who saved you? Did he come along? Ask him what he wants. Since he is your savior, Auntie will definitely not treat him poorly. I don't want to repay him. Hearing Song Yufei mention Zhoufeng, Shizi huffed unhappily. He saved me, but he looks just like those smelly men who covet my beauty. He refused to send me back no matter what. Shizi firmly nodded in her heart, convinced that Zhoufeng had fallen in love with her at first sight. Zhou Feng had many beautiful women around him, but she was not lacking in charm either. If that weren't the case, why would Zhou Feng rather give up sending her home than take the supplies? You. Song Yufei laughed and poked Shirz's nose. Still so narcissistic. As they chatted, 2 footsteps approached from the villa entrance. I heard Zier has returned. Chen Tian strode towards his wife and wrapped his arm around her waist. Let's see if you dare to take people out without a word again. Does this world seem fun now? Hearing this, Shirzi felt a bit ashamed. If it weren't for her, the driver wouldn't have died at the hands of that old woman. Chun Lei sat beside Chen Tian on a single sofa, his expression gloomy. Ever since his arms were crippled, his personality had become increasingly odd. Zier just returned with great difficulty. Is this how much you care for her? Song Yufei discontentedly pinched Chen Tian's waist and shot him a glare. The children are here. Chen Tian immediately begged for mercy, smiling at Song Yufei as he held her hand. So what exactly happened? Why does Zier look so weak? Song Yufei recounted what Shirzi had just said and sighed. Zier will stay at the base in the future. You are not allowed to go out without a reason. Splash. Shirzi had no reaction yet. Chun Lei, however, stood up in shock, the chair scraping loudly against the floor. Auntie, what did you say? He spoke each word carefully, nearly grinding his back teeth to dust. The person who saved Zier is called Zhou Feng. Chen Tian's expression also darkened. He remembered when he had just recognized Chun Lei. He had asked him to find a person, the one who had harmed his arm. What's wrong? Why are you so agitated? Song Yufei was startled and gently stroked her full chest in confusion. Chen Tian immediately comforted Song Yufei by holding her hand tightly, explaining, Chun Lei's arm was harmed by someone named Zhou Feng. Zier, where is that Zhou Feng? His expression darkened, already planning to send someone to capture that suspected Zhou Feng. Shirz's expression froze, her eyelashes slightly lowering to hide her gaze. Although she disliked Zhou Feng and was reluctant to return home with him, she did not want Zhou Feng to be killed over uncertain matters. Uncle, I don't know the way. Moreover, she subconsciously defended Zhou Feng. Even though he was unwilling to send me back, he really did save me. How could he possibly be the bad person who harmed Lei Gu? Wait, Lei Gu, Chun Lei. Shirzi suddenly recalled the question Zhou Feng had asked her in the cellar and nervously bit her nails. But the words had already escaped her lips. Not knowing the way was simply not knowing the way. Disappointment flickered in Chun Lei's eyes, yet he would not let go of this rare clue. He stood up and walked outside. Uncle, I have something to do. I'm heading back now. No, he has to find Wang Chun and ask. This time Zhou Feng must not escape again. Hey, Song Yufei shook her head. This child walking so fast. Is it that hard to deal with? Wang Chun, relying on Chun Lei's relationship, had a room of his own in this base. This time it's not just your cousin who has returned. You can ask those 2 who brought her back. Won't you know where he is? Good idea. Chun Lei's eyes brightened as he eagerly wanted to return to find Chen Tian. I'll ask my uncle for a group of people. You go ask those 2 where the address is. Thanks to Chun Lei, the long-standing nephew of the base, Wang Chun quickly found the 2 who had brought Shirzi back. The man in the black t-shirt lay weakly on the bed. It took him a long time to walk home from Zhou Feng's refuge, not to mention being crammed in the car, gasping for breath. It was even more detrimental to the recovery of his wounds, causing him to collapse as soon as he arrived at the private base. Upon learning Wang Chun's purpose, the t-shirt man's face instantly turned terrified. No, someone living there is definitely a terrorist. If I say it, I will definitely be retaliated against by him. Don't you want to take revenge? Wang Chun placed half a box of instant noodles in front of the man, luring him. As long as you tell me the exact location, the remaining half box of instant noodles is yours. Just as the t-shirt man hesitated, he continued, his tone filled with genuine pity. You've suffered such serious injuries. Without an income, how will your family live? All right. The t-shirt man finally nodded. As long as this person could kill the other, he wouldn't need to worry about retaliation. Having obtained the desired address, Wang Chun left in satisfaction. Did you find him? Chun Lei, with the people he had asked from his uncle, excitedly asked. Can we set off now? Ever since Wang Chun killed Xiao Lang, he began to trust this still high school student. Let's go. Wang Chun nodded heavily, excitement rising in his eyes at the thought of killing Zhou Feng. We'll set off now and catch him off guard. Yang Ninger, her legs weak, walked out of Zhou Feng's room and ran into Dan Ziqiu. Sister Dan, why are you here? Her expression was as if the sky had fallen. Could she really be this useless? Zhou Feng, unsatisfied, even called another person over. Dan Ziqiu spoke in a low voice. You seem to be thinking of something inappropriate. Yang Ninger immediately reined in her peculiar expression, stepping aside to let Shan Ziqiu go first. Sister Shan, hurry up, don't keep Zhou Feng waiting. I'm not. Shan Ziqiu opened her mouth to explain, only to see Yang Ninger dash away. Hey! She was only looking for clues about special abilities. Shan Ziqiu shook her head helplessly, as she entered Zhou Feng's room, where he was sitting at his desk studying a blood-stained map of an abandoned military base. "Come sit here," Zhou Feng waved at Shan Ziqiu, gesturing for her to take a seat. The zombie in the cellar is one of the few with special abilities. Its only difference from other zombies is the crystal core. He took out the crystal core gleaming in the sunlight and placed it on the table in front of them. Shan Ziqiu was taken aback. She hadn't even spoken yet, and Zhou Feng had already told her. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she stared intently at the crystal core on the table. Zhou Feng continued, "That zombie's strength is truly terrifying. If it weren't for my resistance ability, we probably wouldn't have made it out of the cellar. I wonder why that zombie didn't kill its biological mother and just walked out of the cellar. Perhaps this special zombie has developed the ability to think. After all, who would bother to kill the one who feeds them every day? If only Xin Chener were here," Shan Ziqiu said with a hint of sorrow on her face. "She might be able to analyze the composition of this crystal core." Xin Chener? Zhou Feng suddenly recalled his high school deskmate, the girl who was specially recruited by the government. Could it be the same person? He dismissed the thought from his mind. Even if it was the same person, they might not recognize each other after so many years. For now, it was crucial to address the issue of the special zombie. After learning that zombies appeared even before the apocalypse, a sense of urgency rose within Zhou Feng. He had to upgrade the shelter while the number of special zombies was still low, or otherwise, once they became a problem, he would be unable to withstand them alone. Even having a golden core wouldn't help. "I need more zombie crystal cores now. The only clue we have is here." Zhou Feng pointed at the map on the table. "The abandoned base in Mabe City. We may need to pay a visit." "All right," Shan Ziqiu nodded in agreement. "Are two of us enough? My brother has gathered a small team. If you need, I can borrow some people." "Not for now," Zhou Feng shook his head. "Even though I know Shan Ziqiu means well, crystal cores are already scarce. If Shan Ziqiu takes some, what will I have left?" Moreover, Shan Ziqiu had the official backing, unlike Shan Ziqiu, who merely wanted to enhance her own strength. Given the chance, Shan Ziqiu might very well establish an official base. "When are we going?" Shan Ziqiu was already eager. Perhaps even if she obtained the zombie crystal core, she might not have special abilities. But who cares? It's better to get it first. If it really doesn't work out, she would ask Shan Ziqiu to look for Xin Chener's whereabouts. She remembered that the latter was very good at researching such materials. "Let's prepare some food first. The other zombies should arrive at the shelter by this afternoon, and we may need to stay out for quite a while, so we must prepare defenses." The zombies in the shelter were sent during the last construction. Recently, with human activities, their number had decreased to around 80. The good news was that over 10 of those zombies had evolved and mutated. As for the zombies, Zhou Feng had left in the temporary city. Without orders, they were gathering towards Mabe City in search of their master. "I will prepare some powerful firearms." Shan Ziqiu had been beside Zhou Feng that day, so she was very clear about how tough the special zombies' defenses were. Ordinary ammunition couldn't even penetrate their skin. Just as the two were urgently making arrangements, faint sounds of vehicles approaching could be heard from outside the shelter. "Is someone coming?" Zhou Feng raised an eyebrow and turned towards one of the observation towers. Looking through the binoculars, he saw 4 or 5 SUVs driving in from the distance. He glanced at the increase in today's golden core, a hint of excitement curling at the corners of his lips. A bright message was displayed on the semi-transparent panel. "Today's critical hit increase 100 times. Why can't I go see it in person?" Chun Lei's expression darkened. He had waited so long for this day, but Wang Chun wouldn't let him watch up close just as Zhou Feng was about to die. This was more disgusting than eating shit. Wang Chun rolled his eyes at Chun Lei, finding it really hard to deal with someone so intellectually challenged. "You're a cripple yourself. Are you going to die for nothing? Do you even remember how you got those wounds?" However, this person with a flawed intellect reminded him of an old classmate, and his tone softened. "As long as Zhou Feng can die, it doesn't matter whether we're present or not. Here." He handed a pair of binoculars to Chun Lei. "This distance isn't too far. You can still enjoy the whole process of Zhou Feng's death." Chun Lei snorted coldly as he took the binoculars, but did not continue to insist on going to the scene. In the SUV, several muscular men with bare arms were loading bullets into their guns. "I really don't know what the base leader is thinking, sending over 20 of us out, just to kill one person. Who told him to be the enemy of the base leader's nephew? It's quite pitiful. Offending the base leader's nephew means he can't even enter the base force to live in this desolate place." "Stop chatting, oi, we're here." The captain in the passenger seat suddenly interrupted the idle chatter. "The opponent is not simple. You'd better not underestimate him and lose your life." "Captain, do you know him?" "How could I know someone who is about to die?" The captain scoffed. "Did you see the arm of the base leader's nephew that was crippled? It was done by this Zhou Feng. Be careful not to be counterattacked by him at the moment of his death. Get out of the car." With a command, he exited the SUV, stealthily approaching the shelter where Zhou Feng was. Wang Chun learned from 2 survivors that Zhou Feng loved to shoot at large vehicles and blow them up, so he specifically instructed the people in the team. It was best to sneak in quietly, but this time he miscalculated. As soon as the team got out of the car, they were met with a hail of instant bullets, silently piercing the head of the person in front. Bang! Zhou Feng set up his sniper rifle and pulled the trigger at the group. 101 bullets rained down like a real meteor shower, overwhelming the team. Get down! The captain shouted. Several team members who did not react in time were instantly pierced by the bullets, falling dead to the ground. Zhou Feng would not let this group off so easily. He switched to a machine gun, unleashing a torrent of bullets in a Bullet Storm Pro. What is this? Chun Lei pressed his eye against the mounted telescope in horror, watching the meteor shower of bullets. He opened his mouth wide in disbelief, his voice hoarse as he uttered, "How is this possible? How can he have so many bullets to waste? The enemy wasn't even a horde of hundreds of zombies. Was it really necessary? Even Chan Yingtian, who had emptied an entire arsenal, wouldn't dare to fight with such overwhelming firepower. Could it be that Zhou Feng had also emptied another arsenal? Impossible." Chun Lei immediately dismissed the thought. From what his aunt had told him about Zhou Feng rescuing Shizi, Zhou Feng simply hadn't had the time to transport any arsenal. Besides, where would Zhou Feng even find the people? Wang Chun gripped his telescope tightly, watching the distant carnage in silence. His heart was a maelstrom of conflicting emotions. Unsure whether to feel relieved that he and Chun Lei hadn't gone to their deaths, or terrified by Zhou Feng's unfathomable strength and methods. "How are you going to report back?" Chun Lei was jolted from his shock at the meteor shower of bullets. The squad he had brought out was one of the most elite zombie-killing teams in the base. If his uncle found out, even if he wasn't punished, he would never again be trusted with such men and his reckless actions. "I might be in deep trouble." His uncle would certainly not go easy on him this time. Zhou Feng's gaze settled on the scope, clearly seeing the area he had swept clean in the distance. Even the cars had exploded from stray bullets. I should have avoided those cars. Now everything was consumed by the blaze, leaving not even a trace behind. Hearing the noise, several girls put down their belongings and emerged from indoors, fear in their eyes. What's happening outside? Is someone coming again like yesterday? Seeing Zhou Feng enjoying himself, Shan Ziqiu returned to the women. Hearing this, she reassured them, "Don't worry, Zhou Feng will handle it soon." "Ah!" Yang Ninger's beautiful eyes widened in terror as she pointed in a certain direction. "Over there. What is that?" Everyone followed her gaze. "Zombies." Xiao Yi trembled uncontrollably as she saw the dense horde advancing toward the shelter like an army bearing down on them. Xiao Lianlian was so frightened that tears welled up in her eyes. She reached for her sister's hand. "Sister, I'm scared." In a distant residential building, Chun Lei and Wang Chun also spotted through their telescopes 400 to 500 zombies approaching from another direction. Their retreat halted instantly. "Is this a zombie tide?" Both men's eyes lit up. These zombies seemed to be advancing toward Zhou Feng's shelter with purpose. It seemed this trip wasn't a complete waste. Although they had lost some useless men, witnessing Zhou Feng being trampled and devoured by the zombie army would be worth it. "Excellent. Finally, I can avenge you all. Heaven knows Zhou Feng is a scourge. Ending his wretched life with a zombie tide is too good for him." Under Chun Lei and Wang Chun's burning gazes, the zombie horde marched orderly into Zhou Feng's shelter. They waited, straining their ears, but heard no sound of gunfire resistance from Zhou Feng. Could Zhou Feng have given up, knowing he can't defeat these zombies? Impossible. Wang Chun shook his head. Though he didn't know Zhou Feng well, he knew the man wasn't one to surrender without a fight. Could it be that Zhou Feng has run out of ammunition? The two exchanged glances, a simultaneous sigh of relief escaping them. Chun Lei chuckled lowly, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, these useless wretches actually served a purpose. They exhausted so many of Zhou Feng's bullets. Zhou Feng is such a fool, showing off without thinking of the consequences. Let's go." Wang Chun leisurely packed away his telescope and rifle. Zhou Feng's fate is sealed. Waiting any longer is pointless. Chun Lei shook his head in refusal. No, wait a little longer. He had to see the zombie horde disperse with his own eyes to be at ease. Shan Ziqiu smiled and shook her head. "You don't need to worry about danger." When Zhou Feng came down, he saw Shan Ziqiu comforting them. He interjected, "These are my zombies. You saw them in the neighboring city before." Hearing this, the two young girls recovered from their fearful shock. Xiao Lianlian raised her pitiful little face, her delicate nose scrunching in distress. "Are we going to live with so many zombies from now on?" Though the shelter had had zombies before, they were few in number and intact, their daily task being to patrol the perimeter. Whenever an outsider approached, they would emit a warning roar. But now, the two girls looked utterly despairing. "Brother Zhou Feng, these zombies are ugly and stinky. Do we have to live in such conditions?" Zhou Feng frowned as he surveyed the zombies that had followed him from the neighboring city. Unlike the building zombies, these newcomers were all in a similar state. rotten and foul with not a patch of intact flesh on their bodies. Even zombies with all limbs intact were rare. Don't worry. Zhou Feng patted the fluffy heads of the two young girls with pity. You only need to put up with these zombies for a few days. After I return, I'll make them leave. Be good these days, and it's best not to go outside. Once he returned, he would send these zombies out in a radial formation to hunt down zombies near the shelter. That way he wouldn't have to smell the stench of decay while sleeping, nor would it be a waste. After all, the kills made by these zombies under his control via rotten brain resonance would count as his points. What? You're leaving? The women gathered around Zhou Feng in shock. Yang Ninger's eyes glistened with tears as she looked at him as if she were a pet about to be abandoned. Why are you going out for so long this time? Wait for me at home obediently. Zhou Feng gently caressed Yang Ninger's cheek, a smile curling at the corner of his lips. I'll be taking Sister Zichio with me. Yang Ninger nearly burst into tears. Why aren't these zombies leaving? Chun Lei lay motionless against the telescope, waiting for a long time without seeing the horde depart. Wang Chun frowned at this and took out his telescope again to look. This can only mean one thing: there are still people alive inside. That's what's keeping the zombies from leaving. As the words left his mouth, a strange cry came from Chun Lei's direction. Holy shit! Zhou Feng just walked out of the zombie tide. Wang Chun moved his telescope, staring in disbelief at the entrance of the shelter. Zhou Feng. The scene of Dong Baifan being relentlessly chased by zombies flashed through his mind. How he had been helplessly blocked outside the horde. If Zhou Feng could make the zombies spare him, could he also make them turn on others? Wang Chun was indeed clever and imaginative. He instantly grasped the underlying issues, and his hatred for Zhou Feng grew stronger. Damn it! Chun Lei gritted his teeth and cursed helplessly, watching Zhou Feng leave the encirclement of zombies. What if we killed all of Zhou Feng's women? Wang Chun turned to Chun Lei with a blank expression, then spoke slowly. Would he go mad? Chun Lei was startled by Wang Chun's words, looking at him with a hint of confusion. Killing them isn't the problem, he said, his expression conflicted. But we've already lost a small team from the base. My uncle definitely won't provide us with more personnel. If we want to gather more people, we'll have to rely on ourselves. Wang Chun felt reluctant, but given their manpower they had no choice but to help Chun Lei leave the apartment building. Zhou Feng drove towards the abandoned military strategist base. There's a village along this road. Dan Zichio, sitting in the passenger seat, pointed with her slender white fingers at a small on the map. If there are many people in the village, we need to be cautious about the zombies. Zhou Feng glanced at the map. Is this village so close to the abandoned military base? Yes, the former military base in the northern desert was built in the valley, and this village relies on various wild game and wild vegetables from the valley to survive. Good. Zhou Feng nodded. If this abandoned military base indeed had issues, then the nearby village would reveal some clues. Let's park nearby. He looked at the dense thicket around them and said to Dan Zichio, this car can't go in. We'll have to walk the rest of the way ourselves. Dan Zichio smiled, slightly pulling a handgun from her thigh. Let's go check out the village and see what the situation is. The two of them passed through the narrow thicket and arrived at the village entrance, finally gaining a clear view ahead. Due to the inconvenience of entering and exiting, the village still had the same single-story houses from over a decade ago. Zhou Feng walked along the path without concealment, but saw no zombies charging out. It seems there are no zombies here. Dan Zichio's expression was serious, perhaps reminded of the old lady they had encountered a few days ago, her grip on the handgun tightening. Not only are there no zombies, Zhou Feng scanned the surrounding houses and quietly said, it looks like there aren't even any people around. The entire village had its doors and windows tightly shut, and even the sounds of roosters crowing and dogs barking had vanished. If it weren't for a fleeting shadow he had seen at a window moments ago, Zhou Feng would have thought this was an abandoned village that had been empty for over a decade. Dan Zichio pointed to one of the houses and winked at Zhou Feng. Should we go in and grab someone to ask? In a situation where they were completely in the dark, the best approach would be to inquire with the locals. Zhou Feng pondered for a moment and shook his head at Dan Zichio. Let's leave here first. Even without asking anyone, it was clear that something had frightened so many people into silence. Besides the monsters outside that they couldn't handle, Zhou Feng couldn't think of any other possibilities. Russell. Who? The two were startled and simultaneously chased towards the direction of the sound. The grass ahead, half a person's height, swayed from time to time, moving rapidly, as if it were very familiar with the nearby environment, nearly shaking off the two of them. Zhou Feng raised an eyebrow, predicting where the next movement in the grass would be. He raised his hand and shot a bullet in that direction. The other party yelled in fright. Though unharmed, they stopped in their tracks, terrified. Don't kill me. His voice trembled with a hint of a cry in it. I'm not a zombie. My name is Qin Song, I'm human. As Zhou Feng and Dan Zichio parted the tall grass, they saw a 16 or 17-year-old boy sitting on the ground, nearly in tears. Why are you running? Zhou Feng said indifferently, helping the weak-legged boy up from the ground. Qin Song nervously swallowed hard. How was I supposed to know if you were human or zombies? I was scared, can't I run? Are you from the village? Zhou Feng ignored Qin Song's implicit complaints and continued to ask why is everyone staying at home, and why are you the only one out? Qin Song's expression suddenly turned a bit forlorn. I came out to find my dad. That's my house. He pointed to a nearby singlestory house. After my grandma fell ill, my dad told me to stay home and take care of her while he went out to find medicine, but he hasn't come back since he left the day before yesterday. Qin Song didn't know if his father was still alive, but he just wanted to come out and look for him. Zhou Feng raised an eyebrow, picking at his words. So what? You're just going to leave your sick grandma? Humph. Qin Song pouted. That wicked woman died a long time ago. It was clear he didn't like her. Zhou Feng temporarily set aside his suspicions about Qin Song and asked, why are all the doors and windows in your village tightly shut? Is there something outside? Qin Song glanced at Zhou Feng and Dan Ziqiu with narrow eyes. Since you know, why dare you come to the village? Seeing that the two didn't seem hostile, his fear lessened, and he continued walking towards the valley. The valley next to our village is different from other places. There are ferocious beasts inside. Qin Song stepped over a fallen tree, ahead, his youthful voice tinged with hoarseness. You two aren't even half as sturdy as my dad, you should hurry and leave. Zhou Feng and Dan Ziqiu paid no heed. Qin Song glared at them, but constrained by their guns could only mumble quietly, stubborn. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A sharp sound suddenly came from behind the large tree ahead. Qin Song in a panic climbed up the tree in a few swift moves. Zombies. Zhou Feng twitched his lips, watching the terrified fox flee. Don't you think it's ridiculous to try to warn us to leave with that cowardice of yours? Not a zombie. Qin Song sighed in relief and retorted, I'm just being cautious. Do you understand what Huanyun Valley is? He had grown up listening to terrifying animal stories. What's wrong with being afraid of animals? A woo! Suddenly an abnormal wolf howl echoed from the direction the fox had fled. Zhou Feng's expression slightly changed as he loaded his gun and aimed ahead. No, no, no. Qin Song's youthful voice nearly cracked as he shouted in terror, you all hurry up. This time Zhou Feng did not hesitate, pulling Dan Ziqiu up the tree. In the next moment, dozens of zombies with red eyes and dripping disgusting saliva sprang out from the grass. Qin Song was so frightened that his eyes rolled back, nearly fainting. Terrifying animals. So they really do exist. He thought it was just an old tale made up by the elders to fool children. Dan Ziqiu with her keen ears overheard Qin Song muttering to himself and rebutted. This is a zombie, a wolf infected with the zombie virus. I know. Qin Song trembled as he stood on the thick branch, his face a picture of despair. He just felt it was very similar. And why must we explain things at a time like this? Shouldn't we be thinking of ways to escape quickly? Zhou Feng changed the magazine and aimed his gun at the zombie wolf climbing the tree. Bang! A gunshot rang out and a large hole appeared in the zombie wolf's forehead. Qin Song was startled but soon looked at Zhou Feng and Dan Ziqiu with shining eyes. Yes, these two had firearms, no wonder they were not afraid at all. Just as he placed all his hopes on them. However, Zhou Feng's next bullet got stuck on the forehead of one of the zombie wolves. Mutated zombie wolf. He raised an eyebrow, realizing that this time a handgun wouldn't suffice. Dan Ziqiu pursed her lips and looked at Zhou Feng, softly saying, Zhou Feng, there are a total of 7 mutated zombie wolves. She had carefully counted while Zhou Feng was shooting at the zombie wolves, noting which ones were the fastest. All right. Zhou Feng responded and quickly shot. With Dan Ziqiu's assistance, soon only 7 mutated zombie wolves remained that couldn't be dealt with by bullets. He considered using the explosives from his backpack, but the place they were in was a valley filled with many dry trees in the summer. If he accidentally caused a forest fire, then his plan to go to the abandoned military base would be ruined. Ding! The sound of the Tang Hungdao clashing with a zombie wolf rang out. Zhou Feng flipped down from the tree, engaging in a fierce battle with the mutated zombie wolves. The sharp Tang Hungdao in his hand struck the zombies, causing his wrist to go numb from the impact. Watching the 7 mutated zombie wolves swarm Zhou Feng, Dan Ziqiu fired her gun, and although she couldn't kill these mutated zombies, she managed to slow down their assault. Qin Song, nervously perched on the tree, felt sweat trickle down his forehead, sliding into his eyes. Don't get hurt, don't get hurt. Initially he thought that with Zhou Feng's physique, he was even less capable than him. Bringing a woman along to survive in Huanyun Valley was simply a fool's dream. But now his life was entirely in the hands of these two. Bang, bang, bang. The zombie wolves, hit by bullets, turned to charge at Dan Ziqiu, their stiff bodies scratching wildly at the ground below the tree. One of the zombie wolves actually climbed up the tree branches. Ah! Qin Song screamed, clinging to a branch the width of a person, slipping as he tried to climb higher. Help! Help! The zombie wolf was up. Dan Ziqiu shot at the zombie wolf's claw. Although she didn't kill it, she caused it to slip and fall. Clang! Zhou Feng no longer wasted mental energy, worrying about whether a zombie wolf would pounce from behind, becoming increasingly ruthless as he struck down the mutated zombie wolves. Roar! The zombie wolf let out a final roar. Zhou Feng's blade pierced through the zombie wolf's mouth, penetrating its fragile upper jaw and stirring within its already rotten brain. Bang! The sound of a heavy body hitting the ground echoed. Zhou Feng looked at the last two mutated zombie wolves that had surrounded him and directly put down the Tang Hingdao using his spiritual resonance to attack their rotten brains. The zombie wolves leaped into the air, as if about to tear apart the defenseless Zhou Feng. Qin Song couldn't bear to watch, turning his eyes away and murmuring, "Just as I praised your strength, you give up resistance. It's over. This time it's really over." Danzi Qiu instinctively panicked, wanting to descend to save him. But she quickly remembered Zhou Feng's countless special abilities and retracted her foot that was about to step down. I should trust him. Zhou Feng is not someone who would give up easily, and he wouldn't boast about not resisting the zombie wolves' attacks. He must have other tricks up his sleeve. Sure enough, in Qin Song's desperate gaze, the zombie wolves seemed to suddenly abandon their attack. No, they seemed to have become domesticated dogs lying beside Zhou Feng, exposing their rigid bellies. Qin Song stared in disbelief what was happening. They surrendered voluntarily. Are these creatures on the ground still zombies? Danzi Qiu raised an eyebrow, surprised that Zhou Feng could not only control humans who were once primates, but could also control animals turned into zombies. Wow, that's incredible. Qin Song tumbled down from the tree, his eyes wide with excitement as he stared at Zhou Feng. Big boss. Do you take disciples? Danzi Qiu stood beside Zhou Feng a little possessively. She was the one who came first. If Zhou Feng wanted to take a disciple, it should be her. Zhou Feng smiled at her, noticing the usually composed and reserved older sister behaving so childishly for the first time. Ahem. He cleared his throat, moved beside Danzi Qiu, and looked at Qin Song. I'm not even half as good as your father. It's too dangerous to follow me. You should leave as soon as possible. Being countered by Zhou Feng with his own words, 17-year-old Qin Song felt rare embarrassment flush his face. I didn't mean it that way. I just thought it was too dangerous here and wanted to stimulate you to leave. All right, I'm not joking. Zhou Feng maintained a calm demeanor, but his voice revealed a hint of tenderness. This valley is not as simple as you think. You must plan carefully to find your father. You should focus on surviving in this apocalypse before thinking about anything else. Qin Song, unwilling to give up, clenched his fists and took a couple of steps to Zhou Feng's side, kneeling down with a thud. Big boss, I'm begging you to take me along. What do you think of this? His voice was hoarse, filled with desperation and hope. I've walked through this valley many times. Although I haven't ventured to the deepest parts, I can lead you anywhere you want to go. Zhou Feng looked at the boy with some surprise, not expecting him to go to such lengths. He pondered for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. All right, but I won't protect you while looking for your father. Our only deal is that you lead me to the places I want to go. Don't worry, I'll protect you on the way. Qin Song's eyes widened in surprise, nodding happily. If it weren't for the difference in gender, he would have wanted to hug Zhou Feng's leg in excitement. Zhou Feng politely declined. He glanced at the two and pointed at the obediently sitting zombie wolves. Get on their backs or we're setting off now. The two zombie wolves were intentionally left by Zhou Feng because he didn't consider that Qin Song would join them, so he only left two living zombies. This? Qin Song hesitated, unsure how to distribute the mounts. Danzi Qiu chuckled, taking Zhou Feng's hand and sitting on another zombie wolf leaning against Zhou Feng's chest with a sultry voice. Let's sit together. Zhou Feng sat behind the zombie wolf, cradling the frail body of his superior sister in his arms. Let's go. He mentally directed the zombie to venture deeper into the valley. Qin Song utilized his superior memory to guide the direction of their journey. Danzi Qiu leaned against Zhou Feng's chest, her mind wandering as she unconsciously played with the fur around the zombie wolf's neck. Oh! She snapped back to reality, looking at the black code imprinted on the zombie wolf's neck in astonishment. What is this thing? Zhou Feng was blocked by Danzi Qiu and could only shift slightly, resting his chin on her collarbone, his gaze drifting past the girl to the code. Indeed. He chuckled softly, his chest vibrating with the sound. Danzi Qiu looked at Zhou Feng in confusion, not understanding why he suddenly laughed. Fool! Zhou Feng lightly tapped Danzi Qiu's head. Why are we here this time? They were here to find crystal cores. The fact that these wolves bore experimental codes only indicated that the chances of encountering special zombies in this abandoned base had significantly increased. Crystal cores. Danzi Qiu's expression shifted to realization, her red lips brushing against Zhou Feng's cheek, her breath making his face tingle. I can't guarantee survival in the presence of special zombies. If we encounter one, I will do my best not to become a burden to you. I never said I would give up on you. Zhou Feng warned by pinching Danzi Qiu's waist. So you'd best not test me. Seeing her thoughts exposed, Danzi Qiu remained calm, smiling, as she leaned up to plant a kiss on the corner of Zhou Feng's lips. Then thank you in advance, Zhou Feng. You must save me. Qin Song, trailing half a step behind, wished he could blind himself. Why is there still dog food to eat in the apocalypse? The deeper they ventured, the more mutated zombies they encountered, but with the presence of the zombie wolf Zhou Feng, successfully controlled 2 zombie foxes. Ahead, traces of human habitation became visible, indicating they hadn't gone wrong. This abandoned military base had evidently been occupied at some point. Just as the zombie wolf was brought to a halt by Zhou Feng's control, a strange roar echoed from the sky. Kaga. Zhou Feng paused, quickly reacting to draw his handgun and fire a bullet into the air. Bang! The bullet, as if guided by instinct, accurately struck a large bird diving down. Although the bird was unharmed, it wobbled unsteadily due to the impact. Zhou Feng and the others successfully dodged this attack, his gaze fixated on the direction in which the bird was falling, his brow furrowing slightly. Is that a peregrine falcon? Had I not fired that shot in advance, the 3 of us would have been in serious trouble with just the falcon's sharp beak. Even without mentioning the virus on the zombie falcon, just a single bite from such a large bird could tear away flesh. Qin Song shivered, rubbing his goosebumps in fear. Big brother, you saved me again. Stop it. Zhou Feng quickly restrained Qin Song's almost adoring demeanor as he approached the falcon that had transformed into a chicken. Kaga. The falcon glared at Zhou Feng with its blood-red eyes, opening its beak to bite at Zhou Feng's calf. Zhou Feng effortlessly swung his tang saber, severing the falcon's neck, leaving its fierce head still mechanically snapping open and shut. Score 1. Such an animal, even as an ordinary zombie, possesses such formidable attacking strength. One can only imagine if the falcon were to truly become a mutated or special zombie, whether he could still contend against it. Zhou Feng was aware of the existence of the shelter system. Even if he lost to it, he wouldn't become a zombie. But Danzi Qiu was different. She was still an unprotected, ordinary person. Don't worry, I'm not that weak. Danzi Qiu gently took Zhou Feng's hand, pulling him towards the entrance of the abandoned military base. If you're worried about me getting into trouble, how about letting me acquire the special abilities I desire sooner? Zhou Feng smiled, helplessly enjoying this transactional way of interacting. Qin Song followed behind them, stepping around the severed head of the falcon zombie, looking at the long-abandoned military base with confusion. What are we here for? The surroundings were overgrown with weeds, and various small animals had made their homes near the entrance. The once spacious path had not been tread upon in ages. The 2 exchanged glances. Had they not previously obtained crucial clues from the special zombies, they wouldn't have suspected such a place contained a laboratory. Qin Song knocked at the door, trying to find a way in. Suddenly his gaze fell upon a black shirt half hidden in the grass, and his pupils trembled as he instinctively stepped toward the foliage. This is... His voice was hoarse as he bent down to pick up the familiar shirt, tears welling in his eyes. This is my father's shirt. He must have been here. Danzi Qiu frowned, feeling reluctant to shatter his hope. Zhou Feng, however, was not as kind. His tone was cold. There are no signs of anyone having stepped around this shirt. The only possibility is that it was thrown down from above. And only a monkey could have done something like that. I suggest you leave to find the monkey nest. Perhaps you'll find clues about your father there. Qin Song looked resolute, grateful as he gazed at Zhou Feng. I understand. Thank you. He turned to leave, but Zhou Feng blocked his path. Don't be in such a hurry. There are plenty of monkeys in this abandoned military base. You can take a look inside first. Zhou Feng's reason for not letting Qin Song leave was that he was a recent addition. If Qin Song had left before learning their destination, he wouldn't have stopped him at all. But since Qin Song had followed them, he would not allow him to slip out of his sight. Really? Qin Song stared at Zhou Feng with wide, bewildered eyes, not blinking. Are you sure there are monkeys living in here? Of course, I never lie to kids. Although Zhou Feng often deceived children, this time he spoke the truth. He had indeed seen illustrations of monkey zombies in the work logs of special zombies. Monkeys share the closest genetic relationship with humans, and for that reason the laboratory specifically brought in many monkeys for experimentation. Zhou Feng, dear brother. Danzi Qiu approached Zhou Feng with her long legs, shaking a key in front of them. I found the key. This abandoned base from over a decade ago doesn't have high-tech defense measures. Even if the power has been out for days, the inside remains brightly lit. Above the entrance, unseen to the 3, a pure white surveillance camera suddenly flickered to life with a red light. The animal carcasses occasionally appearing on the ground and the bloodstains splattered on the pale walls sent a chill down one's spine. Qin Song nervously rubbed his arms. These bloodstains look quite fresh. Shan Zikia's gaze fell on the broken transparent glass on both sides of the corridor, and she realized the experimental subjects of the animal zombies that were detained had escaped not long ago. The blood on the walls was merely oxidized, indicating that the ones who were bitten were humans, not zombies. Several zombie rabbits that had not escaped crazily slammed against the glass upon seeing Zhou Feng and the others. However, due to their small size, they did not burst out like their predecessors. Qin Song was startled and hurriedly hid behind Zhou Feng. Although he was closer to Shan Ziqiu, the relationship between those two was clearly unusual. What if Shan Ziqiu took a liking to him, and then Zhou Feng pursued him? After all, he was handsome and young. Just then, as Qin Song's thoughts wandered, the previously unbreakable glass door suddenly made a cracking sound. Zhou Feng and Shan Ziqiu immediately raised their heads alertly. Besides the observation rooms for the zombie rabbits, the large door behind them also slammed shut at the same time. This is not our people, right? In a room deep inside the abandoned military base, several computers displayed blue screens interspersed with footage of Zhou Feng and the others entering the base. Our people want come to take us away for another 2 weeks. A hoarse male voice filled the safety room. These 3 have discovered the secret of the base. They cannot be allowed to leave. You don't need to tell me that. They all look quite young. A short-haired girl stepped out from the crowd side and said to a machine, "What a pity. Who told you to get lost and come here?" As soon as the woman's words fell, the large door behind Zhou Feng and the others was suddenly shut. What is happening? Qin Song's expression turned terrified, but several zombie rabbits rushed towards him upon hearing his voice. Shan Ziqiu shot a bullet at the zombie rabbit by Qin Song's feet, creating a bloody hole in its forehead. These rabbits are too small. Be careful not to let them catch you. Zhou Feng stomped down hard on a zombie rabbit's neck, separating its head from its body with great force. He looked up curiously at one of the surveillance cameras on the corridor ceiling. Are you looking down on me? These rabbits are not fast. They aren't even mutated zombies. Even if all of them were killed, it would only yield a few points. It seemed that the people behind the scenes heard Zhou Feng's mocking voice, as the sound of the glass door opening echoed from ahead of the 3, who had not yet stepped forward. Qin Song twitched the corners of his mouth, looking utterly hopeless. What are you doing? Are you trying to get me killed? Just the small, slow zombie rabbits made his heart race, not to mention the robust footsteps approaching from the unknown darkness ahead. Qin Song, feeling cowardly and self-aware, slowly moved to hide behind Zhou Feng, and the others clasping his hands together in frantic prayer. I can't be seen, I can't be seen, I can't be seen. Zhou Feng's ears perked up with the stench of zombies in the air was growing stronger. He drew the Tang Xiangdao and stepped into the darkness, relying on his perception to swing at the rapidly moving animal zombies. Roar! Dozens of wild boars charged, and one of them slammed into Zhou Feng's blade, causing pain in his wrist. Zhou Feng steadied the handle of the Tang Xiangdao with both hands and instinctively activated his defense value. Ever since the shelter upgraded to Lv.1, his defense value could automatically defend against 100 attacks. As long as he recharged his defense value before the last bit was used up, he wouldn't have to worry about being harmed by zombies and contracting the virus. Clang! The sound of metal rang out. Zhou Feng felt surrounded by several wild boars. After inserting the tip of his knife into the brain of one zombie, he deftly returned to the area with light. Points 10. Roar! Upon sensing the food leaving the zombie, wild boars immediately went into a frenzy, charging towards Zhou Feng. Their eyes were blood-red and thick liquid dripped from their sharp tusks, seemingly ready to inject the virus as soon as they pierced the skin. It was unclear how long this group of zombie wild boars had been infected. Their bodies were already rotting, and one of their half-destroyed eyes dangled beside their cheeks. Gulp! This time even Shan Ziqiu broke out in a cold sweat. She warily watched the wild boar charging at her, and quickly shoved the barrel of her gun into the zombie's mouth. Bang! The zombie wild boar's head exploded violently. Shan Ziqiu turned to Zhou Feng and quietly said, "There are simply too many of these zombie wild boars. Shouldn't we find a defensible place to kill them? But we have no retreat behind us." Qin Song swallowed hard, pouring cold water on the situation. There is nowhere to hide in this cursed place except the corridor. Shan Ziqiu could only grit her teeth and deal with the several zombie wild boars in front of her. Roar! While the two were distracted, a zombie wild boar suddenly appeared behind Qin Song and charged at him. The sharp tusks were about to land on the boy's lower back. Qin Song tried to dodge, but it was already too late. He could only redden his face and brace himself with his hands against the wild boar's tusks. His legs trembled, and just as he was about to collapse, Zhou Feng dealt with the remaining mutated zombies in front of him, then swung the Tang Xiangdao, slicing Qin Song's neck before driving it into the zombie's mouth. Thud! The blade twisted inside the wild boar's brain. In an instant, the zombie wild boar lost all its ability to move. Shan Ziqiu was also on the verge of collapse. 4 or 5 mutated zombies seemed determined to tear a piece of flesh from her, surrounding her as she began to weaken. She had no time to wipe the sweat from her face and hoarsely called out, "Zhou Feng, I'm about to give out." Zhou Feng's gaze sharpened as he pulled the Tang Xiangdao from the mouth of the zombie wild boar and quickly moved to support Shan Ziqiu. Clang! The blade blocked the wild boar's sharp teeth, which almost grazed Shan Ziqiu's skin. He forcefully pulled her back and fought the remaining zombies alone. He could still kill. No one was allowed to take his zombies and points. Be careful, Sister Shan, don't fall. Qin Song stretched out his arm like a little boy, allowing the exhausted Shan Ziqiu to lean on him, marveling once again at his own perceptiveness. Shan Ziqiu panted heavily, yet her eyes remained fixed on Zhou Feng. It was as if the moment Zhou Feng showed signs of faltering, she would immediately rush forward. Bang! The last zombie fell lifelessly to the ground at Zhou Feng's hand. With a sigh of relief, Zhou Feng wiped the Tang Xiangdao clean and sheathed it. His gaze shifted from the zombie to the translucent system panel, where his points had already surpassed 1,000 during his frenzied hunt. After all, he had so many controlled zombies under his command. If each one killed just 2, he could rapidly accumulate enough points to level up. Zhou Feng convinced himself, a smile curling at the corners of his lips, as he exchanged 1,000 points for a blue-tier lottery chance. Does the host wish to draw now? Draw! The moment he silently uttered the word, a familiar blue spinning wheel materialized in his mind. The wheel was densely packed with blue entries dazzling to the eye. As it spun and the pointer came to a halt, a brilliant azure light flashed before his eyes. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the blue entry Void Corridor. Void Corridor. The host gains a corridor space for storing supplies. Current entry level allows opening 10 rooms for storage. Gulp! Zhou Feng was utterly stunned this time. He hadn't expected to obtain the spatial ability he had longed for so soon. Haha! Zhou Feng excitedly punched his palm. Perfect. Now when I go to the city center to load supplies, I won't have to worry about the car being too small. Shan Ziqiu, having recovered, let go of Qin Song's supporting hand and walked over upon hearing Zhou Feng's voice. What happened? You seem so happy. Qin Song also cast a curious glance at Zhou Feng, but made no move to eavesdrop on their conversation. A glint of mirth sparkled in Zhou Feng's eyes as he winked at Shan Ziqiu. You'll find out when we get back. It's definitely a huge surprise. This wasn't the right time to explain, and he didn't intend to let the woman beside him know about the system. He would just mention it when they returned and let them figure out the rest. Okay. A smile tugged at Shan Ziqiu's lips. She didn't know when it started, but seeing Zhou Feng happy made her happy too. Calming himself, Zhou Feng turned and groped along the corridor wall for a light switch. The darkness ahead was oppressive. A bit of light would allow them to defend against any sudden threats. Zhou Feng's eyes suddenly lit up and he pressed the switch without hesitation. Click. The dark corridor was instantly flooded with bright, clear light. Shan Ziqiu, who had been tense in the pitch-black environment, let out a sigh of relief and quickened her pace to catch up with Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng looked down the seemingly endless corridor, his voice flat. Let's find the place where the experimental data is stored first. Okay. Shan Ziqiu nodded without hesitation, immediately grasping Zhou Feng's unspoken implication. If we can find records about the zombies' weaknesses, it would be better than figuring it out ourselves. If we come across a monitoring room, Zhou Feng glanced at the distracted Qin Song and said nonchalantly, we can check if there's any surveillance footage of the area outside the base. Brother Zhou, Qin Song called out in a syrupy voice, looking at Zhou Feng's disgusted expression with tearful eyes shimmering with gratitude. You'll never say your physique is half of my dad's again. You're the man among men, the alpha among alphas. Stop. Zhou Feng immediately cut off Qin Song's nauseating nonsense. Enough chatter. Let's find what we need and get out of here. Mom. Qin Song nodded, thinking to himself that if he were a woman, he would want to give himself to Zhou Feng right then and there. What a pity. Qin Song glanced down at his male anatomy. Maybe he should ask Brother Zhou if he had any special preferences. A blush crept up his cheeks. Just in case. It wasn't entirely out of the question. Zhou Feng, thanks but no thanks. Catching the unsettling look in Qin Song's eyes, Zhou Feng shuddered instinctively. He quickened his pace, almost spitefully, leaving both of them behind. After countless twists and turns and over a dozen wrong rooms, they finally opened a door to reveal a room dedicated to storing archives. Grr! The moment Zhou Feng stepped into the data room, a zombie in a white lab coat lunged at him. Slash! Just like the dozen times before, Zhou Feng swiftly decapitated the zombie with a single stroke. Shan Ziqiu smiled teasingly. Brother Zhou Feng, you're way too fast. I didn't even react before the zombie was dead by your hand. Maybe you should take the next one. Zhou Feng glanced sideways at Shan Ziqiu. As for being fast or not, don't you already know? He knew exactly what she was implying. Qin Song wished he could cover his ears. Was this something he should be hearing? Would Brother Zhou silence him to keep the secret? Shan Ziqiu flashed Zhou Feng a placating smile, pretending not to understand the threat in his words, and looked down at the researcher on the floor. Suddenly, her expression froze. There's still a syringe stuck in this researcher's neck. She picked up a silver case from the floor and took out a vial. Comparing it to the one in the researcher's neck, she confirmed they were the same. Qin Song crouched down, pulled the syringe from the lifeless zombie's neck, and spotted a bite mark on its nape. His imagination ran wild. Could this syringe be the cure? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. This researcher was bitten and happened to have a cure of unknown effect in hand. He used it as a last resort, but halfway through the injection he turned into a zombie. Shan Ziqiu nodded thoughtfully. Maybe Qin Song is right. After all this time studying zombies, it wouldn't be surprising if they developed a cure. She casually picked up a few sheets of paper from the desk and her expression darkened. They sure have a lot of records here. Besides illustrations of animal zombies, the papers were filled with research data on monkeys and humans. It documented initial survival times followed by various abilities and traits after mutation. Taking in the vast collection of files and the suspected cure in Shan Zikia's hand, Zhou Feng waved his hand and swept everything into the rooms of his void corridor. Ah! Shan Zichio stared at her suddenly empty hand, a rare look of adorable bewilderment on her face. What just happened? Was this another of Zhou Feng's special abilities? That was incredible. She hadn't even obtained a single ability yet, and Zhou Feng was revealing one after another, dazzling her. Zhou Feng chuckled softly and reached out to pinch Shan Zikia's soft cheek. Snap out of it. His touch brought her back from her shock to reality. But Qin Song was still standing there dumbfounded. After a moment he snapped out of it and rushed forward excitedly. Master, is this another one of your superpowers? He really wanted to learn. Don't call me that. Zhou Feng rejected Qin Song's attempt at familiarity and strode out of the now empty room. This should be the very center of the base. Professor Chang. A short-haired girl nervously looked at the middle-aged man not far away, unsure of what to do next. He's getting closer to us. The man addressed as Professor Chang sat up from the resting bed, his voice steady. Release those zombies. Ah! The short-haired girl widened her eyes in shock, as if she could scarcely believe what she had just heard. Professor, isn't this too risky? Her face pale, she refused the order Professor Chang had just issued. If we release those things, none of us will survive. Hearing Professor Chang's words, the others rose from the ground. Professor Chang, isn't it too wasteful to unleash that great killer for the sake of these 3 people? This is the apocalypse now. Even if those 3 survive and spread the word, no one will come after us. But what if their power is too bizarre and they break through our safe house? I don't want to die. Seeing everyone vehemently oppose him, Professor Chang's face darkened. Am I the professor or are you? I watched this room being built with my own eyes. It will never fail. Besides, someone will come to pick us up in 2 weeks. The higher-ups will lure the zombies away, so there's no need to worry. Hearing the professor's explanation, the grim expressions of the group began to ease. Will the higher-ups come on time? Our food can last at most 20 people for 3 months. If we release those bizarre zombies and the higher-ups don't come, what then? The higher-ups won't abandon us. Professor Cheng's voice was resolute, though his eyes flickered. But if we don't kill these 3 and let them run around spreading rumors, our own lives may not be spared. His final words struck like a warning bell, jolting everyone back to reality. If they let these 3 go for the sake of safety, would the higher-ups in their anger bury them all to hide the secret? Let's go with Professor Cheng's plan. I agree to release those zombies. One of them turned to the short-haired girl. This safe house can't be opened without a specific key and ID card. Seeing that everyone had made up their minds, the short-haired girl knew her opposition was futile. After all, she wasn't the only one who knew the lab password. With a sigh, her fingers flew across the keyboard. In the darkness deep within the base, several iron doors of cages slowly began to rise, the dragging sound of chains echoing through the gloom. Roar! A high-pitched howl pierced through the walls, though by the time it reached Zhou Feng and his companions it was barely audible. Zhou Feng's ears twitched slightly. He quickly pressed a finger to his lips, signaling Shan Zichio and Qin Song to be silent. The faint, raspy sounds of zombies could be heard in the distance. Qin Song, initially puzzled by Zhou Feng's gesture, suddenly changed expression. Brother Zhou, are they coming again? He had grown accustomed to the base releasing groups of zombies from time to time, but his stamina was nearly exhausted. Now more were coming. Couldn't they even get a proper rest? Seeing the plea in Qin Song's eyes, Zhou Feng had no intention of leading them both in an escape. He had fought his way here with great difficulty and hadn't even caught a glimpse of a special zombie. How could he leave so easily? Don't you want to find your father? Zhou Feng's single sentence made Qin Song retract his thoughts of retreat. Shan Zichio pressed her ear to the wall, frowning slightly. There are very few coming. Is it really necessary? Judging by the commotion in the distance, only a few zombies were approaching. But after all the ones they had already killed, what use would sending a few more be? Unless... She exchanged a glance with Zhou Feng, their emotions poles apart. Could it be that among these there was a special zombie? Shan Zikia's heart filled with vigilance and caution. If that were the case, escaping smoothly would be exceedingly difficult. Zhou Feng's eyes lit up as he eagerly watched the zombies drawing nearer in the darkness. Roar! A foul wind accompanied by the zombies' howls sprayed over Zhou Feng and his companions. Qin Song gripped an iron rod he had found in the room, his legs trembling as he swung it fiercely at a zombie lunging toward him. But soon he noticed something strange about the rod. Under Qin Song's force, the iron rod seemed to melt like ice, droplets of molten iron dripping from the back of his hand onto the ground. What's happening? How high would the temperature need to be to melt an iron rod? Yet the weapon in his hand still felt cold to the touch. Seeing this, Zhou Feng's expression shifted. He quickly stored his Tang horizontal sword into his space. This weapon had served him well, and he couldn't let a special zombie ruin it. He hadn't expected for special zombies to appear this time. It was well worth the long search in this abandoned base. Thump! Zhou Feng enveloped himself with defensive energy and punched a zombie's head with all his might. A cracking sound followed and the rotten skull seemed to develop tiny fissures. Zhou Feng's eyes brightened. He hadn't realized the shelter system's defensive power was so effective. He felt no pain at all and the special zombie skull was wilting under the extreme defense. Splash! On the other side, a zombie spewing water suddenly sprayed Zhou Feng. The virus-laden water, once it entered a human body, would rapidly transform them into a zombie. But this attack was utterly harmless to Zhou Feng. Still, he was disgusted by the sticky liquid clinging to him, his face contorting in frustration. He looked up at the water-type special zombie charging at him, veins bulging on his forehead, and slapped it hard across the face. Slap! The crisp sound echoed in the air. Shan Ziqiu, who was struggling just to resist, stared at Zhou Feng in astonishment. Her red lips parted slightly as her gaze fell on his hand. You! When had he become so strong? Before she could finish, the zombie in front of her wasn't about to wait for them to chat. It opened its foul, gaping maw and lunged to bite Shan Ziqiu's arm. Sparks of fire scattered from its movements. Clang! Quick as a flash, she shoved her empty pistol into the special zombie's mouth. The zombie's jaws clamped down, shattering the sturdy pistol instantly. Shan Ziqiu's eyes widened in alarm. She dared not confront this zombie heathen, so she retreated while leading it in circles. A creature missing half its foot. This zombie was noticeably slower than others of its kind. The moment his weapon vanished, Qin Song ducked down and rolled forward, barely dodging the zombie's sharp claws. Roar! The special zombie whirled around, aiming its jaws at the back of Qin Song's neck. Catching this in his peripheral vision, Zhou Feng yanked Qin Song back. These special zombies are even faster than mutated ones. If you can't hold on, retreat to the room we just left. Shan Ziqiu and Qin Song exchanged a glance, seeing the exhaustion in each other's eyes. Bang! 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 Zhou Feng pummeled a mutated zombie pinned to the ground, ignoring the metal-type zombie attacking him from behind. The horrifying sight made Shan Ziqiu's heart leap into her throat. But the next moment, seeing all the zombies' attacks blocked, she breathed a sigh of relief and called out to Zhou Feng. "You'll take Qin Song back to the room first. Lure one inside." "Well, take them. One at a time." Shan Ziqiu drew a new firearm from her waist, but there were no spare bullets. With only a few rounds, she managed to repel the other 3 zombies behind Zhou Feng. When Zhou Feng entered with one of the zombies, Qin Song swiftly closed the door. Bang! The 3 special zombies crashed against the door. The door, crafted from special metal, barely held against the 3 zombies outside. Zhou Feng looked at the zombie struggling and roaring in his grasp, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Lucky I brought in this metal-type zombie. Otherwise this door wouldn't have held much longer. His gaze was tender as he looked at the special zombie, as if beholding a rare treasure. Yet his fist struck its head with relentless force. Bang! 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 Zhou Feng's strength grew with each blow. The zombie's blood splattered and stained the corner of his eye, but just as the blood was about to touch his eyeball, an invisible defense materialized around him. Crack! At last, the special zombie's brain burst in Zhou Feng's hands. Brain matter mixed with fluids spilled across the floor, the crystal core gleaming amidst the red, white, and black mess. Zhou Feng picked up the crystal core and placed it in one of the rooms along the corridor, letting out a light sigh of relief. Only after the metal-type zombie was thoroughly dead did he dare to retrieve the hidden Tang horizontal saber. Open the door. The moment Zhou Feng spoke, Shan Ziqiu pulled open the metal door that had been violently battered. The 3 zombies charged in simultaneously. She was about to repeat her previous tactic of driving 2 of them away when she realized her gun was out of bullets. Zhou Feng fought 3 at once, ordering Shan Ziqiu to hide. Without the threat of weapons or psychic attacks, these 3 mutated zombies couldn't harm him as long as his defense held. Provided Shan Ziqiu and Qin Song stayed out of sight, he could then deal with the zombies without restraint. Shan Ziqiu, realizing she had become a burden without her firearm, led Qin Song to a safe spot. "All right," she replied and quickly ducked into a corner beyond the zombie's reach. Qin Song, nearly struck by a frenzied zombie, scrambled after her. "Wait for me." Shan Ziqiu cast a worried glance at Zhou Feng. She had never had a clear understanding of special zombies before. In the cellar, she only knew Zhou Feng was formidable, but she had no idea how much effort it took him to kill that zombie. Now, using all her strength, she could barely survive against a special zombie. Only then did she grasp the true power of such creatures. And Zhou Feng was suppressing 3 special zombies all by himself. That's incredible. Qin Song nodded in agreement, stars shining in his eyes as he looked at Zhou Feng. No way. I have to become his disciple. If I were half as strong as Brother Zhou, would I still fear death in this apocalypse? Clang! The sharp blade of the Tang saber struck a special zombie, sending sparks flying. Zhou Feng's eyes sharpened. He suddenly kicked the special zombie on his right that was about to ambush him. With a loud bang, the flame-covered creature crashed violently into the wall. Ignoring the zombie behind him, He precisely drove the blade's tip into the mouth of the zombie at his feet, silencing its roar. Schluck! The tip pierced through the upper palate and into the special zombie's brain. Seeing it still struggle, Zhou Feng pulled out the saber and thrust it forcefully through the zombie's eye socket. Roar! The sound ceased abruptly. Zhou Feng had no time to dig through the zombie's brain. He turned and swung his blade at the remaining two. After considerable effort, panting heavily, and his hands trembling, he finally severed the last zombie's head. All the points he had earned were depleted from the unlimited use of his defensive value. Points 50. A trace of helplessness flickered in Zhou Feng's eyes. Having staked everything, I ended up with only 4 crystal cores and 50 points. He steadied his ragged breaths, wiped the blood off his blade, and sheathed it. Then his hands, now stained with the sins of slaughter, reached for the crystal cores inside the brains of the 3 zombies awaiting his attention. How is this possible? Professor Chang shoved past the person in front of him to get a closer look at the monitor. The footage clearly showed Zhou Feng's entire fight with the zombies. A fanatical gleam suddenly ignited in his eyes. Someone actually managed to kill 4 special zombies single-handedly. This opens up a whole new avenue of research. Professor, I think I saw the zombies couldn't even penetrate this man's skin. Is that normal? I saw it too. He's not human anymore, is he? What do you know? Confident in his own field of expertise, Professor Chang raised his head proudly. This person represents another direction in the evolution of special zombies. The very goal we've been pursuing. I never thought that after all my arduous research it would manifest in an ordinary person. His gaze fell tenderly on Zhou Feng's body, as if appraising a breathtaking beauty waiting to be undressed. He possesses abilities beyond those of special zombies. I must have him. The short-haired woman didn't want to dampen her mentor's enthusiasm, but they had to respect the man's strength. Professor Chang, even releasing special zombies, couldn't subdue him. A trace of exasperation flickered in her eyes. How are we supposed to take him? Whether by force or persuasion, we'd have to show ourselves. Who knows if we'd get chopped down the moment we step out. Professor Chang's gaze shifted, landing on Shan Ziqiu beside Zhou Feng. An idea seemed to strike him. I recall you have a senior sister. Quite beautiful, isn't she? Professor Chang, I think you've grown too absorbed in your experiments and lost touch with reality. It was the first time the short-haired woman had spoken to him like this, but it was for their own safety. She had no desire to target her senior sister and incur the authorities' wrath. Professor Chang had once been a top professor at a prestigious university. When his research projects failed to gain support, he resigned from his position and devoted himself to this hidden laboratory. Before resigning, he had taken on several students, including this short-haired woman and her senior sister. Professor Chang had a vague impression of the strikingly beautiful young woman, remembering only that she often skipped class to pursue her own private research. My senior sister is a prodigy, personally invited by the authorities. She's probably under tight protection by now. You can't just boss around someone like that, just because you were her mentor for a few days. The short-haired woman's rebuke jogged Professor Cheng's memory. That person was indeed beyond his reach. He shook his head regretfully, then his gaze fell upon the short-haired woman herself. You! His eyes suddenly lit up. How had he never noticed how attractive his own student was? A true beauty, all hidden beneath that awful choppy short hair. No way. The short-haired girl's face paled as she frantically shook her head at Professor Chang. Teacher, please spare me. Can't you see how terrifying this person is? She rarely addressed him as teacher, truly frightened that this old rogue might set his sights on her. Although most of the zombies outside have been killed, there are still small groups roaming around. I'm just a fragile researcher. Professor Cheng's gaze suddenly turned menacing. Are you sure you want to defy me? In this base, his word was law. It had been a long time since he'd heard anyone refuse him. Now, under these circumstances, even a little girl dared to reject him. Don't forget, after you joined this lab, he said, your family was relocated to the safest island. If you don't cooperate, you know what will happen to them. Seeing the short-haired girl's pallor, Professor Chang suddenly resumed a gentle scholarly demeanor and tempted her. Don't you want to study such a perfect body and ability? Though she recognized his coercion and bribery, the short-haired girl was indeed swayed by his words. As for her parents, whom he threatened, she didn't care. If she were afraid of those scumbag parents getting hurt, she might never have joined this lab in the first place. The only thing that truly tempted the short-haired girl was the chance to study Zhou Feng's body. She hesitated before speaking. Then can I be the first to study him? Professor Chang agreed readily. Of course, just leave me the living specimen for experimentation. Zhou Feng looked at the 3 spirit cores in his hand, a sense of satisfaction welling up within him. Killing special zombies was truly arduous. With the cores he already had plus these 2, he still needed 5 more special zombies and 1 female resident to upgrade his shelter again. But the chance of encountering special zombies in this apocalypse was absurdly low. In his past life, he hadn't even encountered a single one. If it weren't for finding this zombie research lab and encountering for special zombies who knew how long it would take to gather 10 spirit cores. Zhou Feng, let's leave a bit later, Shan Ziqiu said, looking at him with concern. You've had a hard day, you need to rest properly. Though they had initially planned to be out for a few days, their goal was already accomplished. There was no point in staying any longer. It would be better to return early and study the function of the spirit cores. Yeah, brother Zhou. Qin Song shot Zhou Feng a grateful look and nodded. You just killed 3 special zombies to save us. How can your body handle it? Get some more rest. Alright, 3 hours of rest. Zhou Feng suppressed the smile on his lips, placed the spirit cores in a room along the corridor and said, Well, leave after searching the last area. Hearing this, a trace of reluctance flickered across Qin Song's face, but he still smiled at Zhou Feng. I won't follow you when you leave. I saw a couple of monkey zombies outside earlier. Since Brother Zhou has mostly cleared out the zombies in this damn place, I've decided to stay and find my father before leaving. Zhou Feng didn't dissuade him. After all, it was a family matter. He found a spot against the wall, sat down, closed his eyes, and rested for a while. Time passed quickly. The 3 of them left the room and continued toward their predetermined destination. This area seemed to be a more advanced zombie observation room, and the iron doors with large openings instantly reminded Zhou Feng of the 4 special zombies from earlier. Clatter! The sound of chains came from an unopened observation room ahead. Zhou Feng's eyes lit up. Could it be another special zombie that hadn't been released? He quickened his pace toward the source of the sound, turned a corner, and saw a test subject that looked nothing like a zombie. The girl had short hair pulled back by a silver headband, revealing strikingly beautiful features. She wore a loose white lab coat, making her appear utterly fragile and innocent. Female resident meeting system standards detected. Scanning details. Name Gongyao, age 20, appearance 93, figure 97, inner qualities full marks, not yet unlocked, total score 95, evaluation admissible, resident, can upgrade shelter level. Zhou Feng paused, his probing gaze resting on her face. The only things left outside the space were zombies. Now suddenly appearing before him was a stunningly beautiful woman. Something was clearly off. They're really desperate. He murmured to himself, his eyes fixed on Gong Yao's alluring face. Shan Ziqiu quickly caught up but froze at the sight of her pitiful state. Is this a test subject? These people are so cruel. Using their own kind as lab rats. Qin Song also voiced his indignation. He hadn't felt much seeing the dozen or so humans turned into zombies, but this was different. Seeing a living conscious test subject before him made the brutality of the entire base hit home. He spoke softly to Gong Yao, who was curled up in the observation room. Don't be afraid. We'll get you out of here. Zhou Feng hadn't initially intended to save anyone. The fact that it wasn't a special zombie made him reluctant to waste effort meddling. But then the system suddenly activated. It revealed that this person could become a female resident. That piqued Zhou Feng's interest. He tapped on the smooth glass. Do you know where the others are? If you give me information about them, I promise you'll get your chance for revenge. After all. His gaze shifted to the test number stamped on her wrist. Even for your own sake, it's better than just accepting your fate. Gong Yao hid the hatred in her eyes and gave Zhou Feng a charming, seductive smile. Sorry. Her voice was hoarse, like that of a test subject trapped in this observation room for nearly 10 days. I don't know where they are, but I know where their food is stored. You must be in need of supplies. Though she hated Professor Chung for branding her like an experiment, she didn't dare kill him under the surveillance cameras. She could only resort to small tricks, hoping to have the entire base's food confiscated, ideally starving them all. Professor Chung heard Gong Yao's words through the surveillance and was baffled. What does she mean by that? Is she trying to cut off our lifeline? The safe room only held a small portion of the 3-month food supply. The bulk was in the warehouse next door. If Gong Yao led Zhou Feng there, they wouldn't dare stop him. That can't be right. Gong Yao isn't like that. Maybe she's deliberately leading them there. Hearing this, someone in the crowd suddenly laughed in realization. Professor Chung, you're overthinking. The warehouse next door has spray-type anesthetic mist installed. Once Zhou Feng and his group go in, they'll inhale the anesthetic. In the end, they'll be at our mercy. Professor Cheng's complexion finally improved slightly. He let out a cold snort and said, Shed better not let me catch her playing any tricks, or else her parents won't be safe. The other researchers cast fearful glances at Professor Chung. Unlike Gong Yao, most of them had only learned about their families being taken away after joining the laboratory. A sense of shared grief hung in the air. No one wanted their family to suffer such inhumane harm in the apocalypse. With Gong Yao leading the way, the group quickly arrived next to the safe house where Professor Chung and his team were staying. You seem quite familiar with the layout here, finding this place so easily. Gong Yao pressed her lips into a smile at Zhou Feng, her eyes filled with an innocence that suggested she had no idea what he was implying. Humph. Zhou Feng let out a scoffing laugh, offering no comment on her pretense of innocence, while her actions clearly sabotaged the laboratory. Yet undeniably, Gong Yao's resentment toward the lab had greatly replenished his dwindling supplies. You open the door. He stepped aside from the warehouse entrance unconcerned, whether she was a genuine test subject or not. Without a word, Gong Yao pulled out a colleague's ID card and swiped it by the door. Ding! Guo Yao identity verified. The beautiful young woman smiled at Zhou Feng. I stole this from a researcher while they were studying me. Zhou Feng, do you expect me to believe that? He tilted his chin toward the supply warehouse. You go in first. Gong Yao froze for a moment, then obediently stepped inside. After a long pause with no sign of zombies or other dangers, she turned to Zhou Feng, signaling that it was safe. Wait here. I'll go take a look. Zhou Feng held back Dan Zichio, who wanted to follow, and activated his defense value before entering the warehouse. In the bright, pristine white room, tall metal shelves held various food supplies and daily necessities, along with a stock of the vessels and equipment needed for research. Zhou Feng's eyes lit up. With these resources, if he could find a few more researchers, he might be able to develop a cure for the zombie virus. Why did he go in alone? Guo Yao's expression soured as he paused the command to release anesthetic mist, turning to Professor Cheng for instructions. Professor Cheng's brows furrowed so tightly they could crush a fly, but as he watched Zhou Feng clear half the warehouse with a wave of his hand, excitement surged within him. Release it! Such a perfect test subject. There was no way he would let him go. What could the other two do without entering the warehouse? Without weapons or Zhou Feng's protection, they were at his mercy. Click! A mechanical sound suddenly echoed from a corner of the warehouse. Zhou Feng lowered his hand, having finished collecting the supplies, and raised an eyebrow at Gong Yao. So this is the real reason you brought me here. Seeing her insincere roleplay exposed, Gong Yao remained unruffled. I won't let them get their hands on you. She lifted her chin, her demeanor turning haughty. Your entire body belongs to me. There's no way I'd let some old man defile you. On their way here, they had encountered a few zombies. Zhou Feng hadn't displayed the same invulnerability as before. Instead, he had wielded a tang sword, suggesting his abilities were not limitless. At least for now, he likely had no reserves left. So how do we deal with this? Zhou Feng gestured to the spray nozzles that had suddenly emerged from all directions, smiling at Gong Yao. Feeling the burning pain on her wrist, Gong Yao approached a hidden camera and flipped off the old man on the other side in defiance. At the same time, the anesthetic mist that should have sprayed out seemed to jam. Tap, tap, tap. Professor Cheng shoved aside the lab assistant and rushed to the console, only to discover that Gong Yao had somehow changed the encryption key. His face flushed with rage. Damn, that Gong Yao daring to play tricks right under my nose. Professor, are we just going to let them leave? The researchers watched the monitor showing the defiant Gong Yao and Zhou Feng swaggering out of the warehouse, growing anxious. All our supplies outside are on Zhou Feng now. The food in this safe house won't last until rescue arrives. Humph! Professor Cheng let out a cold snort. As the highest authority in the base, he certainly wasn't without options. He was just furious that the little wretch Gong Yao had dared to deceive him. Since you've betrayed me, you can stay trapped in this base. His voice turned icy, his eyes fixed on Zhou Feng's image on the monitor. I only need to keep him alive. The researchers around Professor Cheng suddenly felt a chill in the air. They stepped back, forcing dry laughs as they watched him type on the console. Are those guns hidden in the walls? The base has this kind of equipment? Holy crap! Why are the infrared lasers so dense? No need to ask. Probably set to minimum normally, but Professor Cheng is clearly pissed off now. Those people are doomed. They won't be able to move an inch. But even if they're trapped, they still have food. Maybe we'll starve first. Shoo shoo. The researcher who spoke felt a chill down his spine. He stiffly turned his neck to look at Professor Cheng and forced a laugh. I was just joking, haha. Professor Cheng looked away expressionlessly. The base isn't as simple as it seems on the surface. Just wait. This is what happens when you betray me. Don't move. Dan Zichio suddenly grabbed Qin Song, who was about to leave, her face dark, as she stared at the long corridor ahead. Having seen such defensive measures many times on missions, she had sensed something was off the moment Professor Cheng activated the mechanism. What's wrong? Qin Song stumbled, his shoe sole silently pierced by a suddenly fired infrared laser. His eyes widened in shock as his body froze. Holy crap! Has technology really advanced this far? Zhou Feng stared at the infrared beams, deep in thought. He had only 47 points left. If he insisted on pushing through the mechanisms here, might trap him for good. And there was Dan Zichio to consider. Zhou Feng turned to Gong Yao. He needed a large number of zombies to replenish his lost points, which was the only way to get Dan Zichio out of the base. Do you have any zombie test subjects with a high concentration here? There are. Gong Yao nodded instinctively, then quickly came to her senses and made a demand. I can tell you where they are, but you have to promise to take me with you when you leave. I want to go to your place. She had already crossed Professor Cheng, the old man. Staying here meant certain death. She had to cling to Zhou Feng and make him take her away. A smile spread across Zhou Feng's face. He hadn't expected that this trip would not only yield half the crystals needed for his upgrade, but also bring back the last female resident. Very well, I agree, Zhou Feng said. He did not force Gong Yao to accompany him. With so many mechanisms outside, what if she were wounded or killed? He could not, in a short time, find another female resident who would be accepted by the system. But I have one more condition. Zhou Feng stepped forward 2 paces, fixing his gaze on the short-haired girl with delicate features. I want to know where the people behind the surveillance are located. Dare scheme against him. He intended to finish these people off before he left. Gong Yao's eyes flickered. She involuntarily glanced toward the nearby safe house. This? Zhou Feng's warm breath brushed Gong Yao's ear. Following her line of sight to the adjacent silvery metal door, he asked, "What are you afraid of?" His voice bore a beguiling edge. "Even if you refuse to speak, we cannot leave. Sooner or later we will die." Gong Yao knew Zhou Feng was right. Even if she feared being hunted by that organization, once they stepped outside, that danger could be faced later. Survival itself was already a problem. Even if they spared those people, would that spare their own lives? They are in the adjacent safe house. The provisions inside will only last them a week, and that door can only be opened by Professor Cheng's command. Gong Yao looked at Zhou Feng helplessly. In other words, even if she told him the location, it would do no good. Zhou Feng heaved a long sigh. What a pity. If this room could be called a safe house, then its metal door was not something to be pried off by brute force. Do you know where the facility's power system is located? Zhou Feng wanted a shortcut if he could shut down the compound's power Danzichio, and the others would no longer need to worry about the external mechanisms. Gong Yao shook her head awkwardly, still pointing at the metal door of the safe house. When the safe house was built, the professor anticipated this loophole and deliberately installed the power system inside it. She feared Zhou Feng would ask some question she could not answer. Gong Yao voluntarily pointed Zhou Feng toward the beast yard. I do not know why you want to know, but I can tell you it is almost entirely filled with avian zombies. Even as zombies, they remain flock creatures, she added. There are 656 avian, 15 reptilian, and 7 predatory beast zombies in the yard. Any that mutated into variant zombies would have been removed by the researchers, so the yard contained only ordinary zombies. She sighed and explained. Because opening them requires manpower, they were not released to deal with you. Zhou Feng nodded and turned to sprint down the corridor laced with infrared lasers. Hey, couldn't you at least take some precautions? Gong Yao reached out anxiously to stop him, but Dan Zichio pressed her hand down. Relax, Zhou Feng won't fight a battle without a chance of winning. Gong Yao was stunned by Dan Zichia's words. How could this have any chance? Even if Zhou Feng had held off special zombies before, he now faced infrared lasers that could slice flesh. Ha, utterly brazen. Professor Cheng narrowed his eyes, looking at Zhou Feng on the monitor with contempt. Guiyao grinned and flattered. It is thanks to Professor Cheng's foresight, leaving a contingency that makes these people helpless and forced to wait for death. Bootlicker. Others rolled their eyes and muttered. What good is it if they die? We will still have no food. Enough. He's moving across, someone said. Does he intend to use speed and flexibility to pass through the infrared lasers? Too presumptuous. Touch skin and it will be pierced through. But the next scene made the group of researchers ready to gawk stare in astonishment. Zhou Feng ignored 30 or 40 fine infrared beams and sprinted through at top speed. Though his clothing was shredded, the flesh beneath remained unscathed. How is this possible? His defense is absurdly formidable. Professor Cheng, did you not say such abilities akin to special zombies had limits? Yes. Where is the limit after such prolonged exertion? Professor Cheng's face darkened. How could Zhou Feng still wield such power? Normally, once physical strength is exhausted, such strange power vanishes. Zhou Feng had just killed 4 special zombies. His energy should have been depleted. Even if he could barely use it, it should never manifest as the complete ability to ignore infrared lasers. This defied scientific law. I refuse to believe it. Professor Cheng ground his teeth, eyes glued to Zhou Feng on the monitor. There are still crossbows and the beast yard ahead. If we wear him down, we can finish him off. As long as Zhou Feng did not recklessly enter the beast yard, they could halt the crossbows or firearms before he died. After all, losing the only human they'd seen with special abilities would be a regrettable waste. No one can possess infinite energy. Sure enough, the next moment, thrilled Professor Cheng, Zhou Feng no longer strode through the lasers untroubled and began to dodge the incoming bolts. SSHK. The volume of arrows was too great for him to foresee every strike. In one 3-sided pincer, a sharp bolt grazed the skin of Zhou Feng's cheek. Professor Cheng was so elated he nearly cried, slapping Guiyao beside him. I knew it. He's finally been hurt. Ha ha ha. Professor, don't be so gleeful, Guiyao's voice trembled. Your prized pet is going in. Professor Cheng, though elderly, was taken aback by Guiyao's words. What did you say? Guiyao cleared his throat and nudged Professor Cheng toward the monitor. I said he's entering the beast yard. If you don't call it off now, you'll lose him forever. Startled Professor Chung rushed to the console and activated the monitor's audio. I advise you not to go any further. The voice on the feed sounded distorted. Zhou Feng, however, detected a thread of nervousness in the voice. He raised an eyebrow toward its origin but found no hidden camera. The danger in the beast yard surpasses your imagination. You do not think nearly 700 zombies are insignificant, do you? The zombie virus kills upon contact. If I'm not mistaken, the energy in your body should already be exhausted. Zhou Feng curled his lips in a cold sneer. Even without points, he still had various defensive entries. A mere 700 ordinary zombies. Merely reducing damage by 70% would ensure he avoided fatal harm. Not to mention lethal assets like neurotoxin antidotes. Then there's no need for you to trouble yourself. He glanced indifferently at the invisible camera and heaved open the beast yard gate with a creak. The pitch-black vast yard echoed with the cries of animal zombies. Professor Chung frowned under Zhou Feng's stare and said displeased, "Is he provoking me? Ha, I did not expect him to be so stubborn. He surely does not really imagine the zombies inside are child's play. Killable at will, does he?" "Professor Chung, don't be angry." Guiyao stared at the monitor showing Zhou Feng resolutely walking into the beast yard and closing the gate behind him, his voice cold as he spoke. This is nothing more than his final act of defiance. Professor Cheng's gaze flickered as he looked at the self-assured Guiyao. "You mean?" "That's right, he must have long sensed our need for him." A crooked smile twisted Guiyao's lips. Venturing alone into the beast yard is likely his own grand funeral, a way to make us suffer endless regret. Professor Chung, unfamiliar with the ways of the younger generation, found Guiyao's words plausible. Had he been tainted by those frivolous short-form tales, he would have realized that Guiyao's thoughts were nothing but delusional nonsense. Professor Chung snorted coldly. "If he's determined to die, what can I do? The zombies aren't machines that can be turned on and off at will." Though his voice was icy, he couldn't suppress the twinge of anxiety within. "Connect the surveillance feed to the beast yard. I want to witness his end with my own eyes." The cameras in the beast yard had night vision, capturing Zhou Feng's expressions and movements even in the pitch-black darkness. It also revealed the overwhelming swarm of birds blanketing the entire yard. Like a gathering storm cloud, black crow feathers scattered through the air, a sight so horrifying that everyone, no matter how many times they saw it, felt an urge to flee. Gulp! Suddenly, one of the researchers swallowed hard and took a step back. He's too reckless. Just walking in there so casually. Without any preparation. What preparation could there be? Even with it, no one could escape from the beast yard. Now most began to agree with Guiyao. This man was simply courting death. Who, wanting to leave the base, would choose to storm the beast yard to kill zombies instead of tackling the traps. Clang! The gleam of the Tang sword flashed briefly on the monitor. Standing amidst the horde, Zhou Feng swung his blade with ferocious strength, decapitating the zombies that lunged to peck and tear at him. The skulls of these ordinary zombies were not as hard as those of the mutated ones. With the distance 3 enhancement, he dispatched 4 or 5 zombies with each stroke. Offense was the best defense. Under his impenetrable barrage of slashes, few zombie birds managed to break through. Blackered foul blood splattered through the air as zombie bird after zombie bird fell dead. The hidden camera lenses were spattered with dripping black gore. Yet through the blurred lens, everyone could still see Zhou Feng, a god of slaughter. That's incredible. Impossible. Hasn't a single zombie bitten him? Maybe he's already been bitten, but the mutation hasn't started yet. The researchers, almost all swayed by Guiyao's suicide theory, watched Zhou Feng's figure on the screen with confusion and disbelief. Why was he fighting so hard to kill these zombies? On the verge of death, why expend every ounce of strength to eliminate these pests of the apocalypse? Could this be the legendary Great Saint? A researcher wiped the cold sweat from his brow. A man like this is too terrifying. We absolutely cannot let him into the safe room. If he managed to break in, wouldn't they all be fish on a chopping block? He turned to look at the thick metal door of the safe room, his fear somewhat abated, and let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, Zhou Feng was about to die. On the surveillance footage, a tiger zombie suddenly leaped at Zhou Feng from amidst the flock of birds. Roar! The zombie tiger's roar was deafening. Zhou Feng's view was blocked by the zombie birds. By the time he sensed the tiger zombie behind him, it was too late. He tried to dodge, but the massive tiger slammed him to the ground. Drool from the zombie tiger dripped onto the back of Zhou Feng's neck as it opened its foul maw and bit down hard. Squelch! The sharp teeth instantly pierced Zhou Feng's skin, but thanks to the 70 damage reduction, the fangs only sank 3 inches into his flesh before halting. It bit him. Ha! I saw it clearly this time. He's definitely been bitten. Many of the researchers breathed a sigh of relief, finally free from the sword hanging over their heads. Stop talking. Someone nudged the person beside them. Can't you see the professor's face is pale with anger? Professor Cheng's gaze was fixed on Zhou Feng's wounded shoulder. Having studied the zombie virus for so long, he knew that once bitten, there was no hope of recovery. Fine, fine. His voice strained, he clenched his molars and said, Since he's lost, we can at least study the strength of a special ability user turned zombie. In any case, he wouldn't let this be a total loss. Zhou Feng broke free from the zombie tiger's grip, raised his tang sword, and pressed it firmly against the beast's neck. The zombie tiger's neck split open like a pig's gushing black foul blood. His interface showed another point added to his score. Caw! Caw! Despite his injury, Zhou Feng suppressed the pain, and his movements showed no sign of slowing. The crows in the air dwindled rapidly. Point added. Point added. Point added. Not until the last crawling zombie fell did he lower the tang sword, rubbing his sore wrist, and turn to head back the way he came. Nearly 700 points. Zhou Feng licked his dry lips. In a room along the corridor, he found a bottle of water, washed his hands and face, and then took a few sips to quench his thirst. But he couldn't resign himself to this, to just let those people behind the monitor go and leave this place. He stared at the semi-transparent system panel, a flicker of hope rising in his heart. If only I could draw that green trait that temporarily boosts strength by 1,000 gene. Though the side effect is a 3-day period of weakness, leaving these people alive is a disaster waiting to happen. If I don't eliminate them, they'll become a future threat. Should I try? Zhou Feng's steps slowed to a halt. I have enough points to leave this godforsaken place anyway. Without further hesitation, he focused his mind and exchanged for one draw, then clicked the button. The green wheel in his mind spun rapidly until the pointer stopped its glowing green tip, landing on one of the slots. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the green trait Master Key. Master Key. This trait can be attached to the host's body. With a mere touch of the palm, it can unlock any physical lock on Earth. Zhou Feng's eyes widened in shock. He had only wished for a boost in strength to break down that door. He never expected the draw to go one step further, solving all his lock-picking troubles at once. This is wonderful. Zhou Feng's voice was laced with surprise. He strode through all the traps along the way with reckless abandon, making no effort to avoid them. After all, once he entered the safe room, he could cut off the entire base's power supply, rendering all these traps useless. Zhou Feng, you're finally back. Shan Ziqiu saw his blood-soaked figure and sprang to her feet. Though she knew Zhou Feng's strength was extraordinary, and he wouldn't come to harm, the sight of him injured still pained her. She immediately rushed over to check his wounds. So much time has passed. Why hasn't he turned into a zombie yet? A sense of foreboding rose in Professor Cheng's heart. It seemed he had gravely underestimated the man before him. Still, this counts as good news. He let out a sigh of relief. Being able to suppress the zombie virus. Truly, he is the perfect specimen I value. This matter must be reported. A gleam of determination flickered in Professor Cheng's eyes. He extracted the footage of Zhou Feng, ignoring the zombie attacks and infrared lasers, a smile creeping across his lips. I may not be able to catch you, but those above certainly have their ways. You I will have. Ding! The video was successfully sent to an email. However, the email gradually vanished after being dispatched, revealing the extreme caution of the person behind it. Beep! Another soft sound. Professor Cheng froze, looking at his email in surprise. No new message had arrived. Professor! A trembling voice came from behind him. It's coming in. What was coming in? Frowning, Professor Cheng turned to look at the researcher who had spoken, only to see the metal door of the safe room slowly sliding open. Zhou Feng placed his right hand on the password control panel. As the rising door revealed the faces of over a dozen people inside, he raised his left hand in greeting. Hey, how's it going? Having witnessed Zhou Feng's ruthless tactics against the zombies, the group could only force grimaces in response. They were far from fine. A cruel smile curved Zhou Feng's lips. He waved for the few behind him not to follow, then stepped into the safe room alone. Screams of agony echoed through the safe room. A stream of blood flowed across the floor to the doorway, dripping at Gong Yao's feet. Standing at the entrance, Gong Yao watched Professor Cheng's miserable state and couldn't help but smile. Old fool, I never thought I'd live to see the day you die. Click! As the main control was pulled, the entire base was plunged into darkness. The infrared lasers that had blocked the group instantly died out. Shan Ziqiu's face lit up with joy. It seemed Brother Zhou Feng had dealt with everyone inside. Zhou Feng stepped through the sticky blood, walking out one step at a time. Let's go back. The stench of blood here is too strong. Satisfied after collecting all the food inside, he spoke with a light tone. Zombies will likely come soon. We need to leave quickly. Professor Cheng was a man of ability and knowledge, but he was as treacherous as a viper in a gutter. Though Zhou Feng was curious about special zombies elsewhere, leaving Professor Cheng alive would make him unable to sleep soundly at night. Brother Zhou. Qin Song raised his voice, casting a deep look at the group. I need to find my father, so I can't go back with you. Are you sure you want to stay? Zhou Feng's tone held a hint of surprise. Not all the zombies here are dead. You'll die. I've always been a coward, Qin Song said sorrowfully. With only that vicious woman's corpse left at home, if I can't find my father, I'm as good as dead. Take care then. Zhou Feng nodded indifferently. They were merely passing acquaintances. Offering a single question was more than enough. Under Qin Song's reluctant gaze, Zhou Feng led the two women toward the base's entrance. The two mutated zombie wolves were still obediently waiting for Zhou Feng. The moment they saw him, they abandoned the half-eaten rabbit carcass and bounded toward him excitedly. Zombies! Gong Yao shouted to Zhou Feng, and Shan Ziqiu quickly stepping back and eyeing the two zombie wolves warily. Zhou Feng reached out and patted the wolves' reeking heads. No need to fear. He turned to the astonished Gong Yao. These two are my pets. They can carry us down the mountain. Pets? Gong Yao's eyes widened in disbelief. You keep zombie wolves as pets? Her voice was strained. But aren't zombies impossible to tame? How did you manage this? Training zombie wolves to such a degree went beyond what a normal person could achieve. As a researcher on zombies, she knew well their bloodthirsty nature. They attacked all living things to infect them with the virus. Zhou Feng didn't answer her. What was there to explain? Wasn't it just a matter of swish and swoosh and these zombies became his subordinates? Get on first. On the way back, Zhou Feng shared a wolf with Shan Ziqiu while Gong Yao climbed tremblingly onto the other. Incredible! She murmured, gently stroking the wolf's stiff, hardened fur. This is the first time I've touched a zombie up close. Zhou Feng turned to Gong Yao. Are there special zombies like the ones in your base elsewhere? Gong Yao lowered her hand from the wolf's back and looked up. Such zombies are extremely rare. You needn't worry about them threatening your safety. She offered a word of reassurance before answering his question. The zombie lab isn't the only one of its kind, but I don't know the locations of others. All I know is that 2 weeks from now, 2 superiors were supposed to come and rescue them. Now that those people were dead, the superiors would have made a wasted trip. A glint of schadenfreude flashed in Gong Yao's eyes. She had joined the lab for its high salary, caring little for her parents who had favored sons over daughters and often beat her. But she hadn't expected the job to be merely a facade. Since entering the base, she had only left 3 times, each time under surveillance, as if they feared she might leak information. Even her packages couldn't be delivered nearby. What good was all that money? So she held no fondness for the organization. Now seeing them about to suffer a setback at Zhou Feng's hands, she felt a surge of delight. If you get a chance to question them, you might learn about other special zombies. Zhou Feng urgently needed to kill 5 more special zombies to upgrade his shelter. Though he knew Gong Yao was trying to use him to deal with the lab's backers, he agreed with her suggestion. He nodded. Yeah, it'll come when the time comes. The 3 reached the village at the foot of the valley, found their parked car, and drove toward the city center. With a tool for gathering supplies, the priority was to stock up on food and daily necessities. Gong Yao pressed her face to the window, looking back reluctantly. Aren't we keeping those 2 zombie wolves? Leaving them at the foot of the valley? Zhou Feng glanced at the wolves in the rearview mirror. They'll return to the shelter on their own. So are we heading to the shelter now? Gong Yao gazed at the outside world with curiosity. Since entering the base, she hadn't truly seen it in a long time. Heading to the city center to stock up on supplies. Zhou Feng offered no further explanation as he drove straight toward the Heapangzi supermarket. Items stored in the corridor were impervious to the ravages of time, so he intended to load up on quality goods. In all of Mabe City, only the goods at Heapangzi supermarket were guaranteed to be of high quality. As dusk fell by the time Zhou Feng and his 2 companions reached the city center, the moon was already hanging high in the sky. I've taken a liking to this place. You'd better scram while you still can. A man in a floral shirt looked down upon the group of thugs, his tone dripping with disdain. I'm warning you, leave now and you might just keep your lives. If you delay any longer, I can't promise I'll leave your bodies intact. The thug leader scanned the floral-shirted group, who seemed to carry no visible weapons. Don't push your luck. His voice turned icy. Letting you grab some food from the supermarket was out of pity. Do you really think you few can take on all my brothers? The floral-shirted men sneered. Looks like you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. He had his eyes on the supermarket since the apocalypse began, but his residence had been surrounded by zombies. After a painstaking escape, he finally reached Heapangzi, only to find the supermarket already claimed. Luckily, he had brought weapons along, or otherwise this prime spot would have slipped through his fingers. The motley crew of thugs dressed in red, yellow, blue, and green weren't about to let the floral-shirted men have their way. They hefted their machetes, ready to teach them a lesson. But a voice suddenly echoed from the stairwell, halting their standoff. Zhou Feng, do they sell wigs here? Gong Yao surveyed the supermarket's layout, but aside from clothes, food, and various daily necessities, she couldn't find the wig she wanted. She had always disliked standing out with her looks, and since she couldn't get a haircut herself, trimmed short hair looked as ragged as if chewed by a dog. Now that she was out, she naturally didn't want to live with her own disastrous haircut. Supermarkets usually don't sell wigs. I can take you to other stores later. A flicker of gratitude passed through Gong Yao's eyes. Thank you, Zhou Feng. The colorful thugs, hearing the familiar voice and name, couldn't help but shudder. Especially the thug leader, whose hand trembled as he gripped his machete, as if recalling the soreness and exhaustion from the relentless cake-making not long ago. Who's there? Show yourself. The floral-shirted man's expression hardened as he warily watched the figures about to emerge from the stairwell. He wondered how many people were with them and whether he could seize Heapangzi supermarket from two groups. When he saw only two defenseless women behind Zhou Feng, he breathed a sigh of relief, his expression turning arrogant. Just the three of you dare to scavenge for supplies. Don't bother thinking about it. This place is mine now. If you so much as take a grain of rice, you're as good as dead. The floral-shirted man's tone was heavy with menace. Zhou Feng paused mid-step, lifting his gaze to meet the man's vicious stare, a faint smirk curling at his lips. Quite the big talk. I wonder if you can back it up. The thugs had initially feared Zhou Feng might be displeased with the cake or seeking further vent for his anger. But upon hearing the floral-shirted man's arrogant words, they nearly burst out laughing, as if foreseeing the long-haired man's doom. After threatening Zhou Feng, the floral-shirted man turned to the silent thugs. What? Cat got your tongue? I'm telling you, be smart and get the hell out on your own. Don't wait for me to go on a killing spree, and then regret it, crying and begging for mercy. Though he held no weapon in his hand, he instinctively reached for his lower back. Before the apocalypse, he couldn't even touch such things, but now they had one for each person. Though ammunition was scarce, it was more than enough to wipe out the lot of them. Brother Zhang. A man behind the floral-shirted figure nudged his arm, gesturing with his eyes toward Zhou Feng's rear. The short-sleeved man swallowed hard. That woman is really something. The other one's not bad either, though her hair's a bit ugly. Not as nice as mine. Yeah, Brother Zhang's long hair is the best. At these words, Gong Yao's face darkened. She glared at the floral-shirted man's hair, a cruel smile curling at the corner of her mouth, as if an idea had struck her. Her daily work involved human experiments. Was she ever a good person? Having her weakness mocked, if she had a weapon or greater strength, these people wouldn't last a second. Gong Yao noticed Zhou Feng's chilling expression and felt a surge of delight. I want to use his hair to make a wig. Her voice was sweet, but her eyes were cold as she stared at the floral-shirted man's head. If you help me, I can tell you something about a special zombie. Deal. Zhou Feng agreed without hesitation. The thugs shrank back into the corner, as if recalling the gruesome fate of the blue-haired thug. Wasn't he shot dead for harassing the boss woman? These people were incredibly audacious. The thug leader seemed to envision the same bloody end for the floral-shirted group. They're dead meat. How dare they provoke this demon? Can't that Zhang guy see the killing intent on that boss face? Exactly, the boss has a gun. That's not something just anyone can have. The floral-shirted man overheard the thug's whispers, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He had stripped his gun from a fallen officer at the nearby police station. He hadn't expected a young student-looking man like this to also possess a firearm. But so what? The floral-shirted man sneered, drawing his gun from his waistband and smoothly aiming it at Zhou Feng. Seeing Brother Zhang's move, the 7 or 8 men behind him also drew their pistols, targeting Zhou Feng and the thugs. Ha! The floral-shirted man shot Zhou Feng a contemptuous glance. So you have a gun? Big deal. Who doesn't? His guns could overwhelm Zhou Feng's by sheer numbers. Let's see if your gun is faster or if my sheer number of guns wins. The colorful thugs' faces turned pale. They had only avoided conflict out of fear of Zhou Feng's firearm. Now they had offended a major firearms dealer. Was it too late to beg for mercy? Zhou Feng looked at the dark muzzles aimed at him, raising an eyebrow slightly. He didn't pull out his own gun to return fire. He had used up most of his bullets at the abandoned military base. As the floral-shirted man gloated, 50 fully intact zombies downstairs were rapidly converging on Heapangzi supermarket. You? Yes, you. The floral-shirted man shifted his gun to point at Shan Ziqiu, his tone mocking. Drop all your weapons now, take off your clothes and come stand by my side. Otherwise it'd be a shame if a stray bullet from my gun were to mar that pretty little face of yours. The man in the floral shirt was speaking menacingly, without awareness, oblivious to the zombie staggering up behind him. A terrified male voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Brother Zhang. Did you not see that I'm currently? Zombie. Zombie. Everyone looked in horror at the zombies spreading down the stairs. Strangely, these zombies did not rush at them like before. Instead, they seemed to be moving with discipline, surrounding the group layer by layer. Quick, kill them and break out. The man in the floral shirt shouted hoarsely at his subordinates. Bang, bang. Bullets hit the zombies, but they were wasted due to poor aim. However, their attacks seemed to awaken the group of zombies, who raised their grayish-blue eyes to look at the people and howled as they lunged toward them. The man in the floral shirt cursed under his breath, raising his gun to aim. After a long, while he finally fired a bullet and noticed the zombie sway slightly. Damn, is this really a zombie? His gaze unwittingly shifted to the circle of zombies, where Zhou Feng was leisurely strolling with 2 women. Why, the zombies completely ignored those 3 people. Damn zombies, even discriminating against humans. One of the man's subordinates accidentally got bitten on the backside by a zombie, causing him to jump in pain. Brother Zhang, save me, Brother Zhang. With no other choice, the man in the floral shirt gritted his teeth and continued firing his gun. By the time everyone had run out of bullets, there were only 4 zombies lying on the ground. The man in the floral shirt and his subordinate were on the verge of breaking down. Where are the knives? Can't you just use a knife if you run out of bullets? These are not mutated zombies. A knife could protect them just fine. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly realized and picked up knives, dodging while wildly slashing at the zombies. With so many zombies in front of them, it was impossible to avoid them completely. Cries of agony echoed throughout the entire floor, and by the end even the man in the floral shirt was clutching his wounded arm. His face pale, he wanted to break out, but suddenly noticed a few small-time thugs still shivering in fear. Zhou Feng and his companions were not bitten, and judging by their relaxed demeanor, it was clear that these zombies were somehow connected to them. But why were the small-time thugs still able to stay unharmed? The thug leader gripped an ancestral kitchen knife, trembling, and realized that these zombies seemed to be truly controlled by someone. But who? He looked at Zhou Feng, his eyes filled with terror. How could anyone control zombies? It was as absurd as a normal person making rotting flesh dance. Gong Yao spoke with difficulty, following Zhou Feng and pointing at the zombies he was slaughtering. Are these your pets? That's right. Zhou Feng casually nodded, raising his hand to collect everything around him, especially the essential monthly supplies for women. His people shouldn't have to live in hardship. Hiss! Gong Yao gasped and once again looked at Zhou Feng with a hint of eerie admiration in her eyes. She really wanted to cut him open to see what he was made of. How could he make these zombies obey? Zhou Feng felt a chill run down his spine, as if being watched by a hidden fox. He shot Gong Yao a warning glance. Whatever idea you're thinking of right now, quickly abandon it. Gong Yao smiled at Zhou Feng, but she did not give up on the idea of cutting him open. After all the items in the supermarket were cleared out, Zhou Feng returned to the original place with Chiu and Gong Yao, only to see blood and bones scattered on the ground along with a group of dazed thugs. He ignored the thugs sitting on the ground and collected all the nearby food into the void corridor. He had already gathered everything else on his last trip. Even the supermarket storage room was not spared. However, the vegetables and meat had rotted. All that was left were either the marinated meats swarming with flies or snacks and meatballs from the refrigerator. The food he had in hand was only enough for 10 people to eat for a year. The moment the thugs saw Zhou Feng, their pupils shrank, and they hurriedly pleaded, "Boss, we didn't mean to go against you. Please let us go." Zhou Feng looked at the thugs who were crying and snotting, and turned away in pain, impatiently waving his hand. "Get lost, don't let me see you again." The thugs' eyes lit up at his words, as if receiving a pardon, and they sighed in relief. The thug leader glanced fearfully at the nearby zombies, realizing they had no intention of attacking, and hurriedly dragged a few subordinates away, scrambling to escape. Since Gong Yao learned that these zombies were Zhou Feng's pets, her courage gradually increased. She pushed aside a zombie blocking her path, squatted next to the man in the floral shirt, pulled out his long smooth hair, and casually tossed it aside. Zhou Feng raised an eyebrow. "Aren't you going to use his hair for a wig? Why just throw it away?" Gong Yao looked at the floral shirt man with disgust and pouted. "It's filthy. I'd rather use the wigs from the store. I can take you to see it when I have time." Zhou Feng wasn't lacking supplies now. He only needed 5 crystal cores to upgrade the shelter, so collecting some other items on his outings was completely feasible. Downstairs, a team in bulletproof vests descended from the vehicles, coincidentally running into the small-time thugs who were weak at the knees. "Stop!" The leading captain extended his machine gun to block their way, coldly questioning what's going on inside. "Why are you running so fast?" The thugs were startled into a shiver, stammering and afraid to speak. Even if they dared to speak, the other party wouldn't believe them. "There are many zombies inside." The thug leader pondered for a moment, cautiously revealing a bit of information. "Who asked you that?" The squad leader rolled his eyes at the thugs. They had come to collect supplies for a fat man from their base, of course, aiming for the food inside. "Is it occupied? How much food is left?" Faced with the gun pointed at his head, the thug lost whatever courage he had. He trembled and blurted out what had just happened. "There's a very powerful person inside who took all the food from the supermarket, and he can control the zombies." Bang! A gunshot startled the other thugs, their eyes widening. A large hole appeared in the thug leader's forehead, his gaze gradually hollowing out before he slumped to the ground. Still not telling the truth. The squad leader shifted his gun to another thug, tilting his chin. "You tell me. If you dare to lie, this will be your fate." Despair settled over the thug as he closed his eyes. What could he do? Telling the truth would surely get him killed, but not speaking was also a death sentence. The atmosphere turned icy, and at that moment footsteps suddenly echoed from inside the supermarket. "Someone is coming out." The leader cast a glance at Zhou Feng as he emerged from the supermarket, then averted his gaze before kicking the corpse on the ground in annoyance. "Are these the 3 you claimed emptied the supermarket?" "Ha! You didn't even bother to think up a decent lie." He wasn't blind. These 3 didn't even have a single pack of instant noodles on them. If anyone had cleaned out the place, it was more likely these punks right here. Zhou Feng's gaze fell upon the corpse of the gang leader, a flicker of cold indifference flashing in his eyes. The gang leader had betrayed him and had known it. Even if the squad leader hadn't killed him, Zhou Feng would have done it himself. What a pity. That man made excellent cakes. Big shot, please save me. The red-haired punk still with a gun trained on him looked at Zhou Feng with tear-filled eyes, his voice choked with sobs. Before Zhou Feng could speak, the squad leader barked at him. What are you staring at? Get lost. You think you can save someone? Look at yourself. Do you even have the strength? Shan Ziqiu raised an eyebrow, a smile dancing in his eyes, as he glanced at Zhou Feng. Brother Zhou Feng, let's hurry and go. Their expressions are terrifying. Zhou Feng shot Shan Ziqiu a helpless look. Ignoring the desperate cries behind him, he led the two women into the car and drove away from the Hao Pengzi supermarket. Shut up. The squad leader impatiently slammed the butt of his gun into the punk. I just wanted to ask about the situation inside, but you lot have your lips sealed tighter than a vault. The only one who talked dared to lie to me. Don't tell me you lot emptied all the food inside and tried to pin it on someone else. No wonder. From the first glance, Head found these punks shifty and suspicious. After catching one and questioning him, sure enough, every word was a lie. Captain, let's not waste time. One of the team members suddenly spoke, glancing at the brightening sky. Lv.2 to watch them. Let's finish the mission as quickly as possible. Their squad had taken on several missions before leaving the base, working until the dead of night to complete them. Now only this last one remained. Collecting the supplies from the Hao Pengzi supermarket. After we load up, we can stay here for a few hours to rest. We've been out far too long this time. A flicker of wild joy passed through the punk's eyes. Sure, the big shot had taken the two women out, but the zombies were still inside. If these people went in, they'd be lucky to get out alive. With only two left outside, they'd panic easily, and the punks could make a run for it. That makes sense. The leader nodded, then casually pointed at two nearby teammates. Keep your guns ready. Anyone who steps out of line gets a bullet. He shot a threatening glare at the punks. The rest of you come with me to haul the supplies. No sooner had he spoken than a dense patter of footsteps echoed from the supermarket entrance. The leader turned his stiff neck to look, only to see zombies roaring as they burst out. Get in the car. Run. He barked the order, abandoning the day's mission without a second thought. The squad scrambled into the vehicle, and the bus sped off, leaving the zombies and punks far behind in a cloud of dust. Help! The punks' eyes widened in terror as they chased after the retreating vehicle. Save us! Why? Why did those zombies go berserk? Ah! Don't bite me! Cries of agony rang out endlessly at the entrance of the Hao Pengzi supermarket. Because they had set up their refuge inside the supermarket from the start, never considering the possibility of leaving, they didn't even have a single vehicle. Truly a case of heaven not listening, earth not answering. The sky gradually brightened as Zhou Feng and his companions parked the car at the entrance of the shelter. Yang Ninger and the others were still asleep. With zombies surrounding them for the past 2 days, the air was foul, but it also meant no one dared to come near, giving them an overwhelming sense of security. Zhou Feng told Gong Yao to pick any room to stay in. This was exactly the scenario Head prepared for. He had deliberately chosen the largest building blueprint with the most rooms. Brother Zhou Feng, want a shower together? Shan Ziqiu suddenly sidled up to him, her stunning face smudged with specks of blood, making one want to wipe it clean. Thinking it, Zhou Feng did it. He reached out and wiped Shan Ziqiu's face. Come on, I'll take you to the stream out back. Without modern conveniences, life was inconvenient. He'd have to make another trip to find a generator factory and bring back more power equipment. And water heaters, air conditioners, and kitchen supplies. To live comfortably in the apocalypse, they still needed far more. Gong Yao wanted to go too, but she could tell Shan Ziqiu clearly had something to discuss with Zhou Feng, so she wasn't about to make herself unwelcome. Instead, she found a nearby water tank and clumsily lit a fire to heat bathwater. Sister, why do you want to shower with me? Zhou Feng's tone was teasing as he looked at Shan Ziqiu, who seemed at a loss. He raised an eyebrow. Don't tell me you're trying to take advantage of your little brother. Humph, you little brat. Shan Ziqiu burst into laughter. Zhou Feng's joke instantly dispelled her tension. She opened her mouth to speak, only to see a crystalline core held out before her. You! Shan Ziqiu froze, then reached out to take the core. She knew this thing seemed important to Zhou Feng. She hadn't expected him to just give it to her like this. What are you thinking? Zhou Feng pinched Shan Ziqiu's thin cheek. The smooth texture made him want to rub it again. I'm leaving this core with you for now. You have to give it back when I need it. But... He drew out his words. If you can figure out how to use it before I need it back, then it's yours for good. Shan Ziqiu had been puzzled at first, but when Zhou Feng said he was just leaving it with her, she breathed a sigh of relief. As she heard the rest, her eyes grew brighter and brighter. She curled her lips in delight. Don't you regret this? I'll find a way to use that core, and then I'll gain the same special abilities you have. Just you wait. Zhou Feng waded into the water, leaning back against a strangely shaped boulder to relax. Go on and play with it. Truth be told, since He'd given the core to Shan Ziqiu, he never intended to take it back. He just didn't want to see her agonizing over it, so He'd set that condition. Even if he couldn't get precise information about special zombies from Gong Yao, he could still go to the abandoned military base in 2 weeks and ambush them there. Either way, he wasn't going to let himself run out of cores. Shan Ziqia's gaze softened as it fell on Zhou Feng. Naked, she pressed herself against his firm chest and planted a gentle kiss on his cheek. Mwah! Brother Zhou Feng, do you want me to wash you? Back at the private base, a vehicle sped through the gates. We finally made it back. The intel didn't say the Hao Pongzi supermarket had that many zombies. Everyone got out of the car, their legs weak. The leader was about to comfort his complaining teammate when he heard a loud recruiting call nearby. Eliminate a zombie gathering on the outskirts. Rich rewards. Rich rewards. My supplies have only attracted 30 people, which is hardly enough to send anyone to attack Zhou Feng's refuge. Chun Lei leaned back in his chair, expressing his frustration. He still harbored a shadow of fear regarding Zhou Feng's seemingly endless supply of bullets and firearms, having never seen such a reckless use of ammunition. What's so difficult about that? Wang Chun sneered from the shadows behind Chun Lei. Since we can't kill him in his refuge, we should strike when he goes out. Chun Lei's eyes lit up as he suddenly stood and patted Wang Chun on the shoulder. Good brother, without you, I really wouldn't know what to do. This sudden movement startled the people waiting in line. Nung Yong, standing in front of the table, chuckled awkwardly and said, Are you still hiring? I am very strong, he said vigorously, patting his solid muscles. Chun Lei impatiently waved his hand. We're already fully staffed. We don't have that much supplies. Hurry and leave. Hey boss, I'm really impressive. Nung Yong wanted to continue as the reward for this task was quite substantial. But before he could say much more, he was pushed away by the men who had already been hired. Although he was no longer a soldier after the apocalypse, he still wouldn't lash out at ordinary people out of anger, so he could only leave with a sigh of regret. Dawn has arrived. Shan Ziqia's entire being radiated a shy pink, completely different from her usual alluring demeanor. She nudged Zhou Feng and softly said, It's time to rest. We haven't slept a wink all night. The sky gradually brightened with a hint of pearly white in the air. Zhou Feng held Shan Ziqiu, burying himself in her and unwilling to get up. Time passes too quickly. I haven't had enough fun yet. Shan Ziqia's eyes sparkled with surprise as she reached out to touch Zhou Feng's hair. Is he being affectionate? Since getting to know Zhou Feng, his personality had always been calm and composed. When had she ever seen such a side of him? So cute. She pressed her red lips against the top of Zhou Feng's head and gently rubbed against him. Then just one last time. Shan Ziqia's heart softened as she agreed. Zhou Feng's eyes lit up, ready for a new round of adventures. Only when the outside light brightened and the voices of several girls could be heard did he finally fall into a deep sleep, still holding Shan Ziqiu. Who are you? When did you come in? Yang Ninger looked in surprise at the short-haired girl walking out of an empty bedroom. Gong Yao washed her face with the remaining water from last night and raised an eyebrow at the several girls surrounding Yang Ninger. I was brought back by Zhou Feng. He'll be staying here for the time being. Zhou Feng is back? Yang Ninger's eyes brightened as she joyfully looked toward Zhou Feng's room. As she took a few steps, she was pulled back by one of the girls she had just met. Gong Yao winked at Yang Ninger. I think Zhou Feng doesn't want to be disturbed right now, you get what I mean? Unexpectedly, this refuge housed so many uniquely beautiful women. However, she didn't consider herself outstanding among these people, and had always set her sights on Zhou Feng. Why did he bring her back? Isn't she afraid of waking up in the middle of the night with a scalpel in hand? Gong Yao cast aside the unsettling thoughts in her mind and smiled at Yang Ninger and the others. Is there anything I need to do while staying here? Yang Ninger lowered her head, feeling dejected. There's not much to do here, just cleaning the rooms and the refuge every day and preparing lunch for everyone. If you are strong enough. At that time, Gong Yao suppressed the bit of jealousy in her heart and took the initiative to say, They probably won't get up until late. I'll go help with the cooking first. The two little girls looked at Gong Yao curiously. Then let's take sister over there. They rarely cooked, mainly because they were still young, and the meals they prepared were often quite unsatisfactory. Zhou Feng wasn't a heartless capitalist exploiting child labor. He let Su Zi teach the two kids instead of leaving them idle. They couldn't just become little illiterates just because it was the apocalypse. The two little girls, dizzy from studying, saw the new sister and wanted to go to the kitchen, immediately volunteering for the task. Zhou Feng and Shan Ziqiu slept from morning until afternoon, while the several girls outside became acquainted with each other. It's almost time for dinner. Yang Ninger decided to prepare the food in advance, so that Zhou Feng could have a hot meal as soon as he woke up. The surrounding zombies had been removed by Zhou Feng, and the valley once again breathed fresh air. Zhou Feng opened his eyes from Shan Ziqia's embrace, and was greeted by a snowy expanse. After filling up, entering sage mode, he didn't even feel the urge to play for a while. Are you awake? Zhou Feng looked at Shan Ziqia's misty eyes, and directly pulled her up from the bed. Breakfast is ready outside, get up quickly. Shan Ziqiu yawned and snuggled deeper into Zhou Feng's arms. I still want to sleep a little longer. Zhou Feng raised an eyebrow, He had never seen Shan Ziqiu, who usually seduced him with her sisterly demeanor, looking so soft and dowy. He tilted Shan Ziqiu's chin, unamused, as he pushed aside her enchanting gaze. Don't think about it. If you don't get up now, you won't be able to sleep tonight. Shan Ziqiu shot Zhou Feng an annoyed glance sitting up from his embrace. Got it, you old-fashioned guy. As she walked out of the room, a white figure suddenly flashed before Zhou Feng's eyes. Yang Ninger, dressed in a white dress, leaped into his arms, nuzzling against Zhou Feng's neck with longing, as she opened her mouth to express her yearning for him. Haven't you almost starved to death after not eating for so long? Zhou Feng's mouth twitched as he pinched Yang Ninger's mouth. Is your little mouth coated with poison? So sarcastic. He patted Yang Ninger on the backside. Go play. I'll wash up and then join you for breakfast. Yang Ninger giggled, planting a kiss on Zhou Feng's cheek. Hurry up, we're all waiting for you. After washing up, the two came to the dining room, and Zhou Feng looked at the various manual living supplies, feeling a renewed desire to improve their quality of life. He really needed a water heater. Taking a bath in the wild once or twice was a thrill, but doing it too much would make one a true savage. After breakfast, come with me to the city center. Shan Ziqiu's eyes flashed with confusion. It's almost evening, why do we have to go out again? Zhou Feng glanced at the sky outside, his expression blank, blaming that damned stove and iron pot for making him lose track of time. Then we'll leave early tomorrow. A few kilometers away, someone watching the refuge through binoculars was anxiously pulling their hair. Isn't he going to go out and search for supplies? Yet, recalling the task assigned by the base commander's nephew, the man could only sweat at the blood-sucking mosquitoes buzzing around him, dutifully continuing his surveillance of the shelter's movements. In the dead of night, the man couldn't resist succumbing to slumber. Lying supine on the empty floor, the surrounding mosquitoes soon left his body covered in welts. Buzz, buzz. The satellite phone at his side rang with a jarring tone, jolting him awake. Opening his eyes, he realized the sky had already begun to lighten. He hastily answered, a hint of guilt in his voice. Hello. It's me. Chun Lei's voice came through the phone, with Wang Chun holding the device for him. How's Zhou Feng? Has he gone out? The man fumbled to set up the telescope, trying to keep his movements quiet so Chun Lei wouldn't notice. He's still at the base. No, wait. Boss Chun, it looks like he's already driven away. Where did he head? Chun Lei's voice was barely concealing his excitement as he abruptly sat up from his chair. The man adjusted the telescope, squinting. Boss Chun, the car's heading toward the southern part of the city center. I just can't tell where it'll stop. Follow him directly. Call me when you see him park. After giving the instructions, Chun Lei threatened. Remember, if he spots you, you won't get the supplies for your task. The man shuddered, swearing. Got it, Boss Chun. I definitely won't let him catch me. Good thing he hadn't been caught slacking off just now. Otherwise, not only would he have been discovered, but his wages would have been docked clean as well. In the southern district stood a massive furniture and home appliance city. Zhou Feng had risen early and brought Shan Ziqiu here specifically, so that after hauling the appliances head, have time to swing by a factory and pick up a few generators. There aren't many zombies around here. Shan Ziqiu, gripping her gun, crept along the wall as she slipped inside. Turning around, she saw Zhou Feng strolling casually into an appliance store. Her mouth twitched as she abandoned her awkward crouch. She followed Zhou Feng in with an air of nonchalance. Since Zhou Feng was so confident, there was no need for her to be so overly cautious. The appliance city was vast and zombies were virtually nowhere to be seen. Zhou Feng walked through, collecting everything in sight: beds, mattresses, various cabinets, air conditioners, fans. Going deeper, they came across all kinds of kitchenware. Microwaves, refrigerators, and dishwashers. Anything Zhou Feng spotted, he claimed for himself. The two wandered around the area, a bit more, dispatching any zombie they encountered with a single slash of his blade. Should we take this robot vacuum? Shan Ziqiu stepped over the massive corpse of a zombie, her expression conflicted. The house they were living in was mostly made of wood. A robot vacuum would be completely useless there, but if she didn't take it, she felt like she'd be missing out. If you want it, just take it. We'll find a use for it someday. Zhou Feng chuckled. It would probably come in handy once the shelter was upgraded. For now, stockpiling furniture was just being prepared. Just as they finished packing up and were about to leave, a dense clamor of footsteps suddenly echoed from outside. Among the noise came a voice. Boss Chen, weren't we supposed to go to the outskirts to clear out a zombie horde? Why bring us here? Yeah, did the mission change? If the mission's getting more dangerous, Boss Chen, you'd better up the pay. Soon a familiar voice cut through. It won't get more dangerous. In fact, killing him here will be much safer for you. Chun Lei lifted his chin arrogantly. If not for Wang Chun's idea, these people would have already been turned to ash outside Zhou Feng's shelter. Your task today is simple: kill Zhou Feng. Wang Chun spoke up from behind Chun Lei, his gaze burning as he looked at the crowd. Just one man. I think it should be easy enough for all of you. Don't disappoint him again. The 30 men, upon hearing the new assignment, lit up with excitement. Are you serious? All these supplies and food just for killing one person? Boss Chun, don't go back on your word. The group chattered, eagerly confirming the deal. They wouldn't give Chun-Lei a chance to renege. Someone in the crowd grumbled. Is this guy Zhou Feng worth hiring all of us, Boss Chun? Just give me what you're paying them and he'll make sure Zhou Feng dies a miserable death. Is that so? A voice suddenly rang out from the furniture city. Zhou Feng with Shan Ziqiu in tow walked out slowly, a sardonic smile on his face, as he gazed at the motley crew before him. Just moments ago he had discovered a new function of the shelter. The shelter's defensive value could be applied not only to himself and the shelter structures but also to the residents belonging to the shelter. That was precisely why he dared to walk out so openly with Shan Ziqiu without a shred of caution. As long as he had enough points, he didn't have to worry about the female residents getting hurt. And as luck would have it, his points totaled a staggering 1130. Ha ha ha, Zhou Feng, you really are overconfident. Chun-Lei sneered at him. There are barely any zombies around here and you can't be carrying much ammo or many weapons. What makes you think you can walk out of here alive? Wang Chun, standing inconspicuously among the crowd, had a look of hatred so intense that he was impossible to ignore. Zhou Feng raised an eyebrow at the two of them. Whether I can or not, you'll find out soon enough. Charge! Chun-Lei's voice was icy. I want him dead, no need to take him alive. You heard the boss. The men stepped out from behind Chun-Lei, their gazes contemptuous as they looked at Zhou Feng. Could you see our numbers? If you're smart, you'll give up now. Maybe Boss Chun will grant you a quick death. Too bad for the little beauty behind you. Watching your lover die before your eyes must be painful. If you want to cry, come cry in Big Brother's arms. Despite their crude taunts, their hands were merciless as they opened fire. Even Shan Ziqiu, standing behind Zhou Feng, was caught in the crossfire. A bullet whistled straight toward Zhou Feng's face, but was repelled by an invisible energy shield. The bullet clattered to the ground. The group who had been mocking Zhou Feng moments before now stared in disbelief, their faces twisted with confusion. What just happened? Am I seeing things? A bullet bounced off a guy's forehead. So it wasn't an illusion. Someone, refusing to believe it, raised his pistol and fired 2 more shots. One at Zhou Feng, one at Shan Ziqiu's forehead. Shan Ziqiu's face paled, her pupils contracting sharply. Hiss, so it wasn't an illusion. Someone, defying the odds, raised his pistol and fired 2 shots at the foreheads of Zhou Feng and Shan Ziqiu. Shan Ziqiu's expression changed, her pupils constricting sharply. She had no ability to defend against bullets and could only muster all her strength to quickly dive to the side. The bullets were incredibly fast and the distance between them was not great. Shan Ziqiu couldn't even dodge the shot aimed at her head, only able to watch in horror as the bullet headed for the tail of her brow. While it may not be fatal, it would surely leave a difficult-to-heal scar on her face. Just as she was about to resign to her fate, an imperceptible ripple suddenly emanated around her, blocking the bullet, which then grazed her cheek and embedded itself into the wall behind her. At the same time, Shan Ziqiu fell to the ground due to her evasive maneuver. To the onlookers, it appeared that this woman had successfully dodged the bullets thanks to her speed. Zhou Feng. Shan Ziqiu clutched her cheek and looked up at Zhou Feng in confusion. She had clearly been unable to evade, yet unexpectedly, she had been protected by an inexplicable force in the face of danger. Aside from Zhou Feng, she could think of no other possibilities. Zhou Feng reached out to pull Shan Ziqiu up from the ground and gave her a reassuring look. Did you hurt yourself in the fall? Shan Ziqiu shook her head, hesitating to speak. Though she was curious, she refrained from asking while others were present. This woman is surprisingly strong. The burly man looked at Shan Ziqiu in disbelief. It was the first time he had seen someone dodge bullets, especially at such a close range. It was simply absurd. Of course, Zhou Feng was even more absurd. He seemed to be beyond the realm of humanity. Chun-Lei stared intently at Zhou Feng, shocked that Zhou Feng was so powerful that bullets couldn't harm him. It was as if he were one of those mutated zombies. A glimmer of madness flashed in his eyes. Now that Zhou Feng had such power, if he didn't die today, it would surely be him who perished. Mutated zombies can't completely defend against bullets. I refuse to believe you're stronger than them. Chun-Lei gritted his teeth and shouted, then gestured fiercely to the crowd behind him. Open fire. The 30 men behind him raised their pistols, unleashing a torrential rain of bullets toward Zhou Feng. To conserve points, Zhou Feng stepped forward to shield Shan Ziqiu and activated his corridor space, absorbing all the incoming bullets into one of the rooms. He let the bullets ricochet wildly in the room. Where did the bullets go? Chun-Lei had been anticipating seeing Zhou Feng get torn apart by the barrage of bullets, but to his shock, the bullets never even got close to Zhou Feng. They just vanished. Boss Chun. There can't be any ghosts, right? Gulp. I don't feel like doing this anymore. Oh my god, I want to go home. Chun-Lei gritted his teeth and shot a glance at someone behind him. That person immediately understood and pulled out a half-man-high rocket launcher from the large bag slung over his back. Today, it would be a matter of life and death between him and Zhou Feng. If he kept hiding, he might end up being the one who dies. Chun-Lei fixed his gaze on Zhou Feng and finally saw a hint of change on his face. Ha! A glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes as he said coldly, I know you're powerful, but such tricks can likely only deal with bullets. Now that he saw the rocket launcher, Zhou Feng must be scared. Zhou Feng raised an eyebrow in surprise, not expecting Chen Lei to even have something like this. A rocket launcher. He saw it as his ignite. With Chen Lei's words, the fuse quickly ignited under the flame. This rocket launcher was stolen from his uncle's armory. Although he only brought 3 rounds of ammunition, it would definitely deal with Zhou Feng. Isn't this just a form of evolution similar to mutated zombies? If a rocket launcher can kill mutated zombies, then it should be able to kill Zhou Feng. Shan Ziqia's face turned pale with worry the moment she saw the rocket launcher. She gritted her teeth and clutched Zhou Feng's arm. We can't confront him hidden. We should find a place to hide first. Though she didn't know what method Zhou Feng used to become able to ignore bullets like him, it must have come at a great cost. Moreover, it didn't seem like a power that could be used repeatedly, just like now. Zhou Feng had not continued to use his defense to protect her, and instead stood resolutely in front of her. It's all right, don't worry. Zhou Feng did not turn around. His voice sounded somewhat muffled amid the cacophony of gunfire. Shan Ziqiu stared blankly at Zhou Feng's determined back, her heart pounding like thunder, as if it no longer belonged to her. It's just a rocket launcher. The points wasted were the same as the bullets. Zhou Feng was not worried it would harm him. Instead, he focused on the rocket launcher. If he could seize this thing, he could kill directly. His opponent would surely kneel immediately. His gaze on the rocket launcher was intense, and he sprinted towards it, as if the gunfire around him was a deserted realm. Zzzzz, boom! The fuse on the rocket launcher burned quickly, and the warhead shot straight towards Zhou Feng. The flames erupted, igniting the surrounding buildings, with the furniture store engulfed in swirling smoke and flames. Ha 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 ha! Chen Lei's expression turned ecstatic as he saw this scene. Zhou Feng, you're finally dead. Did you see that? He turned to Wang Chun, his voice filled with excitement. He's dead, I really did it. Whoosh! Zhou Feng's figure swiftly burst out from the flames. Chen Lei's crazed laughter abruptly stopped, staring in disbelief at Zhou Feng, whose hair was not even ruffled. How could this be possible? Following the law of no injury when smoke is present, aside from his clothes being tattered, Zhou Feng had not lost a single hair. Bang! Zhou Feng kicked and forcefully kicked away the hand of the man who was trying to ignite the rocket launcher again. Ouch, ouch, ouch! A soft sound came from the man's hand as he howled in agony, looking up to see Zhou Feng's eyes filled with killing intent. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly cradled his bent wrist, his face twisted as he turned to flee. Zhou Feng raised his hand to put away the rocket launcher, drew his Tangheng knife from behind, and slashed at the man, the twisted blade aura cutting through the flesh on the man's back. Blood gushed out, instantly soaking his white clothes. Ah! The man fell to the ground in pain. Zhou Feng, fearing that his cries would attract zombies, directly swung his knife to sever the man's throat. The crowd had already witnessed Zhou Feng's terror, and now, who dared to confront him hidden? With every step Zhou Feng took towards them, they had to retreat several steps to create distance. What are you hiding for? Chen Lei, exasperated, pointed at the group. Why aren't you going to kill him already? Noisy! In the blink of an eye, Zhou Feng stood beside Chen Lei, the Tangheng knife pressing on his shoulder, the cold glint of the blade, as if it could penetrate his throat at any moment. No, no, no! You can't kill me! Facing the terror of death, Chen Lei's legs began to tremble. My uncle is the base commander of the largest base in the northern desert. If you dare to kill me, he will never let you. Ugh! Eft! Blood sprayed from his throat. Chen Lei tried to reach for his neck, only to realize his arms were already crippled. Gasping, he glared with unwilling eyes, finally falling to the ground in eternal resentment. Run! The crowd stared in horror at the corpse on the ground, then turned and fled. This madman dared to kill even the base commander's nephew. If they didn't run, their own lives would be forfeit. Zhou Feng had no intention of letting those who had tried to kill him escape. He gripped his Tang horizontal saber and began a massacre. Wang Chun, his face pale, mingled with the crowd, terrified that Zhou Feng might notice him. He followed one person and quickly ducked into the furniture store Zhou Feng had just exited. Inside, an unquenchable fire had already ignited. Only by braving the flames and plunging into the burning furniture store could he hope to survive. Wang Chun could even hear the agonized screams of those outside collapsing to the ground. He held his breath, gritted his teeth, and endured the searing pain as the flames licked at his body. Plop! What was that sound? Wang Chun looked toward the noise and spotted the man who had entered with him jumping into a fountain pool. His eyes lit up. He stood to follow, but then heard footsteps approaching from outside. Tap, 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 eft. Zhou Feng seemed to have killed another person. The wailing outside grew fainter. Wang Chun furrowed his brow, a sense of dread rising within him. Was Zhou Feng about to come in and hunt him down? Damn it! He cursed inwardly in frustration. This place is all flames. Isn't he afraid of death? He couldn't go to the pool. If Zhou Feng entered, He would surely head straight for the fountain, the only escape route in the blazing furniture store. Sweat beaded on Wang Chun's forehead from anxiety. In his desperation, he noticed a corpse of a zombie nearby. His eyes lit up as an idea struck him. Consider it your blessing to save my life. He wiped his sweat, murmuring to himself, but his hands worked swiftly to slit open the zombie's obese belly. The internal organs inside had already rotted, their foul stench barely noticeable amidst the raging flames. Wang Chun scooped up the messy entrails and tossed them into the fire, where a hint of meaty aroma mingled with the stench. After clearing the zombie, he immediately curled up and crawled into its fat belly. The thick layer of flesh insulated him from the external heat, offering even a hint of coolness. Tap, tap, tap. No sooner had Wang Chun hidden himself than Zhou Feng's footsteps echoed from the furniture store's entrance. Outside all was silent. It seemed everyone was dead. He heard Zhou Feng pass by the zombie and held his breath. Zhou Feng was indeed heading toward the fountain pool. Splash! Zhou Feng reached out, yanked up the man whose face was flushed from holding his breath, and pressed his tang saber against his neck. Don't kill me. The man, his eyes bloodshot from the smoke, stared at Zhou Feng in terror, weeping and begging. I truly didn't know he was coming to kill you. I only heard the mission was to eliminate the zombie horde in the suburbs. Please spare me. I have an 80-year-old mother at the base and a child who just learned to walk. They can't live without me. Zhou Feng felt no pity. He patted the man's wet cheek. Unaware. Weren't you relieved when the mission changed? The man opened his mouth but was left speechless. He had indeed been relieved. No need to face countless zombies, just kill a stranger for so much food. Zhou Feng sneered. Just as the blade was about to slice his neck, he paused. What about the one who came in with you? He had assumed the one hiding in the fountain was Wang Chun. If not, where was he? This? The man looked bewildered. How was he supposed to know someone had come in with him? Such a brilliant idea, and someone else had thought of it too. If you tell me where he is, I might consider sparing you. I don't know. He truly hadn't seen him, but under Zhou Feng's murderous gaze, he jolted, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Let me think. Zhou Feng frowned at the man's darting eyes and ended him with a single stroke. Hesitating like that. Clearly he had no idea where Wang Chun was. Sigh. Zhou Feng sighed. He couldn't wait here for Wang Chun to emerge. So before leaving, he set another fire in the already ravaged furniture store. All the leftover gasoline was poured onto the ground. Inside the zombie, Wang Chun's eyes flew wide open. The once cool zombie corpse was now emitting a meaty aroma. His face twitched from the heat, but he dared not move. Damn Zhou Feng. Had he already spotted my hiding spot and deliberately set the fire to force me out? With astonishing willpower, he remained still even as the corpse outside burned to charcoal. But Zhou Feng, whom Wang Chun imagined was lurking by the zombie, had long since driven away, with Dan Zichio heading toward the generator factory. So hungry. Dozens of workers in clean suits sat around a fire, swallowing at the scent of meat wafting through the air. Below, the fire corpses burned. Above, a plump golden brown leg segment roasted. Once this food is gone, we'll need to choose a new source. At this, the eager faces turned pale, and everyone lowered their heads in silence. What a sin! In a corner of the room, a few men, women, and children turned away, refusing to look. They were the ones who refused to eat such meat, now nearly skin and bones from hunger. At the start of the apocalypse, this room had stored some snacks and salted soda water, but with too many people hiding here, the food was quickly depleted. These 4 or 5 individuals had not eaten for 5 days, with only a bottle's bottom of salted soda water left to drink. Hearing the sigh, the burly man by the fire flickered his gaze. I hate the idea of anyone becoming food, but without sacrifice we'll all die. If someone on the verge of death becomes food, we won't have to worry for a long time. His voice carried a seductive tone, guiding everyone's eyes toward the corner. Those quick on the uptake brightened and blurted out, Uncle Su, you really won't eat? It'll never be like you. The man called Uncle Su didn't sense the approaching danger, only frowning in reprimand. If we stoop to this, are we even human? Uncle Su, I originally respected you as an elder in the factory and tolerated everything. The burly man rolled up his sleeves to reveal the tattoos on his arms, his expression fierce. Since you refused to drink the toast, and instead take the punishment drink looking down on us, then I won't be polite anymore. A murderous intent surfaced on the tattooed man's face, and Uncle Su nervously swallowed, and took a step back only to realize the unfriendly gazes of those around him. In a pen full of black sheep, the appearance of a white sheep was a mistake in itself. What do you want? His heart raced and his throat felt dry. I warn you, killing is against the law. Upon hearing this, the 20 or so people gathered around the bonfire burst into laughter. Killing is against the law? Ha ha ha, listen to what this old man is saying. We've already eaten countless two-legged sheep. Are we supposed to be afraid of laws that might be reinstated at some unknown time to survive? What he said is simply foolish. The tattooed man wiped away tears of laughter, his expression suddenly darkening. Capture those few. How can they refuse to eat? The captured two-legged sheep must be well cared for. Zhou Feng and Dan Ziqiu got out of the car at the factory entrance. There are many zombies inside. Dan Ziqiu squinted, peering through the iron gate. The factory occupied one of the top 5 largest areas in Mabe City, and the workers inside were as numerous as the frogs in a breeding ground, densely packed and unsettling to see. The zombie outbreak coincided with the workers' mealtime, and Zhou Feng's keen eyes spotted many zombies at the glass window of the cafeteria, almost popping out of their own eyes. Let's get in first. He placed his hand on the factory's main door, and the iron gate slowly opened with a creak. Though it wasn't Dan Ziqiu's first time witnessing Zhou Feng use the universal key, she couldn't help but marvel at the practicality of this ability. It was simply a means to navigate the apocalypse with ease. As soon as the two entered the factory, a mutated zombie lunged at them. The zombie was fast, reaching them in the blink of an eye, and Dan Ziqiu swiftly raised her pistol and fired a bullet into the zombie's mouth. Bang! The sound from the silenced pistol was very quiet, even failing to attract the attention of the zombies. Zhou Feng glanced at the road leading to the dust-free factory. It seemed they would have to deal with nearly 100 zombies to get through. Although the two were not afraid of these zombies' attacks, it was getting late. If they continued to entangle with these zombies, they might not have time to retreat to the shelter tonight. Zhou Feng pointed to the narrow alley behind the guardhouse and signaled to Dan Ziqiu, "Let's take that small path by the wall." Dan Ziqiu nodded, knowingly softening her footsteps to follow Zhou Feng. As they passed the guardhouse, the zombie inside suddenly looked up and let out a roar. Zhou Feng didn't even blink, raising his hand to shoot a bullet into the guard's mouth. Go! He pulled Dan Ziqiu and quickly ran forward. The zombies on the wide road behind them began to gather towards the guard's roar, and the two slipped into the narrow alley, leaving the pursuing zombies far behind. Turning into the wide road, Zhou Feng caught a glimpse of a man being chased by 2 or 3 zombies in the corridor of the building beside him. His eyes lit up and he drew his tang sword, jumping into the corridor. Whoosh! The long blade struck hard at the zombie's neck, severing its spine. It didn't even have time to let out a final roar before collapsing to the ground with a thud. Roar! He heard the sound of a heavy object falling behind him. The other 2 zombies chasing the man immediately turned their heads, drooling thick, foul-smelling saliva as they lunged at Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng held his breath, and without hesitation he swung the blade to decapitate the 2 zombies. Stop! He caught up to the fleeing man and placed a hand on his shoulder to control him. The man widened his eyes, squeezing out a terrified scream from his throat. When he turned around and found it was a person, he let out a sigh of relief. He covered his wildly beating chest and glared at Zhou Feng with dissatisfaction. Do you know that scaring someone can kill them? 3 zombies were just chasing me. Zhou Feng moved his foot slightly and kicked one of the zombies that the man had just mentioned to his feet. Hey, race the zombie you wanted, stop wasting time and answer a few questions. Hearing Zhou Feng's blunt voice, the man immediately became unhappy. Which line are you from? Although he was in a sorry state, he was not someone an ordinary worker could look down upon. I am Su Line Chief. Talking to me this rudely, do you still want your salary? Forget it this time, I'll let you go. Su Line Chief waved his hand, glancing at the tang sword behind Zhou Feng. Help me with something. Come with me into the factory to rescue someone. Although the young man before him showed little respect, he was very strong. If he brought him along, his chances of rescuing someone would be greater. Zhou Feng looked coldly at the man claiming to be Su Line Chief, lifting his tang sword to press against the man's neck. Where's the warehouse for the generator? Su Line Chief was intimidated by the murderous aura emanating from Zhou Feng, his legs trembling slightly. What do you mean? He tried to sound imposing. The generator is the factory's property. Even if you find it, you can't move it. I can offer you a reward if you're willing to come with me. Bang! Zhou Feng pulled out a handgun from his waist and fired a shot into Su Line Chief's palm. Su Line Chief let out a pained groan, his mouth opening wide as Zhou Feng's fist struck him squarely in the mouth, forcing back the scream he was about to let out. He was in so much pain that sweat poured from his face and his lips trembled pale. This person actually has a gun. He definitely isn't a worker from the factory. Su Line Chief regretted deeply, realizing he should have been more polite when speaking just now. Where is the warehouse for the generator? Zhou Feng asked again, and if the man didn't answer this time, the second bullet in the gun would pierce Su Line Chief's forehead. I'll tell you, it's on the 1st floor of Building 7. Su Line Chief was both frightened and excited. The place the man wanted to go was very close to where his father was held. Don't kill me, I'm willing to take you there. At that time, just a little bluster, and after rescuing his father, he could run away, right? Zhou Feng's expression remained indifferent, and he tapped the gun against Su Line Chief's temple twice. You'd better not play tricks, otherwise you can see whether your legs are faster or my bullets are faster. Yes. Su Line Chief nodded repeatedly, following Zhou Feng as they slipped out of the 1st floor corridor. He only dared to act tough in front of those workers whose wages had been withheld. Facing Zhou Feng, he was cautious even about persuading the other to save someone, fearing that others would discover his careful thoughts. Wait a moment. Zhou Feng suddenly stopped as they passed the factory layout map on the wall. What's wrong? Squad leader Zh's expression was peculiar, his tense gaze locked tightly onto Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng had been observing squad leader Zh's expression from the corner of his eye. Although the man was somewhat nervous, he didn't seem worried that Zhou Feng would discover anything. It seemed the location was correct, but squad leader Su still harbored some private thoughts. Zhou Feng shook his head, walked forward a few steps, and spotted Shan Ziqiu waiting there. I found the place. Let's go. All right. Shan Ziqiu showed no surprise at seeing squad leader Su. Zhou Feng always acted with a purpose. She had already suspected something when he had inexplicably gone to rescue someone earlier. Phew. Squad leader Su followed behind Zhou Feng, letting out a sigh of relief when he saw that Zhou Feng wasn't going to press further. The deeper the three went, the more zombies there were, almost making it impossible to advance. What do we do? Squad leader Su looked at Zhou Feng with an anxious expression, shaking his head in despair. Even if you have a gun, we can't get through with this many zombies. If only we had something to lure the zombies away. As he spoke, his eyes suddenly lit up. How about we go to the broadcast station and turn on the speakers to draw them over there? No need for so much trouble. Zhou Feng shook his head, casually reaching behind his back, as if pulling something out, and produced the rocket launcher he had just seized. Squad leader Zh's eyes widened in terror, his fingertips trembling slightly. What had he just seen? Someone had pulled out a half-meter-long rocket launcher from behind them. Earlier there had been nothing on the man's back except the Tang saber sheath. How did a rocket launcher suddenly appear? This defied science. This? Squad leader Su opened his mouth to ask, dazed, but suddenly felt a chill run through him, as if only by playing dumb could he survive. He swallowed hard, forcing the words back down his throat. What a clear sky, haha. Zhou Feng was satisfied with squad leader Zh's discretion. He had Shan Ziqiu and squad leader Su stand behind him, then aimed at the areas on both sides of the road, where the zombies were most densely clustered. Boom! Boom! 2 massive projectiles fired, and immediately a stream of system notifications for points earned echoed in his ears. Flames erupted. The zombies clogging the wide middle road surged forward one after another toward the fiery craters where the sound had just come from. Only a very few zombies noticed Zhou Feng and the others shambling unsteadily in their direction. Bang! These few zombies didn't even require Zhou Feng's intervention. Shan Ziqiu dispatched them all with a few shots. The path ahead was clear, and squad leader Su excited sprinted after the two of them. After wandering the outskirts for days, he had finally made it inside. All he had to do was find his father and take him to the base in Mabe City to enjoy a comfortable life. Zhou Feng moved swiftly and nimbly, glancing at the system panel. Over 400 points added, but he estimated he had only killed about 100 zombies. It seemed there were quite a few mutated ones mixed in. No matter how strong a mutated zombie's defense was, it couldn't withstand the power of a rocket launcher. The three of them pressed on to Building 7. Squad leader Su pointed excitedly at a door on the ground floor side. The generator warehouse is inside. You'll see it once we enter. Zhou Feng cast a cold, indifferent glance at squad leader Su, then stepped forward and placed a single hand on the locked door. Crack! The sturdy door was forced open from the outside. The more than 20 people inside scrambled up from the floor in terror. Had zombies broken in? They squinted, trying to make out who the 3 figures silhouetted in the doorway were, but could only discern the shapes of 2 men and 1 woman. Dad! Squad leader Su stood at the entrance, his gaze sweeping over the crowd inside before landing abruptly on his father, who was bound hand and foot in the corner of the room. The sound of a human voice instantly relaxed the more than 20 people inside. At least it wasn't zombies. They exchanged glances. Some even began to swallow nervously. Dad! Squad leader Su rushed forward, falling to his knees beside his father, his voice choked with tears as he started to untie the ropes. He was completely oblivious to the looks the others were giving him, like he was some rare delicacy. Zh's father had a cloth gag in his mouth and could only let out muffled sobs, trying to warn his son to run. He had already seen the tattooed burly man pick up a fire axe from the floor. Among the bound captives, an old woman finally managed to spit out her gag. She looked excitedly at Zhou Feng and Shan Ziqiu, who were entering through the door, and shouted at the tattooed man, "Don't eat me. This old woman is tough and there's hardly any meat on me. It's all sour. Go eat them. Those 2 are tender." Even without the old woman's reminder, the tattooed man had no intention of letting Zhou Feng and Shan Ziqiu go. He didn't even spare a glance for squad leader Su, who was untying the ropes, but instead called 7 or 8 men to surround Zhou Feng and Shan Ziqiu. "Why did you have to come here of all places? Walking right into our den. If you surrender without a fight, we brothers will treat you to good food and drink." Yeah, this kind of good life is something many people beg for. All they had to do was die willingly when their time came. Zhou Feng didn't kill anyone immediately. Instead, he raised an eyebrow and asked with interest, "Is that so? And what exactly do you plan to feed us? How about this old hag?" The tattooed man, in high spirits, walked over to the old woman and hoisted her up. She was old, sour, and stank. He wouldn't touch her even if she were free. but using her as feed for the other livestock to fatten them up was her only use. Heh! Sean Zychius' gaze fell on the gnawed bones scattered around their feet. Disgusting. Ha, what do we have here? A little beauty. The men turned to look when Sean Zychio spoke, their eyes lighting up. Let's not eat this one for now. We can keep her for other purposes. Great idea. What's the point of that? This one's way more tender than the others. Squad leader Sue and Sean Zychio listened to their inhuman conversation, a chill running down their spines. Were these people even human? Zhou Feng, I don't want to hear any more. All right. Zhou Feng raised his pistol and fired instantly at the man who had been cheering the loudest. A bullet pierced the man's forehead. His tall, thin body trembled once, then went still. Thud. The man's body hit the floor heavily. The others who had been joking moments before fell silent like chickens with their necks wrung, staring dumbfounded at the weapon in Zhou Feng's hand. A gun. He has a gun. No, don't kill me. I didn't want to eat you earlier. Run. The tattooed man was startled too, but he quickly recovered. He barked at the others. What's there to panic about? He's only got one pistol. But even a good fighter can't handle many. Let's gang up on him and hold him down. I'd like to see what smoked meat tastes like. Zhou Feng let out a cold laugh, twirled the gun, and holstered it. Then from his empty hand a machine gun suddenly materialized. The dark muzzle of the gun aimed at the scattering crowd. Everyone clearly witnessed this scene, their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. A few of them even slowed their fleeing steps, their faces filled with incredulity. Where did this come from? The tattooed muscular man felt a chill in his heart. If it were a handgun, he might have considered confronting it head-on, but this time the person had pulled out a machine gun. And it suddenly appeared out of thin air. Is this world even real? Just as the tattooed muscular man was contemplating begging for mercy, a burst of fire erupted from the gun's muzzle and bullets from the machine gun swept toward the densely packed crowd. Zhou Feng's lips curled slightly and the spark in his eyes revealed his good mood at that moment. Da-da-da-da-da. The melodious sound of the machine gun mixed with the wails of the tattooed muscular man's group. This left Uncle Sue, who was bound in the corner, extremely excited. This was his son who had come to rescue him from the outside. He just wondered how his son had come to know such a figure. A rustling sound emerged among Uncle Sue and the others. The old lady who had just wanted to drag Zhou Feng and Sean Zychio into trouble was so frightened that she wet her pants, fearing Zhou Feng would remember her and shoot her. Zhou Feng was already somewhat intoxicated, and he noticed the old lady as soon as she moved. Bang! He promptly rewarded her with a bullet. It struck her right between the eyebrows. Zhou Feng was not one to respect the elderly or the young. Did they want him to be a shield? They should check if they had the capability. This made the crowd who wanted to beg for mercy even more hesitant to stop, fearing they would become the next target to be pierced by bullets. Big brother, what do we do? We need to escape. Under the barrage of bullets, the tattooed muscular man and a few of his younger brothers hid behind the iron platform, heavily injured. So terrifying, if we had known, we wouldn't have messed with Uncle Sue. Their voices carried a sobbing tone, and they dared not move with several bullets embedded in their bodies. But sitting back and waiting for death was not their style, otherwise they wouldn't have suggested consuming their own kind. The tattooed muscular man furrowed his brows. He was the only one uninjured. No matter what, we're going to die. If it comes to it, I'll charge out and fight him. No! The younger brothers gritted their teeth, suppressing their cries to avoid attracting Zhou Feng's attention. One of them tightly grabbed the tattooed muscular man's arm. Big brother, you're uninjured now. You still have a chance to escape. Just don't do anything foolish. Are you too engrossed in your conversation? Zhou Feng stepped over the corpses and approached behind the iron platform, pressing the machine gun heavily against the back of the tattooed muscular man's head. He leaned down close to them and smiled, saying, "Sorry, but you can't escape now." After speaking, Zhou Feng straightened up, expressionless, giving each of them a bullet. Bang, 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 bang. Sean Zychio had also finished off the remaining few, stepping over the corpses and walking to Zhou Feng's side. What are they going to do? She raised her hand to point at Uncle Sue and the others who had become somewhat listless after the old lat's death. Zhou Feng's deep gaze fell on Su Xianzhong, his mouth curling into an enigmatic smile. Su Xianzhong took 2 steps back in guilt, the blood hole in his palm warning him that the person before him was not a kind soul. He opened his mouth, wanting to explain that he had his reasons for deceiving Zhou Feng to come and rescue his father. But the words of defense were on the tip of his tongue, only to be swallowed back due to Zhou Feng's next actions. Zhou Feng walked up to the crowd, his eyes fixed intently on Su Xianzhang's eyes, gently patting Uncle Sue, who was still bound. Is this your father? Su Shu, just call me that. When did my son meet such a powerful young man? Uncle Sue looked at Zhou Feng as if he were a junior. Truly a hero among the young. You managed to rescue me from this group of beasts. Zhou Feng smiled humbly, but the suddenly appearing handgun ruthlessly pressed against Uncle Zu's head. Can we speak now? He looked at Su Xianzhang, his tone indifferent. Where exactly is the location of the warehouse? What are you doing? Su Shu's forehead instantly broke out in cold sweat. He didn't understand why the young man who had first come with his son to rescue him would suddenly point a gun at him. Don't. I'll tell you. Su Xianzhang had originally deceived Zhou Feng to use him to pass through the horde of zombies to save his father. He never expected Zhou Feng's strength to be so formidable that he had completely eliminated the people who had kidnapped his father. Since his father had been rescued, there was no need for him to continue lying. The urgent matter now was how to quell Zhou Feng's anger. He initially thought Zhou Feng only had that one bullet and that he could persuade him to let him go using other things from the base. But who would have thought he could conjure a machine gun out of thin air? The gold in his office would definitely not catch Zhou Feng's eye. What to do? Su Xianzhang's mind raced, and he accurately revealed the information about the warehouse. Actually, I didn't take the wrong path. The warehouse is inside building No. 7. He looked at Zhou Feng, smiling and flattering. You just need to follow the stairs down. The first underground level has a parking lot and a large warehouse. You should have said so earlier. Zhou Feng raised an eyebrow and moved the gun away. Just as Su Xianzhang let out a sigh of relief, Zhou Feng shot him in the calf. Then you wouldn't have to suffer this pain. Deceiving me. He really thought he could deceive me and that I would mercifully let him go. Ah! Su Xianzhang cried out in pain, kneeling on the ground, beads of sweat rolling down his face. Uncle Su, witnessing this scene, became anxious. He tried to push Zhou Feng away but found he couldn't budge him at all, only able to point at Zhou Feng and curse. You, how dare you harm my son? Do you know he is a senior executive in the factory? Just as he was about to continue, Su Xianzhang in pain tugged at his father's pants leg. Please stop talking. His voice trembled with tears, both from pain and being frightened by his own father. Was Zhou Feng a good person? Did you dare to scold him like that? Zhou Feng, who was not a good person, swiftly lifted his hand and pinched the index finger that Uncle Su was pointing at him, his gaze cold as he forcefully bent it back. With a crack, Uncle Su immediately clutched his left arm, angrily cursing. You little brat, how dare you hurt me? Do you believe that once order is restored I will call the police? Zhou Feng, upon hearing this, burst into laughter. It seemed he hadn't heard someone in the apocalypse threaten others with calling the police in a long time. Hey, then you'll never wait for that in your lifetime. Su Xianzhang immediately struggled to stand up from the ground with his injured leg, reaching out to cover his father's mouth. Just let me save some trouble. He wished he could knock his father unconscious with a single blow. In front of Zhou Feng, the two of them were like corpses on the ground, unable to pose any threat to each other. What if they continued talking like this and Zhou Feng got angry, killing them all? Let's go. It was nearly impossible to extract a few small cats from this factory. The food in the cafeteria had long rotted in the heat. Even if Zhou Feng did not actively kill them, they wouldn't survive more than 3 days. He glanced at Su Xian, then turned and walked over to Danzi Qiu. Get the generator and return quickly. I sensed that the 2 zombies we left behind are dead. After the furniture store was set ablaze, Zhou Feng was uncertain whether Wang Chun was really dead. So he deliberately controlled 2 ordinary zombies. Their purpose was not to kill Wang Chun but to act as an alarm. Should they die, Zhou Feng would sense it. Wang Chun had likely escaped back to the private base in the northern desert. When Chun Lei's uncle learned of this, he would certainly not let it go easily. Good. Danzi Qiu's expression also darkened as he quickly followed Zhou Feng downstairs. The two arrived at the first basement level and opened the stairway door only to see several aimless zombies inside. Zhou Feng strode forward, shooting and killing all the zombies, then placed a single hand on the warehouse's door lock. Click. He pushed the door open, revealing a spacious warehouse filled with thousands of various generators. The corridor rooms were not as large as imagined. Taking all of these items was unrealistic, so Zhou Feng only selected around 50 generators to take back. Huff huff. Wang Chun, covered in injuries, stumbled into the base's entrance with several large blisters forming on his burned skin. His entire body reddened like a lobster. He was even grateful that the zombie he encountered was a fat one, or otherwise, he would have likely turned to charcoal in that great fire. Just as he entered the base, Wang Chun unexpectedly bumped into the secretary of the base leader, who had come out to search for Chun Lei. His eyes brightened as he staggered over to the secretary. I need to see the base leader. His voice was hoarse, his vocal cords having been damaged by the smoke and fire. The secretary nearly didn't recognize him, startled to the point of stopping in his tracks. And when he saw Wang Chun's face beneath the reddened skin, his eyes widened in terror. Wang Chun, why is it you? Where is young Master Chun? Wang Chun pointed at his mouth, indicating he urgently needed water to survive. The secretary nodded in understanding, unsure how to assist this injured person. I didn't bring any water out. Let's take you to the base leader first. He is looking for young Master Chun. I heard that young Master Chun is unreachable. Do you know what happened? Wang Chun felt dizzy, but still nodded in response to the latter question. How could he not know what had happened? He had personally experienced this highly unscientific event. Now, thinking again about Zhou Feng's impenetrable defenses, He felt cold in his heart. Could he truly avenge his classmates? Are you saying that Zhou Feng can ignore all attacks? Channing Tian looked at Wang Chun with a dark gaze, as if he was speaking a joke including bullets and rocket launchers. Yes. Wang Chun looked at Channing Tian with determination, reaffirming his answer. Channing Tian was almost amused by Wang Chun's stubbornness. His authoritative presence bore down on Wang Chun. Do you know what you're saying? Let's not even mention bullets. After all, mutated zombies can withstand bullet attacks. But you actually claim that even a rocket launcher cannot breach Zhou Feng's defenses. Are you joking with me? He had previously thought that although Wang Chun was young, his actions were even more astute than Chun Lei's, and he admired him greatly. But now Wang Chun was making such jokes when Chun Lei's body was still warm. This ignited an inexplicable rage within Channing Tian. Enough. He slammed his hand on the table. Considering your age and lack of understanding, I won't hold this against you this time. Go to the hospital to recover. I will personally confront this Zhou Feng. Wang Chun's eyes flashed with concern. He did not believe for a second that Channing Tian, who dismissed Zhou Feng, could win. Base leader. He hoarsely opened his mouth. You need to believe me. I have no reason to tell such an easily disprovable lie. Zhou Feng's strength is truly abnormal. Channing Tian felt a moment of doubt, then immediately reacted. Even if Wang Chun spoke sincerely, the invincible defenses and the ability to summon firearms out of thin air were abilities that could not possibly be real. Suddenly a ridiculous thought arose in his mind, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that Wang Chun's abnormality was the reason for it. Is Chun Lei's death related to you? Channing Tian suddenly grabbed Wang Chun's injured neck, his tone sinister. To clear your connection to Chun Lei's death, you can concoct such a lie. Do you think I'm easy to fool? Cough cough. I didn't. Wang Chun desperately gripped Channing Tian's large hand as suffocation turned his flushed face into a shade of purple. Since you don't believe, then go see for yourself. He no longer tried to persuade Channing Tian, his voice growing weaker. Humph. Channing Tian coldly scoffed, tossing him onto a nearby sofa. Someone take him to the hospital. I want to see what exactly is going on. Knock knock knock. The secretary stood at the door, knocking, brushing past Wang Chun, who was being carried away. Channing Tian leaned back on the sofa, his gaze dark, as he looked at the secretary. Have you found anything? The secretary nodded, pulling out the files from when Ji Kunlin and Li Xianshu entered the base. This is Zhou Feng's only remaining family. Now they rely on the daughter to do hard labor to survive. Good. Channing Tian's expression turned excited. Once we gather enough manpower, let's take them to Zhou Feng's shelter. I also want Zhou Feng to experience the pain of losing loved ones. Auntie, I heard that Chun Lei was killed. Shitzi hurriedly entered Channing Tian's office, supporting her aunt. What exactly is going on? Channing Tian rubbed his temples, his voice somewhat harsh. It's none other than your lifesaver. He actually killed my only nephew. I must make him pay the price he deserves. Hearing her uncle's gritted teeth voice, Shitzi nervously clutched her aunt's hand. She had no sibling feelings for Chun Lei. Rather, it was Zhou Feng who had saved her life. But she was also angry that Zhou Feng refused to escort her back to the base. Auntie and uncle, you chat. I'll leave first. Shitzi did not want Zhou Feng to die. She wanted to send a message to him to escape quickly. But their relationship was not good at that time, and she didn't even have Zhou Feng's contact information now. Forget it, why should I care about him? Shirzi frowned in annoyance. Memories of her uncle's room, filled with firearms, flashing through her mind. Back then, he wouldn't even be willing to send me home. Ding dong. Danzi Chiu was sitting in the car when her satellite phone suddenly notified her of a message. She opened the contact interface with Danzi Xia and saw a short message from him. Nangyong mission team up to kill Zhou Feng in the outskirts valley. Danzi Chiu's heart skipped a beat. Oh, Zhou Feng's guess had indeed come true. Channing Tian is really going to lead a team to the shelter. How many people are coming? Nangyong said there are over 100 people gathered nearby. It seems that Channing Tian is really going all out. I'm just afraid they might come but not return. Zhou Feng let out a cold laugh, pressing down hard on the accelerator as he sped towards his shelter. How many bullets are left in the shelter? At most 2 boxes. Danzi Chiu frowned with worry. This time it probably won't be enough. We need to quickly find the arsenal in Mo Bay to restock. It will be enough. Let's check the map of Mo Bay City tomorrow. Zhou Feng glanced at the critical hit multiplier on the transparent panel. 96 times would be enough. By the time the two returned to the base, the sky had completely darkened. Because he was unsure if Channing Tian would launch a surprise attack tonight, Zhou Feng didn't fully fall asleep, stirring awake at the slightest sound. Boom, boom, boom. In the distance from the shelter, the faint sound of vehicles moving suddenly echoed. Zhou Feng abruptly opened his eyes and sat up from the bed. His vigilant gaze turned towards the outside of the shelter as he swiftly climbed up to the lookout tower, grabbing the night vision binoculars. Over 20 vehicles along with a long line of zombies were approaching. They're here, he whispered, pulling the alarm bell beside him. In an instant, a sharp, piercing alarm sound filled the entire shelter. Yang Ninger and the others were startled awake, quickly getting up, dressing, and leaving the bedroom. What happened? Where is Zhou Feng? Danzi Chiu quickly climbed up to another lookout tower and saw the long line of vehicles through the magnifying lens, her complexion instantly turning a bit grim. Zhou Feng disengaged the safety of his sniper rifle, aiming at the driver of the foremost vehicle. Bang! The car window shattered, the bullet accurately embedding itself in the driver's temple, and the body slumped onto the steering wheel. The 96 bullets following closely behind all struck the driver's body, with a few scattering and hitting the other occupants in the vehicle. The vehicle lost control and began to veer dangerously. The cars behind had no time to brake and crashed directly into the front vehicle. Channing Tian witnessed this scene, his expression darkening immediately. They hadn't even arrived yet and were already facing setbacks. He didn't expect Zhou Feng to be so difficult to deal with. Zhou Feng shifted his aim, searching for Channing Tian among these cars. To be able to establish a private apocalypse base alone, this person must be extraordinary. Even the current hiding place was hard to decipher and very likely not in the vehicles. Channing Tian picked up the binoculars and spotted the person who killed his nephew atop the highest building of the shelter. Zhou Feng. A glimmer of hatred flashed in his eyes as he provocatively spoke. Today, even if you sprout wings, you cannot escape. I will definitely bring your head to my nephew's grave. He didn't come over immediately last night just to lead people to find the furniture factory that Wang Chun mentioned. After searching for 4 hours, he finally found Chun Lei's figure among a pile of charred corpses. The secretary glanced at the grieving base leader and hesitantly spoke. Base leader Wang Chun asked me to remind you that Zhou Feng is really not right. Heh. Channing Tian sneered. With such a shabby shelter, I could turn this place into ruins with a single rocket launcher. Even if he has great abilities, he won't be a match for firearms. He took out the walkie-talkie and commanded his subordinates to set up their firearms from the vehicles and aim at Zhou Feng's position to shoot. Bang, bang, bang. Countless bullets poured down like crazy, striking the energy shield constructed from the defense value outside the shelter. The points on the translucent panel visibly dropped rapidly. To avoid wasting the points he had painstakingly accumulated, Zhou Feng quickly fired a shot at each of these vehicles. Danzi Chiu, not wanting to fall behind, aimed at the drivers of the few vehicles ahead and shot. How fascinating. She watched as the 96 bullets appearing out of thin air followed her bullet, exclaiming in wonder. No wonder Zhou Feng said these bullets could be used. Boom, boom, boom. The cars began to explode one after another. The people in the vehicles looked at the small shelter nearby, their faces pale. Did the base leader not say it was just a small force? Are you kidding me? Who the hell has so many bullets in a small force? My brother is in the vehicle right in front, but I can only watch helplessly as his vehicle explodes. No wonder the rewards for this mission are so generous. The death rate is too high. In a certain vehicle, a few people exchanged glances. How about we complete what the base leader instructed us to do now? The driver's gaze fell on the rearview mirror, looking at the mother and daughter of Ji Kunlin tied up in the back seat. Get the loudspeaker out. I don't believe that his relatives would dare to act rashly while we have them in our hands. Whoa. The mother and daughter were bound hand and foot and had rags stuffed in their mouths, only able to shake their heads frantically in tears. Ji Kunlin looked at the driver, pleadingly wishing she could have made Zhou Feng surrender in the past. But after the apocalypse, Zhou Feng had changed. He first killed her husband and son, and then killed the base leader's nephew, provoking the other party. His character had become utterly insane. It seems she has something to say. The man sitting in the back row guarding the two pulled the rag from Ji Kunlin's mouth. Ji Kunlin took a deep breath, looking gratefully at the man as she hurriedly spoke. Brothers, please let us go. We really don't know Zhou Feng that well. He killed my son and husband over a trivial matter. I have an irreconcilable hatred with him. How could he possibly stop and surrender for me? The driver glared at Ji Kunlin, remembering that just moments ago his brother had been turned into a sieve by nearly 100 bullets from Zhou Feng. Is that so? Ji Kunlin nodded repeatedly, with hope, her sincere old eyes wide open, fearing that the other party wouldn't believe her words. The driver sneered. Since you have no ability to make him stop, then die here. After all, bringing you here is just to kill you as a sacrificial offering before the battle. Upon hearing this, Ji Kunlin and Li Zuangshuan's faces turned pale instantly. No. Ji Kunlin quickly overturned what she had just said. Zhou Feng listens to me the most. If I tell him to stop, he will definitely stop. Don't kill me, please.